who's it gonna be? In Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Can you feel the adrenaline? Dirt flies hypnotized by the wheel spin. Hear the crowd, everybody's whistling. Line on the field. If you can put it all together 3 times, this 1 week of racing could change your life. Everybody knows this is where it all begins. Do what you gotta do for 20 plus 2 out at the ranch.
All right, Mikey Wayne, it's time to go racing here. Our final day at the ranch. Kevin Kazad, thank you so much for everything you do one last time. Here we are just about to get this thing popped off this morning. Going to be race 14, our junior plus 25 on the line to kick things off here this morning. Sight lap is taken care of. Gate drop next thing on the agenda. And Mike, working our way through the motos today. Going to see a Horizon Award winner tonight. Going to hand out the big hardware at the award ceremony here this evening. So right now, just about to see the first gate drop of the day. All right, Mikey, we've got this messy desk cleaned off one more time. We've got the programs open. We've got the stat sheets out. We got Dean Diaz behind us right now helping us out. And only a matter of time here, just a moment away. I hear the bike's fired up right now. Dean doing some quick calculations for us. Going to take a look at the standings in this Junior 25 Plus. First race of our Saturday morning, race number 14 on the docket. Coming up next, 250C, followed by our WMX. You know what that means. Jordan Jarvis in the house.
Heck yeah, done a fantastic job this week, by the way. Always does well.
You know, I'm a big fan of Jordan on many levels. First of all, her effort, if you would see her effort every Saturday at Lucas Oil Pro Motocross, and I want to tell you, you talk about passionate, that chick gets heated when she comes off the track and she has not performed at her best, or if she has and she gets maybe jostled around a little bit, she rides with 100% emotion. But also, as a mentor to these younger ladies and as well as a commentator, much respect and much love for Jordan Jarvis. To look forward to seeing her in a little bit. Right now, imagine that. Heath Harrison making his way to the Stasic Hole Shot Hotline, and sure enough, he picks up that Stasic Hole Shot Award on that #1 Honda. Heath Harrison it is. Got some quick math there, Mikey. Let us know what's going on.
Yeah, so coming into this one, Cole Martinez with a very impressive 1-1 is the favorite in this one. He's had some obviously great rides, been very consistent, not really taking anybody by surprise. It's sitting in the #2 spot heading into this one. Would be that number 80 machine of Mike Alessi on the Honda. Coming into this one with a 2-2 and third place in this one. Coming into it anyways is that number 76 ride. That is Jacob Bomert out of Buckner, Kentucky on the KTM. Comes into it with a 3-3. I got to be honest with you. This might be one, if it's not, it's one of the few where we come into it with a rider that's got a 1-1, a 2-2, and a 3-3.
Oh,
for the
yeah.
top three.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, you guys, we want to keep it simple for you first moto on Saturday morning.
And you don't know how many years that's exactly what we do see. You know, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. It's predicted. They fall into that rhythm. They fall into that cadence. And this year, very uncommon, Mikey Waynes.
Yeah.
I'll promise you that.
Yeah, no doubt about that. All right, we're a lap into it, and how about it? Heath Harrison out in front, Alessi in the number 2 spot, Luke Vonlinger in the number 3 position with Jacob Bomer in 4th. 5th place is Cole Martinez. So Martinez, our heavy hitter that's gone 1-1, back in the 5 spot. He's got some work to do.
I have to tell you, very impressed with Martinez's ability to hang in there. His tenacity, no matter where the position was, he was intense. He was on the gas. He was figuring. He was finding new lines. And Martinez, no pushover whatsoever. And Michael Alessi, Heath Harrison, going to have their hands full as he sits in that number 5 possession. Jacob Bomer in that number 4 ride, like you said. And Luke Vonlinger, let me tell you, that guy's no stranger to running up front by any means.
Yeah, the number 81, Luke Vonlinger, what was he? 5'5". Consistent, these guys. Really impressive to see that.
And that happens in the vet class a lot. You know, we'll see Gruey and Karsten and those guys, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. You know, they get locked into a little pattern there.
Where they're going to be.
Yeah, exactly. But it's been very uncommon through our amateur classes here this week.
Well, Heath Harrison, your leader out in front, that number 1 ride, pulling what was probably his 20th Stasic hole shot this week, it seems like.
And I told you somebody's going to win a championship this week without winning a moto. I told you guys that early in the week, and we see a good example of it right here. If the race were to finish as it runs, 2-2-2 for Mike Alessi makes him the champ.
Yep.
Okay, and you know what? That makes him the best this week. Period. Whether you want a moto or not, it makes him the best. The math proves it. So the most consistent, had the highest finishes as an average, and that's it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Doing work right now, 2 laps in. Heath Harrison still leading out front. Turns a 156.978. Mike Alessi in the 2 spot. Alessi is on the move. Turns a 153.487. Puts him right up there on Heath Harrison. Looking for opportunity. Jacob Bomer in the number 3 spot. Cole Martinez picks up 1 position into the number 4 spot. But with Alessi up in 2nd, Martinez still has to go to work. And look at that blistering pace Alessi's putting on out there.
Yeah, Martinez only needs, hey, Rodney, if it ends now, I believe a moto win still gets a point over Alessi, right? If it ends in a tie, he's got 2 moto wins. It's still best finish last moto. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, good deal. So, well, 1 more position is game over. So, and Martinez knows that. He's done the math. The pit board already tells him that. He knows, okay, I need 3rd and better if Alessi wins. So they knew that yesterday afternoon about 3:30, huh, D? Well, as they stand, like Mikey said, 2-2-2 right now. Mike Alessi out front leading the way. Cole Martinez needs to pick up 1 more spot. And Heath Harrison right now, he is lead on the track. So 156.9 for him last time around, but look at Mike Alessi, 153.4 in that number 2 spot. Bomer turned a 154. Mike Alessi absolutely on fire.
Oh, yeah, turning and burning with that 153.4. Oh, no. So getting reports now, Heath Harrison off the track, blew a wheel out, and this one must be just out of sight here from the announcing tower. But what a tough break for a man that has worked his tail off this week.
You know, I think that wheel just probably got scared.
It was terrifying.
To be quite honest, it's like, you know what? I've put up with this all week. I've seen wheels breaking all around me.
Yeah.
Harrison's going to just slam me through I think the wheel just gave up. It was scared.
It was terrified.
So that puts Mike Alessi into the number 1 ride. Now that changes our math again 1 more time, and that would look like a 2-2-1 for Mike Alessi. Cole Martinez also moves up a spot, though. So that leaves us tied, deadlocked at 5. So this one's going to go all the way. Cole Martinez sitting just about 3 seconds back from Alessi right now. Well, actually, we'll have to see when they come around this time. It looks like 3.5, 4 seconds back. But lots of time in this. We've got 6 minutes in, 13.5 minutes to go.
Got about a minute before they should check in for a fourth lap completed. Alessi doing exactly what he needs to do to put himself in position to take the overall win. Cole Martinez still with some work to do. We'll see. I got a feeling, Mega, we're going to see a battle here before the end of this between those two.
Listen, man, this thing's far from over. And I'm going to my prediction is in about 10 minutes, okay, right about 10 minutes, this thing's going to get heated. And right now, if you take a look, last time, Mike Alessi, 152.05, 152.06 for Martinez. Martinez is in a great spot. He's sitting there watching the lines. He knows everything Alessi's doing. Yeah. He knows where he's going to go. And it's easy to figure out where somebody's going to defend. Yeah. Where they're going to go fast is what you have to figure out, right, Dean? You know what they're going to defend. They're going to defend the inside line. They're going to defend the fast line, the smooth line. Everybody knows that. So I think Harrison's in the catbird seat right now. He's watching all of Alessi's good lines, knows where Alessi's going to go to avoid trouble. And, man, late in the race, he's going to have some information that he's going to put to good use.
Martinez is going to pull out of the bag. We'll see what happens here as we remain.
Time runs down. I'm going to guess just about that white flag, 2-lap card. If it's not done by then, if there's not a big mistake or he hasn't hounded him or this or that, that's when I predict the battle's going to come on. But if there's one person that can take the heat, it's Mike Alessi. He's been under fire from the best in the business. James Stewart, Ricky Carmichael, Chad Reed have all surrendered starts to Mike Alessi and had to chase him down.
And I'll tell you what, from personal experience, the hardest person to pass on the motocross track is Mike Alessi. There's no doubt about it.
Dean has some bruises from that as well over the years. So trying to get things back up. There we go. Our technician, Mikey Waynes, has put us back in action here.
Live on Racer TV this morning. Forgot all about it. We're going live early.
Yeah, man.
And thank goodness, because we got a good one going on.
All right, early in the game, 8 minutes in, Mikey, 11 minutes to go. Going to see a 2-lap card somewhere around that 4-minute mark. And right now, Beaumert's still the spoiler. Beaumert's sitting in between the two contenders. And, yeah, exactly. Look up, and I see a 150. So previously, the fast lap was 153 by Alessi. Forget 152, 151. Beaumert said, I'm just going to pull a 150 and see what we can do here.
Mike Alessi on screen. Going for it. Jacob Beaumert, what a ride by him so far. That 156, man. Cole Martinez, as it stands right now, if you're just tuning in, for the overall, it would be Alessi taking it with a 2-2-1. Cole Martinez right now was a 1-1-3. Wouldn't be quite enough, so Martinez, he's got his hard hat on. He's got the tool belt on. He's going to work.
No safety vest.
No safety.
Absolutely
safety
not worried about that. That throwing safety to the wind, caution to the wind right now. Martinez looking to get up front and get busy. This is not up to code. This is not OSHA approved. He's doing what's necessary to scab it together.
Gonna go for it.
I don't know if you guys are paying attention to lap times right now or not, but sorry about that. Did I scare you, Matt? But anyway, just watching these, Beaumert has been turning an amazing lap time. He obviously, as we said, the fastest lap so far. He's been maintaining a 4+ second lead over Martinez. And one thing we got to look at is, will he be able to start to chip away at Mike Alessi? Started thinking that, but all of a sudden, Mike Alessi may have gotten the pit board that they were both still on point at back there. So he's picked it up himself. He drops to a 150.7, just about a tenth of a second slower than the fastest lap that Beaumert turned out. And we're at the halfway point of this one now. So, you know, if one started to think it's going to tighten up at the halfway point, that was my thought. I got to wonder now, what is going to happen? Will Alessi be able to maintain that lead? And then again, Martinez, we've seen those big strikes out of him earlier in the week. I'm surprised he hasn't struck yet. He may be holding something for later in the moto.
I'm telling you, Rodney, that's absolutely what I believe. We see now, very important to note, at the halfway point right now. And also, I believe, yeah, if Beaumert makes the pass on Alessi, if something would happen, that'll make the swing for Martinez as well. So a couple things playing in Martinez's favor. Like you said, he's been hot during the early parts of the moto all week long. I honestly believe he's studying what Alessi's doing right now. There's no urgency. He's got a couple more laps before he really needs needs to make it happen.
One thing to point out, too, is these guys are riding a completely different track, I think, than they've ridden all week. If memory serves me correct, they've had a rather rough and rugged track. Not saying that this track is smooth by no means on the first moto, but you compare this track compared to the motos they had earlier in the week, this one has to be more like a freeway.
I would believe that, Rodney. You're absolutely right. You don't have near the braking bumps. You don't have near the chatter. It's going to be a bit deeper than they've seen, I believe, through the rest of the week. But you're absolutely right. A much smoother track.
Beaumont slowing down to a 153 last time through. Alessi 151 3/4 and a 152.5 for Martinez. So he's not showing any real signs of attack yet. Beaumont slows down more than both. That's the only gain that Martinez gets out of that because he slowed down a little as well. Lap traffic obviously could be something to do with that, but as we roll through this last half of the race, 8 minutes remaining in this one now, guys. This is where it starts to heat up. Keep an eye on the number 30 of Martinez. I think this is where we're going to see him light fire.
Yeah, only 3.5 seconds behind Bummer right now. So when he makes that move, that's going to be a game changer right there in itself, and that's just going to put him that much closer to that number one position with Mike Alessi.
I tell you what, you take a look at it. These top three guys, Mike Alessi, Jacob Beaumont, and Cole Martinez, separating themselves almost completely from the rest of the pack. Luke Vonlinger back there by 15.5 seconds. Beaumont, to his credit, Rodney, comes into it with a 3-3, sitting second right now. He's got to be thinking to himself, I want to kind of play spoiler here, if nothing else. I want to go up and at least, I increase my results by one position. I get in the middle of the fight between Alessi and Martinez, and I go home and sleep happy tonight.
And another thing that Beaumont has to think about is if Alessi and Martinez get together and he lets them by, he might be able to slide one through on both of them. But I'm sure he's not thinking that deeply right now, but that is one. And Martinez up to the number 2 spot, so that just secured the national championship for Martinez. And so as he does that, Martinez now riding around as, well, at least at the moment, as the national champion. Still a little bit of time to go. And that one was without the fireworks yet. I got to wonder, will we see Alessi start to fade back a little bit now that Tomoto, he may feel a little deflated now because of the fact that, you know, if someone lets him know that Martinez got in the position, will Martinez still be hungry enough to put an explanation point on this junior 25-plus class? So these last 6 minutes still got a lot of story to tell.
Well, the X factor in that, Jacob Beaumont drops a position, had to have gone down somewhere, turned to 219. Luke Vonlinger able to get around him. So now we got a dogfight out front. Alessi in first, just kind of trying to do his job. Do what he can do to put himself in position here. Cole Martinez moves up into the 2 spot, and we got a 20-second gap now, Megawatt, between second and third.
Yeah, that's you know, that's kind of a game changer in itself right there. When you take a look at that, it's you know, kind of a situation where it is what it is, like you said, and here we go. You know, time to roll.
Hey, we lost our X Factor rider of Jacob Beaumont, dropping 2 positions.
Right.
So now, Cole, if you're Cole Martinez, you say, man, I'd love to go out and go 1-1-1. However,
listen,
I'm not trying to risk anything. Let's get the championship.
Absolutely, and that's what I say. It is what it is. You know, we roll this one on and we take the hardware and go. That's how that worked.
So Mike Alessi on screen leading the way. Now, Cole Martinez, the number 30 machine. But Mike Alessi, yes, leading the way. And Cole Martinez in that 2 spot. Pretty well separated from the rest of the pack. Alessi, when he checked in with 8 laps completed, about 9.5 seconds up. Again, just doing his job. Go out there, hey, go get a first place and let the chips fall where they may. We'll see how it works out. But what a weekend. A little bobble right there for one of our lapped riders. But what a weekend, or week, I should say, for Cole Martinez and Mike Alessi both. Give you a quick rundown here. Luke Vonlinger in the number 3 spot. Jacob Beaumont, after a strong start, has a little bobble, drop back to the 4 position. Brandon Haas in the number 5 spot outside of your top 5. Brock Peterson in 6th place. Daniel Yermio. Kyle Gills in the number 8 spot. Matthew Hogentog in 9th. And rounding out your top 10, Dakota Kessler. So Mike Alessi due in here. Cole Martinez on screen. Little checkup from the neck up. Wants to make sure he's got his eyes on 3rd place. Make sure he's not sneaking up on him. And you know Megawatt Matt Watson's happy when you got a Honda 1, 2, 3. So Cole Martinez a long way around, finding those smooth lines. Drops back into the inside. And 9 laps in for Mike Alessi now. Turning a 1:57.648. Dean Diaz, what are you seeing, man?
I think we're on the 2-lap card, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
2 laps left, so 2 more to go for this. And Mike Alessi still leading the way. Cole Martinez in that solid 2nd place, looking for that championship. You know he's got it in his vision right now, that 3rd place position coming through. Checking him. Lap number 9 will be Luke Von Linger. So great ride for Von Linger right here. Get himself a podium. Looks like he's sitting about 3rd overall as well.
Yeah, pretty solid ride. Jason Wygant about to make his way down to the podium where he'll get a conversation with I'm sure, very stoked Cole Martinez. And maybe, well, it'll be interesting to see how Mike Alessi feels about this one. You know he wants that championship.
No doubt about it. It's sort of bittersweet. You know, you got the moto
Yeah.
win. You did everything you could do mathematically. Just didn't work out for him, but he's got to feel pretty good about it, I'd say.
Yeah, I would think so. I would certainly think so.
And I mean, look at Cole Martinez's background. He has a great background with all his off-road riding, pro supercross, motocross, you name it. Martinez has done it just like Alessi. So these guys are definitely seasoned vets.
Yeah, saw Mike Alessi there. Little look over the shoulder, and I got to be thinking he's like, where is that number 30? Doggone it, he's in 2nd. All right, I'll just keep ripping out front, and maybe something will happen back there. Can't control what's happening behind you. He's got to do what he's got to do.
Yeah,
there
he's doing a lot of
again.
looking back, and he's really slowing down.
Yep.
Maybe he might be trying to play with him a little bit. You never know with Alessi.
Hey, come get me. Come get me. Get into it a little bit.
No doubt about it. I know Mike's matured a lot, you know, since he was a kid, but maybe back in the day he would have thought about something like that.
You slow up and go for it.
A great solid ride here for Mike. You know, he didn't have the fast lap time, but he stayed consistent, he stayed smooth, and look at this. He's coming through and getting the white flag this time around.
All right. So just about 2 minutes away from checkers now with a 10th lap completed. White flag out. There goes Cole Martinez checking in with his 10th lap completed. Still sits about 6 seconds back, but Cole Martinez, no doubt, has settled into his race pace. No reason to get up there and push and end up making a mistake. That's the worst thing that can happen right now. Just got to ride smart.
Yeah, absolutely. I seen in the shaft class yesterday, actually, Levi Meyer was going to the 1-1, had a little tip over, and finished just outside the top 5 and knocked him off that championship.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking. And even more heartbreaking when it's the little 50s, man.
Absolutely. We all feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Steady as she goes, smooth rolling through the commandments for the number 80 machine of Mike Alessi. Got this nice inside line here that's really starting to develop early today. I mean, this is the first moto. You see these ruts, they're already getting deep.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, you can tell they got a lot of moisture in the track. See him cross-rutting right there, getting to that smooth line. Probably take one out of Kevin Walker. He was good at that, getting out of those ruts and finding those smooth lines.
Yeah, does real good technique. And, dude, there are some of those ruts and the turns that once you get into the straight, they seem like they go on for another 300 feet. Said, get me out of there. Get me in something smooth. And now under a minute to go, about halfway through this last lap, or a little more than.
Here comes the sand sweeper, wheeling through there one last time. You see everybody on the fence line screaming at him, cheering for him. Got that moto win, but, dude, Cole Martinez, look at him right there. He's only 6 seconds back from Alessi, but he has a 23-second lead now over Luke Von Linger, so he's got to be feeling comfortable.
Yeah, comfortable right now. No doubt. I'm sure he's got the pit boards. You're plus 23 on position 3. Bring it home. Bring it home. And here we go. And the checkered flag flies.
Taking that win right there.
Slow rolling. Mike Alessi hanging out with Cole Martinez. That's as cool as it gets.
Sportsmanship right there.
Yeah.
I love to see it, especially in this sport.
Good job. Well, hey, we said, how's Michael Alessi going to take it? There's your answer. Haven't even heard him talk yet.
Took it like a champ, though, already.
Yeah, no doubt.
But Cole Martinez obviously taking that championship right there, and well-deserved with the moto scores of 1-1-2. Michael Alessi going to finish up second with a 2-2-1. Feeling good at the end of this one. You know, obviously winning that last moto, and it looks like Luke Von Linger is going to check in with us and get third overall in the championship. So Jake Bomber making some moves right there. As I look at this score, timing and scoring, Bomber made some moves, made some passes. So Jacob Bomber now, he's going to finish up third overall. Luke Von Linger going to finish up in that fourth overall position. And fifth is going to be Brandon Haas. So great ride for all these competitors right here. Got them all checking in with us. For the moto, got Michael Alessi obviously taking the win. Cole Martinez going to finish up second. Luke Von Linger in the third spot. Fourth spot will be Jacob Bomber. Brandon Haas going to finish up in fifth. Sixth spot will be Daniel Jarmilia. It looks like our seventh place rider is going to be Brock Peterson. Great ride for Brock right there, number 10 machine. And it looks like we're already getting prepped down the podium. Mike Alessi does not play any games.
No, he's ready. He's dialed. Got the Oakleys around the neck. Jason Wygant sounds like he's ready to go.
Woo! He does not play games. He does not. He's already here talking to Verb Moto. Nobody knows the drill here better than Mike Alessi, and he does end the week not with a title, but at least a gold medal. Let's hear it for Mike Alessi. First of all, we know you're the whole shot king, but they made it tough on you in this moto. You had to start in the outside gate.
Yeah, they gave me last gate pick, so it is what it is. It's all good.
You pulled a good start, though.
I did. I was, I think, third, maybe even second. Yeah. I came from way outside. I mean, I just held it wide open, and my XPR engine just was hooking up these Hoosier tires. Smart Top Moto Concepts, Mike Genova, just been like a father to me. Just been a great guy. Love that guy. UFO gear, Liette boots, helmet, Oakley goggles. My mechanic Ryan for doing such a great job. Sheds galore, Brandon. Hammer Nutrition. This has been, like I said, a huge lifesaver this week in the sun and the heat. My buddy Doug Wilson, Donald Davis, Silverback Racing, Bobby Hitz, Blenzall, Tucker Trucking for help sponsoring me for this event. Leo and his dad have been such a lifesaver and just being a part of my program and helping me out. Obviously, my mom and dad, it's like I said, it's been 18 years since I've been here. And you think about that in reality, that's nearly 2 decades. And most people don't even have cars that old still. So, like I said, having my mom and dad here has come like full circle. And to have them be a part of it, it's been rewarding. And my mechanics been doing such a great job. Ryan, he's been just busting his butt. And a huge thank you to all the fans for coming out and enduring this week. It's been an amazing week with weather, the atmosphere of the people, just the outpouring support. Like, hey, Mike, good to see you back at the ranch. It's been so long. And yeah, just I love all the people here. I love coming back here. And congrats to Cole. He rode really good. I thought there for a few minutes I had it with Beaumont in between us and just kind of watching the lap times and gauging the gap. And man, we were all literally, like, I'm telling you for real, it was like 200%. It felt like I was at a pro national, like no joke. And huge thank you to Honda for being a huge supporter of Moto Concepts and Smart Top Racing and their belief in the program and the system. Anybody else that I'm trying to name them all? I think that's pretty much all of my sponsors. So thank you. Glad to be back at the ranch. Maybe we'll come back next year and try to get that 12th title.
That's what we'd like to see. All right, let's hear it for the number 80, Mike Alessi. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to move. These guys know the drill. Like I said, we'll move that bike off. We'll move another Honda on up with our champion. Let me get Luke Vonlinger, our third place finisher. In the meantime, we'll hand out the bronze. Let's hear it for our third place. Whoop, I got to swap you. Luke Vonlinger. Here, we'll stand right here, so we'll give them a little bit of room. How'd that moto go for you, Luke?
Got a decent start, though. The gate was super slipped back there, so I spun bad, but once I hit that out in front of the gate, I caught traction, and I'd say I came out top 10 and just kind of worked my way up from there.
Who do you want to thank, buddy?
I'd like to thank VBMX, my mom, my dad, my brother, my sister-in-law, my nephew. I'd like to thank the Graves family. They loaned me a bike and gave us a camper to bring this week. Hoosier, Works Connection, O'Neill, 60, Scott. Anybody else I forgot? Thanks.
All right, let's hear it for him, Luke Vonlinger. And now we clear the way for our champion. We'll bring him up. And also, is there a whole shot award? Go ahead. Yep, we got the championship bike. I'll give it a whole shot award real quick. The whole shot master of the week, no doubt about it, because he even got whole shots over Mike Alessi in these motos. Let's hear it for the Stasic whole shot winner, Heath Harrison. Well, you blew out a wheel, so you didn't get the moto win you wanted, but you got something dialed in these starts this week, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, my bike's running incredible at Baker Speed with the engine and then FMF exhaust, Pirelli tires. Everything's just working great together. And, yeah, my starts are on point right now. So I blew out a rear wheel the first lap, tried to go another lap and see if I could salvage it. But it was just too bad to keep going and risk crashing and getting hurt even worse. So, no, shout out to Cole. He's been riding great all week. That's awesome for him and the SLR team to get the championship. And see if we can go do some damage in this Pro Sport Moto.
All right, he's not done. Let's hear it for Heath Harrison. Pretty cool to have a couple of the Honda off-road teams all competing in this class. Now let's bring up our silver medalist. That was clutch to get this one done. Come on up, Cole. Well, he had to work for it. At one point, it looked like the title had swung Alessi's direction. But he dug deep. He goes 1-1-2. He's your national champion, Cole Martinez. Well, thanks for keeping it dramatic and interesting. That's maybe not the way you wanted to do it. You were a little bit buried back there.
Oh, man, that start was so slick, and I got the paddle on, and I spun like a concrete start up there. I should have just sat like a concrete start. It was crazy, and I was buried, and yeah, like you said, a little dramatic. I got out there and started, clicking them off, and for a minute, Jake was up there and between me and Mike, and I was like, all right, I need to push. And he was going pretty good, and he made a mistake and kind of gave it to me. So once I saw Heath was out, and I saw Mike right there, and I figure I'll just take it safe. Track's a little deep and slick, so I'm just amped to be up here.
Absolutely. That's awesome you decided to come back, but was it like win or bust? Did you expect this to happen, or are you not sure how it was going to go?
I mean, I wanted to win. I didn't come in here to lose. I've been at Game Moto for the last 2 weeks, left my family at home, and put some work in, because I race off-road, so we don't have near the traction this stuff has on the West Coast. So I knew I needed to do something if I wanted to contend for this thing, and I guess all the hard work paid off, and I'm just thankful to the good Lord for blessing us to be out here and, still have the ability to be out here racing.
Awesome. You're 25-plus champ. Who do you want to thank?
Oh, my gosh. There's so many great people. Game Moto, my wife, my family, my dad, everyone that came out here, the whole Monster Energy, SLR, Honda team, Skechers, Maxima, Pro Circuit, Pro Filters, Pro House, Ride Red, Lava, Firepower, Baja Designs, Twisted. Those guys got my bike mapped good, and Dunlop, can't forget those guys hooking us up out there. So like I said, the good Lord for blessing us to be out here.
There it is, everyone. I'm going to bring Mike Burkeen from the AMA to the stage. He will hand out the national championship #1 plate to Cole Martinez. Let's go racing, boys.
Man, that's a long podium interview right there, Mikey Waynes. The gate has already fallen here in this 250C class. Who's going to get the whole shot to Monsters? Whole shot for one of our riders as he makes his way into the trees. Trying to get eyes on that screen right there to see who our leader is. Whole shot for Caden Galmont. So Galmont out of Roswell, New Mexico, with a great start out there on the number 99 machine. Going in with a 16 and a 24, so he's not really a factor there for the championship. But, man, what a great feeling to get out here and get that whole shot to start your day.
Oh, yeah. Not a bad way to start a Saturday morning, no doubt about that. Your heavy hitters in this one, Dawson Cobb coming into it with a 2-1. Your favorite rider coming into it. Coming into this, sitting in that 2 spot is the number 32 of Micah Grubbs, another heavy hitter. He's out of Ohio on the KTM, and sitting in the number 3 spot coming into this one, that number 61 of Justin Burge on the gas coming into it with a 3-5. And we'll see how things sort out here as we get closer to having a wrapped up lap number 1 here in the 250C class.
Yeah, definitely some favored riders here in this one. You know, the points differential, they're huge. But in 4th and 5th, we got a tie right there between the number 19 machine of Brandon Harden and the 41 machine of Walker McGreal. So that's something to watch there.
No doubt.
Always championship battles all the way down the line, really, with all these 41 riders. They're battling for positions. Looks like the 21 machine leading the way now. That is the number 21 of Jordan Pittinger.
Got some heat behind him. That was the number 90. Was that right? Maybe 80.
Yeah, you can see
no,
right there,
99. That was Caden. Okay.
The time and the score on Jordan Pittinger, he is out there in the lead. The 99, our hole shotter of Caden Galmon. He's in that 2nd place position. 3rd spot running the top 3, Gabriel Ladox. 4th spot is Jaden Slager's number 74 machine. The 15, Dawson Cobb. He's in the 5th spot. Bradley Sharma in the 6th spot. 7th spot is Justin Burge. 8th place position is Walker McGreal. 9th spot is Matthew Sterling. And your 10th place position rounding your top 10, it is Connor Brown. That's your top 10 rundown as they come in at lap number 1.
Well, if we were to, in the race right now, Dawson Cobb still take your overall win here with a 2:15. So sitting in 5th place, good enough at least for the moment, but still very early. This race just now starting to take shape here. So Pittinger in the number 1 spot, sitting up a second on Caden, your Stasic hole shot winner. See what Caden's got for him. May want to end the week with a bang here. If nothing else, get him a podium finish. It'd be nice. Gabriel Ledoux in that number 3 spot on the number 20 gas ride. Turning a 156. Man, Pittinger turning and burning first lap. Of course, we'll get a better idea of what we're looking at after lap number 2. Oh, right there, too. Lovely, lovely Saturday morning. I want to again welcome the folks watching at home on RacerTV.com. I hope you're sitting maybe outside, sipping some coffee, got the laptop pulled up, the iPad, or maybe you're sitting inside watching on TV. Nonetheless, whatever the case is, thanks for coming out, watching some racing with us.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I was struggling out there in the heat yesterday, man. I was watching these races, and next thing you know, I'm in the motorhome of the AC watching RacerTV.com on my phone. Man, it's a great feeling. It's great to have Racer TV out here with us.
Hey, we had yesterday for the what was it, the 250 Pro Sport, I think it was. We had an audience in here in the announcing tower. Ryan Sipes helping call that. I had to run over to the MX Sports trailer. It was very AC'd, and they had the TV in there. Dude, I stood right there and just watched the entire moto. Not a bad deal.
I bet you're totally okay with that, weren't you?
I wasn't mad. Wasn't mad. So 250C on track right now. By the way, coming up next is going to be the WMX. I think Jordan Jarvis is going to be joining us here to help us out with the call on that one. Always does a fantastic job right now.
Absolutely, Jordan does an amazing job up here. That's that women's class.
Jordan Pittinger. There's Dawson Cobb, the number 15 KTM.
Yeah, the reason we're highlighting Dawson Cobb, that number 15 machine, because he is the man with the 2-1. And this one, if he holds on a second, he'll have a tally of 5 going in. Man, that's going to really lock up that championship. Justin Burge trying to make some moves. He's your 2nd overall right now, number 61 machine. And that 3rd overall right now is Walker McGreal. But I'll tell you what, only 1 point separating these two. So as this race goes on, we might see a change of things right there.
Yeah, for sure. In the meantime, Dawson Cobb doing what he needs to do. Doesn't necessarily have to go out and get the first place finish. Would certainly be nice. See if he takes a stab at it, gets up in here, but doesn't want to risk anything, force himself into a mistake either. Jaden Slager's solid ride out of him, sitting in the number 2 spot, getting around Caden Gauman in the number 4 position, and Justin Berg back there in the number 5 spot. Let's see, Berg, yeah, okay, second. That would give him a 2nd place in the overall.
That is nothing to be ashamed of out here in the GC class. It's a little harder for these guys to stay consistent. As I was looking through this finishing order, the number 72 machine, Ablai does it, man. He went a 1 DNF. What a heartbreaker that is for that young man.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Feast or famine.
Man, this track really starting to break down right now as you see him go through that sweeper. And they're making their way up to the finish line. They're actually checking in with Jordan Pittinger, still leading the way right now. He has about a 3.8-second lead over Dawson Cobb. And Dawson Cobb, the lap before, he actually ran the fast lap time at a 2:02.9, so that's impressive right there.
Good pace right there. So Cobb only slowing down a little bit. Probably starting to really find the groove, the flow of this track.
And Slag is the number 74 machine. He's running third right now, and he's really looking to get up on that podium so you can see Jason Wygant.
Yeah, hey, let me get up there. Thanks to the sponsors. No doubt. Talk about who helped him put in all the hard work.
No doubt there's not a greater feeling than that. And looking at the championship battle, it looks like Walker McGreal, he's got third overall right now and has a couple points to play with now.
Little breathing room. Sure he's not mad about that. Out there doing math in their head. What goes through your head situation like this? I'm sure, of course, you do the math prior. Are you doing it while you're on the track, or at that point are you like, I just need to get in front of the guy I'm next to?
Really what I do, I focus on that one rider that I know I need to beat in the championship, and that's really all I'm worried about when I'm out there grinding it out for sure. Because mathematically everywhere else, there's nothing really we can do about it.
It's too much,
you know?
Yeah. Ride your race.
Exactly, and of course stay smooth.
Focus
on hitting your marks.
Yep. Michael Lessie, good example of that this last moto. You saw him, check up from the neck up several times. Or where are you at, Cole? Where are you at? Okay, I'm probably not going to get this unless something happens back there, but that's all right.
And, of course, when you're younger, the mistake that everybody makes is don't fall. Don't fall.
Yeah, don't fall.
Don't make that mistake. Just ride your race. Don't change anything.
Get on it.
Who are we looking at here now on Racer TV? Looks like we got a battle starting to shape up.
Yeah, I thought that was 26. It certainly wasn't.
It looked like it to me, too.
Yeah, so. Woo.
Maybe one of the riders going to lap down. Looks like maybe a. I think we're looking at the number 36 and number 20.
Oh, I bet you're right.
A little bit back in the pack.
I think you're right, Sharma. 32. Oh, Micah Grubbs. At least that was Micah Grubbs they just had right there. Back in that 12 spot.
Coming through and checking in that lap with a 2:04.2 lap time, Jordan Pittinger with a great ride right there. He's running a 2:04.2, 2:04.3, so a tenth of a second faster than a second-place competitor, the number 15 machine of Dawson Cobb. Cobb riding a good race right now, holding on to second-place position. We see back in third, it is still Jaden Sleggers. Sleggers with a good ride, turning a 2:06, and fourth spot, 2:06 for Justin Burge. And the man on the move right now in that fifth-place position running a 2:05, so second faster and only a second behind Burge. So we'll have to see what Matthew Sterling can do as this race goes on.
Yeah, Matthew Sterling sitting in a good spot in that 5 position. The 74 of Jaden Sleggers at the front of your screen right there. Got some company in the 61 of Justin Burge and Matthew Sterling. Not too far off that pace as well. So really, boy, good battle there for the number 3 spot. Really still up for grabs.
There's the number 61 battled out with the number 74. Looks like he might have the move made on Sleggers now as they make their way into the sand section. The sand sweeper through here. Going to pass through those monster banners. They're handing out some free monsters down there. Sampling, good thing, good shout out for monster over there through that sand sweeper. Watching timing and scoring right now to see if these riders check in and get the 2-lap board, or if they will have 3 laps left. We'll have to wait and see as they make their way through now. There goes the 21 machine. And I believe he will have that 2-lap card this time around.
Rolling. Entirely possible. Entirely possible. Jordan Pittinger. Whoa. Check. Okay, we're good. 2-lap card is out. 2-lap card is out. Pittinger out in front. Dawson Cobb in the number 2 spot. Dawson Cobb doing exactly what he needs to do. Rodney Tomlin joined us in the booth now. Dawson Cobb comes into it, Rodney, a 2-1. Settling into that second-place position. Says, I don't want to risk too much. I'm going to sit right here and chip away at it and bring home the championship.
You know, I have to think that Dawson Cobb might be one of the biggest surprises, at least in my opinion, as far as the C class is concerned. You know, we often remark about the talents that come from the West Coast in the C class, and to see an East Coaster to come and be able to perform so well in the novice class like this is great. And not only that, it's good to see that you know, this young man has been very consistent, not only in this 250C class, but as well, we saw him in, I think, won another championship yesterday, yesterday afternoon, if I'm not mistaken. But holds a place near and dear to me because I know he trains at the Shoals, which is a place that Stu Baylor owns and operates down there. So it's obviously a big time for a lot of folks here for him to be able to come and perform the way that he has been able to perform here in this 250C class today. And and not only today, but throughout the week consistently, moto after moto after moto. But this obviously has not been a class that has definitely had a lot of talent, has had a lot of competition. But again, the inconsistencies is where you start looking at things. You know, you got Matthew Sterling with 11.4. You got 9.13s. You got riders riding with Micah Grubbs. What's going on with Grubbs right now? 5.2s. Now, see, there's a little bit of inconsistency with him. He's back in the number 10 spot right now. Had a couple of consistent motos. I'm not saying that a top 10 ride isn't good, but if you finish 2 top 5 rides, you should expect to finish a third top 5 ride if consistency is playing there.
Certainly what you want. Back to Dawson Cobb real quick. Rodney, you'll appreciate this. Down on the podium, Dawson Cobb got another championship. Shoals MX at Stu Baylor's facility, training them. Up on the podium, Dawson Cobb, bam, pops some bottles, shaking the champagne up there. Douses, dumps it on top of Stu's head. Stu's shirt soaked. He's talking to Stu afterward. He goes, Mikey, you know, I've popped a lot of champagne bottles. I've been sprayed by my fellow riders on the podiums at GNCC. That's the first time I've ever had the bottle just poured on me. And he's like, now I know why all of those guys complain about that. He's like, I cannot get out of this shirt and change fast enough.
You got the brunt of it, no doubt about it. But a big shout out to the 21 of Jordan Pittenger. He himself not having the rides that he'd been looking for, an 18 and a 15 and a 1. How do you turn something like that around? That goes to show you that, you know, he evidently came into this. He had the talent to run, but obviously knowing the 3-moto format, knowing what the luck of Loretta's is, sometimes, you know, it doesn't play in your favor. And obviously Pittenger's didn't the first 2 motos, but man, does he get to leave here with a big explanation point today. Win or lose here in this one, he has led a good majority of this race as we are looking at. Checker should be coming out here very soon for the 21 machine, as he'll take the Moto Gold and the Moto 3 win. What a turnaround for this young man, of course, and what a explanation point on the Amateur National Championship. But the guy that all accolades are going to be going for as far as the National Championship are going to be the number 15 of Dawson Cobb, as he goes 2-1-2 here in this 2022 250C class. Back in the number 3 spot, Justin Burge, the 61 machine. He will finish up with the Moto Bronze, it looks like. If you look at Burge's overall results on the 61 machine, let's see. He had a 3 and a 5, and that will put him second overall with a 3.53 at the end of this. And Micah Grubbs is looking at a 5.28 right now, and he will finish out third place overall. But again, all accolades in the overall go to Dawson Cobb. Your Moto Gold in Moto 3 goes to Jordan Pittenger, silver to Dawson Cobb, and the championship, as we said, and Justin Burge will get the Moto Bronze.
Solid race. They are on their way down to the podium. We're going to talk with Jason Wygant. We'll get a word with Pittenger. He's got to be pretty stoked about taking that Moto 3 win.
It almost probably has to feel like you won the championship.
Like,
if you had those kind of struggles and was able to come out and somewhat dominate. I mean, you're looking at a 6-second lead at the Checkers as we head down to the podium with Jason Wygant.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty dominant for a 15-minute moto. Solid lead, great ride. Let's hear it for Jordan Pittenger. Yeah, let's get it right up here. Okay, we're bringing a hat. We're doing it pro style here in 250C. Man, what changed there? That was a phenomenal ride. You really had it dialed.
Yeah, I got off to a good start, and I just tried to ride my own race and just push forward, not about who's around me and what's going on behind me.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank for it?
My mom and dad, my whole family, JMC Motorsports, Fly, Real Deal Rob, Kevin, Sherry, Moto Concepts, Moto Graphics, everyone else. Thank you.
There it is, Jordan Pittenger taking the moto win. Oh, yeah. We will have to move Dawson Cobb's bike to the stage. We have to bring Jordan's bike off of the stage. Sorry, man. We give him a 15-minute moto. They get a little more energy. We'll bring Dawson Cobb's bike on up, and we'll talk to our third-place finisher. We're looking for third place. We'll talk to him, and then we'll crown our champ. We need Justin Burge. We need Justin Burge. Come on up. I need third place. There he is. And Dawson Cobb knows the drill. He already has a title in a different class this week. But first, let's talk to our bronze medalist, Justin Burge. Good job, Justin. Tell me about that moto.
It was good. The track was smooth. I was able to just to flow, catch up after a bad start.
How slippery is it out there, though?
The faces are a little slippery. I mean, the rest of the track's pretty tacky.
Pretty ideal conditions right now. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank Cobequid Mountain Sports for getting me here, Moto X training facility for getting me ready and training, SKDA for the awesome graphics, Callus Moto for the wicked gear, Liat Moto for keeping me safe, and everyone else, thank you.
There it is, Justin Burge taking third. And now we will crown our champ, and while we're doing that, I'm going to grab our whole shot winner, if he's under the tent, and we'll invite Dawson Cobb up as well for the title. Looking for Caden Galmond, our whole shot winner. Not sure if he's over there. All right, Dawson Cobb, come on up. I believe this is now two-time national champion in the C-Class this year. Let's hear it for the number 15, Dawson Cobb. Dude, 2 titles. How's that feel?
Good.
How did you do it?
Stay consistent and just try not fall.
Yeah. Did you have a single crash in any of your 6 motos?
I had a couple.
Okay, and you still held on. That's pretty good. We're going to let this sight lap take off. It's going to be WMX behind us. So take me through this moto. What was it like?
Got a decent start and then made my way up to the front and just raced my race.
All right. Who do you want to thank, Dawson?
God keep me safe. All my friends and family watching back home. Troy, Chris, Stu, the Shoals, and Mom and Dad, my brother, Oakley, A&D Auto Sales, and everybody else. Thank you.
There it is, Dawson Cobb, everybody. You're national champ. We have, looking for the AMA. Oh, there it is. There's our AMA number 1 plate. So for the second time this week, he gets an AMA number 1. Let's hear it for Dawson Cobb. Never found our Stasic Whole Shot Award winner, so shout out to him. Now look, Dawson, I'm going to give you this champagne. You got experience now. You're a veteran of this championship game. Go spray that again. We'll hook you up with more in closing ceremonies. Shout out to Caden Galmond, your Stasic Whole Shot winner. WMX is coming up next. I'll send it back to the tower.
All right. Thank you, Jason Wygant. WMX coming up next. Jordan Jarvis up in the booth with us, going to be giving us the race call on this one with us. And as our riders getting through, taking a look at the track, we'll get them reloaded down there on the gate. And we'll be ready to roll with the gate drop, and we'll go to work. Jordan Jarvis, you've been obviously having a close eye on this one all week. We know we got some heavy hitters. 2 riders stand out more than others.
Yeah, they definitely do, and that's going to be the number 34 of Taylor Allred and Sophia Phelps, number 56. They're tied coming into this moto with points right now, so it's winner take all between the two of them. Those
Love
are
it.
always the good races.
Yeah, love it. So we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on that battle. A couple other riders of note, obviously Vivian Contreras.
Yep.
I get it. I got it.
I think so.
Finally.
I think so.
After all week, I think so. I think so. And my buddy Corey Steed out there coming into this one with a 5.3. Another rider, a note there, that Trail Jesters KTM. Corey Steed hungry. I don't care if it's Woods, it's Moto.
Hey, check. Sorry, real quick, I did find our whole shot winner. Sorry, Mikey. Real quick, let's hear it for Caden Gauman. Head to the center of the stage. Get your photo. Let's hear it for Caden Gauman, your Stasic whole shot. Take it away, Mikey. Thank you.
No problem. We're here for it. But yeah, Corey Steed, I don't care if it's GNCC, if it's Loretta Lynn's, if it's a pit bike out at Travis Pastrana's, she's going to twist the throttle.
You know, I was actually talking to her because I grew up racing with her. She grew up racing in Moto and then transferred into Woods.
Yep.
And she was like, I kind of scared the crap out of myself that first Moto. She's like, I forgot what it's like to go
Shake
into
the rust off.
She's like, I forgot what it's like to go into a start with 40 other girls, or however many it is. She's like, yeah, the dead ends and starts at the GTC, it's not too bad, but she's like coming into here with all of that chaos going into one corner. She's like, wow.
I mean, and she's been at it with the GNCC long enough now that I know where I stack up for this start. Coming back here, it's kind of like, all right, where am I going to be? Hey, I'm doing well. Okay. All right, now I'm in my groove. So this should be a good one. Looking forward to seeing how it shakes down. WMX getting locked and loaded down there on the gate. We'll be ready to roll with that just in a moment. Coming up after this will be our college 18 to 24. That'll be followed by your Super Mini 1 12 to 15, and then your 65cc 7 to 9, and then your 250C Junior 12 to 17 limited. Give you an idea of what to expect as we move forward. So getting our checks in place here, make sure we're all good to go, and we will be ready to roll just a moment. So what goes through your head, Jordan Jarvis? Third moto, Loretta Lynn's, you're on the starting gate. What are you thinking about right now? What's your focus?
Well, if I'm Taylor or if I'm Sophia right now, I'm going to be pretty nervous.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you're going to be nervous regardless.
Sure.
It's a part of motocross. But they're definitely, kind of keeping an eye on each other. Everyone down there is friends for the most part. But nobody wants to lose.
Right, yeah, no doubt.
Nobody wants to lose. So they're definitely kind of keeping an eye on each other. I wasn't paying attention, but if I had to guess, they were probably right near each other on sight laps. Maybe
okay.
keeping an eye on,
let me watch
lines. So yeah, they're ready for it though. Sophia seems like she's struggling a little bit on the starts this week.
Okay.
I think this might be her motivation to get a better start.
Absolutely.
Taylor Albrecht's been up there on the starts for the most part every time. So yeah, it's going to be a race of who makes the least amount of mistakes.
Good drive out front. Was that the KTM ride? Snagging the Stasic hole shot. We'll know officially here in just a second.
It's Kylie Stallings.
All right, there you go.
If you want to bet on someone to get a hole shot, bet on the girl that's on a fast bike that weighs about 90 pounds on a dirt bike.
My goodness. So there is a 21 up front. Kaylee Stallings leading the way. The number 17, Hannah Hodges, right there with her. I saw the 41. I may have missed a rider. The 41 there of Corey Steed.
I haven't
up in the mix.
Either of our front runners.
No.
That's going to make things very interesting.
Yeah, they may have to work up through the pack. So that's those nerves coming into play.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the sitting up on the gate is the worst part. You have so much time to sit there and think about it. Still looking for either one of our front runners. I think that.
Scanning.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting race. Wow. Oh,
there she is, the 34. But middle of the pack. I mean, deep.
Yeah.
Deep back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, all right, what's your mindset in that, Jordan Jarvis? Hey, I didn't get the start I want. I'm trying to get a championship here. Is it just, all right, pass the person in front of you and just keep chipping away? What's going through your head right now?
That's exactly what, what she's thinking right now, but you have to be so methodical when you're starting that far back and you're fighting for a championship. You're trying to make as many passes as you can in such a short amount of time, but you have to be super careful about not getting entangled with some other rider because
especially early.
She's already far behind, so if she falls again, it's going to make it twice as hard for her to come back.
Man, so Kylie Stallings grabbing that Stasic hole shot, sits in the number 1 spot after 1. Hannah Hodges at number 17. Gas Ride sitting in the number 2 spot. The 41 KTM at Corey Steed in 3rd. Jamie Ostadillo in the number 4 spot. And Ignacia Riveros rounds out your top 5. And let's see. There's Taylor Allred checks in the number 10 spot.
I'm looking up here through 21st, and I'm still not seeing Sophia Phelps. That's going to make things really interesting.
Ooh.
This is going to be a good race. And we still have a good battle going on up front. It looks like the number 17 of Hannah Hodges has gotten around Kylie Stallings. But it also looks like our off-road friend is pushing pretty hard right now to see if she can get up on the top step of the podium.
Hey, if it ended right now, it doesn't. But if it did, Corey Steed with a 5.33 would take it. Hannah Hodges, as a matter of fact, would take second. Taylor Allred, who we said, hey, heavy favorite in this one. It's a 2-rider race, would be back in 3rd.
Yeah, she definitely would be. But she's not terribly far out of it, though. So
yeah, I mean, 2-2-10.
Yeah.
She's not going to stay there. We know that.
No, definitely not. She's already made up those 3 positions, I'm pretty sure.
The 41, yeah. Corey Steed there.
I'm still looking for the number 56 of Sophia Phelps. Man, where did she go?
Yeah,
I can't imagine she's just started this far back and hasn't made up positions. I wonder if she fell safe.
Yeah, no doubt. Kylie, come again on that? Kylie Stallings actually dropped a couple positions right there. Oh, I got you. Yeah, throw that one on. All right, Jordan Jarvis going to throw that other mic on. Little technical difficulties there. We'll get her dialed here.
Better us have technical difficulties than anyone out there.
Exactly. That's right. That's right.
So we're watching the number 34 of Taylor Allred right now, making some good passes, trying to make sure everything's clean so she doesn't have any more mistakes.
There we go.
Perfect. I'm pretty sure that. Oh yeah, she made up 4 positions on that.
Wow.
She's back to. Actually, I take that back. Her and Corey Steed are tied right now.
Okay. So Hannah Hodges after 2 checks in the 1 spot. Corey Steed in 2nd. Kylie Stallings drops a couple into 3rd.
So we're also seeing the number 56 of Sophia Phelps finally hopping up in there in the 11th spot.
Okay. Now she's turning and burning.
Oh yeah.
A lot of time to make up. 11th, she turned to 2:09. So she's running that, top 3 pace.
She's running identical lap times as Taylor.
Yeah,
right now.
Yeah.
That's impressive to be running such a good lap time going through lap traffic is
not always able to pick the line you want.
No,
the
not
good
at all.
line's not always there. You got to go wherever you're able to make the pass. So her running that race pace. We got a lot of race left. We got 15 minutes left. We're only 5 minutes into this one, so very good possibility. See her up in the mix. And I believe we've got Sophia Phelps on screen doing work.
Oh, yeah, she's working hard. She knows what's at stake right now. She's not quite as far back as Taylor Allred, but, we've all been in this position at least once or twice before. So she's really pushing hard right now. She's just got to make sure she's not making any mistakes. I'm guessing that she's pushing quite a bit harder than Taylor is right now.
Yeah.
Taylor knows where she's at, so she probably has a little bit of a mindset change where she's like, okay, not too far off.
Yeah.
I can work with this. Sophia is like, I gotta go. I'm out of the top 10.
I gotta go.
So definitely very different mindsets right now, but that could mean we see another battle at the end of the race because Sophia is going to be pushing really hard until the end of the moto.
I always use the boxing analogy in situations like this for Sophia Phelps. You get punched, you're nervous, you're like, okay, I have this plan, and then you get punched in the mouth like Mike Tyson says, and then the plan goes out the window, and you're just going to battle. Instinct kicks in these situations, right?
Oh, yeah.
Takes over.
Yeah, no, she's definitely riding all instinct right now, and you have to when you're going through, the back of the pack like that. they're all trying to battle themselves, and you got to be careful you don't get mixed up into it, because it's really easy to fall in behind them. You'll come up to a group of women and there'll be 4 or 5 battling with each other. So they're all the way across the track. So you kind of have to pick and choose who you're going to, maybe follow a rut through to see if you can't pick off a couple at a time.
I got to give a shout out. 3 laps in, Corey Steed, my buddy. She's out in front. Hannah Hodges drops to the 2 spot, only a second and a half back. There we see Viviana Contreras right there, and that was that Sophia behind her? I just glanced away.
It is.
All right.
Wow.
So she's on the move.
Oh, yeah. So we've still got a great race coming. Sophia, I think, is a couple seconds off. I think she's about 7 seconds off. Wow. But Sophia just turned the fastest lap of the race. She's done a 2:05.9, which is a second quicker than our leader, Corey Steve.
Yep, on the move. So once she's up into some of the faster riders toward the front, able to find some more speed, hit some lines, and make some passes. 7.5. We'll call it 7 minutes 45 seconds into this one. So still plenty of moto left here for Sophia Phelps to go to work. Right now, if it ended with a 5.31, it'd be Corey Steed, Taylor Allred second, and Sophia Phelps, even where she's at right now, back in 7th, would be your 3rd place ride. So now we're starting to see this overall begin to take shape.
Oh, yeah, and right now is going to be probably the hardest couple laps for Sophia. She's able to see Taylor just ahead of her. So when she's turning to come around after the sand corner over here, she can kind of look to the right and see Taylor there. So she knows where she's at. They both know coming into this race, all they have to do is be in the relative top 5 and beat the other person.
Yeah,
that's it. So now that Sophia can see Taylor, I think we're going to see some more really good laps out of Sophia.
That's got to be like a drink of water. You know the rider you got to go out there and catch, and once you get them in your sights, you're like, a sigh of relief, but now I got to go back to work. But it's got to be that extra motivation, too, of, all right, I put in the work to get through the pack. Now I need to set my sights on who I need to beat.
Yeah, she's definitely enjoying seeing Taylor. When you're in that deep of a pack, it's hard to know where you're standing. You can't always look over at pit boards. Some people don't even use pit boards because they find it hard to take their eyes off the track to look at it. But when you're that far in the pack, it's difficult to know where you're at. And now that everyone's kind of separated a little bit, it's definitely making it easier on Sophia to see Taylor, to know where they're at. I'm sure that Taylor's dad and Sophia's dad or their mechanics, they're over there telling him, hey, you're in this position. I'm sure Taylor's is going, you need to go. And Sophia's is like, you got to catch her.
Here we go. We just saw Taylor Allred, the number 34. Who's behind her? How about at the 56 is Sophia Phelps.
I think Sophia's got a really good lap going right now. It looks like she's shortened that gap up just a little bit more.
Had a shot there, Corey Steed, your leader on that number 41 KTM. What a great ride she's having after 4 laps. Sits about 4 seconds up when she checked in with 4 laps complete. We're about to wrap up our 5th lap here, so we'll see what she's clicking off out front. Sophia Phelps with the fastest lap time, that 2:05 that Jordan Jarvis was talking about. Will it stand? Does for the moment. Steed in, 5 laps completed, a lap time 2:09. Hannah Hodges in second with a 2:10. And a little gap back to Kylie Stallings in third, about a 5.5 second gap. Viviana Contreras in 4th. Jamie Ostadillo in the number 5 spot. And there was Taylor Allred and Sophia Phelps checking in 6th and 7th. A second between them.
That closed up quick. There was...
We're going to give the full rundown here. So, by the way, the lap times. Phelps is going 4 seconds a lap faster than Allred, but that is still only get here to 6th. That is the battle I believe we're watching right now. I was going to give the rundown. No time for that because that is a key pass right here. Watch the green machine. That is last year's champion Phelps looking to get around Allred. Big drive to the 10 Commandments. She OJ'd some of those doubles, didn't slow her down at all. just carrying a ton of speed, and she goes around Allred. Can she hold her? She does. That's a big pass for Phelps.
Now, right now,
Oh boy.
Rider down.
Oh boy.
right now, what Taylor really needs to do is she needs to not panic. There's still 8 minutes left of this race. She needs to pace Sophia. She needs to pace her.
Pace, not pay.
Yes.
Pace. Okay.
There you go.
Pace.
Here, just pull over.
Pay up.
Yeah, she needs to pace Sophia Phelps and watch her line choices, see where she's making up all this time, recoup, and then see if she can't make another good push before the end of the race.
So Phelps gained 1 spot. That would give her 10 points right now.
She's about to make another. She's about to go around the number 69 of Jamie Astadio.
Okay, if she makes this pass, they'd be tied on points. Obviously,
Oh, boy.
tiebreaker would go to Steed, though, with the moto win. So she needs this pass and 1 more. What a charge. What a
Wow.
comeback. Phelps gets it done. So I believe they would be tied on points right now. Steed leading this one and Phelps. And then we'd be down to can Phelps make 1 more pass?
I think she can.
I was going to say yes.
Because
Short answer.
that's
Hannah Hodges right
second
there.
and third right in front of her.
Unbelievable.
What a push from Sophia Phelps. The first lap, she didn't even come up on any of our screens. She wasn't in the top 20.
But running a 2:06, Kylie Stallings, who's next on the track in front of her, ran a 2:13, 7 seconds faster on that lap. This is an all-out effort. It's the type of stuff you only see here at Loretta's.
The only person that's relatively close to that lap time ahead of her is Vivian Contreras. So that'll be a good battle as well.
So it is Steed and Phelps both sitting on 9 points with still 6 minutes to go. But at this pace she's running, Jordan, there's a chance. She's pushing the envelope.
Oh, yeah.
Mistakes do happen.
Oh, yeah. We saw that yesterday. She made a mistake in the last couple laps, and Taylor's still right there.
She's hitched a ride like you told her to do. Here we go through the 10 Commandments. Phelps.
Ooh.
Was that a pass right there?
No, that was Kylie Stallings protecting that inside
Okay.
from Sophia Phelps.
This
Man,
is
those
it.
little legs. Come on.
It's for the title right here if she can make this pass. Phelps is on the left. Is that Allred right
It is.
there?
She's not giving up. I was
No.
talking to her beforehand, and this is what I told her. I said, hey, if something happens and she starts ahead of you or passes you, see if you can, follow behind her for a lap or two.
Oh,
Get some
Phelps.
insight.
Phelps makes the move. So it's up to Allred to try to get her back. So Sophia Phelps has done it. She's come from at least outside the top 20, maybe more, to dig this championship out.
And I want to say the number 34 of Taylor Allred also got around Kylie Stallings.
All right, so it's not over yet. Allred needs to repass Phelps. Phelps has to get away, try to ride mistake-free. We got to ride her down. That's a
That's a
blind
very
jump.
bad spot.
Yeah.
Luckily, all the riders seem to be making it through it just fine.
Now, as you mentioned, Contreras up in third, the next position. She's been running 209s. Whew. It's amazing to see
Nuts.
this WMX class airing out that quad here at the Thor Beach. I don't know if they're going to catch Contreras. She's pretty darn fast.
She is, but if
Wait a minute.
Wow.
Taylor Allred almost made the pass.
That's all it takes. You dab your foot once or twice in a corner, and that's all it takes to make a big mistake. And Taylor Allred almost capitalized on that.
You only see this stuff at Loretta's. Allred got caught from a long ways back, but she stepped up the game, stepped up her pace.
Taylor had a faster lap time by
Unbelievable.
a couple tenths.
All right, I got to head down to the podium. We'll see how this one turns out. Allred, Phelps going all out. 3 riders with 1 point separating. If Allred makes this pass, the title swings back her direction.
Good one. Good one. Both riders having to really go out and grab it, too. Earn it. Working their way up through the pack.
Those are the
setting up
best
for a good
wins.
finish.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
We're watching that battle right now between the number 17 of Hannah Hodges and the 50 of Vivian Contreras right now, and they got super close.
Very close.
That was risky.
Good racing all around. Sophia Phelps says, all right, figure it out up there.
Oh, yeah.
Because I've got Allred on my 6, and I'm not trying to bang bars with anybody this late.
Wow. Okay, so I want to say the number 56 of Sophia Phelps literally just went straight through, like between the two of Hannah and Vivian Contreras.
My goodness.
Wow, she's on
Take
a move
the
right
shot.
now.
Sophia Phelps, what a ride right there. That was some impressive riding. Split that and separates herself from Taylor Allred.
It definitely does, but we're seeing the 2-lap board coming out here in a minute. I think that's going to give Taylor a good push right there. I mean, same thing with Sophia, but I think, now roles are reversed. Sophia's the one that's ahead.
Yep.
She's got some, a little bit of room to play with. So she can calm down a little bit, maybe, versus Taylor, who's right in the meat of it still. Still needs a couple more passes.
Corey Steed still leading this one. Just checked in, 8 laps completed, 2-lap car and out. Sophia Phelps in the 2 spot. Viviana Contreras in 3rd place. Hannah Hodges 4th, and Taylor Allred back in 5th. If you're just joining us, you're thinking, oh, Taylor Allred back in 5th. No, she's in the battle. The battle for 2nd, forget about it. It's up with everybody.
Corey Steed's doing a phenomenal job right now of just pacing herself out front, not pushing too hard.
Oh, who goes down there?
It's Corey Steed.
Corey Steed.
You put the curse on her.
I did.
Welcome to the announcer curse.
Got a little
Jordan Jarvis.
Like, oh, you're doing good? No, not so fast.
Announcer curse is equal opportunity.
That's
Jordan
a real
Jarvis.
thing. You just experienced that.
I did experience that, but Sophia Phelps just experienced a moto win possibly here.
Yes.
That put her in 1st.
Huge.
And that also helps Taylor Allred out because that puts her back into 2nd place in the championship.
Sophia Phelps, that would be a 3-1-1. And
run a little raspy this morning.
I'm a little raspy. Yeah, give me a second here. Sorry about that, Kevin Kelly.
Yes, Sophia Phelps with a 3-1-2. She needs to stay right there, just sit in that number 2 spot. You said maybe she can just calm down. Have you ever been able to say that to another woman? I can't get away with that. You can because you're a woman. Hey, just calm down, okay?
Just calm down.
Everybody just settle down.
I've tried that with my wife. It doesn't work out so well.
Sure.
See, the contacts is what's different.
You're correct.
I'm not saying in that area.
Calm down and remain calm are two completely different things.
Yes. It depends on what's going on when you say that.
Rodney just coming up here adjusting and spinning knobs on the 1s and 2s. DJ Rod, Hot Rod.
Cats and
I'm
boots.
always low, man. That's always going to be the case for me. We're following along the Kawasaki Sophia Phelps on the 56 machine. She is just staying right there. Stay cool, stay calm. We're not going to say anything positive so we don't put her on the ground with the announcer's curse.
She's still turning really good lap times right now. She's only 0.2 off her best lap of the race.
There it is. Bang.
Wow.
She is excited. That is the funnest ride right there to the 10th there when you win that national championship. I've never experienced it. I know you have.
Yeah, and I've been in Taylor's spot as well.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that it does sting, but there's definitely a lot of positives to come out of it regardless of where you finish. She rode well. She's healthy.
That's it. Take the positives out of that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there's your moto results. It's Phelps, Contreras, Allred, Hodges, and Steed. That is your top 5 for the championship. It's going to be Phelps, Allred, and Contreras.
Sophia Phelps going to be absolutely elated down there on the podium. Kevin Kelly started this one well outside of the top 20. We're looking at the rundown. Jordan Jarvis saying, where's she at? She's nowhere to be found. And next thing you know, 2 laps in, she's up to 11th. And then, just
the climb begins.
A storybook ride to go out, grab the moto win, and more importantly, grab the championship.
How about the number 50 of Vivian?
She was way up there. She got
great
second.
Job.
She's 3rd overall right now in the points, everything like that. We were up here in the tower for the first moto, and everyone's like, "Who's this?
Yep.
Who is this?" So how about that? 2nd on the moto, 3rd overall.
You like to see the parity, that's for sure.
Oh,
Get things sorted out down there on the podium. There is the number 56 Kawasaki. She is all smiles. Got her makeup team there getting her all set up, ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
No filters here, boys. This is race filter right here. That's a motocross filter.
This win is going to feel so much better than last year's did. I mean, I know last year was her first title here ever, but
that's a fight. She had to fight for that one.
She fought for it. Those are the ones that feel the best, is when you fight for it and you win. You come out on top.
Well, we are just about ready. We will cut our mics off, let Jason Wygant take over here, and he is going to talk to Sophia Phelps.
Well, that's one of the all-time comebacks, all the way back to get the moto win. Heartbreaker there for Steed, who lost the lead in the last lap and actually bounced off the podium in the moto altogether. We'll talk to our champion a bit, but we'll get the story from 3rd place and 2nd place. Well, you only see these types of charges at Loretta's. Taylor Allred wanted the title so badly. She got caught and passed, and she upped her pace. She upped her game, and she kept Phelps honest all the way to the end. She'll take third in the moto. I believe second in the championship. Let's hear it for Taylor Allred. Well, I got to give you credit. You knew you had to get her back, and you did everything you could to try to do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no excuses. She was on one this week, and I'm stoked for her again, second year in a row for her winning it. I got off to a pretty bad start. I want to say I was like below mid-pack and just tried to ride my ride, and I thought Sophie was in front of me, and all of a sudden I just see her come past me, and I was like, oh, crap, here we go. So it was a fun ride. But
all right, who you want to thank, Taylor?
The whole KTM Orange Brigade crew, my mom, my dad, Tyler Bowers at Sandbox, Fly, Monster Army, Pro Taper, FMF, 100%, and just anyone else. Thank you.
Taylor Allred, third in the moto. Looking for Viviana Contreras, who finished up in the number 2 spot, had a moto win earlier this week. So a great year for her. Really stepped up and made it clear that she's going to be a front runner in this WMX for years to come. And I'll also be looking for Kylie Stallings, who grabbed our whole shot. Runner-up 2 moto podiums this week. Let's hear it for Viviana Contreras. Come on over here. We got ourselves a new contender in this class. You got to be happy the way the week turned out for you.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked.
What was the difference this year to step up your game? You're saying going from, say, like a top 10 to moto win type performance.
Just put my head down and train my butt off and just send it.
All right. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my mechanic Travis, Pinnacle, Fast House, ASV, Bray Goggles, my whole family back at home watching, ODI, and Schmidt Suspension, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, let's hear for Viviana Contreras with silver. Kylie Stallings, our hole shot winner. We have Kylie around. She is the master of grabbing these hole shots in either class. Real quick, we'll give out some Stasic money to Kylie Stallings. I'm not even going to ask you how you do it because I don't want you to share your secrets. You got something figured out with these starts. How was the week for you as a whole?
Honestly, I mean, not too great in this class. I think I have a stomach bug or something, so it's kind of hard to like most of y'all know, probably see me throwing up on the side of the track, but no, I've been just kind of trying to keep the food down and try to ride my race. I got a really good start, obviously, but yeah, so.
That's all right. You want to thank some people?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom and dad, my trainer, Robbie Raynard, my personal trainer back home, Angus, Monster Fox, Dunlop, Rob Fox from Dunlop, Monster Mike from Monster, Maxima, Roost, FMF, Ajax, CTI. Everybody's so awesome. Thank you.
There it is, Kylie Stallings and your Stasic Hole Shot Award. Thanks, Kylie. Feel better. And now we clear the stage for the second year in a row and in one of the all-time come-from-behind efforts to dig out the title, 2-time champion, Sophia Phelps. Well, in the end, it just made it even more epic and wilder and an even larger accomplishment to do what you did. But first of all, what put you so far back? We didn't even have you on timing and scoring at the beginning of that race.
So my start was okay. I kind of made some mistakes, so I got pushed to the inside, kind of cut off, which is what happens. So that I came around, 1-2 corners and going down the straightaway. I tried to move around some girls, but someone was doing the same thing, and I hit her, so I apologize if she went down as well. But yeah, it put me on the ground on that first good straightaway, and I tried to hold my tears back then because I was like, there's no way. But then, I stood up and I said, if you say there's no way, there's no way. So I said, yeah, there's a way. Holy crap. Yeah, I don't know where I started, but I didn't think I finished here either. I just thought I finished somewhere in the top 10. I was happy enough with that, but sorry, guys, I don't mean to cry again. I cried last year. I don't need to do it again.
This means a lot. We get it.
But, yeah, all of these girls know to be training for a whole year and then to come out and tip over in the first, 30 seconds of the race was like, oh, you did not just do that. So, yeah, it's just an insane ride. I'm really grateful for everyone who's helped me prepare to come here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to, hold that out for that long.
Did you ever know where you actually stood, either in the moto or that you had gotten the points you needed? Did you even know that?
I I saw, I think, 7th on the board twice in a row when I kind of had hit like a spot with not very many girls. So I was like, okay, 7th, but then I stopped counting because if I count, I'll mess up. So yeah, I didn't really have any clue. I knew top 10, and I hope top 5.
Unbelievable. Give it a second. You won the title last year. You told us a great story where you had to learn to lift this bike so you could get it on this stand on the stage. But I feel like you took another step even further this year. What was the difference to make even more gains?
You know, I think I honestly just did the same stuff. My dad had told me, he was like, the repeat is going to be more difficult. So I was like, okay, what do we need to change in the program? He's like, your program was good. Keep at it. And yeah, so I was able to put it up here again. One of the Cowie guys ran up, so thank you. But he offered, he's like, here, I'll put your bike up. But I love to put the bike up because I'm like, that's finished and seen or whatever. I don't know. So that kind of tied it off.
Who do you want to thank, Sophia?
Huge thanks to my parents. They've done so much for me. My dad is my mechanic and my mom is Moto Mom. People who are here know what that means. And my siblings have been so helpful, as well as in my training, helping me prep for races and practices and everything. I'm so grateful for them. Grateful for Paul Barr, Rocky Mountain ATVMC, Factory Connection, Fox, Blended Up, CrossFit Dixie, Dunlop, Fast Company, Hinson, Polysport Primary Drive, Tusk, Kyle Lewis MX Academy, RMX Academy, the Kitchen family, the Seeley family, and the Goobler family have all been crucial in me getting here. So thank you to all of those guys.
There it is, 2 years in a row. Your WMX champion, looking for our AMA #1 plate. There it is. Once again, your national champ, Sophia Phelps.
Yeah, Jason Wygant, that was super impressive. You could see the emotion there. That win was totally different than last year's win. She had no idea where she was in the field. She had to work through the field. She was out of our top 20 for quite some time. So very impressive ride there for your national champion, two-time champ, the number 56 of Sophia Phelps. Jason Wygant going to help her with the champagne. Might I pour you a glass of champagne, my dear, as he's got the bottle there.
Celebrate.
Easy. Well, let's celebrate with a couple. He's got 2 glasses in his hand, the other hand here. Well, Jason came prepared. A couple of flutes. Hello. There it is. She knows what she's doing there.
Well, I'll tell you, the sweet, sweet spray of champagne and never
or grape juice.
Yeah, or grape juice, but never sweeter than it is like that. The spoils of victory, as I like to say it. But winning a championship on any level is obviously a great thing. But when you win here at Loretta Lynn's,
it's the one.
That's the one. Especially when you have that come from behind kind of clincher that you have to pull out like that.
Yeah,
you may have another one.
Put in that book right there.
Yeah, and we may have another one on the way right now, Kevin.
Oh, we actually absolutely do. The college 18 to 24 class, 2-1 moto scores for Caden Palmer. And after that, I don't have a clue because we don't have, I think it's another one of 2-1, 1-2 scores. We'll get into that in just a moment, though, Rodney. We're missing our other rider sheet.
You mean to tell me you don't remember?
I do, because I remember announcing with Jordan the girls' race was 1-2. It was almost a tied-up affair. And then I remember like the next 3 out of 4 motos were all going from the second to third moto. They were going to be 2-1, 1-2. They were going to be tied. So
interesting.
Very interesting. Right? Welcome back after your hysterectomy you had yesterday.
Thanks, man. It was, it's tough.
The recovery period is much quicker these days.
It's much quicker. Modern medicine is just amazing.
Very invasive.
Not nearly as invasive.
Doc Bonner and those guys just, bam, got you in, got you out. Those hot flashes are no longer.
I just got a few mood swings I got to deal with.
Well, we all have to deal with that, Rodney. Those are mine. Keep your hands off of them. Megawatt. There's a guy at the hotel. Every time I go in, he goes, he's one of the workers here. And last night, that was a pretty happening play. It was basically Beer Tent 2.0 at the hotel.
Nice.
They had furniture.
I love that when that happens.
It was pretty interesting. I didn't hang out. I told him, I said, hey, keep it down out here. I'm trying to drink beer in my room. But they had furniture out there. Like they had ottomans out in the middle of their hotel rooms. It was interesting. And I go in and he goes, hey, man, I said, what's going on? He goes, what are you doing here? I said, I'm announcing. He goes, are you Megawatt? I'm not Megawatt. He goes, give me your hat.
Give me your hat.
I gave him a hat. Of course
I'm not sure where that guy is, but props to him.
Yeah, there you go. He's a big fan of megawatts, apparently.
I get called Ricky Towery a lot.
Opening stages here. Let's see who got our whole shot in this college boy class. Kawasaki rider, that's who that is. And it's going to be Eddie Norred on the number 4 Kawasaki, sitting front row in college right here. He's got the number 1 seat right up front next to the professor, not Gary Bailey. This guy had a little get off there. That was the number
Ryder
40.
Fox.
Was that Michael J. Ryder Fox
Michael J.
Racing
Ryder, yep.
Incorporated? Esquire.
Well, third motos, you know, I noticed down on the gate a little bit ago, not, you know how it was always stacked 42 and people were waiting in line to get in that gate if it was not occupied. I've noticed several
open
gates for this third moto as Eddie Norred continues to lead this one. Obviously a top finisher last year, donning the number 4 here in this third moto. Not sure what his first moto scores were. We'll try to get those to you here in just a few moments. But right now, obviously, with a good start in the third moto, he's going to put himself in a pretty good position as our riders continue this jockey for position. Looking for the 99 of Caden Palmer out of Washington, Utah, on the Palmer Compound Fox Racing back ride to be one of the contenders and a championship contender in this one. But as we wrap up this first lap, our leaders now making their way in right in front of the announcer's tower. Still Norred out front. Back in the number 2 spot, Kevin. That's the 81 machine of Daniel Borderland. He comes in with a 3.7 score, so he starts out strong, and I'm sure hopeful that the rest of the moto will remain as strong for him as well.
1 lap in the books. Green flag is out. Let's go racing with our college 18 to 24. It is Norred, Borderland, Jordan Smith. Not that one. He is 3rd. Nicholas Hunt 4th. Mason Holsey 5th. Gage Stein back in 6th. Gage was one of our front runners for sure. In fact, Gage, even with a 1, 2, and a 6 now, still good enough for the overall. That's what you do. You set yourself up for success. But look, the 1, 2 of Gage Stein and Palmer with the 2, 1. Where is Caden Palmer? He's in 2, 1, 2. So he's got a 12. Stein's got a 6. So being marred up back there, anything can happen to Stein. You get tangled up with the 5th place guy, and here comes Palmer. So this story is just now beginning.
Yeah, Norred coming into this one with a 9.9, by the way, opening up with the first lap lead, and continues to lead here on lap number 2 as Borderland trying to make his explanation point on this third moto at Loretta Lynn's. And there he goes as he drives one home. Looks like he's going to make the pass heading into the red zone now.
Looking for the number 10. There he is. Man, great work by our Racer TV crew there. We picked up what looks to be the champion if we freeze the field, the number 10 of Gage Stein. So Stein's got some work to do, and we've got a challenge for the lead as Borderland now putting pressure on the Kawasaki ride. There's Stein, and we are looking for Caden Palmer to try to make a few passes here. Palmer on the number 99 gas. So that's where the championship is. It's Palmer on the 99 gas and Gage Stein on the number 10 gas. Low score wins, a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. Now Stein with that 6th place currently, but I believe he's moved up a spot or 2. Rodney Tomlin, the bat phone is ringing. This guy has the loudest ringtone of any human being.
Well, I'm one of the deafest announcers on the.
Wait, put that thing on vibrate. Do you have any feeling in your leg? Is that
no, it's all gone numb.
Look at that. It's all after that hysterectomy. Kawasaki rider fighting off Borderland. And it's still Eddie Norred. This would be his best finish by a long shot, like you said. Norred with not such great finishes for him.
I'll tell you,
9-9 and a 1.
Yeah, Bortolan, they've been swapping back and forth. Bortolan was out front for just a few moments. And Smith, another rider that has risen to the occasion here, 3rd. But again,
there's Stein.
We're keeping an eye on the 99 and the 10 right now, and they're running 4th and 5th. And I have to
Holy cow, Palmer has gotten Stein. Palmer has came from 12th, gotten around Stein, who was in 5th, and now the championship swings in Caden Palmer's direction on the number 99 machine. So just like that, Gage Stein was in a great spot, and Palmer just found 6 spots in 1 lap, Rodney Tomlin. You've never done that.
Never been able to find those 6 spots in 1 lap myself. You're right, but
it's gone. It's gone. We got it right here, though. Now we want to watch the 99 and the 10. They're going to have to slug it out. That's them right there on your screen in the all white. You can do that before Labor Day. That is Caden Palmer, and he's good. Gage Stein, that is the championship in the balance for both of those young men. Palmer in the all-white ensemble uses Cole's cash, says, I want to look good for this race. And there's Stein back on the inside, and now the championship pendulum swings right back in his direction, Ronnie Tollin. Can you handle this action?
I don't know. We've got a long way to go. We're just 5 minutes into this 20-minute moto. We've got 15 more minutes of this, Kevin.
I guarantee you Palmer knows that number 10. He knows exactly who it is. They've done the math. It's pretty simple. You beat this guy, you win the championship. They got to fight each other. They also have to fight the number 81 of Daniel Bordelin. So a lot of drama here. We just saw some drama in the women's class, and here we go again with Gage Stein and Palmer. Palmer has gotten him back. He's in the all-white again. He's gotten around Stein. We've had 3 lead changes. And just like that.
So you have to wonder, you know, with the adrenaline here in these first 5 minutes and the intensity that these guys are having to race with, what this is going to translate.
What happened there? Stein will pass him back. That's 4 passes in about 3 straightaways. That's your championship. The number 10, the 99, it's a winner-take-all affair. They will come through in second and third. Rodney Tomlin. This is what Loretta Lynn's is all about.
Only 2.2 seconds behind the leader.
There, Eddie, your
Norwood.
leader's right there. Look right there. You can look on your screen. There's Norwood on the Kawasaki. Stein and Palmer, absolutely a heavyweight title fight right here. 1-2, 2-1 scores. Winner-take-all affair. And the spoiler here on this Kawasaki, he's just looking to win a moto. He's gone 9-9 and now 1. This is what I absolutely love, these 3 moto formats. They'll break a tie. They'll break your heart.
Absolutely.
So Gage Stein says, I am tired of dealing with Palmer. He was in 5th, and then Palmer came reeling through the field, past everybody, and now he's slowed back just a bit.
Well, Norwood under fire now as we head into the red zone, I believe.
I believe he just got past. I think he's put a Kawasaki rider. There it is. The number 10 of Gage Stein continues to move now. I think he is tired of messing around. And it takes a few laps to get these lines and everything kind of sorted out where you want to be on the racetrack. Palmer having some problems. The bike stalls, and he loses a spot. So the wheels coming off for Palmer, who looked fantastic early in the moto, went from 12th to 4th. And we'll get back to our leader, the number 10 of Gage Steinmart. On that number 10, he's going to have a 1-2-1 score. That's pretty strong there.
Yeah, what a deflator there for Palmer. And you have to think not only watching the rider slip away and then that little bit of a stutter, and you have to wonder, are the problems going to compound from this point, or is he going to be able to
take a breath, take another shot at him? It's not over by any stretch. He's on the same straightaway essentially, but stalled the bike, a couple of passes.
The only problem there for him, he is going to have to exert a whole lot of energy in this one because of the energy already exerted in the
first part of this moto. It's that third moto. You just let it all hang out, right, Rodney?
It's it. You've got to find the heart. It's inside. It's what you want. It's how deep you can dig at this particular point.
Jason Wygant digging deep into this free meal, man. He's got biscuits. He's got bacon in his hair. It is a wild affair. Megawatt came up here with 3 pounds of bacon. Wygant smelled it from the podium. Wygant did, and made his way up here.
I'm only here for the bacon, Kevin. I'm not going to lie.
Here for the grease, boys. Greasing it up right now is the number 10, Gage Stein. He's got the number 1 in his sights. He can come back as the number 1 guy here in this college boy class next year, assuming he doesn't age out, because it is 18 to 24.
Yeah, that's he's got some time to burn in this class. There's no doubt about it. And this is a great class because, like you said, 18 to 24. These young men, they're all kind of in their prime as far as strength and things like that. So this right here really creates, in my opinion, some great racing. Kind of like
this is where Justin Cooper got one of his titles.
Hey, and you know, and the great thing about it is, like I said, if you come into this and you can win young against some of the older, stronger guys, that really proves a lot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are watching that 99 or the 81 of Bordelin. The 99 is Palmer, who is now back in 4th, and he's kind of seems to be stuck there. That little stall seems to have gotten him mentally. Stalled the bike out, got passed by Bordelin, and he has not really been able to recover. This is a great ride for Eddie Norwood on your screen there, the number 4 Kawasaki out of Rockford, Illinois. Got the whole shot. Having him best moto of the week for sure.
Yeah, and you almost have to think, and you would probably believe Norwood probably 2 bad starts. You know, I mean, didn't get the starts that he was looking for and just let it all hang out on this one. And it all worked out for him so far. And riding in the number 2 spot, again, it's not a win, but, you know, that's an explanation point for this week for him, for sure.
At least you can let everybody know you do have the speed for sure to run up front. You always hear those guys like, oh, well, I got a bad start. I did this. I'm like, man, everybody says that. There only one guy gets a whole shot. There's 39 other guys. I got 5th in the whole shot. Well, no, you did not. You did not do that. You either got the whole shot or you didn't. But you hear all these war stories. Well, I got caught up with this guy, that guy. Well, now Eddie can – all the haters, if there is any of Eddie Norwood, I don't know why you would hate the guy. He's doing it right now. He's on that number 4 Cowie. He's got a little pressure from Borderland.
Yeah, this is going to get more. Borderland, where's that put him in the overall right now? He's locked in
third.
He's locked in at number 3, so he doesn't have to really make the pass right now.
3-7-3 scores. Little baby Rodney jumping in. You want to do a hot mic swipe here? Jump in there, bud. Baby Rodney up here.
I haven't been able to get him on the mic yet, man. He won't do it for me.
Do it. You're about to interrupt now, old man. Let's do it. If we're going to do it, let's do it. Get this man a mic. Baby Rodney, welcome to the mic. No interest at all.
No interest. Now, he has been working camera all week. So,
okay.
Yeah.
He's done a little bit
he does have a little bit of
He
it.
likes to be behind the camera, behind the camera. Baby Rodney got... Well, Daddy Rodney, and then there's Baby Rodney right here. You had a hysterectomy last night, so no more little Baby Rodneys anymore. You're done with all
unless
that.
there happens to be one.
Well, let's don't talk about that. Let's just get back to the action here. Leave that action for your cozy cabin number 5. The number 4 of Eddie Norwood is your leader. He's got some action now coming from Daniel Borderland. Borderland wants to best his position here by another spot here. Get up into that number 2 spot. Don't think it would change the outcome in terms of overall. He would pick up a point, but still only good enough for 3rd overall.
Yeah, right now he's got a 7-point cushion in that number 3 spot. So this is just a ride for fun. Again, another explanation point ride, just seeing what you can do. Having fun in the final moto at Loretta Lynn's. And, you've done all the work that you can do in the early part of the week. Right now it's just time to solidify it.
Yep, we've got about 8 more minutes to go. 12 minutes into this thing. We're going 55 minutes with these old guys. That's right. We're just changing it up here on the fly. I made that up. Why can't smoke that thing? It's done.
Yeah.
Gonna save a little bit in your pocket. Put that in here. It's in tinfoil. It'll heat up all day long. Be ready to eat in a couple hours. Be doing these podiums. It'll just literally cook in your pocket.
Well, Borderland got him, and he made it stick coming out of behind the billboards. He is more than solidified. He's starting to stretch things out now over the number 4 of Norwood. And there's that explanation point he was looking for. And still, a good explanation point for Norwood and a number 3 spot. I mean, I'm taking home a moto medal after those 2 9th-place positions.
That's huge.
That's huge.
Absolutely. Going through the 10 commandments, there's Borderland, there's Norwood. Stein has opened it up to 8.5 seconds. You talk about an exclamation point. He's going to go 1-2-1 and Gage Stein. Don't want to put the announcer's curse on him, but assuming everything stays kosher for him, then he would be your champion.
One rider that we haven't seen, we've seen ride solid top 5s in Moto 1 and 2. He finished 3rd and 4th, or actually went 4 and 3. Kimball Jett back in 16th place position. He's just finally made it into barely the top 20 over the last couple of laps right now. Now, he would score well enough for an overall top 10 and 6. He's looking at a 4.3.16 at the moment, but just interesting turn of events for some of these riders here in this 3rd moto.
Race number 18 coming up next. Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. Super Mini 1, 12 to 15 on the gate, and then 65, 7 and 9. That's your next couple of motos as Baby Rodney continues to enjoy the AC here. You got a little redhead. You figured he'd have been fast on a dirt bike. What happened?
He is fast when he rides. When he rides. He's just like one of those guys. He just likes to ride when he likes to ride.
Yeah. Play a little Minecraft. Get behind a camera. Go to school every now and again.
On occasion.
On occasion there. A lot going on in that young man's life. There's the number 99 of Caden Palmer in the number 4 spot. Caden, man, he had the championship for a few feet of this racetrack when he got around Gage Stein.
On a couple of different occasions,
yes,
like 4 different occasions
in
on
one lap. That's what we live for. Behind the billboards we go with Caden Palmer. He looks over at the pit board. All you can do is go, man. You just got to go and hope for the best.
Seems to have settled into a pace. He obviously doesn't seem to be in attack mode. Not saying that his 2:02 lap times are slow by no stretch of the imagination, but obviously just doesn't seem to have the hunt that he had earlier in the moto. We are approaching the 5-minute mark left in this when you have to wonder, is he trying to save something for those final couple of laps if that's the case?
I think he's just going for it, and he's leaving it all. That battle may have taken something out of him.
Well, like I said, whenever those guys came up through the pack the way they did on those first couple of laps, I knew a lot of energy had been expelled.
Yep.
And I wondered if he would be able to regather that. And unfortunately, I'm sure as mental as it was physical, it's tough to overcome.
Gage Stein with a 157. I feel like this is going to be as fast as this racetrack has been. It does not look as rough as we have seen, that's for sure, when these guys are turning 157s. We saw a 153, a high 153 yesterday, so you might approach that again if a good battle ensues. Alessi? Burner, what do you get? He had a 153 today. There you go. Yeah, the track does look, it just doesn't look quite as brutal.
It doesn't.
It's rough. Don't get me wrong. Right. The ruts are there, but it does not look as nasty as it has the first few days.
Stein in for 8 now. 2-lap card, I believe.
There she is.
Yep.
Good job. Jeff Canfield's daughter giving us the 2-lap board. She's gotten the assignment. She got it right. Nicely done. Jeff has his whole family working up here. She is an apprentice to her dad, I guess, huh? There's the number 94, 34 maybe. No, that's 94. It's not Gage Stein. It's not, that would be Kimball Jett. That's who you were talking about.
Yeah.
Kimball Jett up to the number 14, Alex Panzarella. That's a cool name.
Yeah, as you said, Jett right now looking at 6th overall with a 4.314, so he's only been able to make a couple of gains. Actually, with one more pass, he can move up into a top 5 overall around Eddie Norred if he moves up one or if Norred gets past one more time.
Well, he's got some time to do it. He's got 4 minutes or just shy of 4 minutes to try to make up some points and climb up in this overall championship points battle. Overall, it looks like this is your top 3 overall. Stein, Palmer, and Bordelin. That's how the championship looks. And in terms of this moto, Stein is out front. Bordelin on the 81 in the number 2 spot. Eddie Norred is 3rd. Caden Palmer is 4th. Kyle Epperson rounds out your top 5 hot rod.
Well, another exciting 3rd moto. And this one, most of the fireworks in the early part of this one, Kevin.
Man.
I mean, basically all the fireworks probably in the first 4 laps. And those 4 passes for the championship on that 1 lap. I mean, taking, I'm sure, a lot out of Gage Stein as it did Caden Palmer. But that one little mistake, and then you just saw him start to basically snowball. But what was good about Palmer was he did collect himself, and he was able to stay solid in that 4th place position and didn't fall any further back.
There you go. Not falling back, he actually fell forward as this young man here, the number 10. The white flag is out. Gage Stein, 1 more lap to go, my man, up and over that tunnel jump. And you will be a national champion. How good does that feel? Caden Palmer still working on Eddie Norred now. Late in the moto, he has caught him. By the billboards, though, we're picking up our soon-to-be champ, Gage Stein.
Gage, very familiar with the ranch. We've watched this young one grow up as well and see them, the fruits of their labor in these national championships, moto medals. It all
comes to into focus for sure, man.
It
all
does.
That hard work, all those days at the racetrack, your dad, your trainer, whoever pushing you, this is when it feels the best. Like
when
you're in great
blurry
shape.
And you're asking, why am I doing
this? You're right here for this last lap in the 3rd moto when you're going to go 1-2-1. You're going to get a national championship. That's why you do it. That's why you spent $87,000 this year racing. His dad's probably like, you're not too far off.
His dad probably says,
don't say, just I don't. I ask guys like that. I'm like, hey man, how much you got in your program this year? I don't even. We don't even count. We don't even. Whatever we need to do, we just do it. We'll figure out the rest.
Right.
10 years from now, it's eating into my 401k, but whatever.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. I mean, it's an investment. I mean, even if they never go anywhere in the sport after this, it's definitely been an investment. Everyone that I've talked to that's ever done this at this level says they wouldn't change a thing.
Absolutely.
And I guarantee you, Gage Stein and his family would not change a thing. It's these feelings right here that you're feeling in these final few corners here at the world's biggest amateur motocross race, Loretta Lynn's, and set to take the national championship.
That is Gage Stein. 2 more turns remain. He's going to go 1-2-1. He's looking froggy right now into the left-hander. One more turn to go. Spot that checker flag. There he goes. And look at this, folks. This is that ride we all love. Throw the hands up. Yes. Gage Stein, you are a national champion, my man. Number 10. That guy tried to give him a high five, but he was so fast. He was pumped. He wanted to see some Gage Stein.
Well, Moto 3 will see Gage Stein taking the win, looking for Daniel Bortolan in the number. Oh, Palmer gets up to the number
second.
Wow, talk about last lap charges, man. He really 1:59 on the final lap, 16 seconds behind. That will definitely more than secure that second overall with a 2:12. That right there is some bragging rights.
That's impressive.
That is very impressive, especially seeing what we saw. So as we were talking about the depletion, he was like, no, boys, I was just saving the best for last. And then
great work, Caden Palmer, man, digging deep, going below 2 minutes on his last lap as well. So there's the championship bike, the number 10 of Gage Stein. Caden Palmer digs deep in that last lap. Rodney Tomlin, sub 2 minute lap time, gets around Daniel Bordelin. Take pride in your craft there. He did. He took pride in digging deep and finishing strong. Palmer will finish second in the championship. 2-1-2 scores, 1-2-1 scores for Stein. And we will get ready to hand deliver this podium right down to you. Jason Wygant, take it away, my man.
Going to bring our third place finisher up here first. And Eddie Norrid had the whole shot award. Well, he'll still have the whole shot award. He also had a podium going until that last lap with that big charge by Palmer. But we're going to bring Bordelin up. All right, we'll get this show rolling here. It's college class. You do not want to show up late. They do keep attendance here in these college classes. I know a lot of colleges, you get there your freshman year and you say to yourself, wow, if I don't show up for class, they don't care. Well, they do at the end of the year when you have a horrible grade. All right, we need Bordelin on up here. There we go. Good little late race battle. This man ends up with the bronze. Let's hear it for Daniel Bordelin.
Thank you. Thank you.
How was that moto?
Super hard. I'm happy to be here, and I want to say thank you to my family, my team, Planeta Sport, mi novia, my girlfriend, all my friends in Venezuela, Cagua.
All right. Let's hear it for Daniel Bordelin. Caden Palmer ends up second in this one. Let's bring up our runner-up, and I will hand out this silver medal here. The 99 ends up second, a great charge at the end. Let's hear it for Caden Palmer. Was that a bit of a comeback?
A little bit. It got tired, but if I wasn't tipped over, I feel like I could have at least gave it a run for the championship, but I had a ton of fun, so it was a good time.
I noticed that. I feel like you've been smiling the whole time, man.
Trying to. That's what we're here for, having fun racing dirt bikes.
All right. Who do you want to thank, Caden?
My family, all my friends, family, all that, and Fast Company, all the Palmer Compound supporters, and Fox Racing. Thank you so much.
Caden Palmer, everybody's your silver medalist. All right. Eddie Norrid grabbed your Stasic Whole Shot Award. Is Eddie Norrid out there? Okay. Thanks, Tab. So Eddie Norrid will give out a Whole Shot Award, and then I will hand over the gold. Our moto winner is also our champ. But first, we'll give out the Stasic Whole Shot. This is college class. Not sure which one. I don't know if it's a math class, if it's finance, economics, English. All right, Eddie Norrid as your Stasic Whole Shot Award. You're in a battle right there the whole entire moto, man.
Yeah, it was a crazy battle. At the end there, tried pushing to get the last two guys back, but dumped her. Just a tough moto, man. Yeah. Best moto at Loretta's. Like to thank Team Green Kawasaki, UFO, Tamer, 4PR, Race Tech, Pro Taper, just 100% 60, everybody. Thank you so much for all the support.
Eddie Norrid, everybody, with your Stasic Whole Shot. And now we get ready to crown our champion in the college division. Let's bring him on up. On the number 10, it's Gage Stein. Woo! He's not the best friend. He's just 100 people are claiming that. Now that you're a champ, they're all saying that. You're actually my best friend. We've been hanging. Absolutely. Gage Stein, how did you get this done, dude?
I mean, consistent, working my way up in the front, early laps. Got a bad start that time. Cut down on the start and swept around the outside in the second turn and came out about 10th place and just had to pick as many people off first lap as I could and then finished the moto out, rode my own race, and just had to stay smooth out there.
What does this mean to get this title? Where do you think this brings you in the future? Does it boost that confidence big time?
Oh, yeah, I've never had luck here. I know I've always had the speed to run up in the top, just no luck here, and this definitely brings the confidence up moving on to the pro stage in the next couple weeks, so looking forward to it.
Awesome. All right, who do you want to thank, Gage?
Callahan MX, FXR, Arai Helmets, Factory Connection, Evo, 919, JT Motorsports, Fredericktown Yamaha, Johnny Myers, the Summer Tour, Cody Groves, Mom and Dad, everyone that helps me out, thanks so much.
All right, I'm going to bring Tab from the AMA to the stage. He has the AMA National Championship #1 plate. Let's hear it for Gage Stein. Take it away, boys.
All right, we're going to check in with our Super Mini 1 12 to 15 riders as they begin their sight lap. And Jeremy Fapani has been lights out. 1-1 scores for him. Tiger Woods has some solid finishes as well. Tiger Woods sitting with a 3-3, very consistent there. And Liam Olaf with 2-2 scores. So Fapani 1-1, Tiger Woods 2-2, or excuse me, Olaf 2-2, Tiger Wood 3-3. And that's kind of how the championship sits. Jeff Emig will join us in the announcer's tower. Super Mini class. Bring back memories
I'm
for you.
so pumped. The last day of Loretta's 2022. And the class like this is where you really start to see the talent develop. And I remember this was such a pivotal year, like my last year on the mini bikes, right?
Yeah.
Which happened to be the first year ever of the Kawasaki Big Wheel 80, which is now
that
the
helped
Super
you out,
Mini.
right?
I won everything all year long on my Big Wheel 80, and that's what it was back then, right?
Yep, I do remember that.
So, which is now the Super Mini class.
What year was that again?
We were at 115 cc's, I believe.
What year was that?
That was 87.
There you go. Was that on the American?
Hey, my dad, Big Gurr, as he was affectionately known, there's a chance that thing might have been about a 125. I don't know.
Here we go. The truth
kidding.
finally comes out.
No, I'm kidding. Man, it was
that
great
on American Sports Cavalcade here? Diamond P Productions.
It's hard to say. No, because here I had to ride 87. I had to ride a 125 for the first time.
Okay.
And you see the Loretta sticker with Bradshaw and myself.
Yes.
There's a great story behind that battle that we had that year.
I've heard many a tale about that particular battle. Both you guys go down. You have to work your way through the field. Epic.
Well, my eye got cut open, so I'm bleeding, and my gas tank broke, and the gas had gone on my midsection, if you will.
Very painful.
So I've got literally my pants down, and the flagger's pouring water, like rinsing me off.
Yep. Wow.
Leave it at that.
Yeah, that was a wild time for many bike riders. You had the DMC Kawasaki's, the R&D Suzuki's.
Oh, yeah. The West Coast companies were just so amazing. And then you had some of the, like we were in the Midwest, right? My dad was an engine builder, all that. And then you had Barr and everybody on the East Coast. So Bob, I was going to say Rodney, but it's like Rodney was riding, not
correct,
not building. But, also, one thing I love about the Super Mini class, this must be like the premium displacement for a two-stroke engine, because the way these things rev it's like a tuning fork. Ding!
Yeah, you're right.
When it's right.
It's right.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, there's some engine builders out there now that are pretty incredible. Twisted Development, they've come out and really put their stamp on motors from the East Coast to the West Coast. Jamie and those guys do a wonderful job.
So Jamie built my 150 last year.
Okay.
Right.
Then you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and then Jimbo was here tuning it, making sure that it was jetted and all that. The guys did, like Twisted did an amazing job. That was the first time that I'd worked with them last year, and so really impressed with their operation. And yeah, there's no doubt. Last year they would have been building Deegan's Super Minis too, right? I think last year. So,
you know more than I do for sure.
Well, we got a great class here. Fapani with a couple of wins, and then you've got Liam Olaf out of California. Yeah, Arizona and California riders. So that's pretty close there, right? Because Liam, he can go out and win the moto and still not win the championship. So he's going to need a little bit of help. On the flip side, Fapani has given himself a little bit of insurance because a first or second wins the title for him no matter what.
Tiger Wood, 3-3 scores for him.
Yeah, see, so he's right there also, and it's the last day. I mean, there's so much pressure on these young riders. You know they're at the point now where they put the pressure on themselves, but now's when, like, the parents are starting to see the realization of, if this goes well, there is the possibility of a professional career out of this. This was really the time period where this really starts to become a reality. So then, you've got your ride for next year. You're jumping up to the big bikes. If you're going to age out, I mean, at 14, 15 years old.
Yeah, I imagine these kids are going right to the schoolboy class for a year, the B class, and then pro. You're right. They're 3 years away from jumping in the truck somewhere, and it can all happen with great finishes here at the ranch. I'll tell you who's been a late bloomer and who's been fantastic is Liam Olaf. Liam has had a fantastic year, and he's gotten better and better every time I've seen him ride. Joe and the gang have really put a lot of work into his program. And let's go racing. Super Mini, will it be the number 11 or 17? Is that Lusk? No, that Logan Mortberg maybe? Caden Meyer on the number 11 machine.
Out of Nebraska, Aurora, Nebraska.
Got nothing to lose. Oh, little tip over there.
Oh.
He's all right. And it is Caden Meyer on that number 11 Husqvarna. How long can he hold on? Meyer got the entire gang right behind him.
Tiger Wood looked like he threw the 10 Commandments there. Took the lead. Here we're going to see if they come around and we get a first shot. Yep, that's the 43. Out front, pulling the tear off. Oh, cross rut.
Was that Fapani?
That's Olaf. That was Olaf. He managed not to. He needs to settle down a little bit. That's two mistakes in those two turns, but he's in a pretty good position. What we need to find out is where Fapani's at. We're not out there watching live like the fans here at the ranch, so we're watching on a monitor, so we're trying to catch up with it right now and see what's happening. Timing and scoring for us is going to pick up the riders at the finish line.
Let this all kind of settle in, let it marinate for about a half lap.
I think I just saw the 75 of Fapani back in about 8th or 10th, I believe.
So the championship right now is in the hands of the 43 and the 32. That's Wood and Olaf. For them, that is a best-case scenario for them. There's the 18 of Gordon on that Kawasaki. He can be a spoiler as well.
Well, obviously, this is a 20-minute race. There's a lot can happen. Fapani's the type of rider that he can ride through the pack. But remember, if Olaf wins, a third is not good enough. And if we have Wood and Olaf
Fapani in the number 4 spot,
start to wheelie away, that could be a problem for him. But Fapani comes past the finish. Going to be Wood, Olaf, Gordon, Fapani, and Betts in your top 5.
So Olaf with two scores, good enough right now for the championship, but we know all that math's going to change. There is the Kawasaki ride of Gordon coming under the attack of Fapani. That's where the Fapani goes off the track.
No, that was Olaf.
Yes, it was. You are absolutely right. There's Fapani behind Gordon.
So he hasn't come back on either.
There he is on the 32. He did come back on the racetrack, and then he has Gordon just behind him. And then Fapani unable to get around him just yet.
Oh, I must have totally missed him. I didn't see him come back on.
Yeah, they cut back, and I guess maybe he jumped right back on, before we could see it. They're going off into Storyland.
I mean, so, if you're Olaf, there's a lot of pressure right now, and he's thinking win. He's thinking what he has to do, but he needs to settle down. He's made a couple of big mistakes here in the first lap and a half. of this event. That just lets you know what sort of effort he's putting out. And Wood and Olaf are wheeling away from Gordon just a little bit. And if you're Papani, so you're seeing that up there. Look, there's the whole sand straight right there behind. So Papani, he needs to make the move. Second can get it done, can guarantee the championship.
He's not just going to run through these guys. Papani's had great starts, so he really hasn't had to come through the field. The best 3 guys are right in front of him. Papani working on Gordon. He cannot get around him.
The track is mint right now. It's not
awesome.
too beat up. It's not too wet. It is rough enough to where that it's going to separate the riders and it's going to challenge them. But it's not, you get late in the track prep, like if you're just before intermission or you're the last race of the day. Yeah, the track's hammered, right? Right now, it's difficult, no doubt, and it's going to be tough for these young riders. But it's going to be enough to challenge their bike setup, the chassis suspension setup, and more importantly, their fitness and mental fortitude
right here. Yeah,
right?
I mean, the championship on the balance, and these are kids that have probably never won one. In fact, I know Tiger Wood has not won one. I know Olaf's never won one.
So we got Papani. Is that Papani third now? We'll see if we can catch the top of the screen.
Yes, he's gotten around Gordon. So Papani making moves now. He's up to third, gotten around the Kawasaki there you see of Gordon.
So the top 3 going into this have now flipped.
Yes, they're reversed.
Okay, because it was
Papani
with a pair of 1s, Olaf with a pair of 2nds, and Wood with a pair of 3rds. It's completely inverted right now. But as it runs, if they finish like this, Olaf's going to take the title with 6, right?
No, I think they're tied. He would have 1 point. Papani with that pass would give him one
Papani
more
would have 5. Yeah, so bottom line,
he needs to make
if you're
this
Liam Olaf, he needs to make this happen.
And
he
he's
needs
listening
to go put
right
his
now.
stamp on it.
He's listening right now. Holy cow, he is going after Tiger Wood. He went a long way around. And he
saved it.
Stays on the bike.
Oh, my.
What was that? I don't know what to even say.
And he's still in second and only gave up a couple bike links.
Hands down the best save I have seen. All that strength right there. He rode sideways on that motorcycle and rode it out. Joe Olaf, if you're over there in the mechanics area, your kid almost tossed it away. He's dragging beside the bike, and he's still in this fight. He might attack again with Tiger Woods. This guy's all in.
How's Mom feeling right about that?
A heart attack. The Olaf family watching worldwide. That was unbelievable.
And he's not giving up.
No.
He's like last race of the
unfazed.
week. Like he's going for it.
He's unfazed.
Because yesterday he gave up a win, right? Didn't he? He fell with the lead in one of his other classes.
That's right. That is
so he's just like, it's just tearing him up inside.
His dad doesn't even know what to write on the pit board, man. This is a kid that knocked his tooth out and continued to race at the Cal Classic, so he is not afraid to do work.
Well, and there's Papani. Look in the top of your screen.
Creeping in there.
He's back there. He hasn't really made up any ground.
He doesn't have to do anything.
It's because our leaders, because Tiger Wood and Liam Olaf are just hustling hard right now.
He's going for it again.
Different rhythm through the 10 Commandments. Olaf trying to get to the inside. A different line. He's not following.
He is
it's right there.
He is side by side. He's going to go for it again. Oh! And he goes down. Your second, Tiger Woods goes down. They did not collect with each other. He just went down.
Yeah, but the problem is here for Olaf is now he's got the lead. But
and he goes down. Olaf is down. Olaf is down. Can he get back up? He's got to crank the motorcycle. And Papani's going to come by in the number 1 spot. Now Olaf again has got take a deep breath here, man. Get the briefcase out and go to work. He's got Gordon behind him. There's Wood.
Gordon and Wood right there back. So we've got your top 4 together now. Papani has just kind of played it smart here. He's been smooth and just calculated and let everything else happen.
There are explosions going off the racetrack all over the place. That is unbelievable. C4 just being detonated right now. There is the 75 of Papani now. It's your turn. Can you lead this? That is like where you don't want to be leading this race because bombs go off.
Well, and so then you've got, all 4 of them are separated by, about 3 seconds right now.
There's your top 3, and there's 4th right there. They're all on the same straightaway. They're right in front of us. Papani, Olaf, Gordon, and Wood.
Now you see why I got up early and came out here for this 9:30 race.
You had great intuition about this race. Unbelievable. And it is not over. There is the 75. And he's got Olaf right there. Olaf will fight anybody. You put a man in front of him, he will throw a pair of gloves on and smash you right in the face.
He's going for it. You got to give it to him. These young men are just out there.
It's tightening up.
This is it, right? And I was talking to my son Jagger. We were driving out. I'm like, this is the end of summer. If you're a motocross kid, this is it. This is the end of the season, right? So final race of the season, per se.
Gloves off.
Yep. Let it all hang out.
Olaf has crashed 18 times, and yet he still finds himself in the same spot he's been in the entire moto.
I mean, he's been off the bike, backwards. He's
the bike
been
was
next
off.
to the bike.
The bike was completely turned off.
Yeah.
He had to restart it.
Yeah.
And yet he still finds himself 2 bike lengths behind Jeremy Fapani.
I mean,
legendary moto right here, folks.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeff Emmy, you've been a part of some legendary motos, so for you to be here to call this one, awesome.
Well, and that's what I was saying about this class is so special, and it's so important to the manufacturers. This is such a good gauge of the riders that are coming through, what sort of heart they have, what sort of effort they're willing to put out.
How they handle pressure. I mean, geez.
Yep, this is it.
He's only upped his stock in my book. Liam Olaf has had a banner week here at Loretta Lynn's. Somebody better lock that kid down if the Orange Brigade hadn't already done so. Nate, open up the wallet.
Trying a different line here, going way wide. That outside line ain't bad, but Fapani's really quick right now. I mean, he's been so smooth and calculated. And if you're Fapani, hey, I want to go win the race, but
I don't
have to.
Don't get caught up in that collateral damage there. But trying to tell a 14-year-old kid, just play it cool, just have some fun on your dirt bike, it's hard to do.
Yeah.
That kid looks like he's a part of the Liam Olaf school of riding right there. He's missing off the bike.
He's not having a good time with it.
Halfway home, cross flags are out for Jeremy Fapani, who has weathered the Liam Olaf and Tiger Woods storm.
I mean, you got to give it up for Gordon. He's been in there. He's been in the mix this whole time. Look where they're at.
It's not going away. 10 minutes have elapsed, 9 and some change to go. Just cross-running all the way out of that, never lets up. Olaf, you don't even have to write anything on that pit board. You just go, just hammer down. That kid knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and you wonder if also for Tiger Wood, if he didn't get shaken up a little bit, possibly physically, but certainly mentally, you're out front, you get past, you go down, and then it all starts to creep in. And so part of what these young riders are being tested with is how they handle that adversity, right? Like Liam's doing a great job with it now. He's been, like we said, he's done just about everything in this moto except win it at this point.
I think he's got you muted because that mic was messing up, is what Rodney told us. That would be, grab your regular mic. We can hear you. We'll be happy to let you.
Nobody mutes Jason Wygant here.
Nobody.
You don't put Jason Wygant in the corner.
In the corner,
you know
no.
what I mean?
Olaf continues to feet off the pegs there. Both feet off the pegs there, just wide open.
Twist the throttle. It's like a Ricky Carmichael style there. It doesn't look pretty at times, but it gets the job done.
It does get the job done. There is your leader, Fapani.
I mean, he's been great. He is. Oh, there we go.
Olaf goes down again.
We go.
There goes Gordon right around. Front end just tucks for Olaf. He has picked that motorcycle up because he looks tired, boys.
I mean, he's just given it everything that he had. He's just pushing the limits of what his motorcycle could do. And right there, he just came out of that turn, got the front tire got a little light, and that sandy turn with the hard base and just lost the traction. So as he got on the throttle, the front end lifted and kind of pushed out on him.
He has got to be spent here. We're about 12 minutes in. Fapani, like you said, has just weathered the storm.
I mean, there's 8 minutes to go, and as they come by, you've got Fapani's got a 3-second lead. Wood is 3.5 behind him, and then Olaf is basically 6 behind him. So Olaf is 6. He's about 12 seconds away from where he wants to be right now, and he's got less than 8 minutes to try to make something happen.
I got to think that those near crashes, have taken their toll on Olaf. But you know what? He's shown me enough. This thing is just loosey-goosey. That's just how it's got to be. Having some problems with our PA, the left channel, the right channel going out here in our headphones. There's Gordon. There is Tiger Wood, had his adversity. The 2 guys that have stayed up, Fapani and Gordon. There's Olaf. But, man, he's shown me enough right there. If I'm a team manager, I love this kid's heart. You can fix some of that other stuff. He's got the raw speed.
Well, and it is important. I mean, and in a way, you're here for results. We talked about this the other day. Results are important. That's why we race, and that's the manufacturers and the sponsors, and that's what you race for, the trophy. But also, if you look long term, you're looking at effort, right? And what sort of heart these young riders can show when they're out there racing their motorcycle. I mean, these top 4 have been really impressive in this moto, and I know we featured a lot of them, and I know 5th we've got Abbott, Campbell, in 5th and
there,
6th. Yeah, I was just going through the deal here. Betts is up to 8th.
Yelton and Bass round out your top 10. And another mistake there for the 32. He's spent.
He's kind of spent right now. He's let it all hang out. There's no doubt that he's gone into what I like to call the red zone. He has definitely not been in a comfortable place. He knew that he had to go out and try to win the race, but unfortunately the crash as he went back into Storyland, that's going to be the moment that really cost him, because he had just taken the lead the turn before, or was a lap before?
Yeah, the lap before.
A lap before.
Hey, there are people that would love to have a 4th place finish overall, much less crash twice in that same moto and nearly crashed. He's crashed 2 solid times and nearly almost crashed. That's 3 different times, and he still finds himself in the number 4 spot, does Olaf.
Well, and that's what I like to preach when you're at these events. I mean, for some riders, a top 10 would be like a win.
Magic.
Some riders, a top 20 would be a win. So the number isn't as important as the effort. And the effort really is.
There's the effort right now. The 18 of Gordon has caught Fapani. There's Fapani right there. It doesn't change the overall results, but for him, that feels good too, like you're saying.
Yeah, because Gordon, what's he coming into this with?
He's got a 4.62. 4th, a 6th, and a 2nd now for Landon Gordon on the number 18 Kawasaki. And Gordon, this really doesn't change his overall. He would have to make a few more passes. He's 4th place overall. But, hey, just go out there and get a win from Fapani. No one's been able to do that. Nobody has beat Fapani. He's won 1 so far. Ooh, a lot of lap traffic here. You got to change up your lines. There's Fapani, gets around one of them. Gordon is coming on the inside, and Gordon right there almost. He had to jam on the brakes. He was going to hit Fapani.
3 more lapped riders. Oh, riders down. In the blind spot right there. That was close.
Fapani and Gordon, they're both side by side. I think Gordon's out front now. This moto is absolutely just wild. Landon Gordon now is your leader. There's Fapani, touches down right behind him. You remember everything that's happened in this moto? It's ridiculous.
Let's go another 10 minutes. Let's get it all in.
It's going to be the longest highlight reel of the week from this moto.
It's going to take 45 minutes to talk about a 20-minute moto.
All right.
Wow. So
is that the 2-lap board out?
2-lap board is out. There's Gordon. He is the 4th different leader we've had here. Fapani's led. Gordon's led. Tiger Woods has led. Olaf has led. Evan Ferry has led. Timmy Ferry has led. Everybody has led in this moto. Good Lord. I mean, I can't. It's too much, man.
You need to lay off the pickles. You guys have been giving him too many of those.
I love pickles,
Which
man.
ones we got here? The Benton House.
No, he just is pickled. That's it. He's just.
I stand here all year, and I wait for this race to show up. I don't leave this tower. I'm here. I live here until y'all show back up next year. Jeez, man. Landon Gordon. All right, can you manage to escape the pitfall of running up front? That is the Bermuda Triangle of positions in this one.
Yeah.
Everybody has crashed or
You'd never know it's day 5 of racing here in this announcing booth, would you?
Nope, still hyped up, ready to go. There's Gordon. Gordon, Fapani, Wood, Olaf. Just another boring little moto, just standard super mini class action here. I think Fapani probably got a pit board at this point that says, hey, stop.
Yeah,
just
you're good.
Chill out,
I mean,
man.
even at this point,
get a 4th if you want.
A third gets it done, I believe.
Yeah, he's got 4 points to give. He's got 4 points, so stop all that nonsense. Although it's been great for us to announce. Unbelievable. White flag is out. That was a heavyweight title fight. That was a 4-on-4, just who wants it?
Yeah.
Slugfest, fist fight, whatever you want to call it. But Gordon going to get one out of this. That's going to feel good. Gordon with moto scores again, a 4th, a 6th, and now a 1st. This is why Ryan Holiday pays him $6 million a year. That's what they're up against.
Yeah.
Ryan's like, are you serious? I knew it. I told you to come.
Well, it's all in parts, of course, but there it is. I know we got
Looks like one
white flag's coming out.
There it is.
Oh, and he's
gone.
He's clear by probably 5 or 6 seconds here of Fapani as he's just settled in.
Yeah, there's Wood and Fapani now. So Tiger Woods up and over the step up, 2 bike links behind. There it is. Olaf on your screen. There's Fapani on Woods right behind him. Let me get it straight here. It is Fapani getting pressure from Woods.
Yeah, the gaps have all changed. The positions haven't, but Olaf is still about 12 seconds behind the leader in his last couple laps. He's toast.
Yeah.
I mean, he left it all out there, and now it's like that time in the moto where you're just exhausted and, but you never know. The way this moto's been going, we still have about 3/4 of a lap to go. Who knows how this thing's going to finish up?
Yeah, if some funny business happens here with Fapani and Woods, that would be the only way this championship would really drastically change. Fapani wants nothing to do with anyone on this racetrack. This moto has had about 8 motos worth of action packed into this 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Fapani, though, weathered the storm, watched people detonate their motorcycles, explode off their bikes. He was able to stay on his. There's something to be said for that. We talk about heart and desire and crashing and getting up and challenging. Another thing is to be 1-1 and avoid all that craziness in your moto, in your third and final moto. There's a tangible skill there as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely a strategy to it, and like we talked about, your mental fortitude. Like how do you manage the race, okay? And then because at one point, he's losing the lead, losing the opportunity, stays steady, stays smooth, rides smart, which kind of gets underrated at times, but it's super important. And here's your leader.
He's going to get a moto win, folks. The number 18 Monster Energy Team Green ride of Landon Gordon. Wow. What a great race. Congratulations, your 3rd moto winner, Landon Gordon. That feels good.
Fist in the air.
But winning the battle, the war, I should say, will be the number 75 of Jeremy Fapani.
It's going to be coming by. We're about 12 seconds off. There it is.
Oh, that one feels good. Congratulations, Jeremy Fapani. He will go 1-1-2.
Wow, what a moto, though. Your top 4, they were just, in the 4th, the gap between 4th and 5th was 23 seconds. This top 4 was definitely the cream of the crop.
Yeah, they left it all out on the track. There's your results on the screen. Gordon, Fapani, Wood, Olaf, Abbott, Betts, Campbell, Canagure, Yelton, and Wyatt Bass gets in the top 10. And that'll do it from Moto number 3, Super Mini 1, your national champion, Jeremy Fapani, with 1-1-2 moto scores. Jeff Emming.
That was
heck
awesome.
of a moto to call. Thanks for coming up here, dude.
My pleasure.
You brought the excitement. We are done here in the tower, and I'm sure there's some exhausted kids down there on the podium that have to, unfortunately, talk to Jason Wygant.
All right, we got it. That was such an intense moto. We gave him an extra minute, everybody, to cool down. That was probably the wildest moto of the week. I think 4 different riders, well, actually 5 different riders led, 4 different riders had a real shot at the win. And in the end, all the crashes, all the action, all the drama, it rolls in the direction of the 18, Landon Gordon. Dude, you actually stayed pretty clean in that moto. There was drama all over the place. Did you see all those dudes going down and battling?
Yeah, I kind of just waited because I knew it was pretty hectic up there. And, I made a charge toward the end, and, I just got my mojo back.
Yep. That seems to be your thing, the late race charge, right?
Yep.
All right. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the Lord for keeping me safe, my whole family, Grindstone, Carry Shear, Kawasaki, Pro Circuit, Monster, Dunlop, Alpine Star, 100%, Throttle Syndicate, Ethica. Everybody else, thank you.
Landon Gordon, a moto win here to end the week in what has been an epic week of battles in Super Mini. I'm going to take Tiger Wood, our third-place finisher, and Caden Meyer, our whole shot winner. If we got Tiger Wood, we'll hand out the bronze to Tiger Wood, and then we'll hand out the championship. So we're looking for Tiger. So here it is, bronze medal. Let's hear it for Tiger Wood. Well, I'm sure you'd like to have won, but that was one of the most entertaining motos we had to watch. That was just nuts. Tell me what you saw from your perspective.
Yeah, man, got off to a good start. I didn't quite get the whole shot, but made my way around the front few guys quick. And, yeah, enjoy being up front. I had a little tip over with Olaf, but, yeah, it's racing. Had heaps of fun out there. Battled with all the guys, so congrats to Jeremy. He rode awesome this week, and, yeah, congrats on the championship. But, yeah, fun race.
Cool. Who do you want to thank, Tiger?
I'd like to thank Gas Scouts, Total Designs, Monster, my mom, my dad, David, Colleen, Big B, Jacob, everybody puts in heaps of hard work back at MTF. And, yeah, David, my mechanic, he's been working hard on my bike. And, yeah, my mom and my dad just for being here, supporting me this is my 5th time at Loretta's. So, yeah, I appreciate them a lot. But, yeah, Fat Connection, Lynx, Dunlop, FMF, 100%, and everybody else. Thank you very much.
Tiger Wood, everybody. Takes third, led some laps in a wild moto. It'll be fun to watch these kids battle again next year. A whole shot. Did we get the word out to Caden Meyer? He grabbed our Stasic whole shot. There he is. All right, there it is. Stasic whole shot award to Caden Meyer. Wait. Sorry, I know you want that bad. That's my bad. I shouldn't tease you like that. Hey, that was a wild moto. How did it go for you?
I got the whole shot, but in the first lap before the finish line, I tipped over. I was about 38th and just charged the whole moto.
Who do you want to thank? Still a good effort.
The Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, Parts Unlimited, my Uncle Jim, Advanced Motorsports, John and Tangerine Harrison, and just everybody else. Thank you.
All right, there it is. Caden Meyer, Stasic whole shot. And now we got to bring, my bad, we got to bring the number 18 machine off. If we can get one of the Kawasaki guys on up. And we'll bring the Orange Brigade KTM up. That's a moto win, but the big prize is the title. And you got to win. When you get a win, you earn it in the Super Mini division, and that's exactly what this rider did. Let's bring him to the stage and crown him our national champion in Super Mini. Silver medal in this moto. Let's hear it for Jeremy Fapani. Yeah, we'll go back here. Well, points-wise, he had a little cushion to work with, but it still ended up being a wild battle for the win. You had a shot at it, too. That was just a great race. What was it like for you?
Oh, it was wild. I got off to a really good jump out the gate, but I put my feet back on the pegs, or I put my foot back onto the brake when I went back up to the pegs, so that killed a lot of my momentum. So then I just tried to stay tight. In the first turn, I got into about 10th there. Yeah, and then after the third lap, I was in about third, and I knew Liam and Tiger were battling, and then they unfortunately went down. So then I was in first for a little bit, and then me and Landon were battling it out a little bit. He ended up getting around me. Then I just dropped my shoulder coming into the turn after the mechanics area. So I lost a little bit of time there, but I'm just very thankful I was able to still make it happen, and I'm very thankful for everyone that's helped me get here.
Oh, yeah, you want to thank those people specifically? Who do we got?
I'd love to thank my mom, my dad, my brother's been watching at home, my cousin for coming out, all my trainers in the past that's helped me out, Shark, Budman, Nate Dogg, Ivan's been a huge help this year so far, my mechanics as well in the past and in the present, Trevor and Bike Mike. Then all the people helping me out behind stages, like Randy Manega, he's always made sure I've had legit tracks to practice on back at home. Mark Blackwell, he's been a huge help in my career so far, behind the scenes as well. And then I'd love to thank everyone watching as well, Joe Moran, Dana and Terry back home, Mike McIntyre, Too Tall and Cam. It's been a huge boost of confidence having people behind me like that. And then all the sponsors behind me like KTM, Orange Brigade, 100%, Bell Helmets, Monster Energy, Mike from Monster, 7, Alpine Star, Christian and Roger, VP Fuels, Dunlop Tires, Nihilo, Pro Taper, FMF, Joel from FMF, Nick and Dave from 100% have been a huge help, as well as Kyle from Bell, so I'm very thankful for the people in my corner.
Wow, that is great. Let me bring the AMA #1 plate on up. And there it is, the national #1 in Super Mini from the AMA. Let's hear it for Jeremy Fapani. Got some track maintenance going on, and I'm going to send it back to the tower, and Jeremy is going to have one more thing to do, and that's shake some champagne.
Race number 19, 65, 7-9. They are patiently waiting for their turn to put on a show for us here. Third and final deciding moto. Put some heavy equipment out on the racetrack to square up a few spots out there. Put a little water down, and we are ready to go. Here's let's check in with our top 10 last time they went racing in our second moto in the number 10 spot, if I can find them. Nope, didn't circle it. I am a pro's pro. Oh, there it is. Eli Herrick out of Thornton, Colorado, finished 10th. He's got 8 10 moto scores. In the number 9 spot here in the 65 class with 11 9 moto scores. Out of Montverde, Florida, it would be Brody Bersher. 8th place finisher, 12 8 moto scores out of Farmington, New Hampshire, Bryson Woodman on the 58 machine. 7th place finisher in that second moto out of Mounds, Oklahoma, Yamaha rider Cade Nightingale on the 44 machine. He has 4 7 moto scores. 6th place finish would be with 25 6 scores. What a bummer there for Waylon Bollinger, number 89 out of Cairo, Georgia. 25 in the first moto, 6th in the second moto. Here is your top 5 in that second moto. Your 5th place finisher with 7-5 moto scores out of Bensalem, Pennsylvania, KTM rider Keiki DeFino on the number 50 machine. 4th place with 3-4 moto scores, a little more consistent, Chase Brennan out of Winchester, California on the 33 KTM. 3rd place finisher, 15-3 scores, Aiden Steinbrecher out of Fair Oaks, California. So a lot of wild scores here now as we work our way to the top. 1-2 moto scores, 2-1 moto scores. We are all tied up, folks. Sawyer Geek and Alex Campigli. There we go. This is what you want. 1-2, 2-1 scores for all the marbles. The track is prepped. Brian Spencer, our blind motocross analyst, is here. Brian, what are you seeing out there? Nothing. He's not seeing anything.
Actually, I bet he does.
He sees a lot. No, we kid with Brian all the time. Brian is up here with us. He likes to listen. He comes down to the Mini-O's, I think, every year.
Mm-hmm.
And then he comes up here in the tower so he can hear the silky, smooth pipes of Rodney Tomlin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yes.
You know, the beauty of it is, whether I'm here or not,
you're always here.
I'm always here.
Rodney missed yesterday. He had a hysterectomy, and now he's back with us. We're happy to have you back, Rodney. Quick recovery.
Absolutely. Modern medicine, as we said earlier.
Impressive.
But I tell you, these battles and this 65cc 7 and 9-year-old class, it has been one of the more exciting classes for me to watch. Again, I think it's just because of the competition level that we're seeing out of both Geek and Campili, they really bring it to it, no doubt about it. And even the riders behind them, Chase Brennan's put together a really good couple of motos going 3 and 4. And you really have to question what might have happened to Eden Steinbrecher there in moto number 1. That's another rider that we're used to seeing battle up there in the front. He had I believe, 15th place finish in moto number 1. He backed that up with a 3rd in moto number 2. So he may be looking for one of those explanation point motos as well. And this one, I believe it's going to turn out to be rather exciting again. Those first few laps are going to be fun to look at the what-ifs in this one, and it'll be interesting to see once we get into the end how it all works out.
As they work their way around on their sight lap, we do this before every single moto, gives these kids a very real-time opportunity to see what this racetrack looks like. It may have been a day or so since the last time you rode, so these sight laps are very critical, and for safety purposes, lets these kids check things out as one kid flies off the racetrack on our safety slow lap. What do you got, bud?
I need Anthony Hill to come to the office. Anthony Hill out of Clarksville, New York, just finished up, I believe, in the Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. He needs to come to the office. Once again, Anthony Hill to the office. If you know the whereabouts, please let him know.
Sight lap again underway for our 65 7 to 9 class. This is their third moto, third and final moto. We're all tied up 1-2 and 2-1 moto scores. There's your drama. Campili or Campigli?
I believe it's Campili.
Soft G. I'm going to go with that. He's one of our fast house kids. I believe they just got him signed up this week. He was already wearing the gear, so getting some moto wins. They recognize a very well-dressed young man there.
Looking over the list here, as expected, we're looking at Campili, as we said, and Guy, both West Coast riders out there. Alpine Washington for Geek on the
Steinbrecher as well. He's a West Coast kid.
Yeah, so these kids really fast coming up off the West Coast out here. This is going to be exciting. I'm always impressed as much as anything. I have to think that the compounds of a West Coast track would be a lot different than what we see here on the East Coast, especially here at Loretta Lynn's. Even the East Coast kids are a little bit surprised by what they get here at Loretta Lynn's.
Yeah, Fapani just came from Scottsdale, Arizona, and chewed up this deep, loamy racetrack and went 1-1-1. So I don't think it matters anymore. We used to put a lot of stock in that. I think they're doing a better job out west. Like, I see what they do at Paula. Paula gets rutted up. Paula's rough, and it's not like the old days of Carlsbad where you're riding on asphalt and that's all you got to ride on. There's some good tracks to choose from, some good loam. They've done a good job, and they just have such a large pool of riders to choose from. I mean, within 8 hours from LA, there's probably 30 million people that live out that way. So I think the odds are stacked in their favor for sure. East Coast, we have a ton of great places to train down here in the Southeast. It all started pretty much with MTF, K-Road, way back when, or GPF. I'll take that back. Josh Woods came down when he was riding from Michigan. Came down, they found some land. They wanted a place to train because they couldn't train year-round. They bought GPF. MTF, they come down, they set their stuff up. Ricky was already doing his thing down in Havana, Florida, and the rest is history. They've got so many different great places to ride in and around Claremont, Florida, and northern Florida, South Georgia. Matt Walker has his place going on up in the Carolinas, south of the border, Jimmy Weinert Training Facility, Club MX. Lots going on.
There is a lot going on here, and it's been great for the motocross racing world, and it has produced, obviously, what we see here at Loretta Lynn's with the top 42 in the nation. And though not every rider that comes out here, Kevin, goes through those training academies and goes through those schools.
All don't. You're right.
And I like to see those, those not so well knowns, those ones that don't spend the time, the ones that go to school on a normal, regular basis, and they come out here and shine like this. That's what I like about this field at Loretta Lynn's, because the qualifying process.
Ryan Dungy did not go to any of those things. He was 15, living in Minnesota, not training at a facility. Worked out okay for him.
I'd say okay.
Pretty good, pretty decent career.
And to be able to come back like he has with the absence.
He's ridiculous.
Yeah.
His first and only title came here when he was 15 in the schoolboy class. One title for Villapoto. You don't have to be a title mongrel to be successful in your professional career. Those guys, Jeremy McGrath, one title, C class. Brian Spencer, no titles, so that explains his lack of success professionally.
You know, I think if you look back on it, probably Ricky Carmichael might be one of the only
to really stack up a bunch of titles and stack up a bunch of pro titles. You're right.
Yeah.
Not many people have done what he's done. I mean, you've seen Jet Reynolds, those guys, AC, those guys that had tons of titles and then kind of struggled a little bit. AC found his way, though. That was cool to finally see him dig one out.
Yeah. You know, and I don't think we've seen the last of AC. I think he's one of those guys that once he's matured and once he's gotten over the hump of injuries and we're gonna see something different out of him, I expect anyway. So anyway, gate down on this one as we are off and rolling. Moto number 3, 65cc 7 to 9-year-olds. It's race number 19 as we head through the Stasic hole shot.
Man, they were just wide open. Carter Gray out of St. Clairsville, Ohio, on the gas will be credited with the hole shot on the number 96 machine.
Actually got a little fist pump.
Wow, you pumped enough blood down that little arm of yours up to that fist to hoist it over your head, and then the blood all drains back out. You don't need to reallocate the blood just to the main organs, dude. At any moment, Rodney could die, so we don't need to see any extracurricular moving here.
I'll try to keep my hands down, Kevin.
Settle down. He's sitting down. He's actually laying flat on the floor. He announces laying on the floor with his headset looking at the TV for 0 output there. You want
minimal
70 beats per minute.
68 is optimal, but yep. I will let a 70 slide every once in a while.
We've got you cryogenically frozen in here, so we'll just freeze you and thaw you out this time next year. We'll see you next year. Keep his head in a jar of pickles or whatever. Light him back up. Like Han Solo, we'll bring him out of the floor. Oh, Rodney, your jokes, you'll live on in infamy. Should you pass in the next 30 minutes, you will have we'll put you in one of those commandments. You will jump over Rodney at some point, folks. He will be a part of this racetrack. Mount Rodney. That's where you're going to ride right over your face.
All right, let's wrap up this first lap here as these guys head.
You would think we don't like each other up here. I think we all just go so hard on each other, man. It's good times.
Well, Sawyer Geek out front in this one. He gets around Carter Gray early on in this lap, and he's got things kind of sorted out here. So look back to the rest of the pack. It is a little bit of a battle, especially back in that 3rd, 4th, 5th place positions. The riders are trying to make up maybe for some not so favorable starts, but Geek in for lap 1 complete. Gray in the number 2 spot. He's the one that got your whole shot. Chase Brennan in 3rd. Alex Campili in 4th. Austin Keller in 5th. Eli Herrick in 6th. Joseph Vicari in 7th. Eden Steinbrecher in 8th.
Tied for the championship back in 8th, Rod. He's got some work to do.
Braxton Baldick and Kiki DePino starting out in 10th place. That might be about the best start I've seen for Kiki all week, if truth be told.
He'll take it. Top 10. Little packed house here in the 65 7 to 9 class, and things working out for Geek for sure.
Is it Geek?
I don't know, Geek. Sorry, I just say it. I say it 9 different ways, and
that way
eventually one of them will stick. I think you guys are all right. It's Geek. Just take the I out of it. There's the 18. Wow, the 22 of Campili back just behind that battle there.
Yeah, Campili. Kind of surprised we haven't seen him move up a little quicker, but we got to take into account the riders in front of him.
Yeah, very good riders right in front of him. Campili now says, okay, Rodney.
Through the red zone.
You got anything else you want to say, old man?
Nope. Right there.
Yeah, he got it.
Yeah, that's what we were expecting.
Wow. Have to blur out his finger what he just did to you. That announcer guy. There's Campili, the number 22.
Now, these kids, man, it's hard to believe they're all basically 9 and 10 years old, and the effort that goes into the racing out here.
Like many pros, man. They've watched all the superstars ride for so long, and they can emulate them.
And you know, and we, I mean, as race fans, you know, we get to watching it, and we expect that, you know, they be so much more mature than what they are.
I'm 10,
just
man.
by watching these kids ride, and then when they take their helmet off, you realize, yeah, exactly. That's
little babies.
Little babies.
Here's our leader. He is not a baby. He is a man right now. Sawyer Geek handling business. He's going to have what? What's he got? 1-2-1 scores. And Aiden Steinbrecher, we're going to check back in with Eden Steinbrecher. He is in the number 8 spot. There's Campili now working on Gray.
Second, third, and fourth still pretty tight together right now. It's Campili, I believe, taking over the number 3 spot and is working on Gray for the number 2 position as they check in.
Up and over that step up. Campili now working on Gray, our whole shot man. Look at him going on the inside. You got to be confident with your rut riding abilities to take those inside lines. And Campili, man, he just cleaned that rut. That was perfect.
It was.
Look just like you on a bike, Rodney. Shades of Rodney Tomlin.
Near that perfection. It's hard to reach that.
You have achieved it. I've seen it. One magical moto, you and Ronnie Lachine back in '82 here. It was just a thing of beauty. There it is on the inside. Did he get it done? They are now officially slugging it out. Campili swings it around the outside. They're both going to hit that same rhythm.
Well,
and Campili switched his line during the 10 Commandments. He switched it again. He is quick. Going to go the long way around the outside. I hope he's got lots of fuel in that bike. Back to the inside, outside. Campili crafty with his lines, Rodney.
Very. And, you know, again, you know, we made mention of this a few motos ago, the track and the definition of the way it's defining today, a lot different than what we've seen throughout the entire week, I believe, for this third moto for these guys on this Saturday.
It's definitely, I would say I've seen 3 different versions of this racetrack. The first one was ungodly. It was so rough. The next one started morphing into this a little bit more hard packed, more of the base was showing up. Now you got this one's probably the best version in terms of what the riders would like to see in terms of beating them to death. It's probably the most favorable for them. And 22 is closed in on Carter Gray.
Gray's done a good job of rising to the occasion. They came through a lap ago about 7/10 of a second. Things not really changing a whole lot.
Look at that lap time. Geek 2:14, a 2:18 for Gray. Campili with a 2:15. Steinbrecher with a 2:21 back in 6th.
Now the thing is, if Campili can get by or win, if this line works for him, the big question is what kind of gap will he have to make up? He was looking at near 7 seconds at the end of lap number 2, and at the end of lap number 3, it's 10.3 seconds that he's going to have to try to make up. And he's still in the heat of a battle for that second place position.
Yeah, he's trying to get around Gray. Man, Gray is just unwavering there. Campili continues to run that inside deep rut there. Goes below sea level, pops back up.
Steinbrecher, by the way, up to a 5th place position as we watch and round out the top 10 after 3. It's Geek, Gray, Campili, Chase Brennan in 4th, Eden Steinbrecher in 5th, Austin Keller in 6th, Joseph Bacari in 7th, Kiki DePino in 8th, Eli Herrick in 9th, Waylon Ballinger rounding out the top 10. In terms of championship, 1-2-1 for the 16 at Geek, and then Campili at 2-1-3 at the moment. I was just going to say Chase Brennan looking at a 3-4-4 for 3rd overall.
And Campili continues. He is using every bit of this racetrack. I know that's a common use cliche, but, dude, every time, wherever that rider is in front of him, he's on the other side of the track trying to get around this kid. I'm sure someone has been in his ear before, and that's just training right there.
And magically, he has not lost any time with any of his line choices so far.
Inside, outside. He is not afraid to rub grips with Carter Gray. I mean, they have been that close. And look at him square him up. He's done that so many times. Campili, dude.
I don't know.
Gray is unrelenting there as well. Can he get this pass done? I don't know. That we're trained on that flagger. Now we're back.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a mistake there, a little too far to the inside, maybe for the 96 as we see the 22 going by. Campili taking over.
Look at him go.
The number 2 spot. Now, how many seconds will he have to try to make up if he wants to win this championship? It's going to be a big road to hoe, I'm afraid, but just past the halfway point. We haven't even reached the halfway point. We're only 8.5 minutes into this, so we still might have a little bit of time, but 5 seconds a lap faster. A 2:12 is what Geek just turned that last time around. And
well, he's been battling, so I think Campili will have a fresh, clean track and nobody to deal with but himself. There is our leader, I believe. Geek on the number 18 machine already cleared the mechanics area, came in for fluids, a corn dog, get back out on that racetrack, and Campili has got some work to do, Rodney.
14 seconds to make up is exactly what work he has to do here. Carter Gray back to third. Steinbrecher now up to fourth. He is 15 seconds behind that battle for the number 2 spot, and now third place position.
Who just went off the track? There's somebody off the racetrack. You see him on the right-hand side of your screen there. I don't know if that was Gray. Who is that on there? There's riders down everywhere now. Good Lord. Is that still the 18 of Geek?
Yeah, that's
Good Lord. So the championship looks like this. It's Geek and Campili tied up 1-2 and 2-1 moto scores. There is the number 18 of Geek, and he goes down. Geek goes down. The number 15 is stuck behind him. There's the 53. He slides by. Now, can Geek get that bike running? Here comes the 22. Not just yet. A big enough lead there for Geek that Campili was not able to get around him. But New Life, if you are in that Campili camp there, they know what's going on. There is the 18 of Geek. That championship just about went away, Ronnie. That's like a worst-case scenario.
Worst-case scenario, because a lot of energy exerted there, along with a spiking heart rate for this young 10-year-old at this particular point. A lot of adrenaline pumping there.
Here comes Campili right here on the 22. He's not far. He's got that down to about 5 seconds. So he's going to see that pit board, and I guarantee he's matched some quick lap times. Now, this will be the first lap he's had to not battle with someone. So there's the 22. Battling with the ruts, the lap riders. So Campili, New Life. But thankfully, such a comfortable lead, 13 seconds last time around for our leader, Sawyer Geek. There is Campili. It's going to be less than 7 or so anyway. Man, composure to keep that thing going. Off the side of the track almost goes our leader again, so he's got to take a deep breath here. Campili with a near off-track excursion himself. Lap number 5, we've got 8 more minutes to go. 7 seconds sits back. Geek and Campili. It was 13.
Almost 14. What seemed like an eternity there for a few moments for the 18 machine. It's hard to believe he still has
a decently comfortable lead. So there's Campili. He has got to go. If he wants this championship, he sits second. He's got to get around our leader, Sawyer Geek.
Putting it in perspective, a 2:17 lap time last time around for Campili, so not real sure if that would have been enough to have chipped away at the lead of Geik at that particular point anyway. So, again, you know, if Sawyer can keep his mind about him, it might just be a matter of just riding the pace that he was riding before he went down, and as long as he's not too frazzled and too much energy exerted, he probably won't have too much of a hard time doing that. Actually, temperatures out there, not
reasonable.
Yeah, they're very reasonable. The sun's not beating down out there, so these kids aren't being tormented as far as that is concerned.
And as we look at our leader, the number 18, the lead was about 14, 15 seconds. Now it's down to about 7. Sawyer Geek went down on that last lap, but he's remounted. Still in that number 1 spot. West Coast kid on the number 18 machine. I say West Coast. He's out of Alpine, Wyoming. What do you consider that? It's not even Midwest, just the mountains. West.
Then you got the West Coast.
There you go, just kind of in the mountains somewhere. Trains up at about 15,000 feet.
Well, when I think of West, I think of Wild West, like cowboys and things like that. So I would think of Wyoming.
Okay, fair enough. Out of Laramie. All right, around the big sweeper, the Thor sweeper, Poly Sport sweeper. There's your leader, Campili, keeping it close. He is in second, so any little bobble, although there's been a big bobble, and it still wasn't enough to hand the lead over to Campili. There is our leader, the 18, coming into the view. Just behind him will be the 22. That was Geek, your leader, excuse me. Campili will come into view here in just a moment. Who do we got next? Race number 20.
Wow.
Geek,
2:15.8.
Wow, what a dig deep.
Campili, 2:17.2. So now Campili is very, I mean, he's been consistent on his lap times, but he's now 9.2 seconds back. So Geek has actually gained a little more time there. So he's cowboyed up, no doubt about that.
Oh, there it is from Wyoming. Of course he did. He did cowboy up. Got about 6 more minutes to go. See if Sawyer Geek can keep it on 2 wheels. Geek out front, Campili in the number 2 spot. Gray 3rd, Steinbrecher 4th, DePino 5th, Bakari is 6th. Keller, Nightingale, Woodman, and Waddell rounding out your top 10 here on Racer TV as we follow along with the 18. Sawyer Geek started off second behind Carter Gray, made the pass, crashed, stayed up after that, and has still managed to stay in that number 1 spot. Rodney Tomlin has stood up, sat down, fell on the floor, back up, continues to announce with us. You've had quite the moto yourself, Rodney.
Absolutely. These kids, watching these kids dig deep, I mean, this is the reason that I come each and every year. It's to watch the hard work of every individual that lines up on that starting line. You know, the heartbreak stories as much as the stories of glory that you hear out there. I mean, that's what makes Loretta Lynn.
Couldn't agree more. Geek on his way to hopefully a title. That's what he wants. Works a full-time job at the Amazon Fulfillment Center. Goes to school, married, 2 kids. Great little story with him. There is the number 18 of Sawyer Geek. And like you said, after a crash, he's still able to just immediately drop the hammer on lap times and keep his head sharp and ready to go. As the 2-lap board will now come out for the number 18 of Sawyer Geek. 1-2-1 scores, going to be good enough for the championship.
Look, another 2:15.7.
And now that's consistent and fast.
Yeah.
2-lap board. We see ya.
And he did, you know, a 2:12.4. We saw Sawyer turn on lap number 4. So, I mean, he's just kind of like.
He was just getting in his groove. Then he crashes the next lap.
And he slows down to a smooth 2:15.
Yeah, that's a manageable number there. He was trying to yard the field at that point, take away any hope from Campili. Gray still sitting 3rd, Steinbrecher 4th, DePino is 5th. Closing stages here, we'll see the white flag next time around. Tough moto for Brian Spencer, can't quite locate the racetrack, struggling with which way to go.
Listen for the motors, Brian.
Brian's right next to us. I know he can hear. Heading into the mechanics area, that's right. Takes that left, nice and wide turn there. That is not our leader. That's the number 50 of Keiki DePino, following along in his 5th place campaign. Here on lap number 7, he turned a 2:24.
Just checking there, the 27 machine of Joseph Bakari running back in the number 6 spot. Cade Nightingale in 7th. Anderson Waddell in 8th. Waylon Bollinger in 9th. Bryson Woodman rounding out the top 10. And Bakari, pretty solid ride for him so far this week. We see him looking at the likelihood of a top 10 overall with 7th, coming out of Michigan with a 5:12.6 at the moment. So
there you go.
Yeah.
That 12th place did him in there because he would have been in the top 3 or so. 7.55 scores, good enough for Keiki DePino. Those are some high numbers to get a top 3 finish. 7, a 5, and a 5. That's 17 points. But then look at that. 4 points for our leader, 1-2-1. 5 points for our 2nd place rider, 2-1-2, and then 17 points for our 3rd place rider. So numbers all jumbled up back there.
Yeah,
all you have to do is just hover around the top 10, be in the top 10, and you might find yourself
what
top
happened
5.
to Brennan. I thought Brennan was running a little stronger than that. He's back in 17th place position right now. He finished 3rd and 4th in his motos out there.
Obviously, some problems have besieged him. There's the number 18 white flag lap. 1 more to go for Geek. The air horn out there running out of air now. It sounds a little sad, getting a little tired. Even the air horns kind of break down after 20 minutes. They start off strong. They're very powerful. And then they sound very sad and weak towards the end of the moto. White flag is out one more time through the 10 Commandments. The number 18. It is Sawyer Geek. He has led pretty much every minute of this race. Even when he was on the ground crashed, he was still leading.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really impressed by how, not only how quick and he was able to manage that, get up and get away with, obviously, but I mean how he settled into that 2:15 pace. The last lap around was the first time that I think we saw him break that, and he went to a 2:19. And why not? You've got about a 20-second lead at that particular point, and now 17.8 seconds is what we're looking at. So, and lap traffic is pretty thick right now. No need in pushing the envelope as he finds his way around out of Storyland one final time here for 2022 on his way home to the national championship.
That sounds good. And the left-hander not even remotely wanting to come together with that young rider there in the sand. Going to take his beach toys and head on up to the podium. Mom's rolling up everything. Dad's got the cooler. He's dragging everything across the sand. They pile it up on him to get to the car. Everybody's waiting on him. Feet are burning. A couple more turns to go. The number 18 is going to take you home, Rodney. You take us home.
Well, one final turn. The Bermuda Triangle never looks so sweet as it does right now for Sawyer Geek. And that hard left-hand turn of the drive home to a checker flag and the 2022 Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Championship for the 65cc 7-9. Alex Campili, definitely a lot to be proud of himself here this week as he will finish up in that number 2 position, or at least that's we're expecting to see him on the 22 machine. Carter Gray in 3rd, Eden Steinbrecher in 4th this moto. Kiki DePino in the number 5 spot. As pointed out, if things continue the way they are, a 7.55 will actually yield him a 3rd place overall. But again, moto medals go to Geek, Campili, and Carter Gray, who grabbed the Whole Shot Award here in his 3rd and final moto, checking in with 9 laps complete now. Steinbrecher due in next with Kiki DePino, McCary, Nightingale, Waddell, and also Hawkins Campbell with White. Waylon Ballinger rounding out the top 10 here in the final moto. As we look at our moto order and these riders head to the championship here, we have more great racing on this Saturday, the final day of racing. Coming up next will be the 250C Junior 12 to 17 Limited, scheduled for our 10:30 gate drop. And right now scheduled to take that national championship in the AMA number 1 plate, Sawyer Geek, as Jason Wygant will join him on the podium.
All right, just looking for our 3rd place finisher, Carter Gray. We got to get this podium rolling. Carter. All right, here we go. We're going to go out front. Stasic Whole Shot Award and a bronze to Carter Gray. Here, come over here. All right. This is a really tough class. Tell me about your moto, Carter.
I got the whole shot from the inside, and then I just holded it wide open, just railed out sides first couple laps, then rode my race, and Steinbrecher, Geik passed me on my 2nd, 3rd lap, and then 2nd got me, and then I just was trying to ride my own race.
Good job, and you got 3rd. Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, Driven MX Training, AES, X-Brand Goggles, Fly, everyone else I forgot.
All right, let's hear it for Carter Gray. All right, we're going to bring up our 2nd place finisher. Well, they split titles. It was a great battle all week long between 2 riders. Let's bring our 2nd place man on up. And we'll give him the silver, Alex Campili. Great battles all week in this class. Here, we'll let you take some photos. And come on over here. Stand in the center of the box. You got a title yesterday. It was a great battle with you guys all week. Take me through how this moto turned out for you.
I made a lot of mistakes. I got off to a bad start.
Yep. And that's the way it turned out. Still, you got to be pretty proud. I know you wanted this one too, but it's a big deal to get that title yesterday, right?
Yeah.
All right, who do you want to thank?
My mom, Dad, Game Moto,
Oakley, Rhino Power, DRS, RJR, Dirt Bike Kids, and everyone else. Thank you.
There it is, Alex Campili. And he also helped our 50 riders open the champagne yesterday. He was given some lessons, so I appreciate that too. Now we clear the decks and bring up our champion, Redemption Ride. It was a showdown moto yesterday. He had the heartbreak. He comes back today and gets the championship. Let's hear it for Sawyer Geek. Yeah, Sawyer, look, man, I know you had to be so upset yesterday in that big battle. How were you able to bounce back and collect yourself and get this one?
Yeah, I crashed in the moto yesterday, last lap. It just gave me more fire to come out and win this one, and we got it done.
It has to feel even better. It has to feel so good.
Yes, sir.
Who do you want to thank, Sawyer?
I'd like to thank Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, the whole KTM Orange Brigade crew, Fly Racing, Moto Sandbox, OG Goggles, PPS, DRS suspension, TRX throttles, and just everybody who got me up on this podium. It just wouldn't have been possible without you guys, and thank you so much.
All right. Let's bring up Tab from the AMA and hand out a #1 plate in 65. Your national champion, everybody, is Sawyer Geek. Oh, yeah. One more thing to do. I'm going to give you some sparkling cider. Shake that up, twist it off, and spray the fans, and we are done. I'm going to send it back up to the tower.
Here we go, 250C Junior 1217. And we will check in with our top 10. 10th place finisher with 1810 scores. It's going to be Jack Carver. 9th place finisher with 10-9 scores, Jack Parkin. 8th place finisher in our second moto with 21-8 scores, Landon Babcock. 7th place finisher out of Wellington, Florida, 5-7 moto scores, number 74, Jaden Sleegers. And unfortunately, I can't run through all the scores because we have got to go racing these guys. Drop the gate, and let's go have a word with our 250C class. Keep it on two wheels, boys. I don't think I've seen a start where they don't go off of the racetrack. Keep it on two wheels, though. That's always good to see. I'm not seeing anyone running and picking anyone up. Reese Hamalamalingong is your whole shot award winner there. Rodney, say that name. Hamalainen?
Hamalainen. That's
Okay.
exactly what I was going to say.
I'm making it way harder than it has to be. Hamalainen. That's what I said. Hamalainen. HAMALAINENNONENNINNOE soft J. The symbol for boron and the number 2.
What exactly is the symbol for boron?
Hamalainen. This is the 250C Junior. Oh, got to be the age of 12, 17. He is down on the ground. That one rider is that's a rough spot. Kind of blind coming over that turn. The C class, that was our first experience as a family here when we came back in 1993. My little brother raced that one. Clark Stiles was there. I believe Ryan Terlecki, who is here, he raced there as well in that C class. Humbling experience. Came in a 1993 Ford Ranger, had a 55-gallon drum of water, no easy up. I had just the amount of tools to change the filter. I had nothing, me and my little brother against the world.
Conquer it.
He got 5th one moto, man.
That's pretty good.
Look at that.
Wow.
That's about what his week looked like.
Now, Ryder Bell, man, I tell you, he has gotten way out front there.
That rider is still face down in the sand. collecting his thoughts, thinking about that ride home with his dad. Oh, boy. He's going to be fun.
Ryder Bell out front.
Hey, Ryder Bell has been fantastic in the C-Class. He has had a great week. And I believe, 1-1-1. I would say that's a pretty good week. Ones across the board for R-Y-D-E-R, Ryder Bell.
And honestly, that's a rarity in the C-Class. I mean, we say that a lot of times, but honestly it is. I mean, if you go back and look at the historical.
The annals of history.
I've seen riders win this that probably didn't even get a moto medal before. I remember a few years.
a lot of that.
Yeah. So Jack Parkin behind Arruda in the number 2 and 3 spots there. Parker Dickinson in 4th. Carson Manquist.
Hey, Manquist was a kid that got hurt. I've been following them on Facebook, and I know he was injured severely, and then he just wanted to come back and race, and this has been a journey for him to get and finish out strong. So Carson Manquist, good for you, man.
Absolutely. Garrett Blankney back in the number 6 spot. Elijah Davis 7th. Vance Bruce is 8th. Austin Abernathy in 9th, and Brandon Sanchez rounds out your top 10.
Brandon Sanchez. I always think of Pedro and whatever that. Give it up for Brandon Sanchez.
Looking at Corey Altazan just outside the top 10. He went 6-3 coming in with a 3rd place finish in Moto number 2. He was back in the number 11 spot there. There's Axel Neff, another rider we saw some glimpses of.
Cool name.
Early rides out of. Now he has a 13th and 34th. I don't think it's reflective of maybe some of the riding he did down here, but it is reflective, obviously, of his finish.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we keep score.
That's exactly it.
So when these kids go back home, they are like a big fish in a little pond. So when they get out here, their buddies are like, man, you only got 14th. You kill it back home. Well, guess what? There are 41 of me there. There are 41 super talented kids. So all of you guys that even made it to Loretta Lynn's, and you can hang your hat on that.
Absolutely.
And tell your buddies, hey, how about you qualify next year?
Absolutely.
Now they know what they have to do, though. Just getting here in the C-Class, you know what you got to do next year to prepare yourself. And guess what? Since you made it in the C-Class, congratulations. You're going to the B-Class next year, my friend. So get ready for that. You better get in the work now.
Parker Dickinson trying to work on, trying to bridge the gap between he and second. I believe he and Jack Parkin been battling for that number 3 spot. Carson Manquist still back in the number 5 spot. Blackney still 6. Bruce Altazan, Elijah Davis, and Axel Neff now rounding out the top 10. So Corey Altazan up from 11th to an 8th place position. He's gained 3 spots.
Hey, it's official. I've seen the Shaw of Verb Moto, the Chic Wes Williams.
Really?
His traditional calves, the big Chic, the whatever Wes Williams does. It's not Loretta Lynn's until you see John Gruey, Barry Karsten battle. They're going to do it. And then somewhere out there with those ginormous tan calves, the Chic, the Shaw, Wes Williams with this crazy towel he wears under it. He looks like some desert sheep. He should be on a camel filming. Just give the man a camel and let him go around. Instead of a pit vehicle, let him ride around on a camel, and it would fit the bill for Wes Williams. Those guys have been banging out video highlights, clips, and selling some merch. Chase over there, dying in that sweltering heat, slinging out T-shirts. 2 for $50. They got a special over there at Verb Moto.
And I tell you, Parker Dickinson really under some heat right now.
He is. 3-way battle there. Look out.
Yeah, you got Dickinson and Parkin and Manquist all battling for 3rd.
And Jason White, really glad to have Rodney Tomlin back after his hysterectomy yesterday. Outpatient surgery. Doc Bodner flew in to do that. The world is spared. Baby Rodney was in here looking eye level with him. And the hysterectomy was successful. If anybody can bust through a hysterectomy, though, it could be Rodney Tomlin. He might power out another kid. Ryder Bell is powering through this one right now. 3 laps in, he is 6 seconds out front of Ashton Arruda. The 18 of Ashton Arruda is 2nd. Parker Dickinson 3rd. Jack Parkin 4th. Carson Manquist is 5th. He slips down a couple of spots. Manquist goes back to 7th.
Man, we've been watching Altazan, Bruce, and Manquist now drops back to 7th.
Yes.
But Altazan, man, I tell you, he is really on the move right now. Looking at his lap time of 2:06, that reels him within 3 seconds now of Jack Parkin. He's been battling to get to this point, so I'm really interested to see what happens here in the last half
of the race. We're approaching the halfway point again. This is a 15-minute moto. We're only just now hitting the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, these C riders, they don't normally get 20 minutes plus 2 back at the local track. It's 4 laps and beat it. Get out of here. We got the plus 25 guys coming up next. You know what I mean? That's normally the attitude we took with our C riders. Get them in, get them out. They typically can't go much. I'm just kidding about that. They can only go 4 or 5 laps. So
you treat them like quad riders, right?
Dude, no, I honestly, I tried to treat them as good as everybody else because I remember coming to the ranch and feeling like a second-rate citizen, but they did such a great job of treating us and giving us a fair, great racetrack to do it. So when I took that back home with us, I wanted to make sure nobody felt out of place being in the C class, man. We need the C riders. You got to be a C rider to be a B rider to be an A rider
somewhere.
Absolutely. And there is the 60 or 35 of, is that parking? Is that who we're watching?
I think it's the 65 of Altazen we're keeping. There's
there
the 35 of Parkin right there.
There's Parkin.
Now Parkin and Altazen is the battle that's about to shape up right now as we seen a 2.8 second deficit between the two last time around.
It's
about
there.
a little over a second faster was Altazen, and he has bridged that near 3 seconds.
He shot off the racetrack. Looks to his left. That was smart to make sure there was no one coming he was going to collide into.
Well, the announcer's curse. He had bridged that 3 seconds.
I know. You did it.
So there's Parkin's, Jack Parkin still solid in the
4th.
Yeah, number
Some
4.
announcer bacon mid-moto, Rodney.
That's got my
I've already
attention.
got mine.
I'm only here for the bacon today, honestly.
Yes.
That's what got me out of that outpatient so quickly.
Yeah.
Tearing the rip off there, ripping the tear off, I should say. Heading down in front of the announcer's tower as he resets for another battle as he puts his head down charging as we head into the whole shot fours now. Corey Altazen and Jack Parkin about to wage war for that 4th place position. Now what will that mean for the overall? Not a whole lot, if anything, as Ryder Bell, who is, we haven't even talked about Bell. He is so far out.
1-1-1, perfect.
Yeah, and he's got a 10-second lead over Ashton Arruda. Now, something impressive here about Arruda, he went 7-5 and a very solid 2 right now, as he is now 10 seconds ahead of the battle for 3rd place. So things really working well for Ashton Arruda this 3rd and final moto, it looks as well.
Saw Ryder Bell out at Mammoth Mountain. He did some work out there in the C class as well. He's doing it again here at Loretta Lynn's. He does it at 8,000 feet and at 200 feet elevation. Doesn't matter. He can get it done. Well, we'll see if he can get it done now after he leaves the ranch, because he's going to the B class. Maybe we'll see him at the Mini-O's. What is that? No. What is that?
What is that?
Was that in your food? No. I'm like, what? He stopped in my tracks like a bloody paper towel in his sausage biscuit. Sorry to bring you guys in on that. Jeez. That stopped me in my tracks.
All righty. Corey Altazen out front in the number 5, or in the number 5 spot, I should say. Bell out front. Arruda in 2nd. Dickinson, Parkin, and Altazen. And the 2-lap board comes out on this one as we have hit the 10-minute mark now. Just under 5 minutes of racing left to go for your leaders as Bell checks in for the 5th lap complete, a solid and consistent 2:04. He's been running down as far as the 2:02.2 range a couple of laps ago, but settling in now here late in the race with near 14-second lead over Arruda, back in the number 2 spot, who has about 10 seconds now over Parker Dickinson. Dickinson has reeled back in that 2.6-second gap, and this is what we were looking at a couple of laps ago when the mistake was made. He dropped back a few seconds, and he's now right back in the same case scenario.
Let's go.
With 2 laps to go.
This is where you see the movement in the C class. Normally their tongues are dragging. It's hard, like getting yourself ready for this kind of race. I know that was my experience with my little brother. Like they were beat. Those last 5 minutes on this racetrack are tough.
And as much as speed, maybe that last 5 minutes being the strongest might be more important, as important as having the speed, just good consistency, because just being able to finish strong is very important, and especially in these C classes, consistency pays off, and Bell has you can't get better consistency than what Ryder Bell is looking at right now, as he's got a 1-1-1.
That's not going to work, though.
Ashton Arruda.
Number 3 doesn't work.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, it does now. He's got you set up. He fixed you up.
I fixed you.
Welcome back, Jason Wygant, to the booth.
Wow, Rodney, you are good for something.
I am.
The very last day of the week, he fixes something on our microphones. We take it all back. You're an invaluable part of this group.
Well, you're lucky that I was here. Maybe you wouldn't even have microphones working.
We're lucky that he's here.
Wow.
I never had framed that up in my mind, but we were actually lucky that Rodney is here. All right, hey, Jackie Legs, come on over. We have an apprentice program, and we are going to have an official, speaking of on track, we're going to have our own graduation. You worked every day. You worked our 50cc motos. You called them all. We're going to give you one of our Monster Energy swag backpacks. That's for you, buddy. You earned it, Jackie.
Jackie Legs, man.
Jackie Legs started out as an unknown apprentice on Monday calling 50cc practice. Stayed with us all the way here till Saturday afternoon. You've earned it. Oh, we're going to take a photo up here in the booth.
He's a great kid, man. Got a good attitude, super positive kid. Great hair.
Thanks.
Yeah. And great hair.
Thank you so much.
Accent. Yeah. And that accent, folks. All right.
All right, all right, all right.
That's exactly what we've been waiting for. All right, all right, all right. Jackie Legs, good kid, man. You earned that, my man.
I knew I'd heard that voice someplace before.
Yes, yeah.
Oh,
Dazed
wow.
and confused. That's Jackie Legs here with us.
Well,
that's
that
not his name. What is his name? Daniel?
Jackson Burrell.
Jackson Burrell.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but he got Jackie Legs out of the deal, and I love it.
Well, the number 40 of Ryder Bell riding his lap of history here at the Dude Ranch as he marks himself the king of the 250C Junior 12-17 Limited of this 41st annual running of the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championships, carving his lines through this race course, and his name's in the history book.
Yeah, that one's going to feel good. Ryder Bell can put his name alongside the greatest the sport has ever seen, literally, in American motocross since we started keeping score here. Ryder Bell goes right in there with Jeremy McGrath, Ryan Villapoto, Mike Brown, Ron Lachine, Ronnie Tishner.
And again, looking back and reflecting on that, McGrath only winning a C-Class title here. So if Ryder Bell never wins another, we may expect him to be the new king of Supercross someday.
No pressure, my man. Jeremy McGrath did it, so you better figure it out. There we go. We're having a great look at our leader one more time. A perfect sweep for the 111. The number 40 goes 111, and he will be your champ with one more to go as we continue to sing the accolades of Ryder Bell for another 2 minutes and 58 seconds.
I thought the white flag was out on that one. I don't know where'd that come from?
Well, it came from the guy's hand who's holding it. He's out there waving it. But I know where you're going with that. I saw the same thing you were seeing. Jackie Legs has left the building, ladies and gentlemen. Got him hooked up with a monster swag bag there. They got him set up.
Well, you know what I think happened was, I think by estimations it would have been the 15-minute mark, but what happened
he got in there a little early.
He got in there a little early, so Bell's actually was a little quicker than what I think was anticipated.
So they got another lap out of it.
So they got another lap out of it.
Yes, they got another lap out of it.
Because we are just now hitting the 15-minute mark, and he is now at the halfway point of this last lap.
Yeah, he's looking over his shoulder, making sure there's no one coming in for a sneak attack 20 seconds out front. I'm sure the pit board says, bro, you got this. 20 plus 20 seconds. Congratulations, champ. Well done, Ryder Bell from Hawaii. Now, that's a trick there to get yourself from Hawaii to here. What number is he? The number 40. Well, I got a different one here.
Yeah.
But he's from Hawaii, I'm quite sure.
Yeah.
He talks about riding over there every time he's on the podium. Ryder Bell out of Haiku, Hawaii.
Yeah. You know, and Thor Powell, another young man out of Hawaii as well.
So the Hawaiian motocross scene. There is a track over there.
There is.
I believe they have to come and fly all their stuff over to California to get to an area and a regional. So the commitment to get to this.
I'll tell you how committed Thor is to it. And just real quickly, though, I mean, he's moved basically mainland. He's been racing a lot of GNCC and living at one of the training facilities. But
that's a long way from Hawaii.
He is
the
a long
woods of South Carolina. Woo.
Yeah. So here we go. Final turns this time around.
Yeah, we're sure about that this go around.
Ryder Bell into the home stretch and looking for the checker flag as he captures the 250C Junior 12-17 Limited AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship.
Dude, his gear is absolutely spotless. The bike's perfect.
Probably didn't even break a sweat.
Probably did break a sweat.
Okay, maybe I'm giving a little more credit.
He did great. Ryder Bell out of Hawaii will take that win. Aruda out of Massachusetts will finish second. Dickinson third out of Washington. Louisiana brings you Altazan, who finishes fourth. Texas rider Jack Parkin will finish up fifth.
Oh no, Altazan gets the silver.
Jumps up there. Bronze, yeah, there you go. Let's look at our championship though. With 1-1-1 scores, it's going to be Bell. Altazan with 6-3-3 scores in that last lap pass. He will finish up second. That's good enough for second place overall. And Deegan Gale with 4-2-6 scores will finish up third. So Gale probably doesn't even know. He thinks he's out of it. Well, guess what? You're not. You got third place overall, Deegan Gale. Great work out there. There's Ricky Rickards from Fly Racing finally making himself seen. Having a bro moment with Mike Pelletier from the AMA. Great sunglasses there. The sunglass battle out of these two guys. And that'll do it here from the tower as we will toss it down to Jason Wygant and the gang. On the podium, the number 40 is your national champion. Congratulations, Ryder Bell.
These kids are digging deep. Now, Ryder Bell had this one pretty much in control the whole way, but a big shout out to that battle for third. Last lap making moves to take third in the moto. I think third overall also. Going for third place, and then we'll go 3, 2, 1. Bell is ready. There it is. He's tired. He worked to the last lap to get this one. Necessary for Corey Altazan. Last lap, I think, for that move.
Yeah, last corner.
Did you have an opening, or you just send it?
I just knew I had to go on the outside because he was going on the inside. And when I saw him hit the braking bump, it just messed up the road. I just knew I had to lay into it. That's exactly what I did and got around him.
Awesome, man. Who do you want to thank?
Everyone who's behind me, mom, dad, grandparents, Rob, everyone who helped me feed, everyone who got my bike ready, Fly for the new gear, Husqvarna for getting my bike ready yesterday when it was messed up, and everyone who helped me.
There it is. Let's hear it for Corey Altazan, third place. I'm looking for our runner-up, Ashton. Silver medal for the number 18 Yamaha rider. Oh, yeah. Let's hear it for Ashton Aruda. How was that moto, bud?
It was good. Came off with a good start and just put in some heaters.
Tired at the end, or is it actually not too bad right now?
It wasn't too bad. Not like yesterday or Wednesday.
Yeah, we've seen the track a little smoother today. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Tech Service, DC3 suspension, FXR gear, EKS goggles, 60 helmets, Ava Piopi Fun, Brock from CEP Fitness, AP Construction, and Distinctive Auto Body. Everybody else, thank you.
Let's hear it for Ashton Aruda, your runner-up. I want to get a whole shot award to Reese. There it is. Now we got it. It's Reese Hamalainen taking our Stasic whole shot award. How'd you pull that one, Reese?
I just got a good jump and just held it wide open and tried not to let off and just went for it.
Pays off. Hey, who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Bobby Torres for getting me out here, Dirt and Construction, Gilroy Motorcycle Center, Fly Racing, Scott Goggles, Mika Metals, Metal Brand Designs, and Delta Glass.
All right, there it is. Let's hear for our whole shot award winner, Reese. And now we'll bring Mr. Bell up to the podium. He sweeps it. 1-1-1 scores on the Honda. So I'll give him the gold, and that makes him the champion, Ryder Bell. Dude, 1-1-1. What was going on with you this week?
I don't know. I just did my best and just rode like how I knew how to do, and it worked out.
And where do you normally do your riding and training?
Well,
I lived in Hawaii till I still live in Hawaii, but 6 months ago I came up to Southern California, and I've been living with Brian Medeiros, and I've been going home a little bit back and forth, but most of the time out in Southern California just training and just pushing for this event. It's my first time here, first time racing in the mainland, and we made it here and we're a champion. So
out of Hawaii, that is awesome. What about this moto? Did you feel any pressure, or was it under control most of the way?
I got the start and I sprinted the first 3 laps, and I seen I had a pretty good gap, and I was like, okay, I'll just go ride it in for here and save my energy for the later on moto and try to get that championship too.
Okay, he's aiming for 2. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my whole family, everybody from Hawaii that supported me to get over here. I can't thank you guys enough. Brian Medeiros, Ikolu Suspension, Steel Core, Bill, King's Excavation, Polaris Cam-Man, Honda World, Aloha Cycles, Maui Built, ODI, FXR, and everybody else that sees this. Thank you.
All right, let me bring Tab from the AMA on up to the stage and hand over the #1 plate. He's got 1 title with a 111 score. Let's hear it for Ryder Bell. Quite a story there, coming over from Hawaii to get this done. And he's just soaking that in right now. I'm going to give you a free set of sunglasses from Oakley, but that's got to go to a female. So that's mom. What, you married? I didn't think so. Mom, wife, girlfriend. And I got to get champagne, and you will celebrate in just a second. Take it away, boys.
All right, Weege, here we go. 450B Limited coming up right now. Looks like this, the 76 of Avery Long sitting on 2 points right now. The number 11, Crockett Myers with 5 points. And Mitchell Zaremba, man, that guy tenacious through all the motos, sitting on 6 points right now. So 2, 5, and 6 for, let's see, Long, Myers, and Zaremba. So going to be a showdown in this one. Myers having to work his way through the pack a couple times already this week, Kevin Kelly, and no stranger to not getting the start. Mitchell Zaremba, as a matter of fact, he's had to do work all week. Almost got a moto win there. Chased Myers down and was literally wheel to wheel at the finish line on moto #1. So going to be a great race here for us in 450B. Going to be looking at our 85cc 10 to 11 limited going down the line, and in staging area going to be our Schoolboy 1 12 to 17 BC.
Ricky Rickards joining us in the booth, doing double duty here again. The Brett Downey Safety Foundation, you're helping out with that as always. And man, how many years have you guys been coming here bringing these lights?
Yeah, the lights have been about the last 6 to the last 7 years, and I've been here the last 9 to the last 10 years, you know? So.
Yeah, you've had a fun little journey, man. The first time I ever met you, I guess, was the Brett Downey Safety Foundation. I mean, way back when you were fresh out of the Marines or Army?
Army, yep.
Army. And so you took it upon yourself to kind of help out with the Brett Downey Safety Foundation after the tragic injury, and you can kind of explain how you've gotten here in this sport.
Yeah, definitely was super fortunate just to get linked up with the foundation post-military, and just kind of saw a void, in the sport that I love. And, the importance of flagger education is definitely super high. And for us as the Safety Foundation, we just really wanted to create not only a curriculum, but just a standard to set across the country. So it doesn't matter if you're racing in California or in Florida, you're going to see the same flagging techniques. And then we evolved that, even got the safety lights from Supercross, and we actually purchased the patent from Mike LaRocco Sr., so we own the patent on those lights now, and just kind of doing our part to elevate the sport.
Yep, so we travel around pretty much every race I'm at, you're at, from Minios to Freestone to Mammoth here, Loretta's. You now have taken your role on with Fly Racing. You flew right up the ranks there. And you're, what are you doing over there? Doing some hard part stuff?
No, not at all. So I'm actually...
no, that's right. Social media marketing stuff?
Yeah, so I manage all WPS social media accounts. We have 9 in-house brands, so I manage all of that. And then they actually just promoted me and moved me into the photo studio. I've kind of learned that I'm pretty talented at photography, so now...
You just got into that, within the last year or so.
Yeah, I broke both my wrists mountain biking and was in double cast for 10 weeks and kind of got bored, went on YouTube University, and just learned how to... get behind the lens. And now I'm doing ad work and print work and, content for Fly Racing.
That's awesome, man. Stoked to have you guys here. You had your whole setup here. You guys have been busy the whole time. You got Hope working for you as well. You stole her away from KTM. She's a good one.
Yeah, we're kind of building the dream team here. Got Hope from KTM, and we also picked up Joe McMillan from Feld. He's our new activation manager. So just bringing a lot of people into the industry that we know are hard workers and are going to help our brand, continue to elevate.
We are watching Jackson Glathar. He grabs the whole shot. How many riders wear fly racing in this class right now? Probably 43 of them.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of them.
It's a good bit. You know, that's all just tributes to Hope's hard work out there, really trying to do the best for the brand, and you know, it's all about that fly family.
I feel you. Fly family, you guys you're like family regardless of the brand. You guys are always the hospitality is always there. You guys travel all over from Supercross. Man, you guys are just week in and week out setting that thing up, hosting the traveling show or whatever. Steve Mathis does that show with you guys.
Yep, we got Fly Racing Radio we do every week at Supercross, and then also we're doing the Moto Spot show here at our booth with Justin Jennings. So yeah, just kind of really trying to push the podcast and post-race, you know, kind of interviews as well as analysis as well.
There you go. Well, thanks for joining us in the booth. You don't have to leave. You can commentate, do whatever.
Kevin, we talk about consistency. Ricky's got the most consistent hair in motocross.
Best
we commented on all the time. It never grows. He's had it electronically zapped. It never grows. It's always in the right position. It's never out of place.
Tattooed hair.
And when we talk about consistency, there's the model of consistency. Ricky Records hair.
It's just a trade secret. I just take it off at night, put it on the nightstand.
Got a styrofoam head there beside. Got a
like
styrofoam
a little Lego
mold
head.
there.
It's right off
it's
the
a replica of your head. Sits there perfectly.
Yeah.
Reference points above the ears.
Precisely.
Snap it in. Yep, I knew it.
That's it.
Good stuff, Ricky.
No, thank you guys. I
bro.
appreciate it. It's always a pleasure. And, you know, thanks to Tim Cotter and the MX Sports crew for allowing the Brett Downey Safety Foundation to come out. And, you know, I encourage everybody, if you got a local track at home or you own a track yourself, please check out mxsafety38.org. We're just all about educating flaggers, flagger instructional videos there with Jeff Emig as the commentator. So please, everyone, hit up mxsafety38.org. And once again, thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Awesome, man.
Awesome. Good stuff, Ricky. Thank you.
I'll shut you off there. Thanks, bro. And he is going to leave the building, get out of here. Avery Long is your leader, the number 76 Yamaha. Alvin Hillian in the number 2 spot. Zaremba third. Cameron Horner fourth. That has since changed. As I'm saying the names, they are crashing on screen here. Everybody working their way around. The DOT out there got the cones out, pointing them around.
got a new lane.
Yeah. Finally, a good start for our buddy Alvin Hillian. Good to see him on the number 99 Kawasaki. Alvin Hillian is a little mini version of Jason Anderson. If you've ever seen him without his helmet, the jersey's untucked. He is the spitting image. He's fast, and he is just every time I see the kid, reminds me of Anderson. Yamaha rider out front. Long is your leader, and that's where you want to be. He's got 1-1-1 scores.
For sure. And Zaremba. Now, Crockett Myers was one of the other guys in contention in top 3 in points, but Mitchell Zaremba right now sitting in that number 3 position. That has him sitting at a number 2 overall if things would roll out as they are. When we take a look at Hillian, though, some problems earlier in the motos. He had a 11 in moto number 1, so sitting a little behind the 8 ball right now. A little redemption for him in that number 2 ride.
Yeah, look at those scores, though. He has had some rough ones there. Alvin Hillian, a 28, 11, and a 2. I know he's top 5 worthy. He's just got to be consistent.
Yeah, and lap times were always there, just in some kind of issue with the track there in moto number 1, always in traffic. I believe went down one time. So.
Yep. There's Crockett Myers coming through the field. I picked you up, man, on the number 11. He's making some passes, and you can see on screen that Long is going to have some company here. Zaremba, I believe, has gotten around.
I told you that guy's tough.
Yeah,
that
gotten
guy's
around
tough.
Horner, Allison, Lane. Hillian drops back, man.
Comes out of there, Ohio area over there, and those guys all bred tough riders. They can all ride the mud. They can ride the heat. So Zaremba, if you remember, chased Long down in moto number 1, almost made the pass between the Bermuda Triangle and the finish line.
We're watching the number 11 of Crockett Myers trying to stay out of the rear wheel there of the number 18 of Ian Kieran. There's the Kawasaki. Where's Alvin Hillian at now? He falls all the way back to 9th. Dang.
He missed that one. Did not see that on the monitor right there, but Hillian having some kind of issue as he works his way back around. Sitting now, as you said, in the number 9 position. I got to tell you, right now the track looks really, really good. We talk about rough and this and this and this. This morning, a couple of those classes, first time they got to see a smooth track. They were late in the afternoon. It was really, and I don't want to say smooth. It was really rough.
For Loretta's, that's pretty. It's very agreeable right now.
Absolutely, man. As well as the weather, the air temp, the humidity, just fantastic conditions to say goodbye to the ranch here this afternoon. And 450B, much as we expected, Avery Long and Mitchell Zaremba out there in a battle. Crockett Myers picking up 1 spot last time around. He too is in the hunt for this championship.
There it is.
Currently sits in that number 3 position.
There's the 46. See, buddy, Ricky is out. Avery Long and Zaremba Long on the number 76 Yamaha, Zaremba on the 46 Yamaha.
Kevin, you were talking about our monitors. I've got a friend in the furniture business. I think we're going to have to talk to Broyhill about, about getting some theater seats in this thing. Yeah.
Lower that TV. The TV is 18 feet in the air, straight up on the roof, and then we're down on the floor.
We can't see through the windows anyway, so you might as well just mount the monitors right there.
Big
so, yeah, we'll get some theater chairs in here. We'll be ready next year.
Avery Long is out front. See for how long, though? Yeah, they've got Zaremba. Is that Horner on the Honda now? Something's not adding up here. The bike. So is that the 41 of Horner and Zaremba must be battling it out here, and then Long just out of the shot? Well, I don't know.
Well, he's 6 seconds
out.
He's
6 seconds.
Yeah, he's 6 seconds out, bro. Yeah, so
there we go.
You've got Zaremba and Horner right there.
Zaremba on the Yamaha, Horner on that 41 Honda. Zaremba under the attack. Cameron Horner in stereo. They'll triple in. Go past that flagger. He's pumped.
Look at Horner, feet up. Did you see that? All the way to the very end of that corner.
Feet on the pegs.
Wow. Not following either, doing a great job. He had a very aggressive line. I thought he was going to close up on him in the Ten Commandments. Did just a bit. Zaremba able to throttle out of that position. Now he goes down to the inside. Horner trying to carry that momentum. Gives up a couple bike links again. Zaremba just really, you're not going to wear Zaremba down.
Nope.
That's not going to happen. You're not going to wear him out. You see that kid without a shirt?
Oh, yeah, he's super ripped. The mom's ripped. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
She's shredded too, man.
Absolutely. So that's one thing that's not going to happen. You're not going to wear Mitchell Zaremba down late in the race, as we saw against Crocker Myers. He just gets stronger and stronger. Wow. Steer with the rear. Zaremba grabs a handful, throws the spray back at Horner, says, take that.
Deal with that. Got some tear-offs.
Can you see that?
Can you deal with that? So out front, 6.5, 7 seconds now. Avery Long is leading this thing, but man, the battle we are watching here on Racer TV. The blue Honda of Zaremba trying to hold off third place rider Cameron Horner, and Zaremba stingy with those inside lines. He's not going to let you beat him right there.
Yeah, he doesn't have a choice right now, and it's not his preferred line, to be quite honest with you, by any means. But he knows Horner cagey enough and carries enough speed. If he doesn't protect that inside line, it's going to be game over.
Did you see the two lines there? Zaremba goes 3 feet left of those ginormous potholes, way faster than Horner, who went right on the inside over that tunnel jump.
Right, and Horner was back just far enough on that tunnel jump, possibly didn't see the move, was looking forward, and
3 feet to your left, you can avoid all of that.
That was a big deal.
Man, just from a physicality standpoint,
right.
Man, it wears you out every time you have to squat that motorcycle, essentially. Just behind them, Lane Allison on the Kawasaki creeping up. He had a 158 last time around. A 155, if that doesn't tell you how fast this racetrack is right now, the 450B class turning 155, so we're going to see some 53s for sure.
No question about that. And it looks like Zaremba has weathered the storm now and starting to open the gap back up over Horner. Horner came at him in a couple different corners, tried a couple different moves, not able to seal the deal, and that's allowed Allison to get into the picture on the number 53 Kawasaki.
It was once a big deal to bust a 2-minute lap time whenever Eli Tomac did it on his Honda in the B class.
Yep.
We were like, oh my God, the unthinkable.
Yep.
And now the 450Bs, the Super Minis have gone 2 minutes below.
And the track is the same length. Believe it, and it's probably a little rougher right now than it was then, to be quite honest with you. That's the advancement in technique in the bikes, in the suspension, all kinds of stuff lead to that. But you're correct. I remember when 2 minutes was the big number, man.
It's a bad man if you lost 2 minutes.
Yep.
And there he is, your leader. Or nope, that is not your leader.
Yeah, it is.
It's Crockett Myers.
Oh, that's Crockett Myers. Yeah.
Crockett trying to work his way through the field. He sits fifth. And then you have Allison just in front of him, about 2.5 seconds on the 53 Kawasaki.
Yeah, this is all about the pride for Crockett Myers. That he can make all the passes he wants. He's pretty much going to be where he's at in the overall championships, in that third position right now, standing on an overall bronze.
Just about halfway home here. Elapsed time looks to be 10 minutes right about now on the money. So we're 10 minutes in the books, 10 minutes to go. Story is halfway written, but Avery Long on his way to pinning his name in this championship book. 1-1-1 scores.
And I'm curious, Zaremba was down a good bit the other day. I'm thinking 6 or 7 seconds. and in a matter of about 4 laps was able to close that gap. Let's see here. Even if he makes the pass, even if he makes the pass, it doesn't matter. But I believe Zaremba's the kind of guy that would like to close the gap, make a challenge here late, and that's where he does his best work.
Yeah, if you can just be fit and run consistent, whatever your best lap time is, if you can run it on the 8th or 9th lap, that'll net you passes at the very end.
Yeah, absolutely.
They may get you the first 3 or 4 laps, but their tongues are dragging typically, and you can reel them right in.
Yes, sir. I've seen fit guys beat fast guys many times.
Yeah, and that's one thing.
Yeah.
If you're fit, you know it.
Yes.
You're just like, bring on those last 3 laps. Please bring the heat. Make this track rough because that's when I can shine.
And it was always fun. I was that guy. I wasn't the fastest, but I would outwill you, and I could outlast you. I did outdoor activities. I worked physically as a kid, And the bottom line was, let him tank. Let him go out there and run. Let him go out there and tank. Blow me away for the first 3 laps.
How about that line choice there? Long went from the very outside of that sweeper, swept all the way around, all the way to the inside. So he is out there hunting for real estate, smooth real estate. Avery Long, you're right. 1-1-1 scores. Perfect on the day. 157. Super consistent. Your top 3 all running 157s.
And to Weege's credit, the other day we talked about this. Man, that gap right there, that's line choice. I mean, yeah, there's pure speed between the corners and that type of thing. And actually, his corner speed is what's really doing this for him. The line selection and the corner speed.
You still eat
but
that?
He's really diagnosed his track, figured this track out, and found out what works for his style and his bike. I can tell you.
Jason Wygant's super consistent. He has been nibbling on whatever that is since about 4 hours ago?
The game plan is make it last all day, and that will also cover dinner. All right, so there will be 0 investment on Saturday for Jason Wygant.
He had chicken nuggets that were in the refrigerator from last night for breakfast. Yes. He cruises in, grabs whatever that's sitting around in some tin foil. Barbecue sauce that goes really well with coffee.
Yeah,
chicken nuggets, barbecue sauce, and a cup of black coffee.
So as far as Wygant's concerned, mission accomplished.
Done.
Okay, all right.
He's $8 ahead of the game here.
I swear, I was just getting ready to say he is $7.50 ahead.
Although you bought $50 worth of beer the other night. How hard was that?
Shoot.
Always trying to gain that extra 1% every year.
Yes.
Just small gains. I mean, at this point, the base is already there. You can't make huge gains at this point. It's all about inches, tenths of a second.
Pennies here, $1 there.
You've seen the show American Greed. You see what that does to you. Just, hey, play the long game. Play the long game, Weege.
I think Horner has finally gotten Zaremba, and Zaremba is not happy about that on that blue Yamaha. He's got Horner who's finally just worked him, and Zaremba is not done. You can tell, dude, he's not tired. The aggression is there. Zaremba floating around the outside. He might have a shot, man. He made that outside work. And he is fit. His mom is fit. They are super ripped up. I think that they just constantly do dips, push-ups, curls, squats. During the race, Mom's over there doing squats, curls, dips.
During the race?
During the race.
Can't even take a 20-minute break.
No. He's racing doing dips. He's doing squats while he's racing. So Zaremba tried to work his way back around Horner, and Jason trying to work his magic and eat that free meal. You got free food, send it this way to Jason Wygant. You got a mailing address, you want to have some stuff mailed to you as well, have it waiting for you when you get home.
Cold pack, dry ice.
MREs, U.S. military, if you're listening, Armed Special Forces there, the Air Force, if you got any MREs.
Oh, Tang.
The bagged beef stroganoff. Yeah.
If you've got some Tang and some MREs from Vietnam and you want to ship them his way, he will eat them. They are 20 years out of date, doesn't matter.
It is going to be tough to get through Sunday because I won't be having anyone providing my meals. So
how's that going to work?
We can pack ahead here, get some Sunday meals in advance here on a Saturday.
So your version of meal prepping is just
that's meal prep.
Pandering for
that's meal
food.
prep.
This guy grabs like 6 or 7 packs of saltines every time he stops. Puts in the bag. These things are from 2019.
His shower has nothing but 2-inch high little mini shampoos.
Oh, little bottles. Yeah.
Tons of them, right?
Yeah.
Oh, at home?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, dude, it got the little soaps, the little hand soaps all in stuff.
But I had said this. The hotels are on to me as Avery Long tries to finish this off. You notice a lot of the hotels have switched to the 3 big pumps.
What do you do? You bring in a big...
Well, it wasn't my idea.
He has an empty bottle. I know it, dude.
I got to admit, it was not my idea. I told people about this disappointment, and I instantly got all sorts of DMs and advice from people being like, dude, bring an empty bottle, fill it up. So we're back in the game.
You're back in Zaremba.
Is this Zaremba Horner battle?
He battled for himself. You're right. He got past. Zaremba got past. He goes, no, it ain't over yet. He got
about
right
this
back
guy,
around.
dude.
Horner, watch that battle. If we can follow back on the 41 and 46, the Honda and Yamaha of Horner and Zaremba. Zaremba is fit, man. There it is. Zaremba got him back. He says, come on. I'll take everything you got.
I
There's
told
Horner.
you, man. That's how he plays, dude. He likes it gritty. When it gets hot, the time's running out, man. That's where he's at his best.
2-lap board is coming up. So don't throw out any of your food. If you want to pile it up in a trash bag and dump it right here at the announcer's tower, any old pizza crust, old apple cords, whatever. Why can't I ground that into something, some kind of...
Believe me, literally, when we say meat on the bone, we mean meat on the bone. So,
gross.
For sure.
It's like just a trough of slop. Just
So you're going to eat the rest of that rib? You know? I love it.
Old pizza crust flying at him when he's walking, throwing food at him. They're not mad at you, Weaves. They're literally throwing food at you. Tomatoes, you'll catch them and eat them.
Yeah, that's not heckling. Yeah, that's a gift.
I was watching the Ocho last night, and Mom Jeans won the air guitar, and they were throwing clothes and underwear at her. She was catching it with her mouth. That was fascinating. I know I'm going a long way around here, but ESPN turns into ESPN the Ocho one time a year.
Yeah.
And it was fantastic last night. They had that World Air Guitar Championships, and some lady named Mom Jeans won it.
Oh, jeez.
It was great. We got what do you got? Johnny Legs here, and then Mom Jeans. Lucky Shoes here. Timmy Long Arms. There's our leader, the 40s, our second place rider, Zaremba. Man, he has just gotten stronger and stronger. He turns a 159, trying to match Avery Long.
Yeah.
Deep into this moto. There he is, the 46 of Mitchell Zaremba.
I believe the 2-lap card is out. Should be picking up the white flag. Yeah, there we go. Just picked up the white flag. Very good.
The surrender flag for most of these guys. Zaremba's like, let's keep going. Gas me up. I'll go.
Dude, he said charge.
Here we go.
He's ready.
Past the mechanics area. Zaremba, and that'll be good enough for a second place. He's going to go 4-2-2. But Avery Long's 1-1-1. Impossible to beat that. That's a royal flush. Straight flush, whatever you want to call it.
All three of these top guys. And, you know, I got to believe Crockett Myers was just hanging in there. I got to believe he wasn't concerned. He wasn't going to chance it. He wasn't going to mix it, tangle it up with anybody. Simply going to put himself on the podium here.
2-3-5 scores for
Myers.
Myers.
Are you kidding? So look at Zaremba. What was it? 4-2-2 and then 2-3-5. Man, that's almost as good as it gets.
That's
okay, those are fantastic finishes.
So one more time around for the number 76 of Avery Long. Avery Long sponsored by Yamaha, Rock River Power Sports, Genuine, GYTR, Parts Unlimited, and the Monster Army. So a great soldier out there for Shakoff and the gang at Monster Energy. Got the jersey untucked. He's ready to party.
Oh, yeah, it's over now. All right, white flag is out, and it's got a few turns left, knows exactly what he needs to do, and just about time to celebrate. Came out of this thing alive, got a silver medal overall, had great motos, only off the podium one time, so fantastic.
Yeah, Long actually perfect here. He's going to go 1-1-1.
Oh.
That is a great ride there.
That's how you stamp it, Kevin, period.
That's it. And you're right, Zaremba will go 4-2-2. Pump, look at that.
Nice.
They know how important these Loretta titles are. They know how it can change a career, give you the attention you want. All that hard work comes into focus now. You can say, yep.
And you know
Line
what?
them up, boys. I need tires. I need gear. I need graphics for the bike, oils, all that stuff.
Where's that helmet?
Start sending those resumes.
Exactly.
That's right. The checker flag is out. Congratulations. Your national champion is the number 76 of Avery Long.
Amazing performance, 1-1-1. You know, we do 3 motos for a reason, as you can see. Zaremba, Myers, you know, maybe a 4 here, maybe a 5 there. But when you come in here, you put it down 1-1-1, and leaves nothing to question, nothing to chance. And obviously the cream rises to the
Look at
top.
that. And it did. Lane Allison got around Horner in that last lap to jump up to the number 3 spot. So Long, Zaremba, and Allison jumps past Horner on the last lap. He'll finish up on the box. Doesn't change the overall, though. It's going to be Avery Long with 1-1-1 scores, good enough for the overall. Zaremba, second place overall, 4-2-2 scores, and 2-3-5 scores for Crockett Myers. That's how your overall podium looks. But
yeah,
the happiest man at the ranch right now is 450B Limited National Champion out of New London, Minnesota, Avery Long.
Wygant pretty happy too, though. Zero spend day today, so he's pretty happy as well.
Yeah, he's way up in the money department, although he did spend $50 on beers the other night at the beer tent, which just blew everybody away, I'm sure.
Wow.
As we get ready to toss it down to Jason Wygant, take it away, Weege.
Big crunch down here. A lot of media attention starting to bloom for Avery Long with 5 moto wins this week and now 2 titles. And the AMA did invent a new award a couple of years ago, Amateur Rider of the Year for the top rider in the B classes. So you got to figure he's a front runner for that one. We'll see how it turns out. Still have more B racing to go. Well, some schoolboy racing, I guess, to go. And we're going to need Lane Allison on up to finish 3rd place. All right, we're looking for Lane Allison, the 3rd place finisher. There he is. I just never saw number 53 under here, so I couldn't figure out where he was. All right, we're handing out a bronze medal. Let's hear it for Lane Allison. There you go, Lane. Come down front and center so everybody can see you. Dude, how'd you get 3rd? That happened late in the race.
Yeah, I passed him in the sand sweeper on the last lap. I got pumped up early on, and then it went away, and I was starting to feel good toward the end.
Awesome. You're into bronze, man. That's got to feel great.
Yeah, it does.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Robbie Raynard, Mike Forkner, my parents, my brother Luke in Boston, Robert Raynard, Pro Circuit, Zero Limits Designs, Alpine Stars, Scott Goggles, everybody else.
Let's hear it for Lane Allison taking 3rd. We'll bring up Mitchell Zaremba. Hard-fought battle for that number 2 spot. Good job. This dude wouldn't give up.
Thank you.
Well, at one point, Cameron Horner got you, and you said, no, no, no. I am not giving this up. You fought back. You got to be proud of that effort.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I made a couple mistakes. I got past, but I knew deep down that we're not here to fall back. We're here to push forward, so I just never gave up, and I'm super pumped for that.
That is awesome. Who do you want to thank, dude?
I just thank God for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, my whole family. Shout out to my sister back home for all she does for me. The whole MTF crew. Chris Whitcraft, Levi Kilbarger, Bonsai Suspension, Hydropower, Answer Gear, Bell Helmets, Garnet Boots, MX Tire, Morgantown Power Sports, Sunstar, Mika, and anybody else I forgot. Thanks so much.
Mitchell Zaremba, everybody. Hole shot goes to Jackson. Let's bring him up. Stasic Hole Shot Award winner Jackson Glathar. How'd you pull that?
I don't know. Just ripped it and shifted up.
That's got to be an awesome feeling, though.
Oh, yeah. Especially being on a bigger bike. It's gnarly, especially how light I am. So it's like hanging on like by fingertips.
Who do you want to thank, Jackson?
My mom, my dad, Luke, my grandma and grandpa, Fly, Husqvarna, DT1, Pro Taper, FMF, Haywire, Rhino Power, Blended Up, and everyone else, thank you.
Let's hear it for Jackson Glathar with your whole shot. And now we end a dominant week in the B divisions. A star is born. We see this happen year after year. This year's breakthrough performer, 5 moto wins, 2 titles, Avery Long. I've asked you this almost every moto, but man, something special. Is this something that you think you can carry through for the rest of your career?
Yes, sir. Unbelievable week. Means a lot. I can't thank Danny, Ed, Jake, just everybody, Donnie, enough for giving me this opportunity and putting this this blue bike up here. And yeah, it just feels awesome.
What do you think comes next for you?
I got Ironman Combine in a couple weeks, so I'm ready to go out there and do that, hop on a 250 and show everybody that I'm not just a 450 guy.
See how you stack up. Who else do you want to thank, man?
I love to thank my mom, my dad, NSA, Rock River, Yamaha, Alpine Stars, Moose, 100%, Bell, Monster Army. Zach Emke at home watching. He just had a baby. Congratulations. Yeah, just everybody. Rob, Kevin, the whole Real Do crew for supporting me. Yeah, just everybody in my corner, my little brothers, my aunt and uncle for coming down, and my cousin. All my family and friends back home. I got so many messages coming from my old high school friends I went to school with. And yeah, so it means a lot to, you know, get messages from them and, yeah, be up here with 2 titles.
I'm sure it does. What a performance. Let's bring Mike Perkeen up from the AMA to hand over the #1 plate. He's now a 2-time champion in 2022, Avery Long. What a performance. Let's take a few more photos and then pop some champagne.
All right, thanks, Weege. Kevin Kelly and I back in the booth right now. Looks like 85cc 10 to 12 coming up. Landon Gibson sitting on a pair of pocket aces, 1-1 for him. Looks like Vincent Way is in contention. He's sitting on a 3-4, and Cole Bleckett, he's sitting on a 4-2, so those seem like our key players right there. Looks like Gibson, Way, and Bleckett going to need to get good starts, not make any mistakes here as we move our way into our 85 10 to 12 limited. Up next going to be our Schoolboy 1 12 to 7 BC, and then our Open Pro Sport Moto.
And we are just about ready to go. The revs are up, gates down, and hope you guys enjoy your trip back home. If you are heading out, safe travels to you. And also a PSA, just help with the ranch, and please pick up around your area. Grab yourself a trash bag, fill it up, dump it off. At least put your stuff in a trash bag. And we do not want your easy ups and your old tires. I don't know why that's a thing.
Yeah.
Why do you feel like I don't go to my neighbor's house after I'm done with the easy up, just chunk it in his front yard. I don't understand why people feel you can leave your easy ups in your tires.
No,
here.
absolutely
your oil, your
not.
gas cans.
No,
take it with you.
Kevin,
We don't need that.
I'm 100% with you. And, you know, we always talk about do the right thing because it's the right thing to do as we're exiting. Nobody's going to get mad at you for, you know, picking up an extra bag of trash.
No.
Nobody's going to get mad at you for throwing that old tire in and putting it on your tire pile at home, you know, and that type of thing.
Yeah, it's not our responsibility.
I agree with you 100%. You know, if you carried it in, carry it out, also carry somebody else's out too.
Yeah, man, help out. We are guests here. We are guests in the town. I even asked the lady at Walmart whenever I was there a few nights ago. I'm like, hey, how are we treating you guys? Like, I know we come in and just invade your town. Like, hopefully everybody's being respectful. I know there's a monetary value to having us here, but then there's also the respect. These kids running wild in the streets. I hope you parents have done your job and not just sent your kids wild in Waverly here, making a video of the Waverly Wild Boys out here.
Yeah, that's not what we're looking for.
Nope. What we're looking for is Darren Pine. He's on the number 58 machine. He got the whole shot. He's leading right now as we watch the opening laps here of the 85 10-12 limited class, the 58 of Pine with the whole shot.
Yeah, he had issues in moto number 1, finishing 22nd, come rebounding with a 7th in that second moto, and out front leading the way here in moto number 3.
He's got the 22 right behind him. Who would that be? Jonathan Getz. So a good moto for Getz. Look at those moto scores, man.
I
6
told
and
you.
a 5.
Yeah.
Green flag, it is out, and your leader, Darren Pine, still doing it. He's got Jonathan Getz, and here's another name we haven't said a lot about. It's Vincent Way.
I was waiting on you. Yep.
What are his moto scores there?
The 27 of Vincent Way, we're looking at a 3-4.
Well,
so
I'll shut up because that's not bad.
No,
that's
no,
really good, actually.
That's about as consistent as we're going to see. Like you said, the rest of them all over the place. And look what that does for Vincent Way in the overall contention.
Well, there you go. I'll shut up for real. 3-4-3, good enough for the overall.
All
shut
right.
up. But look at that. It's 10
Read
and
that.
10.
Read that again for him, Kevin.
3-4-3. That is good enough for the overall. And guess who's right behind him? The man that could steal it away, Cole Blecka. Blecka with 4-2-4. They both have 10 points. So Blecka needs to get around Vincent Way. And I promise you, Vincent Way will do his best to not let that happen.
And you know as well as I do, Blecka will get aggressive with it. He'll force the issue. There's no question.
Looking for the number 2 of Landon Gibson in 15th place. So he goes 1-1, and he's currently 15th. So, wow, a big change of events here. A lot of drama. And there he is off the side of the bike, the number 2.
Wow.
So riders fly past him, and it's only getting worse for the number 2 of Landon Gibson. He did not go down, but he pulled a Liam Olaf, and he was running on the side of the bike, stayed on it, kept it running, and jumps right back in the battle. So, holy cow. So he's got 17 points. So what that means is he is 7 points behind our leaders, which is possible. He could pass 7 different guys and put him up in contention. So this one is far from over. We've got the battle between Way and Blecka. They sit 3rd and 4th. They both have 10 points. Landon Gibson is 7 points back, 1-1, and he's in 15th. So the potential for him to make those passes is there. So
absolutely.
This one is far from over. But all the while, Darren Pine is your leader. Darren Pine with 22-7-1 scores.
Yeah, exactly, man. I told you this stuff's insane to look at. Hey, I want to take a minute and wish a very happy 18th birthday to Bodie Ash. I know you've been going through some stuff this year, Bodie, and congratulations. Happy 18th birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday, bud. It's all legal now, so be careful. The 27 of Vincent Way is now your leader. He has passed 3 riders, guys, and he is up to the number 1 spot. Getz drops back to 2nd, or excuse me, Getz moves up to 2nd. Darren Pine drops back to 3rd. And trouble for Cole Blecka as he's still in 4th. He needs to make passes. He had Vincent Way right in front of him 1 lap ago. Way goes from 3rd to 1st, increases his points lead over Blecka by 2. And we will try to keep up with the number 2 of Landon Gibson with now 1, and 10 scores. He's passed 5 riders in 1 lap, and he is slowly creeping into that challenge for the overall. He's got 12 points. Vincent Way with 8. 4 points he's got to make up. That means 4 passes.
Right. Since that little mistake back there, like you said, that was a lap ago. Picked up 5 spots. I believe that there is going to be no issue for him getting into position. Will he be able to maintain that? That may be another story.
There he is.
But look at him.
Those are the points right there. He's got 4 guys in front of him that could give him the championship. The number 2, the drama is there. He needs 4 passes to tie, 1 more to break the tie.
Just about. He's halfway through a buy one, get one right now. There he goes, getting ready to pick up the other end of it.
There it is.
As he works his way through, not quite able to seal the deal just yet.
Of equal value there.
But
those
there you go.
passes
Yep.
are all equal.
Yep.
So that's what we're watching here as the points change each lap. Perfect scores going into this moto with the number 2. And now he is on the move. Landon Gibson on the KTM, picking off riders one after the other. He knows what's at stake here.
No, absolutely, and knows exactly where he sits, knows what it's going to take to get the job done.
Thank goodness that buffer in that first 2 motos, the 1-1s, give him the ability to have a 10th place finish and still even be in the conversation.
Oh, yeah. There's no other way that would have happened without those wins, period. You take a look at the difference in those positions, and any other time that would have just been a wash.
Yep, he's coming. The number 2 will check back in and see what the scores are officially. Landon Gibson was perfect going into this moto. Now some adversity. We're going to see what he is made of as he works his way around that Thor Polysport Beach. The leader's now coming through and past us here. Vincent Way doing everything he can do. You got to win. You got to make up points, and he's doing it. Vincent Way 1.8 seconds out front of Jonathan Getz. And now the real story here on the number 2. Has he jumped into that championship position now. Look at that. He goes all the way to 6th. And what does that do? 8, 8, and 9. Vincent Way is now tied. One more pass by Landon Gibson, and the championship swings back to him.
And he's totally aware of that. He knows exactly what it needs to do, and he knows
this
that
could be it right here.
Trinity Bachelor, that's what it's going to take. Going to have to get his way past the gas machine, keep this thing on 2 wheels, put in a couple more laps, go after Darren Pine to keep things safe.
Vincent Way just doing all he can do. All he can do is win the race. That's all he can do, and he's doing that.
And he turned a 2:07 last time, so he's really committed. He's running the pace, doing what he needs to do. Getz was a 2:08.
Here it is. Coming through the 10 commandments, if the pass is made, the championship numbers swing in the favor of the number 2 here. Needs one pass to seal off this championship.
Kevin,
going to go inside.
You see how that corner had 3 different arcs in it?
It sure
Man,
did.
It took 3 different turns, didn't it? Wow, incredible. Like a dog leg corner.
Super technical course here, and it's changed every time these guys have went out on the racetrack. And
This
Gibson tiptoeing behind Trinity Bachelor, and he might have done it. I believe he did. That was it. That was uneventful.
Yeah, that was
championship just like that.
Went down inside, tiptoed through that corner, put himself out front.
God, look at that, launching into that rut. Jumps and lands right in that rut. And Trinity Bachelor going right there with him.
Yeah, might have caught Bachelor a little bit by surprise. Thought he had that momentum outside there, and all of a sudden.
Rob.
Yep, there comes Landon Gibson, so it's go time. Trinity Bachelor trying to get on the rear fender, throw out a rope, get a tow, but I think it's a little late for that now. Gibson definitely starting to pull away from Bachelor.
Here comes Vincent Wake right past us, and about 1.8 seconds back, the number 22 of Jonathan Getz. He is right there with him, up and over the tunnel jump, as is our 3rd place rider, Cole Blecka. So Blecka is coming. He's trying to carve off some points. Could Cole race himself back into championship position? He could, but Landon Gibson would have to falter.
Gibson passed Bachelor.
He did. He got him just a few moments ago.
Well, yeah, we knew that.
So
just
Gibson with 115
score, yeah.
115 score, 7 points for Gibson, 341 Vincent Way, 8 points, 9 points for Blecka. So he keeps moving forward, just further helping himself out. Landon Gibson.
Just pad the points, pad the points.
Because you know what could happen. He could have a rough lap, tip over, lose a spot or 2, and had he not made those passes when he needed to, wouldn't have that buffer.
For sure. All right.
Hope you guys are enjoying this coverage. It's been all week long. These guys have done a jam-up job. All of the camera guys, even Davey Coombs for the last few days has been out there
right now
running the camera, man. The guys inside the booth producing, the drone operators swapping out hot batteries.
Our drone pilots are the best in the business.
100%.
I've watched and how tough is it to run a drone at a golf event?
Hey,
and you still can't get that feel that you get from our drone.
Finally got to my hotel cup of coffee.
Okay,
I had tea this morning. The voice is a little hoarse, so I wanted a cup of tea. So, what time is it now? 11:40.
5 hours later.
Only 5 hours later, we finally got to this.
Travel cup, Weege will rinse that out and travel with him on
I'm
that
saying,
week.
like, I haven't had my coffee yet. I still got a lot left.
Yeah.
So
you got your Yetis. That is last year. That's last year's coffee cup.
Yes, I brought it back.
Yeah, that's your Yeti.
Series. This is a Yeti for me. It's got a lid. That's insulating.
Oh, shoot.
It will keep your coffee hot for at least 8 minutes. Yes.
Long enough to make the drive
he
here.
He doubles them up, double insulated.
Yeah, sure. Just get a large and a medium, stuff them in top of each other. There you go. He's sitting here.
Yeah,
you're blowing his mind.
He's
liking that.
There's great information out there amongst all of us. You
just
walk
gotta
amongst us. Everybody's got some ideas you can contribute. Double insulate that cup.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't burn your hand and keeps the coffee hotter.
Yep.
Come on, man.
You don't need a sleeve. What does that sleeve do?
Gee whiz.
Get 2 cups.
Yeah, man. Just double the cup.
Yep. Finally got to my morning cup of coffee here just a couple minutes before noon. Yep.
There's
budget,
the 27.
Not brains, man.
Vincent Way finally going to get him a moto win here.
No, he got one yesterday. He did the same thing in 2 classes. The 3rd moto ripped it, and the first 4 motos of the week, or the first 2 motos of each class,
bounced
not
around.
good. And then the last 2 motos of the week, he gets gold. What the heck, man? That's Loretta's for you. But not enough for the title.
No, Gibson, and check this out. Gibson was 15th at one moment in this race, and he crashed, and now he's all the way up to 4th. Brian Spencer, Artie Spencer, always a pleasure to have you guys here. Brian Spencer, undefeated, by the way. He got beat 1 time. He won again yesterday. He swept
he did it again?
All 3. It was done.
Track.
Yeah, he beat Evan Ferry. And then who else was with him?
They brought all
Casey
the
Cochran.
players. He brought all the players up, and Brian Spencer took them all down in rock, paper, scissors.
The assassin.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
The assassin.
You know, he has some special extra sense that we don't have. Brian
can't see.
Was born without sight.
Yes.
And the way he's able to sense what you're going to go with on rock, paper, scissors.
He says it's based on your heart. He can hear your heartbeat.
I can hear his hearing is that keen.
He's hearing the opponent's heartbeat. It's impressive what he can do.
The electrodes in your brain and what you're going to pick.
And what you're going to do.
We get distracted. We see things. We get distracted. We break our focus for just that microsecond. And Brian is locked in. So Brian gets to leave saying he took down Casey Cochran, Hayden Deegan, Evan Ferry. In rock, paper, scissors. But hey, he could still say he beat them.
He did. He was 5 out of 6 motos at Loretta Lynn's.
So Vincent Way, I know he's got a big future there. They're happy with his riding at Husqvarna, even if the championship did not come. Did you know, by the way, that the KTM Orange Brigade has a new team manager? He just started last week. Daniel Blair is now the team manager for the Orange Brigade. Yes. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. He hosted a camp, helped out at a camp they had after Redbud, and they liked him so much they gave him the job. So welcome, Daniel Blair.
There you go, man. He's probably watching it, taking notes of his star pupils now.
Well, hilariously, he wasn't here yesterday because he had a TV gig already lined up, and then KTM guys started winning a bunch. So I think we know why.
Just stay away.
And then he came back today. So I don't know. We'll see if the luck continues to roll. But congrats, Daniel Blair. Got the new gig because Nathan Ramsey
moved up.
He's the full pro team manager now for Husqvarna.
Started off as an amateur, worked his way through the ranks.
He did, yep, worked his way through the ranks, finally turned pro at 40 years old.
Three-digit team manager number there, worked his way through that.
Love Nate Dogg. One of the great stories.
Sure.
He's actually a Tennessee native, but no one would know this because in his amateur days he did pretty much nothing. Went out to California, took a roll of the dice as a pro, as a privateer, broke through, became a Supercross champ in the 250s.
He was not heavily like as an amateur. He turns pro and gets some local guys to help him throw a little money his way, and just the speed. Finally, the opportunity and speed and everything, luck met, and the rest, as they say, is history. He's a factory Honda rider.
Well, I actually covered that in the Weed Show video that I'm uploading to Racer X YouTube right now. I know that fans get frustrated with the alphabet soup of classes, and they're just like, well, why don't they just all race against each other? Why are we handing out trophies for all the participants? Well, don't worry. There will be a day where they don't hand out trophies for everybody, and it's called Monster Energy Supercross and Lucas Oil Pro Motocross.
Yeah.
The cream will rise.
There it is.
That day will come.
Yeah.
You're Chase Sexton. You're a bad dude right now, but guess what? You got to go up against Eli freaking Tomac.
Yeah.
There's no trophies for participants at that level. Here, you're trying to give everybody their runway. If you squeeze the Justin Coopers out of the sport, if you crush them, look where Justin Cooper is now. We would have never had him. I mean, the fact that the 4 top guys in the 250 class right now are 2 Australians, a Japanese rider, and Justin Cooper. Who was predicting that in 2017?
You're crying about getting recognized. There'll be a day you won't, and then you'll be crying then, too.
And the opportunity to get recognized will be there. But the reason, I think a lot of people are like, why don't they just have all these fast kids? I know the B riders are as fast as the A riders. Just have them all race against each other. You're trying to give everybody their chance to develop at their pace, so we get all of them as pros at their best. Levi Kitchen, I think, is 20 years old or 21 years old.
He was 19 here racing.
Yes. It took him a couple extra years to get there, but now that he's there, he's legit. If you crush these guys,
chop them off at their
when they're
knees before
16
they
years old, they quit the sport, they leave. We are the ones that lose out.
That other number beside the bike size is an age.
Yeah.
Okay, and the bottom line is a 10-year-old doesn't think like a 14-year-old.
Yes.
He's not developed like a 14-year-old.
Yeah.
So there is a method to madness. Believe it or not, MX Sports did put some thought into this program in developing your kid to go farther in our program.
Yeah,
so,
I think the problem is, honestly, people look at the front runners and they look at how the rules apply to them. But what the rules are really designed to do is grow the sport at the bottom, like keep people in it.
Like, exactly. You got to have a base to get them all the way.
If the moment you get on a big bike, you have to beat the fastest rider, you might just say, okay, I got 30th. We're parking the bikes. We're selling the bikes. We're out.
We're going golfing.
We're going golfing.
Look at it like a pyramid. The A class is the tip of the spear. For every A rider, there's 10 B riders, and for that, there's 40 C riders. You have to have that base to get it all the way.
Right. So
keep
people
the
don't quit
attrition
the sport. Yeah, exactly. If you just said everybody's going gnarly at the gnarly right off the rip,
not happening.
You're going to lose riders. And we have gained some. Justin Cooper was here the other day, and he said, I got booted from the B class because I rode too many B races locally. And he's like, I was not ready for A. If I'd gone to the A class, I would have just got smoked. he probably would have gone to college and we wouldn't have had him. So he got into the two-stroke and college boy classes,
Yes,
won
he did.
those. No one even noticed that he won those, but it gave him one extra year to develop. Then he went into A, got a little bit of confidence. He gave it one more year in A, and then exploded, and now we got a good pro rider on the scene. So that's why these classes are the way
And
they
it's
are.
not unique to our sport. Baseball has single A, double
Oh, my
A,
gosh.
triple A. They have high A, low A. If you, like I said,
Yeah.
if you throw all those guys in, they're done. You're chopping off 90% of baseball if you make them all go
Right.
play
If
at that
they
level.
all have to, if every 18-year-old has to hit off the best pitcher
not
in
gonna
the
happen.
country,
You're done.
they're going to quit. They're going to get cut. So you try to live you don't have forever. Eventually you got to get it done or you're not going to win. But some guys take 3 years, some guys take 1 year, some guys take 5 years. But the hope is that they all meet. And as far as the participation medals, we see it every weekend at the pro ranks.
Sure. They don't hand them
We
out.
give out a first place and a second place and a third place.
Right.
And if you get fourth,
sorry about
you
your
don't get
luck.
anything.
Right.
Sorry. Yeah. So it'll happen at
And you
the
know what?
extreme end.
Guys like Nick Romano have made that happen recently. Guys like Levi Kitchen have made that
Yeah.
happen recently.
Yeah,
So,
they've stepped up.
there
They
it
got a
is.
moto win. But
There it is.
It becomes sink or swim eventually. There's no
Yes.
escape clause.
Absolutely.
Once you're in the pro ranks, you don't perform, you're spit out the back, and that's the way pro sports are. Try to give people a little runway here to develop them. Like I said, if you're Chase Sexton, you got to be like, dude, I am riding out of my mind. Everything is so dialed. I should be dominating. But I got to beat Eli Tomac.
Sure. Right.
Eventually, it gets
Right.
really hard. But you got to get everybody to that top of the pyramid first. I mean, even Sexton himself, he was pretty fast always, but he was not dominant.
The elite.
That's exactly what I was getting ready to say. You know, as good as Chase Sexton was here, I don't know that I expected him to be in the position that he's in right now, and you see that all across the board, and that's the beauty of these many different springboards that Jason's talking about, and I totally agree with that.
Yeah, there's some keyboard warriors out there that have raced about 7 times in their lives and haven't really spent. Yeah, this is how we develop our riders, how we develop the sport, how we grow the sport. Big picture here, folks. It's not Saturday night at Chicken Finger Motocross,
right?
Where Johnny Blue Jeans has been riding the B class for 17 years.
Oh yeah, everybody tells Brady how to throw a ball too. So you know,
Guys, we're in a white flag lap right here. We're about less than a half a lap from a checker flying here, and Vincent Way looks like he's on his way to Moto Gold right now as we check in with there. But Landon Gibson with that not so stellar start was still able to pull out, dig out, and all the way up to the number 3 spot, and has pretty much solidified that national championship several laps ago. But looking at a 1-1-3.
Now, we'll see, because he's about to get around. Looks like he is working on gets. In fact, that's all of your guys right there going into the billboards. They are all tight, except for Vincent Way's 12 seconds out front. That is second, third, and fourth. Getz, Gibson, and Pine. Roddy, jump on in the headset, man. Come on and do a hot swap here. Megawatt just jumped out of the seat. Going to hand it off to you.
I tell you, I got to say my favorite monster, Aussie Lemonade. I mean, out of all the monsters I've ever drank, Aussie Lemonade, I just tried it for the very first time. And
delicious.
Oh, man. That's actually probably what I'm going to start drinking from now on.
Just no more water, just Aussie Lemonade. You took
Aussie
right
Lemonade, that's it. All right, mates, here we go.
Wow, he's already turning Australian. A couple of sips there.
Vinny Way right now turning
Vinny
laps.
Way, is that what we're going with?
Oh, I don't know.
Hey, Vinny Way, how you doing? Great work, bro.
Vincent Way turning laps here. How's that? A 2:10 still here late in the moto. His fastest lap, a 2:06.5, as he is well into this final lap of racing. Again, a Moto Gold, but all the accolades at the end will go to Gibson, who's looking at scoring the possibility now and does have the sight set on, if not in the number 2 spot there for Getz. So a 1-1-2, near perfection.
Yep, and the whole shot went to Darren Pine. He's hanging tough in 4th. Landon Gibson, 1-1-3. 3-4-1 scores for Way. Getz 6-5-2. I wonder after that first moto with that 6th place finish for Getz, did they go, well, this is it, we're done? Nope. He kept his head down, got better and better. Little up and down scores for riders around him, kind of helped him out. And there is the number 27 Answer Husqvarna ride of Vincent Way snagging that race win. That's pretty convincing. 12 seconds he wins that thing by. There's the number 2 of Gibson, who gets around Jonathan Getz.
Absolutely.
With even more points for that guy. There's Getz. He'll get third, and that's pretty much your podium. Gibson with the overall. Vincent Way finishes second overall, gets the moto win, and Jonathan Getz gets third place and third place overall.
There's a look at your Moto 3 results. 85cc 10 to 11 limited class coming to a close here. That's race 22. And as we look at the race docket here on this Saturday, race 23, Schoolboy 1, 12 to 17 BC is on deck next, followed up by Open Pro Sport. Their final moto going to be hitting the track about 12:30 here this afternoon. So, wow, is that one going to be an exciting?
Oh, yeah, man. They have been waiting on that one. Ready to go. We're going to stick them out there at the hottest part of the day, let them earn it. 12:30, the sun, high noon, burning right down. Wah, wah, wah. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Who would that be here in the tower? I think it's just ugly.
All of us.
Just all ugly. Ugly and bad.
All right, let's head on down to the podium. Jason Wygant getting things set up there to hand out some moto medals and, of course, crown a Monster Energy AMA Motocross Amateur Champion.
Bring our third place rider up. And a quick exchange there in the final lap. He was running second. He ends up in third. Looking for our third place finisher. That'd be Jonathan Getz. There he is. Here he comes. Let's hear it for Jonathan Getz. All right, there. Tell me about your moto there, Jonathan.
I had a good start, and then I just read my race, and then Landon passed me in the last lap.
All right, who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, 22 Graphics, Fly, 100%, FMF, Sickwicks, Ithaca, Torres Motorsports, and everyone else, thank you.
Jonathan Getz, everybody. Bronze medal. Let's bring the moto winner on up. And the week ended on a high note for him. We're bringing the moto winner to the stage. Yep, and then we'll bring the championship bike because we'll clear the decks of the 27. Let's bring up our moto winner. Believe he did this twice. Third moto wins for him. So he turned his week around big time. Let's hear it for Vincent Way. Well, just forget about the first few days. Just only go home and think about the last two, right?
Yeah, the last 2 days were awesome.
Any idea what changed? Just bad racing luck and stuff like that, or did you do something different?
Just my mindset.
All right. Can you carry that all the way to your next couple races? Did you learn something here?
Yeah.
Okay. Who do you want to thank, Vincent?
Husqvarna, FMF, Monster Army, Arma Sport, Scott, Pro Taper, Moto Seat, Flow Foot Pegs, OGO, Nihilo Concepts, and everybody else. Thanks so much. Oh, my mom and dad.
Oh, yeah. Let's hear it for Vincent Way. All right. Now, we do have to clear the number 27 bike off the stage because we have a championship to hand out. I've also got a whole shot award for Darren Pine. Yeah, Vincent Way slinging that motorcycle himself. Good job, boy. All right, let's bring Darren Pine on up and hand out a whole shot award. Let's hear it for Darren Pine. Boy, they grow up quick. I remember you on the Cobra. How'd that moto go, dude?
Oh, it was pretty good. Got the whole shot and just led the few laps. Then got passed, but other than that, it was really good.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, Beast Moto Lab, TTMX, Van Martin, Trill, TLD, 100%, and anyone else, thank you.
Let's hear it for Darren Pine. With the Stasic Whole Shot Award. You get to keep that, and let's bring the number 2 machine on up. Let's bring our championship bike up. And he digs out second place. Didn't even need that, but he did it anyway. Let's hear it for our national champion, Landon Gibson. Talk about the kind of work that it takes coming into this race to perform like that.
Yeah, man, I've worked so hard leading up to this, and have had a rough week, but we got it done, man.
Yeah, take me through some of the adversity you had to deal with to get in position.
So I got off to like a 5th place start, and I just got bumped off the start, just a lot of carnage. And, man, the first lap I was riding great, and I just tipped it over. I don't know what I was doing out there. Just wasn't focused, but I got refocused and made my way back up to second, so.
Were you a little scared at one point the title had slipped away?
Not really.
All right, you got to believe. Who do you want to thank, Landon?
Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, Power Band for the awesome suspension, Next Level Motocross, Gavin Graysick for training me for this win, man. Bell helmets, 100%, mom, dad, Answer, Pro Taper, Bell helmets, 100%, and everyone else. Thank you.
Let's hear it for him, Landon Gibson. Where is, there we go, there's the AMA #1 plate. Here is Tad, and here is the crown. Landon Gibson is an 85cc champion. Let's hear it for Landon Gibson one more time. And you get some champagne. Celebrate, soak your friends and family. He gets Oakley sunglasses as well. And go have at it. I'm going to send it back to the tower.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason, as we check in with our 23rd race of Moto #3. And looks like we've got a barn burner about ready to be featured in this one. A 3-way tie coming in as we've got Noah Stevens, a Moto 1 winner in Moto 1 and a 3rd place in Moto #2. Casey Cochran going 3-1 for a score of 4, and Logan Best a 2-2 for a score of 4. So we
I love it.
Yeah, this right here is going to be a great one, and Third Moto is going to tell the tale of the tape on this one. Now, again, these are the 3 key players that were looking to be the top riders, but we've got to take into consideration you've got riders like Luke Fowler. He went 13-4. He is looking and hoping to be somewhat of a spoiler out there. Thor Powell, who's also had a little bit of a rough week this week. He finished 5th in his first moto. He's took a 23 in Moto #2, but with a few days left to heal, or a few days to heal since earlier in the week, you got to wonder if he might be coming back to ride for some redemption today himself. We know he's got the speed, and we know he's got the talent, but will he have it here for Moto #3? Here in the Schoolboy 1, 12-17 BC.
We are about to find out, Rodney Tomlin, as they have completed their sight lap. Dad is down there nervously packing in the gate. Nothing more you can do, man. You got the bike ready, you got the kid ready, you got him trained up, got that fresh motor built. Everybody, man, it's so funny, man. People get custom helmets painted just for this event. The motors, the bikes are saved just for this event, man. They have brand new bikes that they'll pop the top on those things and just break them in and get them ready for the ranch. So it's all about these motos here, the 3rd and final moto, the deciding moto. Rodney, I know you want to say something. You're not even listening to me, so say what you want to say.
No, absolutely. I am listening to you. I'm just looking down through some of these results. Revan Gordon going 14 DNF. Again, a little surprised by some of the results. We got Clark Robbins coming in somewhat consistent with 4.6 in this one on the 62 machine. And by no means was I trying to step on your toes.
No, you weren't. You definitely weren't, because that would hurt with these flip-flops, man.
Absolutely. Dylan Black, he took 6th and 11th. We talked about him, I remember, quite a bit there in Moto #1. Had some good, strong rides in a couple different classes. So, yeah, I think the stage is set for another good one. Again, an explanation moto for some of these riders. So this is going to be interesting to watch as, like you said, Kevin, riders have completed their specialized sighting lap, and we are.
Revs are up.
Yep.
You can hear those 125s singing now. We sprint to the first turn. Comes from about the inside there. Looked like the number 97, perhaps, of Stevens. It was a KTM, if my eyes are treating me right here. And it was Noah Stevens out of Danbury, North Carolina, the Matt Walker Moto X Compound protege. And again, we talk about Loretta Lynn's and Matt Walker and what they do. They simulate the week, they simulate the track, they simulate everything they can, so there's nothing thrown at you. And it looks like something's getting thrown at him right now. The number 6 of Logan Best creeps around him on the outside. So the title sits between those 3 riders. Where is Casey Cochran?
Well, there you go. Between those 3, especially barring no big changes, it will be a winner takes all amongst those 3 actually right now. So Cochran, or excuse me, the number 6 of Best, trying to get out ahead of the rest of the field.
There's Casey. Your top 3 are running 1, 2, and 3. This is exactly what you wanted, Rodney Tomlin. This is what you wanted. The crowd wants it.
I want it.
Everybody wants it.
You wanted it.
I want it.
We got it. There's Thor Powell buried way back in the pack, so we'll see if he's able to make much difference out there. Another rider I'll be watching for is Luke Bowser. But again, it's going to be hard to take your eyes off of what's going on right here. A 3-way shootout for the number 1 spot, the national championship, and a lot of bragging rights. And I know these guys, the great thing about it is chances are we'll see them again in mini O's, or a number of them ready to square off again in both Supercross and Motocross in November. So this is certainly an exciting moto, kind of tip of the iceberg for a lot of us. Best coming around, lap number 1 Moto 3 lead, but how long is that going to be as the green flag waves?
Well, he is hustling right now. I promise you're going to see the fastest laps he can put down to try to check out from Noah Stevens and Casey Cochran.
Yeah, Stevens coming out of that Moto X compound. He's a Matt Walker student, and you know exactly how Walker preps for Loretta Lynn's. You know what he expects out of his students. So right now, his guy out front running, leading the way. Logan Best, of course, in the first position right now. Noah Stevens putting in a great lap at 1:44.943.
We're going 20 minutes, so plenty of time. 1 lap in the books. Oh, Noah Stevens tosses it away. Does not fall. And Casey Cochran runs into him. He goes down.
Wow.
So Cochran's going to lose 3 or 4 spots, and now the championship kind of creeping towards the direction of Logan Best. Some help there. That was almost pure chaos for the 97 of Noah Stevens, who just the rear end. I was wanting to say something about the rear end, just this long, slow endo, and then it wouldn't set back in that rut. Cochran just ran right into him, had nowhere to go.
Yeah, so Best, Stevens, Cochran was the way it was running. Willoughby was in the number 4 spot, so he moves up to a 3 spot. Said his name quite a bit during that first moto as well. Colin Allen gets to move up. Luke Bowser now into a top 5 position himself. So we'll see how that fares as we roll through lap number 2 already. A lot of occasions taking place, and we're only a lap and 3/4 through this one.
Yeah, Casey Cochran sits behind the number 51. That's Dylan Blecka, so that puts him in 8th place. Is the number 66, and number 6 goes down. Logan Best goes down. New leader. And Noah Stevens now back out front. 6, and there goes Cochran right there beside him. They are side by side. So he's in 7th or 8th with Casey Cochran.
May have gotten back up in 6th, 7th place position. So what a heartbreaker there for Logan Best. And you're right, it might have been back as far as 8th.
It's the number 8 now, your leader, Willoughby, followed by Noah Stevens. Falzer is 3rd. Then there's that ferocious battle with Logan Best, who's right there. You can see the Yamaha rider just in front of Casey Cochran. So watch these guys go absolutely ham here on lap number 2. Another wild moto. Unbelievable.
Noah Stevens now, at least at the moment, a 1-3-2, looking in control of the championship. But how about it for J.J. Willoughby? Inheriting a lead, but he was right in position, right where he needed and wanted to be. Now he's going to, I'm sure, be under a lot of fire as these guys have got their heads down and charging, and you know both Best and Cochran are going to be hooking up, so this is going to be pretty exciting to watch from a standpoint.
All 3 of your championship contenders had a miscue in that moto. Noah Stevens almost goes down. Casey Cochran goes into him. He does go down. And then you have Logan Best, who goes down in that same lap. So lots of drama here. And Colin Allen now finds himself up towards the front. He's 4th. He's got Best right behind him. He's got Cochran right behind him. Holy cow. Another wild moto here, Rodney Tomlin. In that lap, all 3 of your championship contenders that were tied had a problem in the same lap in a matter of 30 seconds.
Man, that's not hard to believe, but is kind of hard to believe, especially with the consistency that we've seen out of those riders. But it just goes to show you the level of competition at this national final here at Loretta Lynn's, the stakes and everything that, I mean, it comes down to this 3rd and final moto. You got to put them all 3 together. And these riders have put a lot out on this racetrack. We literally have them
all 3 together. Look at that, your top 3. All of them on KTM's. Willoughby, Stevens, and Falzer, 1, 2, and 3. So trying to remount a charge. Noah Stevens wants to win this moto outright, save that drama for something else here. And here comes the Yamahas. Casey Cochran, has he gotten around Best now? There is no Best just in front of him. They are all over. Colin Allen has got Logan Best and Casey Cochran breathing down his jersey neck there. And this is going to be a madhouse. They are all going to tighten up. The push is going to come from that 3 riders there. I believe Cochran, Best, and Colin Allen.
Man,
there they are.
Yeah, I say hats off to J.J. Willoughby right now. He is running and gunning, 159.2.
Look at that. Casey Cochran might go around both of them. He looks over, and he might have stuck the pass. He does. He gets around Logan Best. He's going right after Colin Allen.
Hey, guess what? Cochran just turned the fastest lap, by the way, at a 158.5 on that lap right there. So that right there is pure indication that nothing's slowing him down right now.
He sets it in. That left-hander goes right after Colin Allen now as they head into the 10 Commandments. Casey Cochran on a roll. Going to go outside. Colin Allen can feel him. Nothing you can do. He triples pass. Oh, they almost come together. And Colin Allen and Casey Cochran dancing with the devil right now. But he has nothing to lose. He is just absolutely going for it. If he wins this like he did the other way, he's hit the fence. He's had a crazy couple of motos. Has Casey Cochran. He gets around the number 3 of Colin Allen. Unbelievable lap here.
Out of the
put
red
it all
zone.
back together.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Making that pass. And
going right after Fowler there now.
Wow, that was quick.
He is moving right now. He is showing raw sprint speed here. Going to go for the triple.
Wow.
Just letting it all hang out. The jersey's hanging out as well. We are hanging out with a schoolboy class. Unbelievable. Logan Best trying to match that intensity, but man, he amped it up.
Well, coming into the heart of the racetrack right now as they head into the
Best
twist.
will make that pass too. Sorry.
Yeah, no, over the molehill there and around the twisties, I guess. Is that what we call that?
Sure. They're very tight little turns. Center part of the racetrack, the bright yellow gear, the white motorcycle. Casey Cochran now trying to jump back in this championship spot here. Noah Stevens with 1-3-2. Could he do it?
Oh, man.
He got him on the inside. There it is.
Look at
There's
that.
another one. He passed 3 riders in 1 lap. Casey Cochran showing you raw speed now and determination. Folks, he's got a shot at winning this thing. He's going over the step up. He's got the leaders right in front of him now. Cochran, here it comes. Best is coming right with him. Outside, inside, Fowler just under a constant barrage from Casey Cochran, and now the Yamaha of Logan Best. I give it up to Best. He's going right with Casey Cochran, blow for blow here. They're punching everybody in their way to the top.
How about for Noah Stevens, though? Just capped off a 157.3. Gets around Willoughby on that last lap around. He's turned the fastest lap of the race.
Oh, there's one of your leaders goes down. He's restarting the bike. That's the number 8 of Willoughby. Everybody has had their share of problems here. Casey Cochran says, I will take that. Now he's got to go after Noah Stevens to beat him. They're tied up again. Here we go. All 3 of your championship guys now slowly working their way to the top 3 yet again like we were on that first lap.
Man, to get back to this point alone has been a long haul, 3 laps long to get to this particular point. And right now, Noah Stevens is looking somewhere in the neighborhood of about a 4-second lead over Cochran and Best and Fowler and Willoughby. Those riders still back there behind him as, again, Cochran and Best are working their way up into that 2nd and 3rd place positions. And again, winner-take-all scenario beginning to develop.
It's not 4 seconds anymore. Casey Cochran goes into the left-hander. He can now see the rider in front of him, and he is trying to make a mad dash to catch up to Noah Stevens. Matt Walker, I'm sure, is saying all hands on deck. Let's get this kid to the front of the field. Hang on for this moto win. They'll touch down. There is your leader on the KTM. They've all had their share of drama here in this moto. Casey Cochran is going to just let it burn right now. He can see that rider in front of him. Rodney Tallman, you're drinking that Aussie Monster Energy, and you are ready to go, getting amped up for this second half of this moto. We've got 10 minutes to go. Rodney Tallman, take a swig of that. Get in the game. You're ready with that Monster Energy.
I'm unleashing my beast. I'm watching these guys unleash their beast right now, and Cochran really unleashing one on this racetrack right now. 157.5, 3.4 seconds behind. Like you said, that gap has now been bridged by almost a full second.
He was a second quicker. You're right about that.
So through the whole shot for us, we watch as riders try to reel in the 97 machine, you know, and it looks like Stevens has got some free and clear racetrack, and he's got a pretty good pace going himself, running in the 157s, 158s right now.
Cochran did all his work while battling with 3 people and making 3 passes in 2 laps, and he was able to still be the fastest rider on the racetrack. So now he's got free track as well, and he did not take his feet off the pegs. That is super impressive in that right-hander. I would have tripped just walking through that. Yeah, we've got plenty of time. We are only halfway through. This is similar to our Super Mini class from earlier in the day. Everybody had a tip over or a fall, got that out of the way. Now can you remount, keep your head on straight, and go down and chase down Noah Stevens. Logan Best, Cochran, and Stevens all tied up going into this moto, jumping into that rut, into that rough part of the racetrack. And Noah Stevens just trying to disappear, but Cochran just not letting him go. He's chopped into that lead yet again. It's going to be down to about 3 seconds flat, I would imagine.
Might be a little tighter than that. Let's see as these riders.
Yeah, you're right. It's about 2.5. And Cochran, there is blood in the water. I know we say that, but he can see that rider. He knows the speed is there. He is coming. He has caught Noah Stevens, folks.
It's going to be tight when they come out of this Bermuda Triangle. It's who's attacking this turn the hardest right now. And the best drive is going to, wow, this is going to be within 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah, we got plenty of time. We've got 8 minutes to go.
So what's the official gap right now? Stevens just turned a 159. Wow, 1.4. Yeah.
He lopped 2 seconds off that lap time, a 157 lap time for Cochran, a 159. And it's just going to be too much. The speed is there now. Can he race himself past him, or will Noah Stevens step up his game, protect those inside lines, and now you got to become a racer. Got to plan this, see where you are quicker. I mean, he might just go for it right here. Careful here. This is where they ran into each other about 4 laps ago. Stevens just stalled the bike. Cochran ran into him. He goes down. Best flew right past them both. Best later then fell in that same moto side by side, Rodney. Here we go. 10 Commandments. Triples in the inside.
Well, it's going to tighten things up, headed into the red zone now.
Noah Stevens knows he's there. A little mistake there, looking a little shaky. Here it comes, the 66 side by side. 1 bike link. He has caught Noah Stevens. Side by side again into Storyland. The story being written by Casey Cochran. Can he do it on the inside? Stevens tries to close him off. Cochran has the inside line. Can he fly past on this little triple? Will he jump it? And that's it.
That's it. The story has changed through Storyland, and look at the difference now. It's almost
immediately flies, it's just gone.
It's almost as if Noah Stevens just lost all wind in his sails whenever he went by. He was riding with everything that he had. Cochran went by so fast, almost it looks like he was depleted, and he may have not slowed down any. That might be just how fast Casey Cochran's going right now.
Yeah, I think that's what a 157 looks like as opposed to a 2-minute lap time, because Cochran looks over his shoulder and he's like, what is happening here? I am just flying. He's on a rail right now. He has really had a remarkable couple of championship runs here, crashing into a fence in one moto, crashing into Noah Stevens. He's on the ground, and now here he is out front. That's raw speed and determination right there.
Wow, 7 laps in, 13 minutes and 30 seconds now, working on 14 minutes, just over 6 minutes of this race remaining. And already the story has changed so many times. Casey Cochran now out to the front of the pack. Stevens in second, Logan Best in third. These are your 3 championship players. And right now, Casey Cochran in charge of the national title.
Yeah, this is your money moto right here. Cochran, Stevens, and Best, that's how they're running, and that's how they're going to finish up in this championship, because they were all tied up with 4 points. 1-3, 2-2, 3-1 scores. Just a wacky way to finish out. Hang on, Casey Cochran. Had that bike lofted up in the air going for that triple.
Well, we know that, I'm sure that Noah Stevens collecting himself a little bit, put down some major burners there in the first half of the race. Cochran coming through with a head full of steam. And, I know that right now Stevens is hoping that maybe he's burned himself out and hoping to be able to reel him here in the latter part of the moto. We're now approaching the 5-minute mark. We should be seeing a 2-lap board come out maybe next time around for these riders. And if that be the case, then obviously it's going to play in maybe Cochran's favor, but I see no sense of waning whatsoever.
No,
he actually seems to be getting faster as the moto wears on.
Yeah, he ran a 157. His best lap was that 157.065, so very consistent speed there. His fastest lap, just a tick off of what he just turned here on lap 7, deep in the moto, all that training down in Florida. This is when the sweat, the misery all pays off right here, when you can just know and rely on your fitness and speed deep into a moto here.
Right, those days when you ask yourself, is it really worth it? Should I punish myself this much?
Down there on that podium, absolutely. You're getting the hugs, the champagne's about to flow on that podium. And again, props to Noah Stevens. He is racing with the best in the business here in this Schoolboy 1, and he is one of the best in the business, Noah Stevens. 2-lap board is out, so the countdown is on for Casey Cochran, who looks to go 3-1-1. I mean, he just put the hammer down.
A 1:59.4. You look at the distance now between himself and second place. 6 seconds. Thor Powell out of this one, so he was running up to 12th place, it looks like, or dropped back to 12th place. So tough break for that rider. Logan Best, though, solidly in third. Fowler, another solid ride for him, as we'll see him right now in the number 4 position. Looking back at his moto scores, a 13.44. So one has to think that 13 obviously out of the ordinary, especially watching that youngster grow up through the ranch here.
Colin Allen solid in 5th. Blecka 6th. Landon Hartz 7th. Jeremiah Willoughby, our early race leader, 8th. Landon Peppard coming through the field in 9th. Cason Little rounds out your top 10 as we watch the number 6, who was all tied up. He had a shot. They came in all zeros, all dead even. Did Best, Cochran, and Stevens. And when the dust, even though there's no dust, does settle here at Loretta Lynn's, Casey Cochran is going to look down at those biceps and go, I mean, dude, he has crashed into a fence and won a moto. He has crashed in this moto, and he will win this moto. He has had it come every way, bad start, good start, crash into a fence. He was in a fence pulling his bike off in that first moto early in the week.
You got to wonder how, they say you make your own luck. And what they mean by that, training and preparation puts you and putting yourself in the right positions. But, man, I mean, not only that right there is pure heart, will, and determination capped on with a lot of luck as well. And he created his luck.
Sure
and I
did.
don't mean he's lucky just because he's lucky. He made his own luck out
Absolutely. Here. That speed, the training, everything coming into focus now for the number 66, Casey Cochran. One more lap to go. The white flag is out. Schoolboy 1, 12-17 title. Drawing ever so close for that on-track ambassador here. A aggressive kid in the schoolroom as well. I think did he graduate here, or did he graduate a year earlier, or no? Has he got one more year? I know Evan Ferry graduated. I'm not sure if he's done yet.
I'm not sure about Casey either, but I do know one thing, that this right here, watching these riders, it's going to be awesome to see what, if any, changes take place in their programs after the conclusion of this
Double
International
the CC.
Championship.
Get on that 250F.
I'm sure there's a lot of folks waiting in the wings with contracts flying around saying, come ride with us, come ride with us.
Yeah, this is one of those classes, Super Mini, the schoolboy class, and our 250B class, where you can change the whole trajectory of your career by doing exactly what Casey's doing here.
And I believe that Casey's got a solid program that he's going to be continuing to move forward. And that's one thing. Casey has been able to keep a solid program with him everywhere he's gone and everything that he's done on every level. And see the fruits of all the labor coming to fruition, I guess you could say, right here today in the Schoolboy 1, 12-17. And one of our springboard classes into the big bikes, into the spotlight, I guess you could say, here of amateur national racing.
I truly believe riding this bike is so good for you long term. You have to really know how to ride a motorcycle to win at this level. And Casey Cochran is just about to do it. Rodney Tomlin, 2 more turns to go, and Casey Cochran will be your national champion.
By the Polysport Beach into the Bermuda Triangle. Not going to stick this rider as he sticks it himself and grabs a championship, going 3-1-1 and doing it quite convincingly through that third and final moto. Not just that moto, but like you said, Kevin Kelly, every moto out on the racetrack, this kid has overcome adversity to claim this national championship. Noah Stevens will be looking at Moto Silver as well as an overall second in the championship, and Logan Best going 2-2-3 looking at a Moto bronze and 3rd place overall for the 2022 season. Luke Bowser will finish up 4th in the Moto. Colin Allen in 5th. Dylan Blecka in 6th. Landon Hart in 7th. Landon Peppard in 8th. Jeremiah J.J. Willoughby in 9th. And Kaysen Little round out the top 10. 10 laps of racing in the history book. Schoolboy won 12-17. Now, as far as the overall is concerned, Luke Bowser goes 13.44 for 4th overall, I should say. 10.57 for 5th overall for Landon Hartz. Colin Allen looking at a 7.5 for 6th overall. Dylan Bleck a 6.11.6 for 7th. J.J. Willoughby also finishing strong overall. Logan Lesser, Logan Lesser and Clark Robbins. Robbins was 9th, and right there's the man with the plan. Casey Cochran winning the national championship as we'll head down to the podium for the celebration.
All right, that was a great race. The 125 divisions do not disappoint, and I can't even count the amount of stuff that we saw, crashes, passes, amazing rides. It ends up with a title for this 66. I'm going to straighten his handguard out there. That's the extent of my mechanical abilities. We'll start with a bronze medal for the 3rd place finisher. He was in contention for it. And certainly these kids all took themselves to another level, and it should be exciting to see them, I would presume, battling on 250Fs in the B class next year. A great ride, tons of action and excitement out there, and he ends up with a 3rd, Logan Best. Crazy Moto, ups, downs, everything. Take me through it from your angle.
Well, I got an amazing start and just kind of, I don't know, I pushed too hard into that sand turn and just dumped the front. So, you know, we're moving on to 250, so we're going to make it happen there.
All right. Who do you want to thank, Logan?
My mom and dad, the whole NSA Rock River Yamaha team, Donnie, Ed, Danny, Cole, Jake, everyone over there, they're amazing. Bell helmets, 100% goggles, Moose Racing gear, Asterisk knee braces, Alpine Star boots, JMS motors, Enzo suspension, Dunlop. I have 2 amazing trainers at SOB. Swanee, he's been helping me out a lot, and JMS motors, just everyone, thank you so much.
All right, let's hear it for Logan Best. 2nd place in the Moto also grabs your Stasic hole shot, and man, did he make a name for himself this week. He ran up with the big names every single time he was out there. We'll bring up the number 97 and give him some swag here. Oh, yeah. Let's hear it for Noah Stevens. Noah, you have to be proud of the way your week went. There are some big names in this class, and you showed you can run with anybody.
Yeah, I had a lot of doubters, but really made a name for myself this week, and been working hard at Moto X Compound, and I'm glad to see the hard work paying off.
Oh, yeah. What's next for you after this, you think?
Not 100% sure yet, but definitely going B class, and then going to go to the Combine at Ironman and do what I can.
Okay, we'll see what you got there. Who do you want to thank?
They thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. The man above, it wouldn't be possible without him, and my mom, my dad, my whole family, O'Neill, Alpine Stars, Bell Helmets, 100%, Dunlop, Rob Fox, Jeff Sarnix, Anchor Grip Tape, Mika Metals, Limited Decal, Atrevi's Plastic, Lynx Racing, FMF, and Power Band Suspension. Everybody else is part of my program. Thank you very much.
All right, let's hear it for Noah Stevens, silver medal. And he is one of the players going forward here in amateur racing. And now we crown a champion for the 2nd time this week. What comebacks, what grit, what heart, and what drama in that one. And it ends up with a gold medal and a championship. Let's hear it for Casey Cochran. I don't even know if you can remember everything that went on in that moto. It was spectacular to watch. Probably not the way you wanted it to go. What did you see and what do you remember happening out there?
Well, I mean, the start was decent. I just got pinched off and then came around in 3rd. I mean, then Noah went down and then I ended up running into him and then I went down and I thought Logan had it. I mean, I thought it was over, but we just put our head down, charged. I saw Logan fell and then just gave it all I had to catch Noah and then finally got there and made the pass. I mean, Unreal Moto, I mean, showed what I had out there, and good to come home with a title. I mean, it's amazing.
Oh, yeah. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe out there. I mean, my mom, my dad, Husqvarna Motorcycles, Monster Army, FMF, Baker Factory, Alden Baker, Mike Brown, Factory Connection, On Track School, Oakley Goggles, Fox Racing, my mechanic Grizz getting the bike dialed every single day, Beaker for getting the deals and everything, and it's unreal out here. I'm so thankful for everyone.
It's been a spectacular week. Some great come-from-behind rides, a gold medal. Let's bring Mike Burkeen to the stage and hand over this Schoolboy 1 number 1 plate to Casey Cochran. Send it back up, boys. We're going to bring some thunder to Loretta's next.
All righty, folks. So there you have it. Casey Cochran getting the national championship, and a well-deserved one, as had to go right down to the wire. And what a comeback right there in that final moto, no doubt, as we get set for the Open Pro Sport class. And Mikey Wayne's joining us, and another Mikey joining us, it looks like, here in the tower, at least for a moment.
Careful now, Rodney. Some of us Mikes don't
like to be called Mikey.
Guy, awesome dude.
That's one thing he never.
He said, "Don't ever call me Mikey."
Yeah,
okay?
you never did go by Mikey. That's one thing that never picked up for you, huh? And
No.
he's growling at me. Look at me. No, actually, he's not. But hey, maybe he likes it now. But Ryder D coming into this one a 1-4, obviously going to be one of the favorites. But you also got riders like Caden Braswell with a 7-1. Talk about some. Yeah, and Cole Martinez, believe it or not, sitting second with 4-3. He's looking at what this would probably be his second national championship after taking, the Junior 25-plus class earlier today, and to be able to come do it in the Open Pro Sport class will, I'm sure, be another exciting and might be the one that he might lay the biggest claims to, if truth be told. But just interesting turn of events. You got Gage Linville looking at a 2-6 coming into this one. Jaden Clough, a 6-2. And so, like we said, the 1-4 for Ryder D. I mean, 3-8 for Gavin Towers. I mean, they're all over the place. Chance Hymas, a 15-5. You talk about the story of inconsistencies. You have to wonder what it might be that causes the inconsistencies in this Open Pro Sport class, because generally you would expect, especially at this level, to see it. But I have to tend to think that maybe the level of competition this year might be that even is the reason we're seeing the inconsistencies here, because it may not be as easy to pass up through the pack. And even if that be the case, it is as easy to pass up through the pack. Those that are at the top are definitely very fast. Mike Alessi joining us here in the booth, and you might be able to answer that question a little bit, Mike.
Say the question again. Sorry.
Well, at least the thought, the inconsistency. What do you think would cause that here in this pro sport class? I mean, the level of competition is so even. You think that has a lot to do with it?
Honestly, yeah. The competition is just super intense, right? Super close. It's all going to come down to this start. So Ryder being on a 250 against a lot of the Open Pro 450s, right? That's going to be, it's going to possibly put him in like 5th or 6th. So he's going to have to pass the guys to get up into 1st. And the way that Cole Martinez has been riding lately, there's a very good chance he could end up sweeping this one and the plus 25 that he got over me. This morning we had a really, really good battle. He finished second, and I was able to win that moto, but just came up 1 point short. So
I see you had a good run in the first moto of this one, not so good in Moto 2. What happened out there in your second moto?
Yeah, after we saw that, I got an 8th. It was like the title was too far out of reach, so I was focused on plus 25.
Right.
And, we brought it down to that last moto, was able to win, like I said. And, good job to Cole. He won it. And right now he's looking good at maybe getting 2 this weekend, which is crazy because there's some really tough talent in this Open Pro.
Now, I got to ask you this question. Is it tougher to come back to Loretta's than what you expected it was going to be?
100%. 100%.
Wow.
It's just the like I said, as the perception as a kid, the track is so big, right? And then you get here on a big bike, and the track's really, it's kind of little, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's tight, it's slow. There's really nowhere to really open the throttle wide open. So like at the Pro Nationals, there's a lot of sections where you can go wide open and fast, and the braking bumps develop more into the corner, not from corner to corner.
So it presented a challenge to get back to that style of riding, as well as the speed that's out there today, man. I mean, the kids, I mean, they are literally pros by the time they hit 12 years old with the programs that they have. I mean, coming up through the ranks, the kind of program you had and what kind of an advantage that was for you over the rest of the competition. Well, take into consideration today that probably 90% of the field has that same kind of advantage these days.
The technology in the motorcycles and the way that everybody knows how to train and recover, right? It's super important, and it makes a big difference, right? So 18 years ago when I was racing, right, I was 16 years old. And, you can recover in 2 seconds, right? You're young, it's whatever. Now I'm almost 35 years old. It's different. So, yeah, it is what it is. But you know what? I'm looking forward to this Pro Open Moto.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a knockdown, drag-out battle, honestly.
Yeah, and it's got to be. I mean, this is one that these riders are wanting to make their mark. They're wanting to leave that impression. Many of them, that may be their last time here at the ranch as an amateur rider. And the Open Pro Sport awaiting instructions for the start of this race and the gate drop and racing action to be underway.
My palms are getting sweaty just getting ready for the gate drop. Getting excited and nervous at the same time. Here we go, gate drop.
Yep, the revs are up there, and here they come.
Look like, who's that? Is that Hymus?
That very well.
I think that was Hymus. Maybe Harrison. That's Harrison.
Yeah,
sure.
you can't hardly bet against Harrison.
Big swap by Martinez.
And that was Heath Harrison grabbing that Stacey Cole shot.
And he's been on point. I mean,
goodness gracious.
They even got red flags. He got docked a lap and still pulled the whole shot.
It's crazy to think the guys in first and second are the guys that were in my plus 25 class that I had to battle for the title. The plus 25 class is basically another pro class now.
Absolutely, it really is. And it's becoming one to watch, and has been for many years, as we know, as we got some paddling going on here.
These guys are going for it.
Absolutely.
I know it's crazy to think, right? It's only the first lap. If the race ended right now, right, Cole Martinez would be the champion of this Open Pro and the plus 25.
That's
insane.
I got a question. Have we ever seen that happen? Somebody win an Open Pro class and an H class?
I don't think so. Ryder right now, that looks like, if I'm taking a guess, that's 15th to 20th place right now.
Oh yeah,
man. All right, going to have to dig deep on this one, no doubt. Heath Harrison doing a great job, getting a good start, and holding his own once again here on this first lap. And, taking a look at this racetrack, let's look at it now as opposed to what 25 minutes from now is going to look like.
Correct. Yep, it's hot, it's humid, and honestly, there's not much of a breeze out there right now, so it's going to be a tough moto. These guys they're going to honestly have to dig deep this third moto, and whoever's going to dig the deepest and suffer the most is going to be the one that wins this championship. And right now, with Ryder being so far back, right now, Martinez has the championship in hand.
Well, through the Monster Energy finish line, Heath Harrison, Cole Martinez, Talon Hawkins, Gavin Towers in the number 4 spot. Chance Hymus is 5th, Benjamin Garib in 6th, Brock Bennett in 7th, Aiden Shive in 8th, Gage Linville 9th, Spencer Winter in 10th, and Ryder D. Francesco all the way back in the number 16 spot. Ryder D, like you said, Mike.
That's going to be tough because these guys are all pushing right now. They know, just like me, any other racer, you're going to give it 200% in your last race and go for it. And with Ryder being so far back, this is going to be tough for him.
I just got back we just got rid of some of the awards. The top 10s are giving out awards in the arena, and I came back into the booth. I could just faintly hear you guys calling racing. I asked Megawatt Matt Watson, what did I miss? He goes, dude, everything. He said, we've had lead changes like crazy, guys going down. I said, is it track conditions? Is it nerves? He said, yes, both. These third motos, to your point, Mike, everybody's pushing. Whether you want a first place or you're just like, I want to go get a top 5 and improve. Everybody's pushing right now, so Ryder D going to have his work cut out for him from the 16 spot getting around these guys.
Yep. This is going to shape up to be an interesting moto because looking at the overall points, was it Linville that was also close there? And he's sitting back in 9th place in this moto.
Yeah, Gage Linville right now, he comes into it with a 2.6.
Yeah, 8 points.
So, wow.
And
Martinez, third right now.
And Martinez is sitting on a 4.3.
Yeah, yeah.
So 7.
Gavin Towers sitting second overall right now in the championship with a 3.84. Gage Linville's 2.69. Caden Braswell 7.111. Man, a lot of inconsistencies going on right now.
This is going to be an interesting 21 and a half minutes right here. I mean, I'm sitting here like as if I'm racing.
I know.
My hands are sweating in palm.
And, you know, it's really hard to talk about because you become such a race fan watching this race, and I find myself holding my breath with each turn that comes around. And
there it is. There's the pass. Done.
Martinez pulls the trigger from the outside to the inside by the mechanics area now into the whole shot forest. And, man,
There's Ryder.
How far up you think he's got? He might be top 10 by now. There's the 39 of Garib, I think, right beside him there. So as we look after.
Yeah, I mean, he may have fallen again because he's really.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him.
Way far back. I don't see him.
Oh, Harrison got past him again. Here we go. Good battle for the lead. And Martinez back around the outside just takes the lead back. Well, I mean, I'm not a betting man, but I think that's it for Ryder. He's just way too far back.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a big miracle for something to turn around, at least in this one. And I'm not sure, unless there be a transponder issue going on out there. He is not in the top 21 right now.
Yep, correct.
What is Towers coming in here with? He's got a 3.8. So
yep.
11. So that means
he
could actually give up a few points even to Martinez, and Martinez would still win this championship.
Yeah. Right now, if it ended now, Gavin Towers, GT Money, be sitting in the 2 spot.
Wow. Oh, my God. It's crazy to think the guy that wins the plus 25 class, the vet class, right, is going to win the Open Pro class.
I know. And, I mean, you know, because, you know, I guess we're so conditioned to think that motocross is a young man's sport. And I think more and more with the longevity of the careers and people peaking out more in their late 20s and going into their 30s, I think the trend has obviously changed with the science of the sport. And that's a good thing, as we've seen, you know, it's taking some kids a couple of extra years to mature here from the ranch. And it kind of evens them out heading into the pro ranks once they finally do get there.
Yeah, Cole's a good rider, and it seems like you just said he's just come on strong really within the last probably 6 months, and he's just catching fire at he's got to be early to mid 30s. So to be at this stage of his career, it's pretty impressive, honestly. And now I don't feel so bad about losing the title to him this morning.
Watching him on screen,
right?
Man. Like, whoa!
I'm glad I at least got a moto win over him, but he's riding legit, and I feel really, really bad right now for Ryder. It's just the wheels have come off the wagon. He's such a great rider, and it seems like everything's just coming apart for him, unfortunately.
We're looking at the overall standings right now to see where Ryder D might be standing in. They've got him, he's in 22nd place, so 1-4-22. He's just outside our screen. We've got the top 21 that we're able to monitor on our screen, so he's running in 22nd, or was the last time around. And 6 minutes, working on 7 minutes into this. We still have 18 minutes, and I'm not going to say that it's not going to be impossible for Ryder D to make up a lot of passes. We've seen that happen, but when you're in this field of riders that we're in right now, it certainly makes for things to be a lot more challenging, especially when you got riders like Cole Martinez coming in and cherry picking these young kids like this.
hey, like you just said, he's in his 30s. He, like me and Ryder had a discussion at the Daytona Supercross this year when we were battling the Ricky Carmichael race, and we were sitting there in the staging, and I'm like, how old are you again? He's like, 16 or 17 years old. I'm like, dude, he told me when he was born. I'm like, dude, the night that I podiumed here in 06 at Daytona Supercross, you were in diapers.
Wow.
You were just born. And we both started chuckling, and yeah, it's
well, again, it says a lot about you, your career, the advancement of technology and science, and this whole sport in and of itself, and what it can give to you if you really dedicate yourself to it.
It's just one of those things, like, you know, as you get older, if you still have that drive and that fire determination, like I do, you just still do it. You just keep having fun doing it and not really worry so much like about the results. You just, like, I came here to Loretta's, I wanted to get that 12th title. I didn't get it. It's unfortunate. Is it going to change my life? I'm still going to be the same person I was today, yesterday, as I am tomorrow when I wake up. So it's all good.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Ryder D riding very well through the pack right now, trying to work his way up through the pack. He was 22nd last time around. I'm not sure where he stands on
21st.
21st, so he has gained one more position. But, man, the way he's riding back there, he turned at 159. I mean, he's sub 2, but today you got to remember the guy ahead of him, Caden Palmer, running a 2-minute lap time. Several guys, Jake Palmer, look at that. He's back in 15th place position.
Look at the leaders, 156s,
wow.
157s. That's fast, especially with the track, how rough it is right now.
Hymas, Towers, and Linville all are in that 156 range. Good battle there for the fourth place spot between 6th and 5th. Linville in that 6th spot, Towers 5th, chasing after Hymas.
Well,
where's Bradswell? Is he 7th?
Yeah, I believe. But what about Heath Harrison? I mean, look at this. We're approaching basically the halfway point of this moto, if not just past. We're 15 minutes still remaining, almost 10 in. And Heath Harrison's still running a solid 2nd right now.
Well, I made the joke. I came back over to this tower and I said, is this the Vet 30 Plus?
Hey,
what is going on? Yes. Hey, Michael Alessi. Hey, you experienced firsthand. Look, Michael Alessi decides to come back to Loretta's, and we know we can count on one thing. There will be hole shots. But what the heck is Heath Harrison doing, bro?
I don't know. I got 0 hole shots this week.
Heath Harrison, I think he's gotten all but 1.
We should start calling him the Michael Alessi of the starts now.
We'll
give him the crown. That's fine.
Michael Alessi says you're the Michael Alessi of the starts. I love it.
From the horse's mouth, man.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey, you don't have to feel bad. Cole Martinez nipped you for a title, but he's no slouch.
That's what I said this like 5 minutes ago. I'm
okay.
Like, at least I feel better about at least winning the last moto because this dude's legit this year. Like,
unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Yes. So Harrison 2nd. I watched the start. I saw Ryder D come into the 10 Commandments about 5th from last. So make that 37th this place.
So at this point right now, Martinez can give up 5 positions and still win the title. That's insane.
And Mike's here questioning why he didn't decide to race Open Pro Sport.
Well, I did. I rode the first moto.
Oh, what happened?
I got 8th, and I was like, well, I'm not going to win this.
I'm going to save my energy?
I'm going to save it all for the Vet Championship.
You might have been winning right now.
It's a possibility.
All right, so Hymas, one of the better motos for him. I think only 1 podium. We're kind of waiting for if we got the cameras on Broswell. We're kind of waiting for that Broswell speed we've seen throughout the week, but he's just circulating in 6th now. He's a little quicker than the group ahead of him. But, dude, Martinez just threw down the fastest time the previous lap. Yep. He's not fading.
Almost into the 155s. That's impressive this late in the moto.
Linville did throw down a 155.
Megawatt Matt Watson, he brought up a good point. He said, have we had another race this whole week where a rider, or these last couple of days rather, could give up 5 positions and still take a championship?
Definitely not.
No way.
Unless the C class. That's about.
Maybe. Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
exactly. You got a scenario where a guy does bring in a 1-1. The other guys are so close to him that may not do it. He's still got to go out there and work.
I think
Martinez,
Linville just moved up. He moved up into 5th place.
5th?
He got around, looks like Hawkins.
Oh, okay. Doing the math here. Linville's got to move up. Let's see how far he'd have to go to unseat
still that
Martinez.
5 positions.
5, yeah.
So he needs Martinez to drop back. He needs Martinez to make a mistake. Now we got a battle on our hands. Is this Hawkins versus
Broswell?
This is Broswell's shot, but he took 7th in Moto 1, so that's not going to do it.
Yeah, at the moment, Braswell's sitting on a 4th with a 7-1-7. Uh-oh, wait. Dude, is that a lead change?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's Hymas. Okay, that's Hymas. They're catching Hymas.
That's it, too. Yep.
And Harrison just ahead. Oh, this is about to get greasy right now. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys.
Talon Hawkins on the inside right there.
Up, Hawkins. He messed up.
Hawkins, a big mistake. Broswell's going to go by. He's got a pile of guys in front of him. Okay, now this is the pressure point. We're looking at behind the vets who have pulled away, Martinez and Harrison. Hymas, Towers, Linville, Hawkins, Broswell are all in the same shot.
I think Hymas was all over. Harrison may have dropped the spot at this particular point. Watching that, they were less than a second apart when they came through last time around. Harrison So they're all right there together. Wow.
This is about to get good right now. Towers,
Second to
Linville.
7.
Is that Hymas? No, it's Bradswell on the outside.
Hymas must be just ahead of this group.
He must be.
Yep, there's Broswell on the inside at 77. The two Yamahas side by side, Linville and Towers, almost lock bars in the air. There is Hymas up ahead. There is Broswell down to the inside.
He might get them both. Oh,
he does.
Nice pass.
Broswell gets both Linville and Towers. They're still side by side. Linville and Towers will spend a half a lap.
This is going to change the overall
side by
now.
side.
So now Bradswell just jumped to second. He's 4 points behind Martinez for the overall.
But he's in fourth place. He'd have to go, I believe, all the way to the front. He'd have to catch the leader. He is about 6 seconds off.
I don't know.
But it's a 25-minute moto.
Yep, we got 11 minutes left.
Yep.
He turned a second and a half, pushing 2 seconds faster than everyone else did, too. So if Braswell keeps on that pace, we could see that happen.
Hymas and Bradswell.
Yep, you see it. Hymas and Braswell duking it out right now. Hymas got that high-vis gear. Braswell's on the inside. Broswell decided about 2 laps ago it's time to go. He was just stuck in 7th, and now he's making passes and bunches. Hymas does not want to let it happen. They've got Harrison right in front. And I think now for the first time we can say Broswell has a shot at this moto win. He's got a long way to go, but he's on his horse right now.
Dude, he would win both. He would win both.
He would.
Open Pro and 250 Pro. That's
Broswell here in 4th. Can he get around Chance Hymas? Heath Harrison right in front of them. And still side by side is Towers and Linville behind him. Every time we see them, they're side by side. It's gone on for a lap and a half.
bar to bar. Oh, that lapper just kind of held him up.
Yep. I thought going into the 10 Commandments, Broswell had the pass. Hymas held him off. Now into the sand. Broswell just eats him up down the inside.
We got to see. I know there's only 10 minutes left, but you know what? At this point for Cole Martinez, right, the off-road endurance, the 2-3 hours of racing and training, right, that he does in the West Coast, this is about that point where, like, hey, the fitness is really kicking in, and we'll see if he's got enough to get to the end because Bradswell is on the move.
He's trying to get Harrison. He's already gotten Hymas. This would be key to get him right now and not lose time. Nah, he got held up a little bit in that corner. That's what he's got to do. He's got to pass these guys instantly and not get held up. Where is the next passing opportunity for Caden Broswell here in the 77?
Wow. A 157 by Braswell that time through. Also Martinez a 157.
Martinez matched him. And Broswell cannot make the move on Harrison. This is the pressure point. He's got to get by. Down on the inside. Now Harrison being stingy with it. Nothing wrong with that. You're racing for position. He doesn't care what these kids are racing for. I mean, you don't move over. You fight for your spot. He's not doing anything wrong. Here comes Broswell. He's going to try the outside.
Martinez is trying to make hay right now because he knows he has to get going with only
train coming.
Broswell, can he pull it? He's going to be on the inside this next corner. These are some tricky ruts. He's got the number 2 spot.
Harrison was trying hard right there. So this is it. He has, in order for Bradswell to win the championship, he has to go and get Martinez. And in order for Martinez to win this, he has to hold Bradswell off for 8 more minutes.
But look at the lap times. As well as Braswell is riding, Martinez is matching him. In fact, the gap is 7.1. He has not closed. Now.
Oh, he passed him back. He got Bradswell.
Whoa.
Something must have happened. We weren't even looking.
If he cased that triple back there, I don't know what happened. Oh, that might be it for Broswell. He's really going to have to dig deep. 8 to go. He's pushed back to 3rd.
Hey, who's in 4th right now? That's.
Is that one of the Yamahas? Is that Linville or Towers, maybe?
Towers. He's coming on fast.
And we'll check the progress of DeFrancisco only because he had a shot at this coming in. He's still only 15th. And the reason I mention that is he has the most points to gain because he's all the way back in 15th. He started about 37th. I don't think it's going to happen. Broswell going to try it again.
Oh! Contact.
Harrison knocks him out of the rut.
Linville's going to get in there.
Broswell tried to make the pass around the outside. Harrison said, no, you're not.
We got 7.5 minutes to go, so we're looking at probably about 4 laps to go.
Gage Linville would be looking at 2.64 scores. Yeah, he'd have to go out and try to win this one as well.
There it is, Linville up the inside, got him.
Wow.
So
Broswell squares it.
Nice
Can't
pass.
make it stick.
Wow, this is getting good. Hey, wait about the pros. They're really putting on a show
Oh, my
the
goodness.
last day of racing.
Linville's found another gear here, challenging Broswell. On the left side of your screen is Harrison. This is second, third, fourth.
Wow, Martinez is all the way up in that next, going into the 2 turns ahead of these 10 Commandments. Wow.
Unbelievable.
He's gone. 8-second lead.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. It's going to take a mistake, and I mean, he's a veteran guy. You got to figure he can handle pressure. As we go back into Storyland, Broswell trying to get Harrison back. Linville giving it a look. Behind them, you've got Hymas, Hawkins, Towers, Bennett, Garib, and Jaden Clough. Linville going to take another shot at it.
Up the inside on this triple? No.
But Jason, you're the historian here. Will this be the first time we see an open pro sport and a age class?
I do not remember it. I've seen guys, Emig ran for it, but I don't think he won. I'm trying to remember if Emig did it. It's back against Brian Gray, I think, in, say, 03. I got to look for that. I remember Emig did race both, kind of like you did, Mike. He's like, I'm going to take an age class, and I'll measure myself against the kids. I think he might have got it done. Too bad Jeff left about an hour ago. We could have just asked him.
Yeah. I think this might be the first time in history that a rider wins plus 25 the vet class and the open pro, honestly. I don't believe I ever remember that happening. Yes, sir. Okay, so as the points tally, there's still, he's still 3 points off of Martinez for the title. But right now, Linville's about to make that move. And if Linville makes the move, that puts him second overall.
Hard to believe the intensity these riders are still at. Harrison, I mean, you know, I don't want to take anything away from him, but his first 2 moto results out here, he must have came out in this one, just said, I'm letting it all hang out. He's not leaving it every bit here, and that's exactly what he's done so far.
Dude, look at the lead. He's at 8.5.
He's opening it up. It was 7.1. Yeah, Emig did in 03. He won the 30-plus and 250 Open A Pro Sport, which is the equivalent of this class. So that's maybe the only time ever. I don't know if anyone else did that. That was a big deal when Emig came back, so I don't know if anyone of that profile had done that to have even had a shot at it. So it might be saying this happened one other time, and that other guy is none other than the Jeff Emig. So this is some
good company.
Serious company, yeah.
Right.
Good company.
So we got about 4.5 minutes to go. So the next lap around probably going to be the 2-lap card.
Martinez still knocking down 157s. Harrison in the 157.9 range. Braswell 158. Gage Linville still in the 157s himself. Actually, our top 6 are still within the 157s, and top 7 are all sub 2 minutes right now. Benjamin Garib looks like he's putting on a late race charge, also on board the number 39 machine.
It'll be interesting when they come around right here if this will be, I believe it'll be the 2-lap card.
It should be if timing works out right, but I know we've been fooled a time or two. So leader to win. According to what I've got calculated, I'm with you. We should be seeing the 2 lap.
Yep, there it is.
Yep, it is out.
Okay.
So basically Martinez has got 3 minutes left of hard racing, and he's going to win himself 2 titles when he's never even been a moto winner or even a podium before.
Wow.
Impressive.
You got to wonder, where does that switch come? Where's that flip come from?
Yeah, I mean, we say it all the time. People, kind of hit their stride later in their career.
Absolutely.
And I believe he's in his 30s, and to an off-road rider at that, is super, super uncommon. And to come out here and beat all the kids is
30 exactly, according to the sheets that I've got here. He does check in at 30 years old.
He's old enough to be the majority of these kids that he's racing. He could be their dad.
Could very well be their dad, for sure.
At least had driven their mom to the hospital anyway. Right?
That was a good one right there.
My goodness.
Oh, that was a good chuckle.
It must be Saturday, man. I'm loving this.
Evidently, yeah. 7 days into this. 8 days, really, if you count last Saturday.
What a job by Cole Martinez. Hey, Caden Braswell, you do work back there. I'm going to separate myself from the pack, ride my own race, hit my marks, bring it home.
Man, I hate to go back to it, but man, at that second 25-plus moto, I had a lap and 2 turns to go. And Martinez I literally didn't have anything left, and he just had a little bit more and got me. And being able to win that third moto this morning, like had I won that second moto, it would have put me in the driver's seat. And it's now looking back on it and seeing what he's doing, not just in this moto, in this whole complete weekend or this week, I'm like, okay, you know what? I don't feel so bad that I lost him now. I'm like, he's legit.
Definitely legit. 1 lap to go. 12 laps down for the number 30 of Cole Martinez. This is 30-year-old rider winning the Junior 25 Plus just a few motos ago. In striking distance now, less than a lap to go to lay claims to the Open Pro Sport. And according to our knowledge, one of the only riders to be racing in both age classes and Open Pro Sport and take home championships in both, in the company of Jeff Emig there, according to our history reports.
I hate to say this, but it sounds weird. He could win the Horizon Award at 30 years old. Who do you give it to? Do you give it to him because he won 2 titles, or do you give it to Bradswell, who won 1? And the most prestigious title is the Open Pro. So that's, I'd hate to be the guys that are making that decision right now.
Point well taken.
Thankfully, I think that the AMA gives that one out, right? Or
Yeah.
is that on us?
I think, nope, that ain't
if that
on
is, if Megawatt, Rodney, you guys want to volunteer to MC that'd be fine.
I'll be the first to volunteer.
Yeah.
Right now, the Horizon Award winner should go to Cole Martinez.
You got Mike Alessi's approval.
100%.
Wouldn't that be awesome then, see him step out into the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross National Series at 30 years old?
Yeah.
That
It's just like he's raced professional supercross motocross, and he's had a couple of good results, right? Just nothing of the magnitude of a winning or top 3 or even really top 5s. He's just getting good now the last 3 to 6 months, and it's super impressive. You know what? I give the guy.
Amen.
I'm clapping for him because
There
he's
you
got
go.
this thing on lock into the last turn. He's going to win himself an Open Pro Championship and the Plus 25. That's massively impressive. Congratulations.
The clock ticks off 25 minutes as Cole Martinez takes that final turn and the drive home to the checker flag and his second national title of the 2022 Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship.
The look over the shoulder, soaking it in, man, feeling good.
Oh, wow. Oh, Bradswell in the last lap got to second.
I think he got him the lap before.
Yeah.
Harrison dropping to third, but what a phenomenal ride by Heath Harrison. Got to say something about that rider as well. Harrison also near that 30 mark himself. He's 29 years old, checking in on that one. So congratulations to him on third in the moto. Talon Hawkins, Gage Linville, Chance Hymas, Benjamin Garib in 7th, Brock Bennett in 8th, Gavin Towers in 9th, and Jaden Clough in 10th. And that is your top 10 moto number 3. Mike Alessi,
Yes, sir.
Thanks for being around and giving us some of that insight, bro.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate it.
I'm going to literally go down and handshake Cole Martinez because what he just did was beyond impressive.
Stellar.
So thank you guys for having me on.
Yeah, for sure, man. Thanks for coming in.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mike Alessi, wow. He respects talent when he sees it, and he's going to go down, and rightfully so, man. I mean, I loved hearing those words and coming out of Mike's mouth, and enjoyed that race call with him as well to watch that historic race there by Cole Martinez.
Hey, Mike Alessi's up here making executive decisions. He said Heath Harrison is the Mike Alessi of starts now. He's campaigning for Cole Martinez to win the award. The most prestigious award this week.
Yeah, the Horizon Award.
At 30 years old.
I think with being a former pro, he might be out of touch for that.
Yeah, that's above our pay grade, that's for darn sure. I don't want any part of that decision.
But, wow, what a great week. I mean, all around it has been, and some eye-opening moments, and definitely a lot of surprises so far through the 2022 Monster Energy Amateur National Finals. As we head back down to the podium, Jason Wygant ready to congratulate our Moto Medal winners and, of course, our champion.
Well, I'm not sure if it's the Open Pro Sport or the Vet 30 Plus, because the old men put it to the kids. Full stop, no doubt about it, and it starts with these unbelievable starts. Heath Harrison, a Stasic Whole Shot Award, but how about this? Third in the moto. Let's hear it for Heath Harrison. First Star week is over. You can share your secret. What the heck is up with the starts, dude? Come on.
Yeah, it's all luck, honestly, man. I don't know if I pulled that many hole shots in my whole career. So, no, that's killer. It's God has a plan for everything, and me and my wife just had a little girl, so these are for her. So, no, it's great. Got 5 out of 6 hole shots, or 6 out of 6 if you count the one where he started. But no, it's good. It's I got off to a hole shot, like I said, and then was riding great, and I knew Cole was getting good starts, and he's been riding amazing all week. So he got around me and just tried to ride it safe from there on out, and tried to latch on to Cole, stay with him for a little bit, and then he started pulling away from us, so it was survival after that. And was stoked. Caden got me there for a minute, and had to put an old-timey little hit and run on him, but then he came back and got me again. So, congrats to Caden for winning that 250 Pro Sport Moto, and congrats to Cole and the SLR team for winning this one as well. That's amazing for the Honda crew.
What's impressive, though, is, look, this is not a full-time deal for you anymore, and we've decided to do 25-minute motos, and the heat's back. You didn't fade.
I'm glad you think so. I had heard it was 25-minute motos for the Pro Sport class, but I wasn't sure. And then that first moto, I got halfway, and I'm like, man, you got to be kidding me. So, yeah, no excuses. David Eller with Phoenix Racing Honda lets me take off time to prepare for this and be as ready as I can. But, yeah, like you said, my main focus is Phoenix Racing Honda and trying to build that team and put on a good face for the team. And I feel like we're doing great. So, yeah, thank you to everybody that makes this possible. Phoenix Racing, Honda, Arma, Moose Racing, Parts Unlimited, FMF Vision, FMF Pipes, Alpine Star, just everybody that makes this possible. It's amazing. Thank you.
All right, there it is. Heath Harrison, 3rd place. And he'll bring our 2nd place finisher on up. And he did win that other 250 Pro Sport Championship, so still an awesome week for him. These hats are not going to stay. That's just the way life is right now. I can't do anything about it. Let's bring our 2nd place finisher. He's going to end up 2nd overall. He tried to mount another one of those epic comebacks. He came close, but has to settle for 2nd. And Heath, I think, apologizing for that hit and run there. Let's hear it for Caden Broswell. Well, you put on your run, your mid-race run just wasn't quite enough to get to Martinez, but how do you feel about the ride?
Honestly, I feel pumped. Last moto at Loretta's before we leave for the week. I think everybody's riding really good, so just to get 2nd in this class, I feel like it's a big accomplishment. I love riding with all these guys. I love being here at Loretta's. Everybody puts on a good show. One of the best tracks of the year, in my opinion, just because it's so rough and it gets nice ruts and stuff. But now I want to give it up to the Lord Jesus Christ. Without him, none of this would be possible. You know, he blessed this place last year when that flood hit late. So really just want to give it up to him. I don't know if I'm more excited about that race or church tomorrow. So honestly, I'm pumped. But huge thanks to my family. Without them, I wouldn't be here. Everybody's family, you know, they sacrificed so much to get them here. So really a big hats off to all the family members out there that work their butt off year round. I had so much fun. Really just stoked on my performance here this year at Loretta's. Looking forward to some more racing here in the future. All my sponsors helped me out so much. My bike runs so good. I got a nice HP motor in my gas. Ooh, got a little swamp throat. But nah, I just super pumped. Thank you to everybody who got me here. Love you guys.
There it is, Caden Broswell. Coming up with a 1st and a 2nd in his 2 pros. Go ahead.
I want to say good luck to everybody from the amateur side going to Finland for the USA race. You know, I won that a few years ago, and I'm just super pumped for everybody going. I got a few friends that are going, and also for the Des Nations coming up. It's at Redbud, right? Oh, yeah, Mr. Weed. Yeah. Let's go, Redbud!
The first rule is to never give up the microphone, but I had faith that one would actually come out pretty good, so we let it happen. Before I knock this trophy over, let's bring up the man who's going to claim it. Yes, that's right. Your Open Pro Sport champion is also your 25-plus champion. We did a little research. Jeff Emig one time won the 30-plus and the 250, which is this class now, Open Pro Sport in 2003. And those have been done in 20 years, and that was by a Supercross champ. He matched that same. Let's bring it up here. Cole Martinez. It was unbelievable. Look, you had a start, you had the lead, but anytime those kids try to put in a charge and they put in 157 laps, you did a 157 also. I mean, you were just hauling out there.
Yeah, man, it was a hot one.
I knew I had the pressure, but I had a little lead, and he put like 5-6 seconds on the board, and I was like, all right, we got 2-3 laps to go, and then the 2-lap board didn't come out, and I was like, oh boy, we got another lap or so. So I got Heath at the beginning, and I was like, man, Heath, try and hang in there, please hold these boys up, because I know they're gonna be coming. And it worked out. Can't believe it. I guess I got the overall, so that's pretty badass. And I'm just hyped to be up here, be back at the ranch and enjoying it with my family, friends, the whole Honda crew, SLR, Monster Energy, and oh man, I don't even know what to say.
Well, look, you win the age division, which I'm sure that was what you wanted to do. But I mean, were you looking at this as like, oh, I'll race Pro Sport and try to win it, or you're looking at like, well, I might as well just ride 2 classes and see what happens?
Yeah, obviously I wanted the 25 plus, but I knew these kids were going to be good here, and I didn't know where to stack up, and I just figured I'll try and get the good starts, and wherever I land, and I guess we landed on top of the box.
That's unbelievable. Who do you want to thank for it, Cole?
Oh, the good Lord for blessing us, the whole Monster Energy Sketchers, SLR Honda team, Dunlop, Fly, my family, Monster, everyone, man. There's just so many good people, ODI, and I mean, I'm speechless. It's just pretty unreal, and I'm baffled.
All right, well, we'll clarify it. Let's bring Mike Burkeen on up. He's got it. The #1 plate for the AMA, the very prestigious Open Pro Sport class, goes to the vet rider. Let's hear it for Cole Martinez. Impressive. All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
Well, we brought in the human filibuster, ladies and gentlemen. Rodney's going to draw a breath, and he only needs one, and he'll give you 4 straight minutes.
So, like 2 days ago, I was
born a coal miner's daughter, and
yeah, no, absolutely. We are in the midst of what we call the intermission here on this day. A few-minute break. Track crew gets a little extra time to recondition this track, and I got to say I'm a little surprised as to how much smoother this racetrack is today at this time of the day, as opposed to what it has been at other times during this week or other days this week at this time. And again, you know, we said there's probably been 3 different kinds of racetracks these guys have seen. You know, being what it may be, I think a lot of it is with all that freshness in the early part of the week, the sand's getting turned in.
Is that Baby Rod?
Yeah, that's nope. I can't tell. No, it's not curly enough.
Thought it might have been. Sorry to interrupt you there. We're watching Cole Martinez get interviewed by Jason Wygant for, it looks like, an upcoming feature possibly later on Racer TV.
Probably be featured on MAV TV.
MAV TV,
yeah.
when they recap the Loretta Lynn's broadcast.
Yep.
So Cole Martinez, the man of the hour, he goes 4-3-1, just kept getting better and better, and he knew the pressure was coming in that moto. All the boys were behind him, so some bad starts, and they allowed him to kind of get out and squirt out front. But his lap times would have put him out front either way.
Very impressive, no doubt about that. You know, like I've seen the trend a lot in the off-road racing world, and I've noticed it that, you know, that riders seem to really be hitting their marks, you know, about 25 to 27s whenever you really start to see that climb.
He's 31 too.
And into their early 30s, you know, you see probably their peak performance from the mid-20s to about close to their mid-30s, you know, and I'm starting to recognize that a lot in the Supercross and Motocross world. And, you know, just watching the longevity of Chad Reed's career alone, you know, and watching what he's been able to do over the course of the years that he's been out there doing it and did it professionally, and still flirts with the idea of going back on occasion.
He's going to do some of those World Supercrosses.
Absolutely. So, I mean, when you think about that, I mean, just the whole science of riding, from the bikes themselves to the nutrition and training and everything that goes into it, has created what we're looking at here today.
Yeah, and speaking of nutrition and training, Rodney, you can speak to that. You are in incredible shape now. You look better than you ever have. What is your secret?
Hey, man, just
stay alive.
Just staying alive. Just doing whatever it takes to stay alive. No, actually, I quit eating food with preservatives. Everything's all natural.
Really?
Yeah, and
all natural cigarettes there.
All
as well?
natural. Yeah, everything in my diet is all natural, whether it be medication or whether it be food or whatever. No preservatives.
Wow. Shop
Anything.
in the perimeter of the grocery store.
Absolutely.
Nothing in a box or a can.
Grow a lot of my own stuff, you know.
Sure. Oh boy. We're continuing to watch the number 30 of Cole Martinez, getting some shots with some of the other kids out there, some of the fans.
So we had an intern at the radio station. I got to share this. Maybe I shouldn't. I'll share this off mic.
Yeah, share it offline if you would.
Yeah, I will.
Look at that Ryder D coming up to congratulate the champ, Cole Martinez. Man, Ryder's almost as tall as Cole Martinez. I mean, Ryder was about to the exhaust pipe a few years ago.
Look at that.
That's class.
He's like, I just got beat by this old guy.
No. Man, that old guy can absolutely get it done. Ryder D will have his time. He's about to turn pro. This is probably his last trip to the ranch. A lot of these kids, Caden Braswell probably done with us here. What a great way to sign off, Braswell. Congratulations to all those kids. It'll be fun to watch them turn pro as we give them their wings and they fly off Loretta Lynn's.
Successful programs and routines through Loretta Lynn's. And again, this year, probably one of the biggest surprises for me. I'm not going to lie. We've had some surprising years, but I'm not going to say the inconsistencies, but just the battles that have changed.
This is going to be really bad for the people that live in that valley and the people that live in that community. Wayne Spear, the ranch manager who was hanging on for dear life at the staging area behind the starting gate. And when I found out that he had passed in the storm, I was devastated.
You know, and with Wayne losing his life here, you know, is a big part. We all knew him. Whether you talked to him or not, or whether you personally met him, when you saw his picture, you remember him from being here.
Wayne loved the ranch. He loved the people. It was actually what he lived for. I shared more of Wayne with the ranch than I did my own life. Oh, I feel like Wayne's right here with us because he never liked to leave.
I was pretty overwhelmed whenever I first was there, and that first day, after that first day, and we actually found Wayne's body after he passed away in the flood, and I actually had a dream at home, and I was there, and you know, I was standing in the middle of the motocross track actually, and I'm looking around just totally devastated by what's going on. I'm sitting here looking around like this, and I catch something out of the side of my eye, and I look around, and Wayne's standing there, and I'm like, what do I do? And he just said, you got to just start, buddy. And that was kind of whenever I broke it down into pieces for myself and figuring out how we can get help from outside people and things like that.
We all have our reasons to accomplish, to work hard. We share a common goal, to be the best. Keep fighting, put in the work, never take the easy way. Your drive and determination fuels our passion.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gaskets seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best. Cometic Gaskets are constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environment. Whether it's championships on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts depend on Cometic. Cometic Gaskets, sealing championships since 1989.
VP Racing Fuels. No matter what motorcycle you race or ride, amateur or pro, we have a fuel to make more power. Keep your bike running cool with VP Stay Frosty Coolant, available in 2 formulas. Race Ready, designed to be glycol-free and track approved, and High Performance with freeze protection for street applications. Visit VPRacingFuels.com to learn more.
is 70% water and 30% land. But the entire sky belongs to us.
Copy that. Aim high, Airman.
On Track School is an online private school catering to some of the top athletes in the world. We offer a flexible schedule for students that are chasing their dreams and always on the go. We are an accredited K-12 school where students can graduate with a diploma. Scan the QR code or call us to book an appointment with one of our learning coaches to discuss your students' next steps.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
I had this weird gut feeling about that day. It's just crazy how fast it can all happen. Trying to get those demons out your head of flashbacks of bad things that happened to you.
New CRF 250R. Lighter, faster, stronger. Ready to help you find your edge.
This Racer TV broadcast is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Parts Unlimited. We support the sport. And Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Get ready.
Been on the mic.
Dias has been on the mic. Johnny Legs has been on the mic.
Jeff Hines been back. Good to
stop it.
Yeah,
Rodney, stop it. You know. Oh no, I'm on my way back to Florida.
No, yeah, you know, he's actually headed to Beckley for GNC. He's going to race some EMTB, some electric mountain bike
Yeah,
GNCs.
he's been into the mountain bike thing for a long time. Big surfer. Our buddy Jeff Hines, the voice of Florida Motocross. Then we'll get ready. We'll cruise down to Minnie O's. Win Kern and his crew anxiously awaiting the throngs of folks that come over there. They get a lot of overseas riders. It is, you know, a lot of the Venezuelans, the Brazilians. They all come in. They pile in. It's a good time, man. Minnie O's, Supercross, Motocross. That is the largest motocross gathering we've probably ever had at one point.
I have to say so. Yeah, it's crazy. You know, that one, not the qualifying process. So
everybody welcome at that one.
Yeah, and it makes it a little easier if you're from out of country to just show up and go for a week like that.
That's where I made my well, not where I made, but where I was introduced to Ernesto Fonseca on the Kodak Yamaha back in the day. I'm like, what is Kodak? Like, this is when we had cameras that needed film, so Kodak was like, all right, we'll jump on board the Kodak Yamaha team with Fonseca. It's the first time I ever saw James Stewart, Ricky Carmichael, all those guys down there at the Minnie O's, the Winter Olympics. Man, that's a legendary event there.
Yeah, I've been doing that one on and off and for the bigger part of since basically the late 90s. 1862. Jerry West was running it whenever, and man, I tell you, to talk and to be down there with those people and to hear the stories and the history of that particular event and what it's grown into today is
it's like the first big event of the new racing calendar. All the new deals are signed. Kids get changed over. Gear companies move around,
move up to different classes.
Yeah, so that's the first time you'll get to see maybe Casey Cochran on a 250F. Maybe they jump brands, or maybe their deal's over. They're on a new bike. Who knows? That's where that usually happens.
Yeah, there's going to be – it's always exciting. You may hear and you may know of, but that's where you really get to see everybody together all at once like that.
Yeah, and there's multiple opportunities. Those guys usually ride about 6 or 7 classes. Like in Loretta's, they limit you from monopolizing wins by only limiting you to 2 classes. I think you can try to qualify for several, but when you choose the ranch, you got to pick which 2 you're going in.
Yeah, and the great thing about they got Supercross discipline and the motocross discipline and – about 7-8 days of racing straight.
Yeah, it is. You'll do Supercross, and then as soon as you are done with Supercross, literally we just grab our microphones and y'all do your clipboards. You walk 200 feet from that tower to the motocross tower, and you immediately start practicing motocross. So changing out the suspension, moving over to a different bike, all that kind of changes for the outdoor side.
Yeah, can't wait for that one. The week of Thanksgiving tradition, as always, and likely live here on RacerTV.com as well. So we welcome you back to the ranch for our 41st annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship as we are in the waning moments.
I got to update my jersey. I got 40 on this one. This is from last year.
I started to wear that one because I thought, well, I'll match Kevin, but then...
you don't want to do that. I was telling Wygan, I have every single announcer's shirt that I have ever been given. If I've been to a race and you gave me a shirt, a button-up or whatever, I have every one of them, from the 90s all the way to now. And it's like the Aeronautiques, whatever Fox shirts that we had with the button-ups and with the crazy colors, whatever. Have all those old heavy-duty Yamaha ones with the 900 patches on it. I felt like an admiral in the Navy.
Well, I had all that stuff, and I think I've got most of it, but I had some help cleaning out while I wasn't around, and he hasn't wore that in 15 years. Let's pitch it.
You mean when your wife kicked you out? Here, let me help you. I had some help cleaning it up when I wasn't around.
Well, no, it's been since then, actually. Okay. So actually, my daughter moved in, and then she moved out.
I will not let you toss my stuff. There's I have a box of magazines that I've kept from day one, and I don't know why, but as a kid, I don't know why. Every time I bought a magazine, I would just put it in plastic. I had the comic book plastics in a tote, and then I'd watch you read my magazine. My little brother would want to read it. I'm like, you can read it if you don't go crazy with the edges and all that. I'm watching. I'm like, give me that. You're done. You're done. Yes, dude. Don't flip that open like that. I got all my programs from here, all that stuff. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking, but Crash and Burn. Denny Stevenson on the front cover of that thing, face down on his Kawasaki. Made the cover of Crash and
Burn. I don't know if that's one that I would want to make, but if I had a good crash, I guess I would want it on there.
Yep, he says that one will not go away. Denny was with us early in the week on the mic as well.
Yeah,
he was a lot of fun.
He called that the herpes of photos.
Just won't go away.
It won't go away.
Only Denny could phrase it like that.
Yeah, I keep looking up at that Open Pro Sport finish there, and I'm still just totally amazed at that. And that's just reflective of what we've had here for 2022 at Loretta Lynn's. Just a lot of amazing things taking place, and as we said, in the waning moments basically of today's racing action, I think we still got a lot more of those probably jaw-dropping, head-shaking, mind-boggling finishes.
Plus 45 is up next, and then the 250C Limited, so that's the next couple of races on the docket.
And here are two of my favorite classes that are coming up, the Schoolboy 2 and the Super Mini 2, but also in their girls, and 65, 10, and 11-year-olds. So, I mean, I think every race that we've got to lead into the final race of this one is definitely worth sticking around for and watching, because we're going to see a lot of great things coming up as we set the stage kind of here for this plus 45 class. They'll be heading out for their sighting laps coming up here in just a few moments. But looking at this one, Jimmy Jarrett, 45-year-old rider now out of Star, Idaho, formerly out of Ohio, and a former top Grand National cross-country racer, also multi-time OMA Nationals champion as well. An off-road racer, has honed his skills here to the motocross world in his plus 45 days, and at 45 years old comes in 1-1 in control of the championship. Greg Paymart looking at a 2-2 on his MKS Moto Kicks backed ride. Looking at third place a little bit, we've got, last moto it was Jason Rich. He finished 6th in moto number 1. Your third place finish here in moto number, looking for the third place finish in moto number 1. Where was that guy at? I see that fourth place would have been Jeremy Tiffany. Jeremy going 4:10. Christopher McMillan going 7-4 coming into this. And there it is, Dennis Dooley. That's the rider we were looking for. He was, I remember in moto number 1, was a solid performer in that one as he finished 3rd. But victim, I'm sure, like so many, not the best of starts, and had to really work hard in that second moto to get that 13th place position finish. So it kind of takes him out of the running for a championship. But don't count him out for a top 10 ride and the possibility of a win in this senior 45-plus class. We've seen these riders come back to make those explanation points, and he might be another one ready to do that.
There's the dozer kind of cleaning up around that starting line, just kind of smoothing it out just a bit. We don't want 40 riders going across a rough racetrack into that first turn.
No.
We want to clean that up just a little bit so they can have a safe run into that first and then the second turn. They'll get a sight lap to further evaluate the track, but it's always a good idea to let them see it and to smooth that part out. Water trucks have been running all over this place to get this thing turned around. And as we always say, the best of the best. Every top flight promoter is here. They've got folks from Lincoln Trail handling, helping out with scoring and timing. We've got all the best tracks here with their equipment helping out. Their operators. Kevin Wyndham's out there. He is not homeless. The guy on the tractor is not a homeless man. That is Kevin Wyndham with the big beard.
Hey, folks, we need all flagmen and track personnel back to the designated positions. Our 1:30 moto getting ready to start. We are running probably about 10 minutes behind. Mercy sakes alive. I think the most I'd seen at once was about a 15-minute margin behind. But again, that's a testament to the fact that this track crew is dedicated to giving you the best racetrack possible. And again, they have done just exactly that. We've seen a transition of this racetrack with its development, with the soils and the additives working its way through, and the water and the sun doing its work throughout the course of the week as well. And here's what we've got on this final day. As rough as it's been, it still seems to be amazingly a little bit smoother today, developing quite a bit differently.
Yeah, not a bad day to go race your dirt bike here at Loretta Lynn's. Weather is not too oppressive, nor is the track. As we get the riders back out on their sight lap, we will have a look at the final moto for senior 45 plus as we sit on 6 final motos, 24 through 29. And that is almost going to put a bow on the 41st running of the Monster Energy AMA Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Championships. The folks from AMA have been here. Mike Burkeen, Mike Pelletier, all the staff from the offices back in Ohio, they have been here helping us out.
Well, look at this turn right here, right now. As defined as those lines were just, a few minutes ago, when with the track We're going to be interested to see how it develops with these senior 45-plus class riders and the rest of the day for sure. A lot of work going in on this track over the last few minutes to give these guys this track. And as we said, oftentimes this might be the smoothest track these guys have seen all week, honestly.
Yeah, they just worked it, put some water down.
And that could change the face of this race, at least the first half of the race.
It'll get rough again. Won't take long.
No, and I think that's one thing that probably amazes me as much as anything. I expect it to take a little longer for the track to develop those lines back and those acceleration bumps and braking bumps and things. And I'm always just shaking my head about how quick they do redevelop.
I mean, they didn't fix everything. I can promise you that. I'm looking here across from us. They left this big sandy turn. They smoothed going into the sand turn. Coming out of it, they left that nice and rough, which is cool because when you're turning and hitting those big bumps, that's when you have a great chance of falling. They let you get straightened up before they throw the Chinese stars at you in the way of ginormous bumps.
8 points on every one of those bumps, isn't there?
Yes, equally, sharply, precisely trimmed up. Did you have Chinese stars, kid, growing up?
I did.
Love slinging those things around.
I know,
They're so
right?
dangerous.
How I didn't do more damage with those things.
I used to chuck those things everywhere. I had nunchucks,
Yeah.
swords. You could get them in a gas station.
I know.
Roll right in there, buy you a Dr. Pepper and a sword. What? Now they have the glass, the bars. They don't want any kind of that action. We don't want that smoke.
Got to be 27 and with a
I mean, you could
background
literally buy
check.
a 3-foot sword and then just hang it at that dude's neck. Go, now give me that. What's in the register with your sword? Unbelievable.
Throwing sprockets at the wall. Sunstar was mine, baby. Was my
right.
star. Well, here we are. Riders back on the starting line. Senior 45-plus class getting ready to roll moto number 3.
Rodney's going to go check on his daughter. So, Rodney, go check on her. Make sure she is all well. Getting those messages, that's not what you want to get. Come on in, man. Mike, you do it, bud. Jackie Legs is back with us.
Yes, sir. Looks like we're about to go 45-plus racing here.
Yep, we've already set the table. We told you who did what, so we're going to let them actually do whatever it is they're going to do. As the revs are up, Mikey Wayans, the gate is down. Jackie Legs is all over the place. This guy's bouncing all over the place. You see the way he announces, very athletic announce. Moves around a lot,
he's
covers
got
a lot of area there.
He has a megawatt Matt Wanson announcing stance.
Very athletic, low center.
You got to get the megawatt. Listen.
Listen.
Okay.
Nothing to be ashamed of, is it, Megawatt?
No, listen. See, that was an accident, I swear. You announce with the guys all week. You go home. Everybody you know is like, you sound like another guy. We got racing on screen.
That we do. Todd Raschote out front on the number 37 Yamaha.
Grabbing that Stasic Hole Shot Award. See how the rest of the class is stacking up. Senior 45-plus, Team Diaz. Diaz, right?
It is Diaz. You got it right.
I always want to say Diaz, and in my head, I'm like, nope, Diaz.
You nailed it. Yeah, Todd. I think it's Todd Rashad, like mascot Todd Rashad there with the whole shot of number 37 machine. That Yamaha looking really good. Not sure where he is exactly in the running order right now as they start to make their way through that nice sandy beachy corner right there, that sand sweeper by the Monster Energy 10. And they did a lot of track maintenance out there, but like you see that it's like they're almost grooming the ruts out there. They're still there.
Oh, no kidding.
It's not quite as deep.
Hiding a little bit. Give it a lap or two. We're going to find them.
Looks like the number
37. I believe that was the 37 Yamaha. Still Todd Richey.
Here he comes at 37. Here comes the 44, making a move around the outside to the finish line. He's going to come in time and score, and probably with the lead right there. Awesome ride there for the 44 machine.
Jimmy Jarrett.
How did I not know that?
Yeah,
Jimmy
Jimmy
Jarrett.
Jarrett. Yeah.
Have you seen him race any of those GNCCs you've announced?
Yeah.
He used to be a
Seen,
big
been present
GNCC
for,
guy.
not necessarily. But yeah, Jimmy Jarrett is stellar, and he's been solid this week as well. Took exactly one lap for him to get up front. I mean, literally makes the pass as they come through the finish line area. Frenchie, Greg Paymart in the number 3 spot. Jeffrey Strickland in 3rd. Jason Rich rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, Rich threw it in that top 5 position. Looks like Gabriel Gardado in the 6th spot. 7th spot is Alex Horn. 8th spot, Tommy Boyd. 9th spot will be James Maxwell. Jimmy Max throwing it up in there. And the 10th place position will be Calvin Andlevek. Look at that. Look at the time of scoring. 0.193 seconds behind Jimmy Jarrett. Couldn't get any closer there for Todd Rochette. And good job for him getting that whole shot out here in the 45 plus. You know, that's a gate full of masters here. Well, not quite masters. I guess that's plus 50, but.
Yes. Hey, senior 45 plus, if you look at timing and scoring, look at the gaps. I mean, they basically came through in a pack. Most or less than a second's difference between just about everybody outside of your front runners. And then you start seeing a little gap. And as it develops here in lap 2, Jimmy Jarrett going to work.
Looks like Gregory Paymont also getting to work. We see him check in with us in the 3rd place position. Did Jarrett go down? I think Jarrett went down. That's
you might be right, yeah.
Jarrett moving back to the 5th place position.
Wow. Talk about a change of events here. Looking at the overall picture, Jimmy Jarrett was leading it out. We'll see what happens. He comes checks in with us. Gregory Paymont was in the 2nd spot with a tally of 7, and the 3rd spot with Jason Rich with a tally of 14 right now, but we're early in this game right here.
So that was who I saw. I believe I'm seeing the number 18 of Jason Rich out there. Might have been Frenchie. It was a Kawasaki ride nonetheless. So Todd Richey moves back up into the number 1 position as Frenchie in the number 2 position aboard that Kawasaki ride. And there is Jason Rich in 3rd on the Kawasaki. So a couple green bikes up there with the blue bike on the Yamaha.
No doubt. And as Jimmy Jarrett's race to lose right now or win the championship picture, Gregory Paymart checks in with an even score with Jimmy Jarrett, but Paymart with the advantage right here as he's doing a little bit better here this final moto, his 3rd and final moto. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Jimmy Jarrett going to have to get himself back up there. Expect him to do so. But yeah, right now with a 1:14, he would sit 2nd as far as the championship's concerned.
Look at all 4 of them now as they hit the 10 Commandments. They're all in the same section at the same time. Paymart with a nice little move right there. He goes inside to outside, but actually drifts a little too far wide. Not going to make anything happen or gain any ground on our leader, Todd Rochette. Oh, there he goes to the inside.
Oh, forget about it.
Man, I mean, I guess that was a good jinx I put on him right
there. Finds another gear.
Absolutely, Frenchie. He's a fighter. I know.
What a drive right there.
We've seen him here many times. And he wants that championship more than anything right now. You can see he obviously got 6th place last year in this 45-plus class. He's been training hard. He hasn't gotten any younger, but maybe a little faster.
It happens. It happens. Well, solid one going on. Todd Richey pulling that whole shot and working.
That also means Jimmy needs to make 2 passes now rather than just 1.
Here we go. Paymar on screen right there, that number 6 ride, and he's got some company there in Todd Richey. So Frenchie out front as Todd tries to keep pace.
And it looks like it might be in 3rd now is Jimmy Jarrett. As I see that new gas machine up in there.
And I believe that was him around the outside there, the 44 KTM.
Yeah, KTM, my apologies.
JJ.
KTM, Gas Casavani, you never know.
There you go, yeah.
Guys, it looks like Jimmy Jarrett's going to be able to take over the 2nd position.
There he goes.
Great move right there for Jarrett. Shea pulling a tear off right there, resetting around the billboard section.
So after a mistake by Jimmy Jarrett, falls back into, I believe it was 4th, 5th place. Now moves up into the 2 spot just as they started the 4th lap of this senior 45-plus moto. So now Jimmy Jarrett, the 44 KTM, going to set his sights on Frenchie. Gregory Paymar on the Kawasaki.
And as you can see, sneaking his way into the screen here in some of these shots, our 5th place rider, Christopher McMill.
Yeah, there he is. McMillan.
McMillan, sorry about that.
Oh, you're all right. Screen cuts it off. I was double checking myself.
Our running order this last time around is going to be the number 6 of Gregory Paymart out front. We have Todd Richey and the second position, Jimmy Jarrett. In the third position, Jason Rich in fourth, and Christopher McMillan in fifth.
Yeah, I'm looking up at our clock right now, and I see that Jimmy Jarrett has the fast lap time on that lap right there, so I believe Jarrett may be making his way to the lead.
Oh, Jimmy Jarrett.
I believe he might have already made that pass, actually. Now I look up on Racer TV screen.
And guys, these lap times don't look bad compared to some of the other people we've been watching today. This 45 plus class is no joke.
Yeah, Frenchie there with a 2:03, not too shabby, just shy of a 2:04.
And I see him there at the bottom of the screen. It is Jimmy Jarrett leading out Frenchie now. And the third place position is our Kawasaki rider, Todd Richey. And Jason Rich, like I said, he's joining the party as well. Look at that Honda machine jumping into the beach area. Oh, a little mistake there by Rich. He rebounds greatly, though, has that inside. That inside leads to the outside. He has momentum coming to the finish line area. As they come in and check in with his Jackie Legs, tell me what we got on the screen.
All right, it looks like we have Jimmy Jarrett out front. Oh, that's Gregory Paymart. Oh, no, that's Jason Rich that we're watching on the screen. Sorry about that.
Yeah, two riders just in front of him there. And, yeah, that is going to be Jimmy Jarrett out in front. Let's see if he can stretch it out now and give himself a little bit of breathing room after the early mistake. Had him falling back just a bit, and see what Fritchie's got for him there, that number 6 Kawasaki ride sitting in 2.
As they come around here for the 10 Commandments, it looks like Jarrett's going to be able to hold him off for a little while.
Nice and conservative there for Jimmy Jarrett in the Commandments. You see some of these young kids hop, skipping, and jumping through there, doubling and tripling. Not Jarrett. He steadily flows with a roll, double, 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 single. I believe I timed that right. Gregory Paymart, though, doing a great job sitting in second place. He came through the finish line area only a half second behind, so Jarrett definitely able to stretch it out a bit over Paymart, but Paymart is still riding a solid ride. If Jarrett makes a mistake, he's there to capitalize on it.
So Jimmy Jarrett, uh-oh.
Yeah, Jimmy Jarrett with this ride right here, he's looking at a championship.
Going 1-1 his first 2 motos.
And this would be a 3-moto clinch right here. If he can go 1-1-1, he'll definitely lock up that championship. Gregory Paymart, though, he's not giving up. I told you, Frenchie, he's a fighter. If I know anything about Frenchie, he's a fighter. Look at him. They're on the same jump at the same time. As they make their way here in front of us, it's Jarrett and Paymart running 1 and 2.
Yeah, the old wily veterans, make no doubt. They know how to pace themselves. They know that moment. Hey, we're getting late in the moto. We're 10 minutes into it. We're going to be seeing a 2-lap card here in a moment. Now it's time for Frenchie to go to work. He says, okay, I've seen some of those lines. You're taking Jimmy Jarrett. Now I can try and get you set up, get you in the crosshairs, maybe force Jimmy Jarrett into a mistake.
You know, I think that's the move right there. He's trying to push Jarrett into a mistake. He knows if Jarrett goes down, he might be able to gain a position or 2 and have a shot at his title. And looking up at time to score now, we see Jimmy Jarrett checking in with us for the 2:04. Gregory Paymart with a 2:05 lap time. Jason Rich stepping it up with a 2:04 lap time. He's on the number 18 machine in third. Your 4th place competitor is number 89, Christopher McMillan. In 5th spot, running negative top 5 is Todd Richey. He was our whole shotter out here. He's running 2:09 that lap time around, or that last time around, so he's fading just a bit, but I'll tell you what, he'll pick it back up as we see Gabriel Guardado there in that 6th spot. Then it's Doolin, number 97 in 7th. 8th spot, the 41 machine, Tommy Boyd. 9th spot is Calvin Amlevic, and behind Amlevic in the 10th place position is Chad Gocheneur.
So as it stands right now, Jimmy Jarrett would go 1-1-1 for the championship, obviously. Frenchie Gregory Paymart would go 2-2-2. Okay, second place, simple enough. The guy right now that's having a great ride, Jason Rich, who currently 3rd on the track, would be a 6.33, would take 3rd in the overall. So how they sit on the track, it's exactly how they sit as far as the championship is concerned as well. 5 laps into it, 2-lap card out, at least for another 30 seconds or so. And Frenchie still trying to figure something out. When they checked in last time, it's about a 1.5-second gap. Jimmy Jarrett, I think, probably felt a little pressure right there. He said, okay, time to go turn it on. Trying to put some space in between the two of us so that you don't force me into a mistake.
I'm curious to see, though, because it looks like Paymar's definitely keeping him honest.
No doubt.
Every time we think Jared gains a little bit of ground, Paymar's there to answer back. And look at the big picture. Jason Rich, he's right here to join the party as well.
Yeah, the two Kawasaki's behind Jimmy Jarrett on the KTM going to work. Jason Rich back there thinking, yeah, boys, go at it. I might sneak up, go 2 for 1 here.
Another all 2 for 1 deal. We've seen it happen before, especially here at the ranch. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I came in for the pro sport race. Megawatt was doing the awards in the arena. I said, have I missed much? I could hear you guys, but I couldn't really hear what was going on. Man, everybody's falling down. We've got multiple different leaders. Everybody kind of succumbing to, track conditions, obviously, the physical wear of racing all week, the fact that it's a third moto, pressure's so high. Certainly not easy to force a guy into a mistake, but it seems like we've been seeing it more in these third motos here these last day and a half.
Look at that third place Kawasaki rider, Jason Rich, definitely putting the pressure on Paymar. Paymar's been sitting there learning Jimmy Jarrett's lines and not really pulling the trigger, but man, he's got to get going because he's got Jason Rich now right behind him. I believe that won't really change the overall picture very much, but it's all about bragging rights, especially here in the 45-plus class.
Yeah, listen, we get in our 40s. I'm knocking on the door. We still have an ego, okay? We still want that first place.
Absolutely. Probably more than some of the kids, to be honest with
yeah,
you.
no doubt. How many more years am I going to do this? How long am I going to be relevant?
Yep. And if you don't win, it's definitely not your last year.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And it looks like Paymar's going to try to make a move here in the sand section.
Oh, the crafty.
Paymar going.
The crafty Frenchman right there. Jackie Legs, take it away, man.
Paymar going 2-2. He would love to get a moto win here. And Paymar's going to be able to take over the first position.
Impressive. We only got 2 more corners to go, actually, as we sweep around to the right and into this left-hander.
Hey, kids, get the notebook out. Get your pencils.
Oh, dabs the foot, though.
Wow.
Jared's just cruising. He knows he's got his championship.
Yeah.
Hey.
No, that's fine.
You
that's
go
cool.
ahead and take it, young man.
Young man.
One more jump for Gregory Paymar, and he'll take your moto win here in the senior 45-plus class.
Cool. Awesome ride right there.
That is cool.
He's on that MKS machine. Last year I think it was, he's down there set up selling some moto kicks.
Yep.
That's beautiful.
Paymar brought to you by MKS Moto Kicks, GPMX School, Crossroads Power Sport, and FXR Racing. You know they have to be proud of him.
No doubt. Well, that's cool for Frenchie. Love to see that. Patience paying off for him. Watching those lines Jimmy Jarrett was taking. So Jimmy Jarrett will take second in the moto. He will stay as your champion of this senior 45-plus class with a 1-1-2. And Jason Rich, who checked in third place, will round out your championship and your third moto in third. So head down to the podium down there where Jason Wygant going to get a word in with Frenchie and your champion, Jimmy Jarrett, here in just a moment.
Yep, 10-4 will give them an opportunity to get cleaned up. I mean, this is one of the older classes out here, and it's finally, okay, it's not oppressive, highest end level Loretta's heat, but it's pretty legit. It's pretty hot. There you go. Paymar's Team Fraud. Well, I know you wanted the title, going to come up short of that, but hey, you battled hard and you earned the gold in the final moto. Let's hear it for Greg Paymart. Well, I'm impressed, buddy, because, dude, Jared came from way back to get you guys in a previous moto. You found some speed overnight.
Yeah, I started getting pissed off a little bit. He came from way back. I looked at the lap time, and I was like, wow, his average 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I said, if I push a little more and keep it clean, we can maybe do something. And I can see he was getting a little bit nervous, I think. He didn't want to chance it too much. I know he wasn't pushing at 120%, but I was at about 99.9.
Okay, all right.
So it was fun, It's always a weird week here, but I love it. It's all about the effort, like Emmett said. It really touched me because for the youngsters out there, you have a lot of help, but the vet guys, we have 1 or 2 friends. My dad passed away 2 years ago. I miss him, and it's a lot of work just to get here. You talk about the road to Loretta, 2 weeks ago, I was getting ready for this, like, holy shit, man. This is a lot of work.
Yeah.
So, prop to everybody that makes it here, Thanks to Team Green, Crossroads Power Sports, FXR, We have Power Seal Scott, Ryan Power just jump on board with GPMX, Motocross School, my school this year. T-Bolt USA, my club, Pagoda, Jack of all spray. And you know, I'm reading my bike here. What else did I forget? MKS, Moto Kick, my shoes.
You got to do that.
You know, 11 and a half, right?
10 and a half. 10 and a half. Or 11. Let's go 11. I've been waiting on this for 2 years, but you got other things to worry about.
Yeah, no, that's a priority. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's coming. Lombardy 4, yeah. This is Jimmy. Because I was some Lombards, like I said in a previous podium, so that was really cool. You know, they asked me what I needed, and I need a roof. So very cool stuff. Everybody, we got the Team Fried senior and junior back there, Michel Journet. He was so scared coming into this. He was afraid to get yelled at because I yell at him all the time. But he did good this week, so it was a lot of fun.
All right.
Michel, and thanks to everybody I forget.
All right. Let's hear it for Greg Paymar taking the gold. Is your mechanic capable of removing your bike? Can you get the bike off here? Can you do it? Let's see. You tired. You spent all your energy. That's on him. That's on the mechanic. Team Fried Senior. I need Jason Rich will take our third place finisher. And Todd Raschote pulled another hole shot. Good job. Let's hand over a bronze to Jason Rich. We'll get you right here. How was that ride, Jason?
Exhausting, but at least I could see him and kept me motivated.
Do you feel like you got better as the week went on?
I did. It was first moto was a rude awakening. It rough and routed. Yeah, for sure.
Who do you want to thank, buddy?
You know what? I'd like to thank my mom and dad for getting me into this when I was 10 years old. It's the greatest sport ever.
No doubt about it. And that's it?
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. Mom and dad for getting him riding. Let's hear it for Jason Rich. Third place is 45 plus. Now you got to bring the bike up, buddy. Let's bring the bike up. Show off your logos, Jimmy. Hey, and Todd is our hole shot winner. Todd Raschote. I've been corrected on it 100 times and I still don't have it right. If he wants to come up and accept the hole shot award real quick. Well, he did it. Last year, had it in his grasp, the bike collapsed. When he had the championship in his grasp, had to think about that for 365 days to get revenge, to get the title, and he does it. Let's hear it for Jimmy Jarrett. Seriously, were you thinking about that the entire time? Last year it slipped away and it really wasn't your fault.
Well, for the first couple months, I told myself I was never coming back to this place, but then about halfway through the year, I was like, okay, we got to go back. So pretty pumped to get this win, and you know, like you said, I've thought about it for a while, and putting three motos together isn't easy, so it was a little nerve-wracking going into the third one, but we took care of it.
Hey, I always knew you as a great off-road guy, GNCC winner and all that. Where's this moto speed come from? Were you always a moto guy, or is this something you're focusing on later in life?
I think most off-road guys practice motocross throughout their career, and it's always been a part of my life, just never, you know, tried to take it anywhere, and yeah, it's just fun coming down here with all these guys and the age groups and having fun.
All right. Who do you want to thank, Jimmy? This is a year in the making.
Yeah, definitely Carl's Cycle Sales in Boise, Idaho. Those guys taking care of me ever since I moved out there. Definitely Fly Racing, Dunlop Tires, Chirby, CD Boots, 100% goggles. Chris Kiefer Inc. for helping me do some bike settings for this week and got this thing dialed. So big hats off to him.
All right, I'm going to bring up Tad from the AMA, and he is going to hand over your national #1 plate in the 45 plus. Let's hear it for Jimmy Jarrett. We got Todd Raschote here. In the meantime, let's celebrate with some champagne. Here you go, Jimmy. Now, he has a lot of experience with this from the GNCC podium days. Yeah, Jimmy. Real quick, let me get your whole shot award in here. Come on up, Todd. Stasic whole shot award in 45 plus, Todd Raschote. Been messing up your name for about 12 years here. How'd you pull that start, buddy?
My Hoosier tires just hooked up and pulled me right through, so yeah, it was good.
Who else do you want to thank?
I want to thank DC3 for my suspension, Fly Racing, Flow Vision, Garnet, I'm trying to read them all. Artco for my helmet paint jobs, Gardner Race Service for my motors, Mayhew Tools, and 139 Designs. Thanks.
What's on the bottom?
Yeah, and my girlfriend for taking all the pictures.
There we go. Let's hear it for Todd Reshot. Take it away, boys. All right, well, thank you very much, Jason Wygant. Hey, this moto is getting off here. 250C Limited off and rolling. We'll get that sorted out. Boy, chaos right there for several riders, with the exception of Blake Broderick, who's going to pull that Stasic hole shot, but red. But we got a special guest up here in the booth, and wanted to make sure we got a word in with him. None other than Mr. Mike Brown himself. Mike Brown, I got to preface this and say, my wife, she doesn't really know much about our sport, okay? She tells me midweek, I'm on a phone call with her, she goes, "Who's Mike Brown? You guys seem to say his name a lot." And I said, well, for good reason. I said, the man is stellar. He's been coming here for a long time, and brother, you're like a fine wine. You seem to be getting better with age out there on the track. What was your week like at Loretta's this year?
Oh, it was really good. I know I got a 1-1 in all the classes, and but just coming here, I changed bikes, size of bikes coming here. I went to a 350 instead of 450 from last year. That 450 is too much for me this track. You get it really rough. The roughest track I ever ride is Loretta. You get here, the bumps are different sizes than what you're used to racing your whole career. Even here, the bumps here start when you leave the corner, and they lead to the next corner. So it's bumpy and rough. And when I get here, I like the 350 was just so much easier to handle for me than the 450. And I enjoyed it much more. No, it's in a different class, but we'll see for next year. I would like to try the 25 again on a 350.
Okay. Okay. Love to hear that, man. Well, like we were talking about with Megawatt Matt Watson, whose voice sounds almost like mine right now. Man, as awesome as you are on the track, off the track, you're just as good a person. You're such a great mentor to so many riders out there. Why is that so important to you?
I think it's where I've been around so long. It's a career for me. It's my home. It's everything I know. And I just try to carry it over to some of the riders I'm helping now. I know I've been helping Casey all year, Dax Bennick all year, Caden's been there with us, Talon Hawkins. Yeah. I try to carry what I've learned and know and bring it to the races and help them. And the training during the week is the funnest. That's where it all begins and starts. And then coming to the races on the weekend, that should be like, as me and Ricky would always say, that was like vacation. Get on the airplane, go to the race. That was the easiest part of the week.
Easiest part. If the racing is the easiest part of the week, you're doing something right in training, no doubt about that, man. Well, I know you got some serious business to attend to back home. We don't want to keep you too long, man, but love having you out here. Thanks for everything you do on the racetrack, giving us some fun things to talk about as always. Yeah. And I think most importantly, thank you for what you do for our sport in general.
No, it's great to be here. Like I said, I started here in 1987. And, 2022 right now, and hopefully got many more years. But it's great to see the families and the kids grow up. You know, I'm racing with some of the kids, the dads that I raced with before, and just seeing the kids from now. Like I was a pro rider. Now they're racing Supercross, and now I'm with 65 kids in the Supercross series.
I love it.
Just love to be around it. And I think that's how I stay young and healthy and being out here racing, because I'm with them all day long, every day of the week, so it's keeping me young and healthy.
One more quick one, and we already know the answer to it. For the youngsters out there, what's the one thing they should take away being here?
That's hard. There's a lot of things here. I think more than anything, people a lot of ride. It is a lot of riding, but I think the training's a little bit of it. If you come here next year, start a week before or a month before, doing some sit-ups, push-ups, doing some exercise besides riding. Add your riding in, but do a little bit more cardio stuff, because here you can ride all you want. If you don't have the cardio to push the whole time through the bumps, through the roughness, for sure the heat, it'll help out a little bit. And that's the first thing I say, and just believe in yourself as much as you can, and be ready when you come here, because it's never easy what you think it is. It's like I said, this track, you won't ride it. None of these kids will ride a track like this until next year when they get here.
You're right. Mike Brown, thank you so much. Thanks for jumping in the booth with us for a minute. We'll let you get back at it, man.
No problem. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
All right. There you go. That is the Mike Brown, Loretta Lynn's extraordinaire. We saw him up here. We said, all right, bring in Mike Brown. We got to get a word in with him. Hey, we got a good race going on out on the track, boys.
We do got a great race going on in this championship picture. It's pretty tight. It's pretty close. But Ryder Bell, the number 40 machine, leading the way right now. He is looking good. with some good moto scores. Ashton Aruda, he's in the second spot right now, checking in with this Blake Broderick, who I believe who got the whole shot, still sitting at third place position. So a great ride for him. And Deegan Gale there in the fourth place position. Sage Powers, he's in the fifth spot. In the sixth place position is the number 95 machine of Jace Henricks. In the seventh place position is Marshall Bussey. Then behind Marshall is the number 48 machine of Landon Babcock. Babcock in the 8th spot. The 9th spot is Ryder Holland. Holland doing a great ride out there in the 69 machine. In the 10th place position, rounding out your top 10, it's Bradley Sharma on the number 36. And we're looking at the real picture, the overall class results right here. With the Motorsport 132, we'll give Natalia 6. It is Ashton Aruda's lead right now going into this third and final moto. Second spot sitting right now is Ryder Bell on the number 40 machine. The 76 is Sage Powers. He'll get the third overall, but that is if it stays this way as it is on the track right now. And this is the C limited class, so a lot of things can happen here.
And Dean, I believe it's already mixed up as we're talking right now. We'll see when they come around this turn here and check in with timing and scoring on who we've got going here.
Yes, sir. We'll be checking in for lap 3 already in the books as Ryder Bell is your leader right now. He is second overall, so he hoping some things change behind him. Blake Broderick, he's in the second spot now. Deegan Gale in the third spot, round of the top 3. The 18 machine of Ashton Aruda, he's going to check in with us in the fourth place position. The fifth spot, round of the top 5 is Sage Powers. And it looks like Ryder Bell is the rider that is on top of that leaderboard overall. Ashton Aruda sits in second right now, and Sage Powers sits third overall. But again, we're only about 6 minutes into this thing, and a lot can happen in a short amount of time.
Man, Ryder Bell out front, absolutely putting down some heaters on these lap times. Turned a 2-minute, .794, a 2:01. Gives him some breathing room out front with a just under 6-second lead over Blake Broderick. And like you said, hey, this is what Ryder Bell needs to be doing right now if he wants to win the championship.
And it looks.
Go ahead, Jack Blake.
It looks like Deegan Gale is able to take over the second position over Blake Broderick.
Yeah, Broderick, man, he's a tough competitor, but it does look like Gale's made the move. You're right about that one as they head into Storyland. But I got to go back to Ryder Bell. What a strong name that is. For your
No
last
doubt,
name,
right?
Bell. I mean, Bell's had a lot of success in the motocross industry, and your first name's Ryder. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that.
Destined, man. Destined.
Destined to be, and like you said, checking in with that actually, he got a 2-minute flat lap time there on lap number 2, so he has the fastest lap in this moto, so that's some confidence right there as he leads this one out. But I'll tell you what, checking out last, Ashton Aruda was in that 4th spot. If he can make a couple of positions, he will definitely be here in the picture in the championship.
Yeah. Deegan Gale looks like the guy on the move right there.
Look at these guys scrubbing here in the C limit class. I thought this was supposed to be the novice class, Mike.
Love it. We're here for it.
Absolutely. Man, look at that. Each corner is getting bumpy and rough. We're looking at the number 18 machine, Ashton Aruda now. Like we were saying, he's the one that's got to make a couple moves, and if he can do so, he'll be right there in the picture.
I believe he got around Blake Broderick as well, correct? Or
not
yet.
That's the rider he's chasing down right now.
Okay.
Man, Ryder Bell, though, he's going to check in with us. Another 2-minute flat lap time right there. Closest to his fastest lap here on lap number 4. He's opened up a 7-second lead over Deegan Gale. And a couple seconds behind him, we got Blake Broderick. And you're right, man. Only 1 second separates Blake Broderick and Ashton Aruda.
So Ryder Bell coming out here and saying, I'm not going to do the math. I'm not looking at the motos. I'm not going to see the scenarios. I'm just going to go out and try to get a win in Moto3 and let the chips fall where they fall.
Exactly. That's the best way to put it. Let the chips fall the way they fall. And I'll tell you what, even if Aruda is able to make one pass, that'll tie the score. But, of course, that last moto playing a big factor now.
Yeah, better finish would win it. Ashton Aruda with a 1.34.
He's putting the pressure on now as they're tripling in a Storyland.
All eyes on Aruda. What's he going to be able to do? Is he going to be able to make it happen? We are just about 9 minutes, just over 9 minutes into this one for the 250C Limited. And Aruda's got to go to work if he wants a shot at the championship.
Absolutely. You got to pass this guy kick. Look at him tripling out of Storyland. That's impressive there for the C Limited class as well. Like you're saying, we see him scrubbing, we see him tripling. They're doing everything out here on this Loretta Lynn's the next track. There we go. We got an outside line right here. Let's see if he can carry the momentum and make a move into that 3rd place position. It looks like he will.
Good move. Wow. And what a drive out of that. Going the long way around, making it stick.
Yeah.
And Blake Broderick not happy about it, coming back at him. Let's see if Broderick tries to make a move to get back around him.
Checking the scrub line, so we'll see him go to the inside line. Oh, mistake right there.
Yep.
For Ruda, but I believe he's still going to maintain that position. Pressure is on now for Aruda.
Aruda guarding that inside.
Oh, wow, here comes Broderick. Side by side now.
Oh, that was not a jump I wanted to take right there.
Broderick getting pushed way to the outside, but just keeps it on two wheels, working the track right now, just looking for any opportunity.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens to this outside line. It's nice and flowy. The momentum's there, and he is going to slingshot out of that corner and dive into the inside. But
back and forth right now.
Ruda says not happening. What a battle we got right now. They're side by side as they go into the tree section.
I mean, literally, they've passed each other back and forth. I think I've lost count, maybe 6 or 7 times now.
Yep, looks like Broderick's made the move and put Aruda back in that 4th spot again. I think what it is, Broderick really wants to see Wygan down there in the podium. He's fighting for that top 3 position. It looks like, oh no, I'm not sure what's happening. Aruda's slowing down now. He's not pushing. I'm not sure if he's tired. Something's wrong with his bike, but man, that's heartbreak right there, as he was definitely a player in the championship.
Dean, it looked like when he had came over the finish line here, he was having the same problem. I'm interested to know what would be going on with him. He's going to have to at least maintain that position in order to stay in this championship fight.
Yeah, I'd have to guess that's to be a flat tire summit. He's still out there, the bike's running, he's just cruising around nice and easily.
Where they sit, he is still running second in this championship here.
Salvaging, that's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, man. Well, Ruda, who is in a dogfight with Blake Broderick, has now fallen off and not sure what. Hey, maybe he needed to listen to Mike Brown. He needed to add some sit-ups, some push-ups a week prior to this for practice. I don't know. Something going on, though.
Looks like he might have a rear flat. I see him cruising around.
Yeah, trying to get a look at that on the number 18.
Yeah, that's what you see that tire smash there at the bottom of the hill.
You are right.
Tough break for that young
not
man.
him. Man, what a heartbreaker. Really, like you said, definitely salvage mode now.
Absolutely.
Let's just try to bring this home into the finish. Got to be absolutely frustrated inside that helmet right now.
Yeah, looking up at time and score on the 2-lap board, I believe is out right now. So that is good. That's in his favor. Ooh, that bike's slick right there. That flat tire, I'll tell you what, it's like flat tracking the whole race course.
Anything can happen here at Loretta's.
We've seen it time and time again, I tell you what.
Well, Ryder Bell, he's a guy that's not upset about that. Sitting 4-2-1 right now. And when he checked in, 6 laps completed. 2-lap card out. White flag going to be coming out here in, or wait, are we white flag now?
I think the white flag will be coming out this time around, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to look for Mr. Russell down there. I don't see him. But I will say one thing, though. Ryder Bell, I mean, can't take anything away from this kid. He's opened up a 6-second lead, riding comfortable right now over Deegan Gale, our second place rider, Blake Broderick. He's in that 3rd spot. Sage Powers checking in with us in the 4th spot and 5th spot in the top 5, as that last lap was Ashton Aruda, but we see him dropping a few more positions before this one's over.
And that last pass from Sage Powers will move him up into 3rd in the championship fight here if he's able to hold on to it.
So he's taking advantage of Aruda. That's what that is. As Aruda drops back, he's going to move forward. So an awesome ride there for Sage Powers for putting himself in a position to capitalize on that issue.
On the screen now, we have Ryder Bell in our 1st place position coming around the sand.
Number 40 Honda trying to get it done. He's not tasted that 1st place finish, and there is the white flag. Ryder Bell now just about a little more than 2 minutes away, give or take, from taking a checkered flag, knock on wood.
Yeah, and a huge shout out to Ryder Bell's sponsors out there, Okulu Suspension Company, Polaris, Can-Am, Honda World, Steel Core, and King's Excavation. All those guys helping him out, getting him to this number 1 position right here. Still in 2nd, though, Deegan Gale. Blake Broderick. Is that a change right there? Did Gale get up into the 2nd place position? I don't remember recalling that.
Yeah, I believe so. The number 31.
So awesome ride by Deegan Gale right there. Blake Broderick in that 3rd spot. 4th spot is Sage Powers in the 5th spot. checking in Ashton Ruda, so he's still making it happen out there.
Yeah. Deacon Gale, actually the rider coming off, I believe, the first place finish in Moto 2, yeah.
Oh, wow.
But he had that 9th place in Moto 1, it's kind of the monkey on his back, if you will. So unfortunate for him, but nonetheless, going to finish strong.
No doubt.
If nothing else.
That is a bummer. It's like I tell the guys when they go into the first moto. You can't win a championship your first moto, but you can definitely lose it.
Yeah, no doubt.
So just put yourself in contention. So again, the white flag is out. And the overall championships looks a little something like this if they remain the same. Ryder Bell going to be your champion. Asher Ruda finishing up in second. Sage Powers in the 76 going to be in third. Deegan Gale in the 4th place position overall. 5th spot, Corey Altazan. And behind Altazan is Adrian Mayo. And behind Mayo in 7th is Marshall Bussey. Blake Broderick, he's going to finish up in 8th. 9th will be Landon Babcock. Jack Carver, he'll finish up in the 10th spot and round out your top 10 in that championship. But man, it's over, but it's not over, right?
Yeah,
the white flag.
for sure.
2 more turns for Ryder Bell.
Man, Bell's got to be feeling good right now.
Bell helmets, give this man a call. As he comes around here for your last lap, or for your last turn, it's going to be Ryder Bell with your Moto 3 win in the 250C limited class, and he is going to take the overall championship here.
He's looking back for his competition so he can give him a thumbs up or something. That's what you always do as a winner.
Look, guys,
yeah,
he
good
does
job,
have
guys.
he does have a Bell helmet on.
I figured as much. I mean, come on.
He might own the company for all we know.
Yeah, there you go. The nephew.
Awesome ride there for Ryder Bell. Again, taking that championship as all our riders are starting to check in with us. Deacon Gill getting a second that moto. Blake Broderick, he'll finish up in that 3rd place position. He was our whole shotter out there too, so we'll give him up there for a whole shot award as well. Sage Powers going to check in with us in that 4th spot. Awesome ride for him. And looking for that 5th place position, I want to tell you who it is before they cross. It is going to be Ashton Ruda, so he will hold on to the 5th place position. And the championship picture looks a little something like this. Number 40 of Ryder Bell will be your champion. Give it up for Ryder Bell, guys. Ashton Ruda going to finish up 2nd overall. Sage Powers will finish up 3rd overall on the number 76 machine. 4th overall will go to Deegan Gale. 5th place overall will go to Corey Altazan. And behind Altazan, we have the number 834 machine in 6th. That's going to be Adrian Mayo. 7th place position will be Marshall Bussey. 8th overall will be Blake Broderick. 9th overall will be Landon Babcock. And 10th place overall will be Jack Carver. As all our riders are making their way through the checker flag. And it looks like Wygant's down on the podium now with Ryder Bell.
All right, we're going to uncork it down here at the podium. First, we'll bring up our 3rd place finisher, also our Stasic Whole Shot Award winner. Let's hear it for Blake Broderick. That's how you do it. Great starts, a lot of podium appearances. Got to be happy with your week.
Oh yeah, definitely happy, especially with this last class and this last moto. I haven't had the greatest motos, had to come back from last in this class, but finally got it done this time.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank, Blake?
Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, All Out Racing, Mike's Off-Road, Don Biscelli at MX Training, Dakota Concepts, all my friends and family that aren't here, and everyone else.
Blake Broderick, everybody. Bronze medal and Stasic Whole Shot Award. We'll get our 2nd place rider up here, the number 31. Head over to the center there. Let's hear it for Deegan Gale. I almost got it all week. Solid. Here we go. Messing it up at the end. All right, Deegan, that was a great ride. How did it work out for you?
I got a good start, and then started fading that first lap, and then just started working my way back up, started fixing all my mistakes and riding clean.
You probably learned a ton this week, I would think, on a track like this.
Oh, yeah, this track is gnarly all the way around.
Yeah. Who do you want to thank, man?
Mom, Dad, Travis, Tiana, Divas Designs, and that's about it.
All right. Let's hear it for Deegan Gale. Good job, Deegan. And now, for the second time, we will hand out a championship for the, can we say Flying Hawaiian? Can we go with that? For the Flying Hawaiian. He does it with a clutch third moto victory. Ryder Bell. Okay, so this one, the math was a little more complicated, and I saw you pretty much stop at the finish trying to figure out how it was all working out.
Yeah, in the first moto of this class, I went down on the start, and I was in 40th when I picked up my bike, and I got all the way back to 4th, pushing, gave it my best, so that's probably what got me here. And then second moto, I was leading, little mistake after 10 commandments, went down, got up in 5th, made it back to 2nd. And then this one, I was just like, do what you know best and just ride. And I was being cautious at the end, but we got it done. That's the main thing.
So going across the finish, you were trying to do some math there?
Yeah, I was trying to do some math. I knew Deegan was in 2nd. I could see him, but you never know at the end of the race. You don't know what happens. So thank you, Deegan.
Yeah, holding those guys off. We let you thank some people earlier, but we let you do it again. 2 titles. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my whole family, everybody that supports me from Hawaii. Brian Medeiros for letting me, basically he's the reason, and my parents, that I'm up here today. If not, I wouldn't be in the mainline racing. Ikolu Suspension, Polaris Cam-Man, Honda World, Steel Core, Bill, and all my Hawaii sponsors, King's Excavation, Aloha Cycles, Maui Built, ODI, just everybody that helped me get over here. FXR, thank you.
Let's hear it for Ryder Bell. And let's bring the AMA #1 plate to the stage and hand over a second championship to Ryder one more time for our C-Class champion. There you go, Ryder Bell. 2 titles this week. We'll see what he can do next year, I think, in the B class. And speaking of B, they're up next.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason. As celebrations continue on the podium there for Ryder Bell and his amazing accomplishments here at Loretta Lynn's. The stage is set, and, well, I'm sure a lot of folks in preparation and in waiting for this one. It'll be the final time the Schoolboy 212-17 BC class takes to the track, and the final time that Hayden Deegan will be taking to the track as well, as he comes into this one with a 1-1 scenario on the Monster Star Yamaha Method Wheels ShopDeegan38.com backed ride. The now Cleveland, North Carolina rider, and of course Daxton Bennick, who's been his biggest fit of competition so far on the Orange Brigade KTM, backed by Fox, Dunlop, and Scott, of course, out of Morganton, North Carolina. Bennick has been a major thorn in the side, or vice versa. Deegan has been a major thorn in the side of Daxton Bennick. Say it however you want, look at it however you want to look at it, but those two are definitely the strong runners coming into this one. Mark Phineas, the 99 machine, we saw a great first moto ride out of that Westfield, Indiana rider. He comes back in Moto 2 only for a DNF. He too a KTM Orange Brigade rider, so he's not going to be looking as so much necessarily as a contender in this one. And if that DNF not causing him too many issues, if he's out back with us in this third moto, he might be coming back for a little redemption ride of his own. So that could excite things up as far as that is concerned. If that rider that doesn't have a lot in there other than just a ride for pride, this could elevate the level of competition. Your second moto third place finisher was Julian Beaumaire out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, the EBR Fly Racing 100% mom and dad back ride. He finished 5th in moto #1 and a third place position finish in this. Now, a 1-1, a 2-2, and a 5-3 are right now looking at your 3 lowest scores. But as we always know, you know, when you come in with a 1-1 and a 2-2, we're always looking at those guys to be
the forces to be reckoned with, and we're always in anticipation of those two locking horns in the early part of the moto and hoping for, if nothing else, at least a good battle to the checker flag.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. You know what happens with those guys going 1-1 and 2-2? They're the riders with targets on their back. All these riders, that's what they want to do. They want to knock these guys off the podium.
Absolutely, and you know, Hayden Deegan coming into this this one, he is, I don't want to say looking for some redemption, but we saw what happened in his first moto of the other class we were watching him in. He got tangled up there with Evan Ferry. He got stuck in the rut. He got caught on the rear wheel and ripped some spokes out and just totally demolished that and took him out of the running. So it was cool. He focused, you know, just having good rides and having good times after that. He wins a couple motos after that, and then he comes out here, and obviously the Schoolboy 2 class has been somewhat and very dominant. But like I said, Dax Bennick is one of those riders that has been able to give him some fits out there, and starts, you know, as they always say, very critical. And they have played probably as big a role this week as I've ever seen in national championship racing. It seems like almost everyone has fallen victim to not getting as great a start as we normally see them doing.
Absolutely. We know it happens all the time. And I'll tell you what, like you're saying about Dax and Bennick, the kid's a workhorse. And, you know, Deegan going with 1-1, he's got to be feeling super confident, but this thing is far from over. It's anybody's game. Well, not anybody's game, but it's really Deegan and Dax Bennick that are really fighting it out right here.
Absolutely, and unless something happens to those two, one of those two should be crowned the national champion in this particular class. But as we know, 3 motos is what it takes to win a national title, and that's why we're running this third and final moto here. Again, going to be interested, keeping an eye on the 29 of Beaumare, but Finis, I'm looking for that 99. Hopefully he didn't suffer anything too devastating that will keep him out of this third and final moto, because again, this will be exciting to see what kind of role he might be able to play in this.
Absolutely, there's no doubt about that. And don't also count out the number 75, Evan Ferry. We've been seeing him on that new Yamaha. He's been ripping some good starts up there. He's definitely one of those riders.
Yeah, a 9 and a DNF for that rider in this one. So, you know, I guess he and Deegan kind of traded off in some situations like that, as far as in the classes that we expected them to be really going head-to-head in out here this year. But the fortunate thing is we may not be seeing that battle that a lot of people were expecting, but what we are seeing, just as good and maybe even more surprising battles that have developed. Stacey, Cole's shot is on as we drag race to the first turn.
That was a close one. I'm not even going to call it there, as we've seen 3 riders go across that Stacey line at the same exact time. We should see it here on the board officially. It's Hayes Edwards with the whole shot right there, number 45 machine. So awesome ride for Hayes. Jumping out to the early lead.
I thought that might be who got that, but Hayes, a 16 and or 27 and 8 coming into this one. So victim of maybe not great start. So this might be his time to shine with a great start out here in Moto number 3.
Absolutely. That whole shot out here this year more than ever. It's definitely been a game changer for a lot of our classes, as we've seen.
So Hayes Edward on point in the early part of this race, but under fire, under pressure, as you always are when you're up front in these classes. He shuffled back about 2 positions now, as I see that it looks like Dax Bennick has gotten by into the number 2 spot. And tough break there for 74. That's Jackson Pascal, another rider that's a contendable top 10 rider, finishing 14 and 10 in the first 2 motos. You see little mishaps like that putting you in that position. So Bennick's back in the number 3 spot now.
Well, he's in the 2 spot, and he's following Deegan right now, as we see on the screen. Notice that Yamaha
2 spot. Okay, yeah.
Jumping that jump in the middle, head up to the beach sweeper. Dax Bennick close in tow.
Absolutely. So missing, I missed that first place ride, but that's what got Hayes Edwards, was the force that was coming behind him of the 38 and 44 machines out there, 41 machine, as we wrap up lap number 1. And this is the battle that I'm sure a lot of folks were hoping to see, and we've got it. Deegan on point on this one. Bennick at the end of the first lap in second, 1.4 seconds back. Lux Turner now into the number 3 spot aboard the 21 machine. Turner coming into this moto looking at 8.5, so a good solid start for him. Preston Baseflute in the number 4 spot. Hayes Edwards now in the number 5 spot. Trevor Collop in 6th. Jace Allred is 7th. Jackson Driscoll in 8th. Casey Bernard in 9th. Jackson Glather rounding out your top 10.
And that's a solid top 10 right now as we watch Deegan lead out Dax and Binnick. Binnick has been on the hunt all week. Maybe he can make something happen here. We'll have to wait. But even if he does make the pass on Deegan, that will not get him the championship. But you know Deegan's,
right.
They want to win.
Absolutely. I mean, that's, he lines up on the starting line for one thing and one thing only, and that's to come across the finish line and take the checker flag first. And that's exactly what he is aiming to do. And with that start there on lap number 1 and able to get that early pass, he's already establishing some dominance over Dax Binnick. But don't count him out. Again, 20-minute motos that we're looking at here at Loretta Lynn. So it's always tails the tail of it all. And we know that both these riders have been doing their homework.
And here they come. They'll be checking in for lap number 2 momentarily. They make their way around the beach. It is still Deegan. It looks like Deegan might be putting just a little bit of time on Binnick, but that's how Binnick rolls. He just sets in behind Deegan, follows his lines, reads them, and just starts reeling them in towards the end of these motos.
Right toward the end of the laps, it seems like it's where we see Dax Binnick really strong. And so if he can keep Deegan not far ahead, it might be surprising to see what he can actually turn this moto into, because he's not real far off pace. He lost a half second on that one, so we're still under the 2-second mark right now. And I have to think that gap was a little bit larger than that at a good portion of that second lap of racing. And here on lap number 3, Binnick looks to be a little more determined not to let Deegan get away.
You're so right, Rodney. They both have their areas of the track of expertise where they're a little bit faster than the other, so it's give or take, cat and mouse sort of situation here. But again, we look at it now in the 10 Commandments. Deegan has almost the whole 10 Commandments section right there.
Right.
Ahead of Dax Binnick, and I know that it's not 2 seconds. It takes a little more than 2 seconds to get through those commandments.
Well, that's pushing hard out past that finish line region down by the billboard. Coming into I tell you, if you can dial in what I call the whole shot forest over there, those long short shoots, as we've always called them over there, that you could make up a lot of time and you could stretch out a lot of time, and that seems to be where Deegan's able to make it happen. And from about this point on, generally is what we've seen Binnick been able to make things happen. So that gap now over 2 seconds as we look at it, I kind of expect that it might tighten back up. Now, whether it'll still be under the 2-second mark, that question remains to be answered. And this next 500 yards or so of racetrack is going to tell a lot of that.
And I'll tell you what, Roddy, these guys are giving it their all, because I've seen Dax Binnick make a little mistake, and we've seen Deegan there slip up just a little bit. And those mistakes are going to equalize each other right there. Lux Turner, though, still in that 3rd place position. Awesome ride for Lux here. He's looking to put himself in the top 5 overall after this motor right here. Preston Moslug, he is there in that 4th place position. Trevor Collop, he rounds out the top 5 on the number 92 machine.
Well, it looks like Deegan, his extra push on the other part of the track, that he is faster than Binnick, has certainly given him a little bit more of a lead as we now check in quite a bit more, 4.1 seconds. So those little foot dabs and stuff that we're seeing out there actually a little more costly than what we recognized and realized. A 150.
Base fluke. It does Preston Base fluke trying to make the move on Lux Turner to get to 3rd. He had it for about 6 inches. Then he hit that barrier, and now he's gone back to 5th. Trevor Collop, another one to watch. Interesting the way this moto's turning out. See if Lux Turner can put it on the box.
I know that's his goal, is to get up there and see you up there on the podium. Lux Turner riding one of the best motos he's ran so far this week, I believe, as I check in with the scores here.
151.2.
What?
That was on lap 3. I'm sitting here thinking we were talking about 153s being fast lap times as memory serves, but a 151.209 is what Hayden Deegan just turned, guys. That's
151.209. That has to be the fastest lap of the week. 153 was that Mendoza line. Track's a little bit smoother today, so that's why he's even 2 seconds faster than he was.
But look at Dax.
2 seconds faster than anyone else.
Yeah, and Dax Binnick's in the 153.4s right now.
Yeah. So Binnick is running a great pace, but Deegan just pulled out a lap time, the likes of which we have not seen anything close. That's about 2 seconds faster than anything anyone's turned down this week. By my calculations, it's been 153s.
That's what they call a statement right there for Hayden Deegan. That's what it's all about. Well, look at this battle start shape. It looks like Baselug is definitely reeled back in on, I believe, Trevor Collip, who is currently sitting in the 4th place position.
Basically got it wrong over that tunnel jump.
Sorry about that, guys. Jason Wygant.
All right, now I'm back. I don't know what happened. You did hear me before, though. All right. Base fluke's back. This is a section where it came undone a lap ago. This time he gets it right. See that course marker knocked down because of him? All right, so he's got to go to work on
Yeah, like I was saying, Lux Turner, this is the best moto for him so far. I believe he went 8.5 going into this first and second moto. So to be here in the 3rd spot with a chance to get on the podium, that'd be an awesome ride for him. He has a lot of pressure behind him. It's Trevor Collip in the 4th place position. You see he turns a couple seconds faster and only 1.6 seconds separating the two of them. Then, of course, we got Preston Baseflug back there. Baseflug looking to make some moves after he made that mistake there after the finish line. Got some good lines out here on the track right now as we really started to see it break down again. And I'll tell you what, these drone shots, they give you a bird's eye view of the tracks really like. And even then, though, you step out on this track, it's totally different than what it looks like up there in the air. We're looking at the 21. Oh, Lux Turner looks like Baseflug has moved up a position.
We got some intel here, Rodney. Grab the headset and give us the update. We went downstairs to verify these lap times and see where everyone stands. Go ahead.
Well, believe it or not, we're talking about this 151, and it is a smoking fast lap time. But if I told you...
Hold on, we got Baseflug. We got a mistake. Now we got a 3-way battle for this number 3 spot. That's Baseflug on the Kawasaki trying to get through on the 21 of Lux Turner.
Yeah, he came out of the inside. He didn't have quite as much momentum as Turner, so Turner able to stay a little bit low to the ground and stay in front of Baseflug. But Baseflug has this inside, taking the shorter line. He drifts out in front of him and almost makes a 2-for-1 right there in that beach sweeper.
So he's into 4th. We'll keep following it. And Rod in there chomping at the bit. We got some data here on the lap times.
Now, I'm watching this battle right here unfold, no doubt. But while we watch that one continue,
yeah, go ahead.
Interrupt any time that you need to. But what I'm looking at here, I guess in this very same class yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, they were like the first race of yesterday morning. Hayden Deegan turned a 146, which is the fastest lap, a 146.019. Followed that up by a 148.90. That was on in Moto 2 on lap, I believe, 4 and 5. Preston Baseflug on his 5th lap turned to 148. Julian Beaumer had a 148.3. So believe it or not, these guys have been faster, but not this late in the day.
So Deegan does have the fastest time of the week.
A 146.019.
And it says what lap that was in?
Yeah. Lap number 3.
Okay.
Or 4 and 5, actually.
That seems impossible to believe that they were 10 seconds faster than they are right now at one point, but absolutely. Numbers don't lie.
And it's a statement, too, as well, as he's 2 seconds faster than everybody else.
Yeah. And Bennick is now 6.5 seconds back as we continue to watch this Baseflug Collip battle for the number 3 spot. Collip on the 92. Gas trying to hold on. And Baseflug is all over him. He's on the outside now. He had 3rd place for about 3 seconds, drifted back to 5th, and now he might be back in 3rd. Yes, he is. Nice job. Woo! Airing out that jump from the outside. Nice job by Collip to try to beat him to the outside of the corner and hold him. Couldn't do it.
No, he couldn't. That's probably one of the coolest jumps on the track, that single over to that other little baby single as they enter that right-hand corner right there, and he really makes it come alive, railing that outside, carrying the momentum. Look at that line right there he just had through that sweeper. He carried a little wide, then hugged it at the exit, missed all those bumps going in.
So, hard work for Preston Baseflug to get up to 3rd, but he has done it. Up front, Deegan has opened it up to 6.6 seconds over Bennick, and that's an old battle there. We have seen Deegan and Bennick hook it up here at Loretta since their early days on 50s, and there are some rumors here that I think this will be Deegan's last trip to Loretta's. I think Pro is next on his agenda, not A-Class here next year, so be kind of poetic for his last moto here at Loretta's ever to be battling with Bennick, who he battled with from the very start of their days of the ranch. I mean, they battled on 50s, on 65s, and 85s. And then Bennick got all tall. You see how lanky he is. He went to 250Fs after that. They hadn't raced each other in a couple of years. Pretty cool they got back together in the B class one last time. I mean, these guys are super tight off the track. I'm not sure as much now. They're not on the same team, and they don't ride and train together any longer. But the Deacons actually bought land like right next to where Bennick lived in North Carolina. So these guys go way back. I would think you'll see Bennick back here last year, but you never know. So last dance for these two together. And the advantage goes to Deegan. 6.6 seconds the lead.
Still another 7 minutes remaining in this one as we wrap up lap number 7. Poetic riding out here right now is Deegan looking ultra smooth, and can't take anything away from Bennick back there either as he continues to push with all his heart. Baseflug back in the number 3 spot. Call it, and Lux Turner still your top 5 as we wrap up this 7th lap.
And we're looking in as they check in for lap number 7. Hayden Deegan this time around running a 154.4. Dax Bennick, your second place rider, check in with a 155.2, about 7 seconds behind Hayden Deegan now. And our third place position will be Preston Baseflug. He's about 18 seconds back from that second place position, who is Bennick. And then our fourth place rider is number 92, Trevor Collup. In the 5th spot, rounding out your top 5, it looks like it's going to be Casey Bernard Jr. So awesome ride for Casey there to put up in the top 5 of the number 77 machine. Looks like Lux Turner has dropped all the way back to that 6th place position, so not sure what happened to him. Maybe tipped over one of those corners. Hayes Edward, he's in the 7th place position. He was our whole shotter out here, so he's dropped back to that 7th spot. Still a solid ride for him, though, to be up in the top 10. Jay Salter, number 73, he's in the 8th spot. Your 9th place competitor is number 81 machine of Braden Ellerman. Ellerman doing a great job there in the 9th spot. And 10th spot, running out your top 10 is Jackson Driscoll, number 48 machine. As we look at RacerTV.com, it was Dax and Bennick in the main frame there. Got some good lines out. That's what I've noticed about Dax watching him go through the ranks. That kid has some great rides, some great lines, and some great talent out there, making things happen that some don't. Same with Deegan. Like I said, these kids have been battling with each other since they were young. They've probably been riding alike as well.
I tell you, I'm really blown away looking at the lap times. That, you know, we thought that, you know, the one, and they are, especially later in the day, those 151s, 152s, 153s, those were some blistering fast laps. But seeing those 145 and 146s that those guys are turning down in their second moto is just mind-boggling to me as Deegan wraps up lap number 8 at a 154.735 here late in this moto. 5 minutes left to go. And I believe next time around we'll likely see the 2 lap board coming around. Dax Bennick now 11.2 seconds back in the number 2 spot. Preston Baseflug was running 18.4 seconds back in the number 3 spot. As we check back, he is now 17.7. He actually picked up his pace just a little bit. As we said, next time around, 2 lap card will be coming out for Hayden Deegan and the rest of the crew. Trevor Collett checking in 4th. Casey Bernard Jr. in the number 5 spot. All those riders still in the sub 2 minute time frame. Lux Turner dropping out of the top 5 now into a 6th place position. Hayes Edwards, the 45 machine, the rider who got the whole shot in moto number 1, coming into this one with a 27-8, is looking at a 7th place position finish here, likely in the closing moments of the 3rd and final moto of the Schoolboy 2 class. Again on screen, Dax Bennick, the 41 machine. We keep an eye, no real challenges coming on for that rider, and another 17 seconds back to Baseflug. Looking back to him, Trevor Colt's got about a 4-second gap. Casey Bernard looking at 6 seconds. Back to him, another 7 seconds back to Jason Allred. Lux Turner, and then 25 seconds back to Jace Allred. So in reality, not a lot of room unless somebody make a mistake. I don't see any high pressure situations here in the remainder of this this race as the 2 lap board is coming out on this one, guys.
Yep, the 2 lap board is out, so we'll be doing about a total of 11 laps right now as Hayden Deegan checks in with us, running a 155.5. Obviously not quite as fast as 151.2. I think he got out there, did his sprint laps.
I was so super impressed, and now I feel so deflated by going and getting those lap times. But no, still very impressive. Again, when you look at where we are in the day, track and course conditions, and of course the superior riding that we've seen out of this 38 machine here on the Star Racing Yamaha, as what could likely be his last time through here at the ranch, as bigger things on the horizon for this young man, and staking his claims in these soils as so many have done before him.
No doubt about it. You can't take anything away from him. He's definitely put in the work, and it shows right here as he is really riding well on this challenging race course.
One final time here through Storyland now, or a few final times, I guess, as embarking on the end of this one. And again, it's kind of exciting, but somewhat a letdown, knowing that we won't get to see what the future could hold here.
It's definitely bittersweet. And if you guys can hear me on the fence lines, you guys need to cheer on Hayden Deegan. He's out here for his final ride. This is an impressive ride, to say the least. And man, it's an honor to be here, even calling this race right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And don't want to take anything away from Dax and Bennett either.
I mean,
he probably knows mathematically it is what it is, and he's sort of cruising around, riding very comfortable there in that second place position with 18-second lead over Preston Baselug.
Yeah, white flag coming out this time around, so one more to go as we watch this historical moment at the AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship. As
nice lines right there too by Deegan, having fun out there. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
Going by the mechanics area for one last time.
It's got to be a great feeling for him right now.
Absolutely. A breath of fresh air, as they say.
Yeah, and as great a career as this youngster has had as an amateur rider, you know, it has to feel as great to him as it does to any one of these riders that's able to capture these championships. And I don't care how many race wins you take over your career, there's something special about winning this one.
Cruising through and making his run through Storyland for one last time. It is Hayden Deegan. And the rest of our riders checking over the 10th lap. Of course, Dax and Binnicker, second place rider in the 41 machine. The 36, Preston Baselug, he is in the third spot. Trevor Collop in the fourth spot. And fifth spot running a top five, number 77, a Casey Bernard Jr. Lux Turner going to come through in that sixth place position.
And I know Hayden has always been a phenomenal rider, but has matured so much over just the last year. And with this new program that he's on, he has matured so well. I know I've seen him go down hard there at Minio's, but man, he has rebounded back and has come back on fire. Came back with a mission, no doubt. Not going to be denied. This Schoolboy 2, 12-17 BC National Championship title is one final turn to go.
Come on, guys, give it up for him as he approaches the finish line. Hayden Deegan's last ride here at the ranch on the number 38 machine.
And Hayden Deegan is your 2022 Schoolboy 2 12-17 BC AMA Amateur National Motocross Champion.
Man, that was such an awesome ride by the 38 of Hayden Deegan, really locking this one away with the 1-1-1. A set of aces, as they say. Jackson Bennett going to come through. He'll be your second place rider, number 41 KTM, with a great ride right there. Put it on cruise control. So finish up about 20 seconds behind Hayden Deegan.
Wow. And so Moto medals will be Hayden Deegan taking the gold, Daxton Bennett with the silver. Preston Baselug will end up with a Moto silver. He goes 4-4-3, and that not only gives him third for the Moto, but also scores him third overall in the championship as well. Collop will take fourth here in Moto number 3, as we see Casey Bernard in fifth, Lux Turner in sixth, Jace Allred seventh, Hayes Edward in eighth. Remember, he got the whole shot. Braden Elamar in ninth, and Jackson Driscoll rounding out the top 10. And we'll be heading down to the Monster Energy podium here in just a moment to talk with our new champion here in the Schoolboy 2 12-17 class, Hayden Deegan.
All right, we are ready for our podium. We're going to go 3, 2, 1 with this one. So if Hayden Deegan wants to take a minute, he can collect himself and cool off, and we will talk to our third place finisher. He had to work hard for this one. Had to make some passes and then repasses. But eventually the Kawasaki man is rewarded with a bronze. So we'll talk to our third place finisher, Preston Baseflug, our second place finisher in both the Moto and the championship. Been a good week overall for Dax Bennick. And then our champion will be Hayden Deegan. But first, let's talk to our third place finisher, the Monster Team Green Rider, Preston Baseflug. You got it. You were putting in some work to get that. You got third place for about 2 seconds, hit a barrier, came all the way back to get it again.
Yeah, I got it. I don't even know where I was off the start, but I worked up to third. I hit the yellow SpongeBob thing over there, and I kind of lost a little momentum in a few positions, but was able to make it back up and, yeah, right in a solid third place and third overall. So I'm not too bummed about that one. It's pretty solid.
Cool. Who do you want to thank, man?
Yeah, I thank my mom, my dad, my mechanic Ty, my trainer Yanning, Dimitri, Ryan Holiday, Monster Energy Team Green, Pro Circuit Kawasaki, Fox, Asterix, Dunlop, DBK, Ethica, Rhino Power, Maxima, Ogio. Anyone else I forgot? Thank you.
Preston Baseflug, third place in Schoolboy 2 Moto 3. Let's bring up our runner-up. And it's pretty poetic the way this turned out. I mean, these two kids have been bashing on each other here at Loretta since their days on 50cc bikes through the 65s and 85s. Hadn't seen them in the same class for a couple of years, but they hooked it back up for a B title this year. We'll bring our second place finisher on up. Just like old times, to see Deegan versus Bennick. He rode hard. He got a championship earlier this week. He'll end up second. Let's hear it for Dax Bennick. It's pretty funny. I mean, geez, going back when you guys were 7, 8 years old, you and Hayden battling for titles on 50s. Here you are battling again.
Yeah, it's been fun. That moto was good. I actually enjoyed the track a lot. I was pushing pretty hard in the beginning, and I lost my rear brake halfway, but I still managed second, so I'm happy with it.
Yeah, and with the title yesterday, you got to feel good about your week.
Yeah, it's been a really good week, and proves that the work that I put in is definitely paying off.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank for it?
The Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, KTM Orange Brigade, Factory Connection, Scott Goggles, Fox, Dunlop, my whole family for coming out to watch, and everyone else, thank you very much.
All right, there it is, second place, Dax Bennick. Real quick, I got to get a whole shot award in here to Hayes Edwards. Pretty cool story here. And then Hayden Deegan can start working his way up. Real quick, Stasic whole shot award goes to Hayes Edwards. Is it true that your dad's Colin Edwards, the multi-time World Superbike champ?
It is. He's a goon. That's all I got to say.
You got him covered?
I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best.
I heard you're pretty new to this whole motocross thing.
Yes, sir. Been going at it for about 2.5 years. So,
come a long way in a short time. Who do you want to thank?
My whole family. Like, they've just been behind me so much. I can't thank them enough. TTMX, Van Martin, Matt Landry for having my bike ready this week, and Dunlop, Arai, Fly, just everyone else. JM, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Not bad for 2 years on a dirt bike. Let's hear it for Hayes Edwards. Thank you. And now we clear the stage for a crowning achievement in his final moto of the week here at Loretta as he comes up aces with the gold and the Schoolboy 2 Championship, Hayden Deegan. Well, I say the same thing to Dax. You guys grew up battling each other for titles here. You go out battling titles here.
Yeah, we've been battling since we were really little, so it's good to keep it going, you know, and had a good moto, got a good start. Tried to leave it on all the way into the first turn. Came out pretty good, got into the lead, and then just started hammering and broke a big gap, so I was happy with that. Just kept had a fun race.
I think the number one question everyone has here, we knew you were going to be good this week, but what comes next for you? Can you say?
No, it's a secret, but you guys will see soon.
All right. Hopefully in a few weeks. You got to feel good. If this is your last Loretta's, you got to feel good about the experience you've had here.
Yeah, definitely. It's good. Good experience at Loretta's. Track's always amazing, super rough, and yeah, I had fun.
I'll give you 1 second here. Let the 2 strokes go by, and now I'll let you thank some people.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the whole Monster Energy Star Racing on my team. My little brother Hudson, my Chase, Haley for coming out, my dad and mom for putting the effort in to get me here, the whole Star team for believing in me, Bobby Reagan and all of them, thank you. And yeah, it's been good, so let's keep it rolling.
All right, I'm going to hand out the #1 plate. Let's bring up Tad from the AMA to hand over the Schoolboy 2 National Championship #1. Let's hear it for the Danger Boy, Hayden Deegan. Oh, yeah. Big crunch down here at the podium. And there's a bottle of champagne right in front of you when you're ready to pop that thing and celebrate what might be his last go-round here at the ranch. We'll find out some news in the next couple of weeks. And that's it for Schoolboy 2. We're closing in 1 more hour of racing here in 2022.
Getting ready to go with the girls 11 to 16. It's race number 27. 2 more races remain on the day. And we'll try to scan and see who did what. Your winner last time out was Lachlan Lala Turner. She's got 1-2 scores. Our second place finisher would have been 2-1 scores, Kylie Stallings. So they are all tied up. We love when it gets like that. So we'll see if this thing sorts itself out as we are eating some pickles, getting the pipes all lubed up here and ready to go here. Jordan Jarvis is going to join us in the booth and talk about some girls racing. You love to see it. 1-2 and 2-1 moto scores for Kylie Stallings. She's going to be on the #1 Husqvarna. Lala, the highest number you can have. Opposite of that, the number 99 KTM. So 1 versus 99. They're all tied up in points as we close in on the checker flag for the entire 41st Annual AMA Monster Energy Loretta Lynn Amateur National Championships. Granddaddy Amal Jordan, how many of these titles do you have?
I think I have 5.
You think?
I think I have 5.
You know you have 5.
I would have to actually go through the years. There was a couple years that I came really close. So.
Right. What could have been? Maybe 6 or 7, huh?
Yeah. Yep, I had a couple my first year here in the girls class. I think I was the favorite to win.
First year right out of the box.
Oh, yeah. I came here in 2010 on a 50.
12 years ago. You are so old. Wow. How old are you now?
21.
21. Jordan Jarvis now, a full-fledged adult.
Wow, and my age is an adult.
Isn't that frightening? Yep, you are. Yeah, you don't act like an adult, but you're gonna have to act like one for a little while we call the girls racing. This is the girls 11 to 16. She's going to continue eating that pickle, getting ready to go. Thanks to, who are the good folks that delivered these pickles up here? Can you read that? Say it right now. Go ahead. Just give it a shot. That would be homemade kosher spears. Keep them refrigerated. The Benton House. There you go.
If you haven't gotten your hands on any this week, you missed out. They're very good.
Jesse Legs going to get you a pickle, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Jackie Legs.
I don't know how many more I can handle this week.
All the pickles you can eat, son. He's out of Blairsville, Georgia. The apprentice of the week with us here. Jackie Legs, Jordan Jarvis. And we're going to call the action here as we get ready to go. The sight lap is done. Jordan's just having a swig of Monster Tour water. Smoking that pickle there, just eating that
stay
crunchy
hydrated.
Pickle. The Benton House homemade kosher spears. You got to keep them refrigerated. They tell you that right there on the, and they have been. We have had 4-5 jars of those things.
Oh, you've had at least more than that.
I've eaten a jar myself. Every time you come up here, I got my hand in the pickle jar. It's better than the cookie jar.
Wow, that is true. I had a friend up here with me at the beginning of the week with when I was talking with Megawatt, and he renamed her Pickle and asked me to, I guess it was this morning or yesterday morning. He said, hey, where's your friend Pickle at?
Because she ate so many pickles?
Oh, yeah. They're good.
They are delightful. The Benton House, thanks so much for the pickles, and we get ready to go. All tied up, like we said, Lala Turner out of Gardnerville, Nevada, number 99, squaring off with Kylie Stallings from Texas.
Speaking of pickles, I just got a text message from my mom who's listening to this race telling me to bring her home some pickles.
Bring home some pickles to Miss Jarvis. They are delightful.
This is going to be a great race.
1-2, 2-1 moto scores. We're going to settle it right here. The revs are up. Gate is down. We are officially underway. Let's check out the whole shot as they come through from the inside. Husqvarna rider maybe, white bike.
It looks like a white bike, but I'm not sure if that was Kylie Stallings or not.
I believe it was the number 1 of Kylie Stallings.
Oh, it was.
The number 1. That's exactly what she needed to do. I think Lachlan or Lala Turner back there in the number 2 spot on that KTM. So they get off, I believe, clean 1 and 2.
Same as last race.
Gonna slug it out. Kylie Stallings. There it is, the big number 1. Opposite of that, the number 99 from Lala Turner. Some new names here in the girls class starting to make a name for themselves.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of younger girls that are coming up that are definitely making their way to the jump of the women's class, hopefully here in the next few years. We've got a great women's class going right now.
We
there
do.
was 7 or 8 women that had the possibility of winning this week.
You love that kind of parity as we watch the opening stages here of the girls 11 to 16.
I could be wrong, but I don't think that was Lachlan
Not
that was in
feeling it?
second.
You
No.
might. I bet you're right. I'm going to go with your eyesight's way better than mine.
Well, regardless of who is in second, the number 1 of Kylie Stallings is killing it right now. She's opening up a very large gap on the first lap, which is what she wanted, what she needed. So Lachlan's in third.
There you go. I think she was in second, got past there. Maybe the 29. We're just going to keep making up numbers till we get them right. We'll run through the whole number.
We'll get there eventually.
Yep.
If my eyes do not deceive me, we have a change of place for second and third here.
You're right. I think that's where we were just talking about. Lala Turner jumped into that number 2 spot.
And
got
just
around the
as quick
15.
as I was talking about the gap that Kylie Stallings has, I think it's already starting to shorten up a little bit.
Yeah, Lala Turner, she knows exactly what she has to do. There is Kylie Stallings, the big number 1 plate, the nice, clean, white machine. She got the whole shot, but look out. The Nevada native, the Gambler, is coming through. She's in the number 2 spot. Lala Turner. Mayla Herrick is 3rd on the 19. Anissa Ingersoll is 4th. Mackenzie Brocato is 5th. Lillianne Pettis 6th. Madison Casimir 7th. Haley Vassallo is 8th. Hannah Cole 9th. And Sienna Brown rounds out your top 10. As we go early here, 1 lap officially in the books. And oh yeah, you're right. That lead is all but disintegrated. Lala Turner way on the outside of that track, looking for a way around. There's nothing you can do when she's way out there. She can feel it. She can sense it. Kylie Stallings under the attack.
Kylie Stallings is a fantastic rider, but I feel like the number 99 of Lachlan Turner has got somewhat of an advantage right now, being such a
big tall rider
girl on the bike. She's able to muscle the bike around and
through
possibly right into first place is what I'm seeing right here.
You're 100% right. As they go into the left-hander, she'll have control of the inside line. Can she manage the rut? Kylie Stallings says, not so fast, Jordan Jarvis. Not so fast.
You can't count anyone out right now.
No way. You know that better than anyone.
Oh, I do. Lachlan is tall. She's got those long, lengthy legs that are going to help her get through the ruts. But Kylie's short, which means she's got a ton of power on that bike.
There you go. She's all centered up on the bike. Power to weight ratio in her favor. Not talking about the weight here. Don't want to get the girls all mad at me. But the one of Kylie Stallings, it's the thing.
It's a huge help.
Sure. A few pounds translate into horsepower.
I was always on the opposite end of the spectrum. I was always a little too big on the speed side. Normally didn't work out in my favor on the speed side of it.
Nobody would dare tell you about it either. You need to lose a few pounds, let me be honest with you. And there is the 99 lot. They have been about this close side by side.
Oh, I think she's got the pass. Uh-oh.
They both cleared that double. They're going to be in stereo here, and Kylie has to chop the throttle and hands the lead off to Lala Turner. And just like that, the championship shifts over to the 99. They're tied up in points. 1-2, 2-1 moto scores. Can Kylie Stallings remount and attack on the inside? And she says, yes, we're not done yet. She makes the pass back on Lala Turner. She likes the inside. Lala likes the outside. And just like that, she will be credited with leading again. There you go.
I have noticed that. I have noticed that Lachlan does like to ride the outsides.
There it is again.
Kylie definitely seems to enjoy these insides, but, you know, it's hit or miss. Some work, some don't. You just have to be able to battle yourself right back up like we're seeing right now.
So Kylie's going to switch it up, run inside. Lala's going to be way on the outside. She says hello to the folks at the Monster Energy viewing area. And Kylie passes her back for the moment. Lala's going to have the long way around. Kylie's going to race her from the inside. Holy cow, Kylie is back in front of her. That's at least 4 lead changes.
Oh, at least. And I think we're going to keep seeing more. The track is awesome right now. We've got a good variety of line choice, whether you're going from inside to outside. Lachlan's looking to try to make that pass back on Kylie again in the same corner that she got close to the last lap.
Man,
let's see if she can't get through this rut a little bit cleaner.
Do not write either of these girls off. The speed is just about identical. Even though Lala turned a 209, Kylie turned a 211, but it was good enough to stay out front. I don't understand how that math works, but it does. There's the outside line again, the inside for Kylie. Comfortable with the ruts. Lala comfortable going fast around the outside.
I think part of the reason we're seeing a slight lap time difference right there is Kylie's kind of riding on the defense right now versus Lachlan, who's is free to go wherever she would like. She has no pressure from anyone behind her.
She's good enough to do it.
She is. She's making all these outside ruts work. She's not following, which is awesome to see. It's great racecraft.
This moto brought to you by Benton Pickles, as is my breath. So if you get close enough, you're going to get the old pickle breath coming at you. Thank goodness I don't have to do podiums right now. That's Jason Wygant's. He's got everything under the sun that he's eating today, so you're dealing with a lot down there. So sorry about that.
You're not going to compete with you.
No.
Sit there.
The AC.
Oh, yeah.
He's been eating 3-day-old sausage biscuits, 7-hour-old coffee. Whatever you leave around, you sling a piece of pizza crust up here, he'll grab it. 3 laps in, we got a good one cooking here. Kylie Stallings fighting off Lala Turner, and if you'll see the theme here, they're going to go outside. Is Kylie going outside with her this time? She did. She did not like the challenge that was made from her. That's smart right there.
That's smart racecraft. Very, very smart.
So every time we say racecraft, you got to drink some of your Monster Energy, folks. That's our drinking game here. Lala goes outside. Kylie's inside here. She's comfortable with this inside. She's confident in her ability to lay it into that rut. She knows she's got to speed because and Lala goes down. The front end just washes in that little rut. So Lala Turner goes down. She's got to crank that motorcycle up. Oh, no, it's not starting for her. There it goes. And it looks like Mela Herrick will slip past her as well. What a bummer there. That was such a great race.
Honestly, that was the same thing that I was watching happen last year. She had the speed last year as well, but she just couldn't stay off the ground. She's been looking awesome this week. It's very unfortunate it happens when you push really hard, and I was going to say, she might have the pass back right there. She was carrying a ton of momentum going into that corner. She just let it get a little too far over, and then once you dab the foot, you're done.
You're done. 2:10s for the both of them. They were dead even running completely different lines on that racetrack. They both turned a 2:10 as we follow along with the number 99 to see if Lala Turner can get to work here. One little bobble. She's only going to be about 6 or so seconds behind our leader. So it's not over yet, as we well know. We're not going to count any of these girls out.
Oh, absolutely not. And if I'm thinking correctly, I'm thinking Lachlan Turner's not very happy right now. So that's going to light a fire right underneath of her, and it's going to push her harder than she was just a couple minutes ago.
You've been under that helmet, so you can tell us exactly what she's thinking. She is just seeing red right now, trying to pass everything, everyone.
We watched that earlier in the women's class.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Our 2 championships contenders earlier in this women's class both started
way back
20th or worse.
Powered through the field, just pass as many people as you can, go as fast as you can, and let the chips fall where they may. And your leader coming past, you can see them flying past, and here comes our second, third place rider. Lala needs to get going here if she wants to get around Mela Herrick and have any kind of a chance and running down Kylie Stallings. So a 2:13 lap time for Stallings, so a little bit slower, as is Mela Herrick. They just turned 2:10, so if Lala can just get it going, get those 2:10s back underway, she would have a shot, Jordan Jarvis.
Oh, I do. I'm not counting her out at all. We still have
5 minutes to go,
6 minutes. 6 minutes to go. And, you know, if she turns anything like the last time she had on lap 2, which was a 2:09.8, that gap's going to shorten up very quickly.
She's got to get around Mela, though. She seems to be mirroring her speed right now, which is a bit slower.
That's always a possibility that can happen. You know, you're pushing super hard for the lead. You make a small mistake and end up going down, and it takes whatever you had left to pick the bike up and get going again, and it's super hard to fall back into the pace that you were at. when you went down.
Yes, exactly
So
right.
I think that's what we're seeing right now. I think we're seeing Lachlan Turner struggling to get that drive and power back out to the bike.
I think the pit board's going to read something like, you've got to go. You got to make this pass. Running out of time. We are now at the 5-minute mark. Mayla Herrick, you know, let's not take anything away from her. She's doing a great job hanging tough, keeping Lala behind her. Madison Casimir 4th. Lillianne Pettis 5th. Anissa Ingersoll 6th. Mackenzie Brocato is 7th. Sydney Mason 8th. Destiny Burgess 9th. And Hannah Cole rounding out our top 10. We'll check in with 11th. That's Kendi Scott. Hannah Oakes 12th. Haley Sutton 13th. Piper Carver Coons 14th. And Haley Vasallo rounds out our top 15 as we hit lap 14. And Lala just doing her best, clicking off gears. You saw her snatching up on that gear shift. We got a chance to hang out there in the middle of the racetrack during that B class, and you could hear the thud of the riders when they land from that big table or single or whatever it is to that roller. That is a huck.
Oh, I don't even need to hear it. I can feel it.
You can feel it, yeah.
I can feel it.
When you're that close, you really can. Their heads kind of snap down if they don't land just on that perfect little sweet spot.
Oh, yeah.
Mayla Herrick likes being in second. She says, I'll
Wow.
do it. I'll stay right here.
Identical lap times for
everybody.
the top 3.
2:11s for all 3 of them. 9 seconds back sits this battle, Mayla Herrick and Lala Turner. So, yeah, credit to Mayla Herrick. She is just amped it up, dropped the lap times. Lala Turner is going to go for it right here, not in her customary outside line. She's going to just get on the inside, and I believe she just made that pass.
I think she did.
Well,
Looks like it took her a little bit longer to get going than she would have liked, but it's still not out of the question. 9.5 seconds is not hard to lose.
Yeah,
on a
one
track
little
that's rough
bobble,
like
yeah,
this.
absolutely. Herrick going to try to counter through the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not pass Mayla Herrick. She will close that pass down. Herrick on the inside says, shut up, Kevin, I'm not done yet. She's exactly right. Jackie Legs, what are you seeing, man?
Mayla Herrick's doing a great job. She's trying to defend that second. She's wanting that second spot back.
She sure is. Now, Jackie, have you ever raced up here? I'm just calling you Jackie straight up, Jackie Legs.
Not at the ranch.
Not at the ranch?
I've tried many a times.
A lot of money you spent pouring it into the pockets of Jason Wygant.
Pouring.
It goes right to him. He just stacks up the cash, and he buys pickles with it. He's just downing these pickles. 10% of every entry goes to Jason Wygant.
To pay for the pickles.
To buy the pickles.
To buy the pickles, exactly.
There's no reason for them to do that. We're kidding. It all goes into the running of this big, ginormous event. Hundreds of people on staff to make it all happen. There's the 99.
Especially the Pickle Man.
The Pickle Man. The Benton House Pickle girls 11 to 16 shootout. Man, those pickles are good, Jason. They are delightful. We were all powered by pickles. Get in there. Give me some pickles.
They're good and they're gone.
They're all gone. He just went in there and put his fingers all in that pickle jar. Slammed that thing down. Delicious. Now you're going to deal with Jason's pickle breath. We talked about everything else you've eaten. So now you're going to get the Benton House Jason Wygant Pickle Podium coming at you. The Pickle Podium brought to you by the Benton House Pickles, Jason Wygant's breath. His breath. You have a sponsor for your breath. Benton House Pickles.
Well, my first move is when they bring them pickles up here, those pickles up here, I stick my dirty hands in the jar so everyone's grossed out and then no one else wants to take any.
No, they're not.
Oh, we got more?
More.
Hey, you better save me one.
They're just all grossed out. If Jordan Jarvis, if you're willing to play, that's
I'm
fine.
willing to play. I ride dirt bikes for a living.
Yeah, that's
Come
true.
on.
You don't wash your hands before every meal in between motos? Really?
I wear a mouthpiece that gets caked with dirt. A little bit of dirt.
And then take it in, out, the whole thing.
It doesn't bother me much. But going back to the race.
I'm glad you're here to actually keep us on task here, Jordan.
Going
Look
back
at
to
this
the
lap
race,
traffic.
Kylie Stallings is getting absolutely hammered with lappers right now. That was literally, there was like 10 of them in the 10 Commandments section that she just went through. I'm pretty sure she had to roll through it.
I gotta go.
Take those pickles down there. Take one down there, crack one open right there. You get on. Yeah, take one down there,
With Kylie Stallings getting caught up in that traffic a little bit, the gap has closed a tiny bit, but it is white flag, and I don't think that Lachlan Turner is going to be able to get that pass back, unless, of course, she does run into more traffic. I mean, that would definitely make it more interesting for us.
Yeah, anything can happen. Jason Wygant going to take his pickle breath right on down to the pickle podium, the Benton House Pickle Podium. Delightful pickles. delightful breath, that hot Tennessee breath blowing on you there as he asked you how your race was. Tell me about your race. Oh, bro. There's the number one. She is going to keep that bike and the number one on those plates and come back next year as the returning champ, right?
I believe so. I mean, I'm not sure if she's going to be racing.
Is she going to age out of this one?
I don't know if she's going to age out or if she's just going to move out.
Well, you can. She's 16. It's 11 to 16, so.
Correct. Yep.
Maybe she'll be coming up and racing with the women now.
She might, but you know, this is a good win for her.
Absolutely.
She had
your national champion, 1-2-1 scores. Jordan Jarvis, our national champion here in the girls 11 to 16. It is Kylie Stallings.
Oh, what a heartbreaker for Lachlan Turner. It's one thing to, unfortunately, you know, maybe not make it past, but fighting for it and falling is tough.
Hey, you left nothing out there on the track.
Absolutely. So she has plenty to be happy with, nothing to be upset with. She rode her absolute heart out. That's what you want to see. It's always these last races when it comes down.
Third and deciding moto. We love those 1-2-2-1 moto scores. Kylie Stallings is your AMA national champion. She will lock down that girls 11 to 16 class. She will get to have a word with the pickle breath of Jason Wygant. Man, these things are delightful, folks. I think we've had 11 linear feet of pickles up here.
Every time
end
I come
over
up
end,
here.
I've had 3 feet of pickle, no doubt.
Every time I come up here, you guys are munching on them.
And we will get ready to toss it down as the checker flag continues to fly. The number one is on the box. We are done in here. Let's send it down to the Benton Pickles podium and Jason Wygant.
Oh, yeah, winding down our race day. Girls class, impressive. Stallings actually on the podium in the women's class as well. And taking a championship here. We'll talk to her about that in a moment. I got to look for the 19 of Herrick to come on up. We're looking for our third place finisher. We'll talk to her first. Looking for third place, and we will start unpacking some stories on the podium. All right, let's hand out a bronze medal to Mela Herrick. There you go. That's right, atta girl, great performance. Stars of the future here in the girls division. Mela, tell me about that moto.
It was good. I got off to a second place start and then just tried to stay up and ride my race.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad, my family, Radar Training Complex, Brian from WTT, Fox Moto, Sun Honda, Elite KTM, Mika Metals, and everyone else. Thank you.
Mela Herrick taking the bronze. All right. We'll bring up our second place finisher. Lala Turner, come on up. And I've got the silver medal for you. Great rides all week, multiple podium finishes. Let's hear it for Lala Turner. Pretty happy with the week overall. A lot of podiums.
Yeah.
How was that moto?
It was all right. Got off to a not great start, but yeah, I fell and made it up to second.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, Crescent City Motorsports, Fly Hope, 100%, Guild, everyone who I forgot.
Let's hear it for Lala Turner, your runner-up. Congratulations. And this rider does it from the start. Multiple hole shot awards leading to a lot of podiums and a championship. And by the way, she's on the box in the women's class as well. So what a haul this week. Let's hear it for the defending number one, who has done it again, Kylie Stallings. All right, we'll let her take a few photos. There you go. Great to see you up here again, Kylie. They kept you pretty busy, right? And, I mean, first of all, how hard is it to race those two classes? I mean, that's really two completely different motorcycles. That's not something most people do.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard jumping from a 250 Cowie to a Super Mini Husky, but, I mean, I try to make it work as best as I can.
Going into this, you've won this before, but still, any title at Loretta's got to feel sweet. You must be pumped.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I won it last year and again this year. So I'm so beyond blessed to be up here again and so grateful for the Lord and my family and everyone that helps me for getting me here and supporting me.
Awesome. Yeah, you want to throw a shout out to some people for that?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom and dad, my trainer, Robbie Raynard, my personal trainers back home, Angus, if you're watching, Maxima, Fox, Monster, Dunlop, Rob Fox from Dunlop, Monster Mike from Monster, Gut, CTI, Ajax, Roos for getting these #1 plastics. Thank you, Christina. FMF, yeah, RTC, everybody. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to bring the #1 plate to the podium and celebrate a national championship in the girls division once again. Here's Tab from the AMA, and here is Kylie Stallings. There's the #1 plate. Let's hear it for our champion. Kylie Stallings on top in the girls division. We are almost wrapped with racing here at the Monster Energy Amateur National Championship for 2022, but I will send it back up to the tower. I believe we have 2 races to go.
Yeah, another #1 there for Kylie Stallings there as we get set for the 65cc 10 and 11-year-old class. And, of course, a lot of these kids, again, about to age out of this one, a lot of 11 and 12-year-olds as the stage is set for this one. And coming into this one, again, you know, I wouldn't say the most consistency here. Moto 1 winner was Maddox Timmerman. He took a 1st in Moto 1, a 5th in Moto 2. Braxton Mees took a 6th in Moto 1 and the 2nd Moto win. So that flips things around quite a bit. And then throw in Nolan Ford there now as he's got a 4-3. He went 4th in Moto 1 and a 3rd in Moto number 2. So that kind of puts him in the running for the championship right now. So this one kind of up for grabs when you look at the big picture. Timothy Scott, a rider that finished 3rd in Moto number 1, DNF'd in Moto number 2. Easton Graves took 5th in Moto 1. He was 19th in Moto number 2. And again, you know, probably one of the more inconsistent 65cc classes I've seen heading into the 3rd Moto, at least in recent memory.
I mean, they're young. They're still trying to figure it out, just learning the clutch, the whole deal. So they have to sort out. And it's 3 motos, man.
Yeah.
It's just hard to do anything 3 times in a row.
You got
good at a high level anyway.
Elliot Boucher took a 2nd and a 10th. So this 3rd Moto is kind of wide open, and I would almost say the championship could be deemed that as well. Marcus Trujillo taking a 15 and a 2.
Got some more pickles up here for you, Jason Wygant. They're in the cooler there. Got the little flats there. There's a couple more little, about a foot of pickle left for you. That'll get you all the way home. That's a gallon of pickle juice. No sodium at all. It's all in your body from those pickles.
Race 28 ready to take to the track. Race 29, our final drop of the gate to follow that. Race 29 will be the Super Mini 2, 13 to 16-year-old.
Like it.
Absolutely.
As the energy in the room is palpable, starts to slowly dissipate as the championships wind down. Life flows out of my body here on my final run through the ranch. Absolutely. Obsession with pond. Dump me in that pond over there and honk your horn for me on your way out. So Rodney Tomlin one last time as I draw my last breath.
Let's hope not.
My son will take over next year. Baby Rodney. Make it happen.
Got to get him on those cigarettes to get that voice all juiced up.
If I want them to name it after me, I have.
You have to die here announcing.
That's not right.
there's another one down there now.
Guys, how we have a second here, I want to give a big shout out to On Track School and all the announcers up here for allowing me to be here. I've had a great time. This has been a dream come true for me.
Now you can't do that.
We're not allowed. You're not allowed to do that. He's like, oh, he was actually being awesome and thanking. And
no, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This is what they do to you guys.
But that's how you know you've made it, man. Jackie Legs. Jackie Legs.
No, you're absolutely right. A great program, that On Track School.
It is. It really is.
So how did you get hooked up with it?
Oh, I saw about it the first year that it happened. I actually signed up for it and wasn't able to make it here. Like I said, I own a business, and I wasn't able to make it. And then I signed up this year and told them I would make sure to be here no matter what the circumstance.
And so back home, now, what is happening with – is it just trash piling up everywhere? He owns a trash company, so he's just nobody's got trash service because he's up here running his mouth.
No, I made sure to go and hire myself a new driver, make sure that we had it all taken care of.
How old are you?
22.
22, baby, making stuff happen.
Wow.
Call him the junk man. Jackie Legs, the junk man. Jackie, the junk man. Legs. Your nickname gets longer, man. Weird Al, Jackie Junk Man Legs.
All right, all right, all right.
All right, all right, all right. And that's not him even trying to sound like.
No, that's just him. Are you related by any chance
to Matthew McConaughey? Man, it is from Blairsville, Georgia. He's Longhorn, hook 'em horns.
All right.
He finally made it up here. Scott Sepkovic from Arma.
Ammunition for the body.
Yep. Stuff's good.
Guys, I went over there to Arma this week. Boy, that stuff tastes good. Good and sweet. He said there's hardly any sugar in it. I don't know how it tastes so good.
Jeremy.
Gate down on this one, guys. Our 65, 10, and 11. And the Stasic Hole Shot Award going to go this time.
Man, that's delicious.
Is it?
Sorry, I do enjoy this. I've had it every morning. He gave me 3 packages. I've had it every single morning of the Hydrate. HYDR 8, right? Hydra.
Dane Pappas out of Livermore, California, the 65cc 10 and 11-year-old Hole Shot Award winner here in Moto 3. Riding that number 35 machine. Coming into this one with a 27 and 21 finish in the first 2 motos. He's brought to you by CMYK, Modesto Gas, and Dunlop. And, of course, Mom and Pops.
Yeah, and everybody is. That wallet.
Oh, yeah.
Sponsored by Dad's Wallet. So, Jackie, the Junkman Legs, you're up here with us again for just a couple more motos before we sign off. 65, 10 to 11s. Then they got to jump on the big bikes, man. Do you remember that when you were on the 65 and how much bigger everything felt?
Oh, most definitely. It makes a world of difference moving on up, the bigger wheelbase.
You're able to jump
power.
stuff, turns a little better. The bumps don't seem quite as big, maybe.
Yes, sir.
I remember when I jumped from an 80 to that PE 450.
The PE 450.
500, maybe the 500. What
really?
What was it?
Did they make it?
Yeah, they made, I think a PE 500, I think is what it was. I did try riding one of those.
I jumped from the dangerously potent KD 80 and then moved right to the KE 125. So a lot of power between those 2 machines there. The KD, the sissiest of them all, of the Kawasaki's. And then the KE says, I'll see you that, and I'll raise you this sissy motorcycle. There were no girls ever picked up on a KE 125 by me anyway. But green flag is out. Let's say hello to our leaders in the 65s, 10 to 11s. That's a true story. Maddox Timmerman.
Yeah.
Hey, he's in the hunt. You said he's in the mix here.
Yeah, he went 1 and 5, and like I said, there's a lot of different numbers in here, so that should put him pretty close to, and it does, a 151.
Yeah.
Puts him in control of the championship.
Oh, but Nolan Ford.
Yeah.
And he can't do much more. Ford is in second. He needs more points. He needs to make another pass, and he needs Timmerman to go backwards.
So
2 points separating those guys, which means 2 riders he needs to pass, does Ford. But
well,
if
he gets around him, that's 1, and
then Timmerman would have to get passed by Bosher.
Yeah.
Bosher's been involved in a battle like this similar earlier in the morning. He was right there with those guys in the championship hunt. There's your leaders going into the 10 Commandments, Rodney Tomlin.
So actually, I'm thinking that just passing him would win the championship. It should tie him up, and then the best finish in the third moto would.
He would drop down to 8. He would get 8. You're right. Nolan Ford needs to make the pass on Maddox Timmerman if he wants his championship. You're right, Rodney.
Thank you very much.
You are 100% right. The only time I've ever said that.
Thank you. Thank you. I can leave now?
You can. Did you hear me just divulge or just drip that Arma straight out of here right on Mike?
Here we go. Things heating up now for the second place ride of Nolan Ford as he is hoping and looking to lay chase to your early leader there, Maddox Timmerman.
He is doing it.
Yeah, Timmerman had a 3.5-second lead at the end of that first lap.
Not anymore. He may have already made the pass because Ford is on a KTM, Timmerman's on a Husqvarna.
I think that was Timmerman that just went by. Here's Ford coming by now, if I'm not mistaken, with Jackson Vick right behind him.
Okay, so he's just opened it up a little bit more than is what you're saying.
That's what I'm thinking, yes. Absolutely. And there is your leader, Timmerman, making his way through the...
Easy to pick that out, the red gear white bike. And then there is Ford on the Chevy 65 that Chevy jumped in and sponsoring Ford.
Brought to you by your local Toyota dealer.
Now let's give him credit. I'm sure his sponsor would love to know that is a KTM, folks. Parents probably went with the all-white ensemble just so they can pick him out. When there's 41 of these kids, you got to do something to differentiate yourself from everybody else so mom and dad can figure out where you are.
It also helps the announcers as well.
Yes, Timmerman with the all-red gear. Easy to pick him out as he comes by the announcer's tower. He's already opened it up to 7.4 seconds, Jackie Legs.
Wow.
Could you run that pace back when you were that age?
I don't know that I could run around the track one time, let alone run any of these paces.
Right.
As we heard Mike Brown talking about earlier, how rough it is, how this is different than anything he's ever rode. He's been a pro for a long time.
Yeah, that when they say that, my ears perk up. And Jackson Vick, Rodney, you're seeing it.
I think he's got him set up. This right here, the momentum might carry him through. Man, what a good square off coming in.
They're in stereo now,
the Ten Commandments, yeah.
Not going to be quite enough. Had to go super wide. So Ford for the moment, holding on to that number 2 spot. Maddox Timmerman doing exactly what he needs to do with that 151. I wonder at the end of that moment, did he think he had a shot at winning this? And there goes Vick.
Oh. Do you see how he slungshot out of that turn on the inside? I don't think he lifted going in. He went right through it full throttle and shot right out of there to take over that number 2 spot.
Well, that is impressive. We are watching Jackson Vick as he's gotten into the number 2 spot, got around the number 44 KTM. His new boss, Daniel Blair, over there watching, checking all these kids out. Blair taking over the Orange Brigade team slot as Nate Ramsey moves up a spot. So there's the 70, Vick. And Ford falling off just a bit. Timothy Scott is 4th, Travis Schneider 5th. Chase Dashiell is 6th, Brody Moss 7th, Elliott Bolsher 8th, Brayton Craiglow 9th. Cash Hawkyard rounds out your top 10.
And our leader, Maddox Timmerman, is going to have the fastest lap of the race with a 2:14.0.
And that's early in the race. He'll probably drop that again. As he's dropping the hammer. He's already flown past us here in the announcer's tower. And he's on to lap number 3 at 2:14.8.
Yeah, just looking down through the ages, you know, we talk about this class, and obviously, you know, the best of the best making it here, and some of the older kids, all these kids are 11 and 12, I should say. Obviously, AMA, 11 years old. Only 2 riders out there age 10 right now, so they've got a little more time left in this class when you look at the big. So we could be seeing these guys for the next few years. Brayton Craiglow, the number 29, who was
in the top 10.
Yeah, actually he's 14th right now, but was running in a top 10 spot. Coming into this one, I think he was looking at a top 10 overall. And then the other rider that's just 10 years old, let's see, I had him. Yeah, there he is. He finished 11th and 6th. Gage Brown, I'm not sure where he is here in this moto right here. He's running 17th in this moto.
So those guys they'll go up to the front of the class next year.
Yeah, they could be the cream of the crop next year.
Yeah, as everybody ages out of this class, they will be left to fight it out. They'll be the seniors dunking the heads of the freshmen in the toilets. when they all return to the ranch, to school, if you
Yeah,
will.
and at least 2 years from now for sure, because like I said, there's a lot of 11-year-olds on there too that could make their return. But this is an age too where a lot of these riders are starting to, they're starting to grow a little quicker.
Sure.
And they might go ahead and have to go to the 80s just on sheer size alone.
A couple of years at this age is huge.
It is.
In the makeup of a kid mentally and physically.
And Travis Snyder able to overtake Timothy Scott for the 4th place position. Timothy Scott and Nolan Ford were battling for 3rd, and Snyder was able to take advantage of that, put himself in the 4th position.
And pushes Ford back another spot. So Ford came to this in the hunt with 4.33 scores, slowly slipping away the championship. But how old is Ford on that number 44 machine? Is he one of our 11-year-olds?
Yes. So, he's going to be one to be watching for next year, too, if he remains in this class.
Usually, since Ryder Ellis moved off of the 65, Kawasaki usually has one rock star guy, a Monster Energy guy, if you will. But they'll put one of their top flight kids on a 65, and I'm not seeing a KX65. This might be the first time in a long time. And we've seen Ryder D win a title on one of these. AC was winning on these. Jet Reynolds winning on these. Ricky Carmichael, James Stewart. The bloodline of that KX60-65 runs deep.
It does. Yes, it does.
Very competitive class. All the OEMs now, for the most part, making a 65. It was a Kawasaki-dominated class. Yamaha actually made one before, the YZ60. Then Suzuki had the metal gas tank RM60. Kawasaki then, I believe in 83, debuted their 60. And that pretty much put the Yamaha and Suzuki out of business. They took over for all the way until the KTMs of the late 90s, right? 65, something like that, in the late 90s. And then KTM was the only game in town, and Cobra decided to make one. Yamaha just came out with theirs. Husqvarna jumped in, Gas. Now he's got a whole slew of little 60s and 65s. They are 65 now. I'm dating myself, calling them the 60. It was once the 60, 80, the 100 class, the 125, 250s.
That was a hard transition for me. I'm not going to lie.
What's that?
Going from 60s to 65,
80s
to 85.
Yeah, right.
Just saying it anyway.
Yeah, it wasn't hard because you never rode them.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Well, I rode them around the farm, but I never raced them. And it's a world difference.
And on the screen, we're going to be looking at the 43 of Timothy Scott.
He's got Ford as well, hasn't he?
He does, yes. Getting right in his sights.
That's Ford behind him. And we've got 3 other riders now closing in. Ford holding on for dear life. There is our leader. He's got 9 more minutes to go. Can he keep it together? He knows he wants to go watch some YouTube. He wants to go see some Hayden Deegan YouTube videos. Gonna watch a kid unbox a toy and play with it. Maybe some guy play a video game, some Minecraft. The drive home will be fun for this kid. Maddox Timmerman, he's got an ice cream in his future. I hope the ice cream man hangs around till the end of the event, because you know how many kids want that. All right, you can go get the ice cream. Like when you play a game of baseball, you go to Dairy Queen at the end of the game. Hopefully the ice cream man is still there to give all these youngsters
I'm thinking the same thing about
the
Repeachies. Steve and Tammy down there at the Repeachy ice stand. I haven't seen them as much as I normally do this year, but the ones that I have had,
delicious.
Absolutely.
And Ford fighting back. I believe he might have gotten back around 43 of Timothy Scott. No, there's Scott right there, but he's got 2 other riders there. He was fighting them off. This is like a Bruce Lee movie. They're just coming at him from left and right. There's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar sitting in a chair. He just smacked the kid. Jeez.
Come on, Kareem. Man, these kids are pushing to this final moto today. They're all digging deep. I mean, looking at those deficits right there. I mean, we see a 12.5 second between first and second, another 10 seconds back to third, but third, fourth, fifth, sixth place right there, nose to tail as they came through the finish line and trying to get it sorted out here on lap number 6.
Just letting this one breathe here, watching these kids do work. One little dude just hucked that whole little camel back there, no sweating. That's still the 53. You know, is that Timothy Scott or is that Elliott Bosher?
I think that might be Bosher.
Okay. Your eyes are better than ours, man. You're going to be the spotter. Say it.
I think that's the 43
Is it the
of Timothy Scott, I do believe.
So these not pulling away from Schneider or Ford or Bosher. They are right there with him.
Yeah, that shot there likely. The 73, the 43.
The number 3, the 113, 233.
Now we're going to be looking at the 53 of Elliott Boucher.
There you go.
Yeah, Elliott has had to work his way to get to that point.
Thought that's who we were watching there.
So Boucher now on the move. He goes way up there to third. Jumps right up onto that podium. And Boucher starting to climb into that top 3 overall. And he is third place overall. Elliott Boucher, excuse me. B-O-W, like a bow, Bosher. That only makes sense, right?
Absolutely.
But again, if you say it 3 or 4 different ways, every now and again you sound like you know what you're talking about.
Or if you miss it every time, then you really sound dumb.
You really sound dumb. I want to sound kind of dumb. Not all the way dumb.
Nearly 5 minutes only left in this one, so leader due in about a minute. So we may be getting close to 2 lap card.
Yep, comes out at with 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Is that right?
Yep.
Remaining time.
This next time around, leader not due in for a few more seconds here. So
2-lap board set to come out at this point in the race. When our leader comes through, he will bring it out. He actually has the 2-lap board with him. He shows it to all the riders. Tells them all, you have 2 laps now.
Catch me if you can.
Good luck.
And Timothy Scott on the 43 is able to make it around the 53 of Elliott Boucher for 3rd position.
So they're going back and forth on that one. Bosher working his way up through, and Bosher.
We're going to get a text on that one. You're going to get a phone call. You're going to get an email, a message. You're going to get
I hope so.
Let me know how it is.
Either way, it ain't
Send
taken
all your
from
emails to Rodney Tomlin. Sorry. What's your email address, Rodney?
At gmail.com.
Rodney Tomlin at gmail.com. Complaint department. Send all those to him. Any mispronunciations are attributed to Rodney Tomlin. Scott Sepkovic, thanks for the Arma. It's delicious. You guys getting set to roll out. How much longer are you guys here? He's here till tomorrow, so. That's right. The game doesn't stop.
So we are on the 2 lap to go here. So Timmerman through. Vic is through in second. Vic is, again, another rider that's kind of been overshadowed by the fact that he's had such huge success here in this 3rd and final moto. He's got a 10-second lead. He's kind of hung out in the middle there, 16, 17 seconds behind Timmerman right now. All the action we've been watching has been between basically the last few laps of that battle for 3rd. Timothy Scott, Elliott Bosher. Now Tace Morgan coming up into it on the number 80 and 5th. Travis Snyder in 6th. Nolan Ford now has dropped back to 7th place. Colt Martin in the number 8 spot. Bertie Moss in 9th. And Gage Brown rounds out your top 10.
As we take a look back at Maddox Timmerman in the number 1 position on the number 50 Husqvarna.
Appreciate it.
And Maddox Timmerman looking to be your overall class champion here in the 65cc 10 to 11 if he can just hold on for a few more minutes.
Yeah, listen to these moto scores. A 151. So he had that 5th right in between a pair of 1s. Then 4.37 for Nolan Ford, 2.10.4 for Elliott Bosher, 6.112 for Braxton Meese, and Brody Moss with 7, 4, and 9 scores. That's your top 5. So all over the place here, like the stock market here, some of those highs and lows.
Wow. So what do you think it's going to feel like for Maddox Timmerman right now?
It's going to feel great. He's going to get that white flag, and he is all smiles, man. The championship, a national championship.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that second moto, he got that 5th place position finish, and I'm sure that was a little bit deflating. And
probably made him nervous, like, huh. But if you go back through the annals of history here and look at all the different scores, you can pull it off. You can look at the scores and don't give up.
Yeah.
I've seen some 7th and 8s and a pair of 1s come back and win a championship.
Yeah, you never can count yourself out. It's the 3rd and final moto that really tells the tale of it all here at Loretta Lynn's.
And there is your leader on the number 50, the red gear, the white bike. It's going to be Maddox Timmerman, not flirting with any of those inside lines, those big deep ruts, at least on that big sweeper. We've seen a lot of guys go down in that left-hander just before where Maddox was. Through the 10 commandments, double-double, no trouble there. Hits that single on the way out.
Relatively smooth inside line coming out there.
It really was.
Maddox Timmerman on his way through Storyland one final time here at Loretta Lynn's, the 65cc 10 and 11-year-old class rider. 11 years old. So this
probably his last.
Probably his last.
Hurrah on the 65. Maybe he'll play around at Mini O's coming up on that 65 before he jumps on the 85 full time. He might already have one back at the house. A lot of times that's what happens.
Yeah.
Playing around on it back home. He's a big kid. He's ready for it.
Yeah, I was going to say, looking at his size, you can tell likely ready for it. And riders
probably locally races. A lot of those kids do that as well.
Oh, yeah.
So Timmerman got about 30 seconds worth of work. Jackie Legs, you impressed with this kid?
Very impressed with him.
You better say that. His dad's listening, man.
You can tell he's been putting in the work. He's been getting through these ruts very smoothly.
Actually, they just bought that bike. He's never raced. He said, I'm going to try it out, see what happens.
I might like this, Dad.
Yeah, sure. All right, guys. Rodney, take us home here. We got a national champion to crown.
One final way through the finish line and another national champion crowned. Your 65cc 10 and 11-year-old Monster Energy AM8 national champion will be Maddox Timmerman with a 1.51. Nolan Ford looking at 2nd overall as he will take a 6th place position finish, it looks like here. But Jackson Vick is looking to take the Moto Silver here on board the number 70, and Timothy Scott and Elliott Bosher still looking to get this one sorted out at the finish line. Vick is through for the silver, and the 53 of Bosher taking the spot.
And real quick, we're going to hand the mic off to our buddy Scott Sepkovic. He is here. He just got you all hydrated up. Rodney, the Arma, treating you well. Scott, thanks for coming up to the towel, hooking it up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, guys, thanks for having me. And I just wanted
Hang on just a second.
Try this one then. That way you can hear us better.
Yeah, guys, I just want to say thanks for having us here again, Arma, and just want to say thanks to everybody here. Hope all of you had a great time and everybody achieved the goals they were looking for. Hopefully, Arma was a part of that. Our goal is to ensure that we can help you perform at the highest level. And when we formulate this stuff, we formulate for performance, not profits first. We believe the profits will come as our product helps you perform at the highest level. Jeremy McGrath was very adamant when he got involved with me in this project that he wanted to really make a difference with people's ability to perform at the highest level. So I'm grateful to Jeremy. Also, Chad Reed, who's been a big part of this as well, and Nick Way, and Adam Cincerilla also, all a big part of the company. But most importantly, it is something that we enjoy doing to not only help people perform as athletes, but also something just in your day-to-day life, which, especially with our Hydrate, which, has 8 bioavailable electrolytes and helps you hydrate. You wake up every morning dehydrated. So, we try to ensure that you can hydrate your body and we don't pump a ton of sugar in you, but it's also tastes great and works well.
Absolutely, I'm shocked. As you said, what is it, like less than 3 grams of sugar or something like that? And I was really surprised at how sweet it is. I mean, it's almost Kool-Aid-ish. It's so sweet.
Yeah, well, we also use sweetener monk fruit that also helps with the sweetener, and 3 grams, less than 3 grams of sugar, and most importantly, it's dextrose, which is the same as glucose, that delivers it to your muscles instantaneously. And we also have bioperine, which is black pepper extract, helps your body absorb those nutrients, but it's 8 bioavailable electrolytes. I know that's a lot of information, but people don't understand that Powerade has 34 grams of sugar, Gatorade 32, even Body Armor has 22 grams of sugar. So, sugar can also, gives you a spike and then a crash. So it's important you just, especially as you're doing something athletic, that you understand what you're consuming. And, there's a lot of great tasty beverages like Monster that's good tasting, but you want to make sure that you understand what you're drinking and what that moment is and the time and what it's used for. So
absolutely.
But we're grateful and happy to be here.
Yeah, and there's science to the madness and the method, I guess you could say. It's not just like, hey, we're looking for good things, and we're looking for Jason Wygant with a champion on the podium.
I had a great joke there, Rodney, but it's gone now because I didn't have my RF on. Okay, let's bring our third place finisher up here. Let's hear it for Elliot Boucher. Come out front, Elliot. Well, you got third, I think, in the last lap there. Take me through that.
I got off to an okay start, and I got passed on the first lap, and I started pushing as hard as I could and got passed on the last lap, and so I made the pass back and got it.
Nice, right down to the wire. Who do you want to thank? It's been a solid week, a lot of podiums for you.
I'd like to thank the good Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, Real Deal Max Training Facility, Farm 14, my sheriff for kicking our butts in the gym, Dunlop, my grandma and grandpa, FXR, 100%, 6D, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
Elliot Boucher, everybody. That is third. Looking for Jackson Vick, who I believe finished up in the number 2 position. Thank you, Elliot. Let's try to get this real quick right here in the middle. First of all, I just want to let you thank people before I lose my microphone. Go ahead.
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Matt Cleveland, my trainer, Quicks Motor Ranch, JK Cycles, JG Vic Consulting, Answer Racing, Rooster Max, ODI Grid.
Me about that moto.
I got off to like a 5th place start, and then in the second corner, everyone bunched up to the outside, and I took the inside and made a couple passes. And me and Nolan were having a good battle, and I got him at the end or the beginning.
All right, let's hear it for Jack. First of all, who do you want to thank before I run out of microphone?
My mom, my dad, my grandpa Ryder, my mechanic, Fox, Husky, FMF, Dunlop, DRS.
Go ahead.
Husky, and everyone else I forgot, thank you.
Let's tell about that moto. A little bit of pressure there. Did you feel some pressure there, or were you good?
Yeah, I felt a lot of pressure just waiting.
Everybody put your hands together. Let's hear it for our champion. We'll bring the number 1 plate to the stage, Maddox Temer. Yeah, Maddox. Maddox. Send it back up.
Well, thanks a lot, Jason Wygant. As our national champion has been crowned here, Maddox Timmerman, and the celebrations continue on the podium. And we set the stage for the final moto of 2022, the Super Mini 2 13 to 16-year-old class. And one of the key players going to be in this one, coming in with a 3-1, is going to be Tiger Wood. But you've got other riders like the 18 of Landon Gordon looking at a 4-2 that is also in contention, a 1-4 for Liam Olaf, the 32 from Oak Hills, California, another contender and player for the championship in this one, a 2-3 for Jeremy Fapani, coming in with a 2 and a 3 on the Orange Brigade KTM, and several more, again, that are viable and possible to position themselves to win the championship here, as we've got our sight lap wrapped up, Kevin Kelly, and we are setting the stage now for this final race of 2022, not only for the Super Mini 2, but for the Amateur National Championship itself.
Yeah, it sure is. And like you said, Tiger Wood with 3-1 moto scores, 1-4 moto scores for Liam Olaf, Fapani in there as well. So 5 points for everybody except for 3-1 of Tiger Woods. Landon Gordon has six points. So we've got a close little points battle there. This one could go either way. Sight lap is done. Can Liam Olaf pull it off? Can Fapani get a moto win?
You know, you have to wonder this late in the day, the final race of the week, you know, if they've been running multiple classes, they have obviously expended a lot of energy here throughout the course of this week. And I have to think
it does not matter. I bet you $1 million they are ready to just slug it out right here. I know what you're saying, like me and you, the average guy, not these young little testosterone-filled maniacs on their Super Mini 2s. The championship and the balance, 4 guys kind of in the hunt here.
Well, you know, and the great thing about this is this is going to be one of those classes, I'm sure, that's going to leave you wanting more. You always want to leave everybody wanting more. This is going to do that, I believe.
Guys, I've had the opportunity to go down there and watch the Super Mini 2 several times out there in the middle, and they are absolutely flying. These are by far the fastest mini riders in the country.
Absolutely. 4 points for Tiger Woods. 5 points for Liam Olaf. 6 points for Landon Gordon. 5 points for Jeremy Fapani. So it's packed. Final moto of the day. The gate is packed. And Super Mini 2 fires off. Last race of the year. Who's got it?
Whoosh. A lot of breath being held as our early leader, that
Kawasaki rider, number 18.
Landon Gordon, grabbing the early lead in that one, and he had a pretty good, healthy shot across the finish, or the whole shot line there. As he heads into the 10 Commandments, he's still got a bit of a lead, but here comes the pressure already.
Yeah, Landon Gordon, I just saw Fapani on the right-hand side of the screen. So Gordon in the hunt for this title. We have 4 kids that are eligible, it looks like, in terms of low points. So let's just see how this all shakes down as they work their way into Storyland. And already a new rider out front as Gordon has slipped back to third. He went from first to third. He's fighting for the number 2 spot. He gets back around Fapani. There's Olaf as well. All the players in the house, Rodney, they are playing, messing up the furniture. Mom is going to be mad when they get home because they are rowdy right now.
Is that Wood out front?
It might be. It might be a gas. It is red in color. Gordon has a slew of KTMs. He has Olaf and Fapani on him. So Tiger Wood with a hole-in-one on his start. There's Fapani. There's Olaf. We saw the slugfest between those 2 guys and everyone else this morning. So, of course, wouldn't have it any other way. There's Fapani. Olaf tries something on the inside. Gordon is getting it from a pair of bookends there, KTMs. And all the while, Tiger Woods has pulled out. And, man, the foot comes off the peg for Gordon. This is a rowdy bunch right now. Watch him go.
I'll tell you, Tiger Wood getting a big break and breathing room here as these 3 will be battling for second place, I'm sure, for quite some time. Wood in for 1 lap complete. And
Fapani made the pass. He got around Olaf now, and he immediately goes after Gordon, who swings super wide. Ooh, not sure what happened there.
Oh, if he can get by him fast, they got
a shot.
Yeah, 3.7 seconds separating them at the end of the first lap as we head into lap 2 around the mechanics area into whole shot forest now.
And that's Gordon on the green bike lifting the front wheel up, says, I don't even want to touch those bumps there. Here comes Olaf on the inside. He gets back around Papani. Papani says, not so quick, but he does. He makes it stick. So Gordon just letting these guys throw hands behind him. Goes into the 10 Commandments. Look at that. Little bobble there. Gordon almost off the track. Here comes Olaf on the inside. He scrubs. He makes the pass. Olaf goes 2 for 1.
Boy,
from 4th to 2nd now. Liam Olaf. Man, he is not pumped about that moto this morning. He was a rabid dog out there on the racetrack.
He ain't messing
See if
around.
he can get one here. Tiger Woods with 3-1-1 scores. He's in control here. If Gordon's going to slip back a spot, the results are all crazy right now. The number, I'm not even going to do the math. We'll check in here in a minute whenever Olaf is done with this charge. Probably a volunteer fireman back home just because. Even though his dad's a full-time fireman. And he about went down right then. I don't know how he just stayed up. Gravity was not his friend with him. He just left the gas wide open and it kind of pulled him out. He was about to swap over.
When in doubt, throttle out.
Throttle out. Olaf is on the good Lord, he hit that right-hander. Jeez, Liam Olaf is on the move, folks. He's in the middle part of the racetrack, and he is going after Tiger Woods. He's going to take a 9-iron right to the back of Tiger Woods here in just a minute. Short little putt. He was in the sand trap just then.
Is that your leader? And is that second place?
Absolutely, he's coming.
Wow. 3.7 seconds at the end of lap number 1 is what was over Landon Gordon.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Liam Olaf has moved up from 4th into 2nd and is now 2.3 seconds behind. A 1:57 lap time he just turned.
Just got to slow down to go fast if you are Olaf. Got to keep it up on 2 wheels. Look at him. He looked over to the right, checking out the pit board, hanging tough.
And think about where he was at a lap ago right here.
And he made 2 passes
and he has. And it's almost as if a switch flipped about right here in him, and he just went completely berserk and has been on a mad dash and terror toward Tiger Woods since then.
Yeah, Tiger Woods going to have company here. He is fast right there, too. I love that inside line. He is just shortening this racetrack. And a little bobble there, and he's right on top of him now. Tiger Woods in trouble now. The leaderboard might change as Woods comes under the attack of Olaf. Look at him.
Wow.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Man, he is hitting those lines about as hard and as solid as I've seen anyone. I mean, talk about faith in your machine and the track.
The risk reward for that line right there, he went so fast. He was either going to explode that berm or he's going to nail it. He is on the move. Liam Olaf putting on a clinic right now, trying to run down Tiger Woods. Up and over. That big step up here into the sand trap as we follow along. The results just blocking the view there of the 43 of Tiger Woods. Olaf is right there on him. This is where Olaf just shines. Those deep ruts. He was money right here last time. If you remember this right-hander, he laid it right in there. Oh, he's not even sitting down in that
turn.
Stood
up.
Yes,
all the way
all
through.
Of that.
What do they call that? The rolling corner speed, I think they were talking about. Oh, and Papani off the track.
Papani is off. He's down. He's having to restart the bike. But now that kind of changes how this title looks. Papani sitting 4th, looking outside in now. We'll see if Olaf makes that pass. It would change the championship in Olaf's favor. He would go ahead at, a little bit of a bobble there by Olaf. You know, they talked about it. Got to be calm, got to stay cool and collected here. Man, Olaf in the ruts is a magician right now.
All right,
seriously.
Do these guys look at the mechanics there? He was looking at something coming up.
He's done that every lap. He's looked to the hard right. You're absolutely right. His mechanic is way, way down in the mechanics area. He's the first one he's going to see, probably by design. Man, Tiger Woods. And all the while, Woods drops his lap time to a 1:58 as well. Wow. Here comes that different line here on the inside. Olaf loves shortening that racetrack. Comes in right behind Tiger Woods. Now watch him as this right-hander where he is just filthy through these turns here. And then the left-hander, this is where he did work last time.
Oh.
She's a beaut. Off into Storyland. Legs way up in the air to avoid how deep they are on the ruts, Rodney.
Man. Track really has the true definition here for this final moto. Good, solid lines. These riders are able to ride, and this is their time to shine. And what a time they're having for sure.
It is as rough as it gets, too. They say that for these kids, Super Mini 2, the last ones to take to the track. And this is another one of those turns where it's spectacular to watch those guys hit it. Off in and out clean. And all the while, Tiger Woods has matched him. He has stepped his game up, dropped his lap times.
Absolutely. 1.9 seconds is what separated those two.
I think he's opened it maybe a little bit back up.
Might be near, yeah. So we got
maintaining it.
Well, let's see. Gordon back in the number 3 spot, 5 seconds back. Nathan Abbott another 8 seconds back and forth. Will Canniger back in the number 5 spot, another near 8 seconds back. Betts, Bass, I should say, Mortberg, Searles, and Fapani. Now, he did get going back in 10th place position.
So Olaf has to make this pass if he wants this championship. He has to get around Tiger Woods to get the point total down to where it needs to be to secure this championship. As it stands, 3-1-1 scores for 5 points for Wood. Olaf has 7 points. You give Olaf a point or take a point away from Olaf, give one to Wood, they'd be tied at 6. Tie goes to the winner, so Olaf has to make something happen here.
8 minutes and 20 seconds into this moto. It already feels like we're so much farther in, and we're just barely cresting the halfway point. And look at this.
He's back. He is back. He's got it down to 2 bike lengths, not even a half a second now into that left-hander. Woods cleans it. Olaf cleans it. They go back into story. A little bit of a bobble there coming out, though. He was struggled coming out of the left-hander. Olaf did. He got close, though. Looking to put some pressure on the number 43. I think you're going to get late in this moto. We got 11 minutes to go. That's when you're going to see somebody, the pressure's going to crack one of these 2 riders.
One of them's got to give, you'd think, it's at this level, this intensity.
Different line there for Olaf that go around. Back into the sand trap, the 43 of Tiger Wood, trying to keep that maniac behind him, Liam Olaf on that 32 machine.
You know, it's almost as if Olaf's composure has changed from that attack mode, trying to bridge that gap. Now he's been in a kind of a prey stalker mode the last lap and a half, 2 laps nearly.
Stay close, look for some sort of, and wow, Woods going for that big jump there. Olaf does not do that. Maybe he's just worried about the wheels, just blowing the wheels out. Look at the different lines there. Olaf made up some time there. It looked like they were going to cross paths there. Olaf is crafty out there looking for some lines. Pops was a former privateer. We are halfway home, so he is scouting out the lines. Olaf avoiding that big hole there. I like that. I've seen everybody go to the inside, just G'ing out after that step up over the tunnel jump. This guy's pointing at him. He's saying, go, man. He has to look over this. That was his pit board. Oh, and Olaf saves it. He just about tossed it away. Get distracted by the flagger. Yes, he was pumped for that guy.
Did not let off the throttle.
Probably made up time almost into him.
Made the bike a little lighter, man.
It's one of my patented moves, almost flip over the bars. And the 43 of Wood trusting that line there. And I'm telling you, he makes up 3 bike lengths by doing whatever he is doing by cutting the inside line there, does Olaf.
Yeah, there's a couple of turns he's doing that in, too. That, we saw it coming out of the Thor Polysport Beach sweeper turn here.
Olaf trying to stay close. Man, Wood is good out of that left-hander. He opens it right back up. So my thought is get as close as you can and save that pass for the 10 Commandments. I would get dangerously close. Don't try to push it anywhere else. You are so much faster. You can see it.
Yeah.
Put it together on that 10 Commandments entry turn.
One thing that could be maybe helpful, maybe not so much, we are starting to see them bridge some of that lap traffic now.
They are close here. This is about as close as Olaf has been at this point in the racetrack. 8 minutes remain. He is 1 bike length away. He's close enough. He can stay right there on the bumper. He would have a shot with him. He has a even more inside line than he does as well. Right there, he goes very inside. Kind of got that hook on the end, though, costing just a tad coming out. Look at it. He looks over the shoulder. He does not want to do that jump. He can do it. I think he's concerned maybe with blowing out that wheel. I'm sure him and his pops have talked about that. And this is one of those lines as well. Olaf's got 3 points on this racetrack where he can go inside and make something happen. That's the 3rd part right there. But every time Tiger comes up with something and gets out of that turn a little cleaner, not quite as sharp for him, so he's able to keep more momentum coming out of that left-hander. But Olaf saving these things. He's got some tricks up his sleeves under those 7MX tightly fitting sleeves there. Coming out nice and clean. The flagger wants him. He goes, come on, man, go that way. Every time. All right, he is close, guys. I believe he is close enough to almost pull a pass off going into these 10 commandments if he can keep it right here. Woo. If he can keep that motorcycle underneath him. Good Lord, thing about stepped out on him. Olaf. You know Woods knows he's been doing this every time. Right there. Got a rider to split. He might have it. Oh, they're going to race it. He did it.
Wow.
I am so smart. Man, he made that happen. Good. Olaf on the inside just zaps Tiger Wood. Unbelievable.
Wow. And made it. And you said the 10 Commandments is the place to make it happen. Put yourself in position. That's exactly what he's done.
He was so close. And let's see if Wood has something for him. Olaf, this is for the championship. Winner take all. Mono e mono right here. What other cliches do you have, Rodney Tomlin? There's a bike running very rich in the background there somewhere. A very smoky bike. 2 packs a day for that bike. Look at that. There he is, a smoker right there. No smoking zone, guys. Not an E-friendly motorcycle at all. There's that smoker. That looks like if Rodney Tomlin wore a motorcycle, ladies and gentlemen, that's what he would look like. This smoking motorcycle right here. Unbelievable lap there. And that is Rodney Tomlin literally smoking out on the racetrack. They can't smoke in the tower, so he just goes out there and has a little smoke break during the race.
Well, smoking right now as far as
speed up.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Jeez, Rodney's smoking out there with the riders.
Liam Aloff as he wraps up lap number 7 now, in control of this one.
Just like that. And we're all tied up in points, 6-6 for Olaf and Wood. Tiebreaker goes to the moto winner, the final moto winner. And Olaf, is he going to hang on, keep it on 2 wheels, and win this? He looks over at the mechanic, and then the flagger's now telling this guy to go. Pick a side, man. It's this guy.
I'm pumped. I feel like this Super Mini class, 4 or 5 riders have given us the best on average racing all year. So I'm glad this is our final moto.
Yeah.
One more showdown, winner take all. This time Aloff and Wood. We've had Gordon in there. We've had Papani in there. So I'm pumped that it ends like this.
As we hold this pose here.
I had to do it. We're going to do one more with our man Jackie. We're just taking a class photo here in the tower.
There we go.
This is good stuff. With Liam Aloff trying to get it done. But
Tiger Woods right there.
Not backing off.
He is close. Got a lapped rider. Can Woods go around and he's stuck behind? Oh, Olaf goes down. Olaf is down. Woods goes by. And there goes the championship, Jason Wygant.
Tiger Wood back in control. Singular Wood.
Well, no S.
No S. Singular
Wood.
Kitchen,
Yep.
singular Wood.
Olaf still trying to start that motorcycle.
no.
Is that him right here on the 32, or is that Papani who's gotten by? Nope, that is Olaf. Unbelievable.
Man, he had it. He had battled to get into the lead 1 lap earlier. This is the thing about Aloff. His speed has been amazing this year, that he's jumped right up there with the big names. But we have seen some crashes. He's hanging it out. You got to respect that. But this could prove costly. Does he have time now, with 2 to go, to somehow magically reel Wood back in?
Where is Wood? There's Aloff. I don't think so.
I'm thinking that may have been. Was it Wood that went down?
We have this wrong.
I think it was Wood that went down, guys.
I think it was Wood that went down.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I didn't want to step on your guys' toes, but I think that's Aloff still out front. Wood was the one that went down. He was right behind him trying to get on the inside of him, and he went down.
Joe, that was Rodney Tomlin with the call, so Joe.
Absolutely not, Joe. You know better.
So it's Wood that goes down. I had them completely.
Aloff in complete control. It's the way I saw it.
We knew it.
It's the way I saw it the whole time.
Totally under control there. I'm sorry, man. The white balance on this TV is. I'm dying up here picking up the numbers. It's so hard until they get in the shade.
Well, I've been relying upon you. I saw it a little different, but I did want to say. But anyway, let's keep an eye on it. Wanted to make sure. But yes, what a heartbreaker for Tiger Wood. Let's see. That put him 16 seconds behind Aloff. He had a 20-plus second lead over Landon Gordon, your third-place ride. So that gave him an opportunity. He does still have about 8.5 seconds over Gordon right now. But, man, the wind's out of the sails for him. Nathan Abbott, another 17 seconds back. There is a good battle going on between Abbott and Betts right now for that fourth place position, as Papani is trying to make up some ground from his earlier misfortune out there on the big monster sweeper. The Monster Mile.
Monster Mile. There is the 43. That is actually the 43 gas of Tiger Woods. Our apologies, Joe Aloff. You can come punch me in the mouth. I deserve it. I thought that was him that goes down, but it was Wood. So Olaf going to get him one here. And he had his shot this morning. Got a little rowdy in this one. He's going to hang on here as the white flag is out. Or it should be coming out. We're not ever sure if it's out. We think it is.
So my question is, we always talk about how great a privateer his father was. Will we talk about how great a factory rider that his son is?
Man, I mean, when you win the Super Mini class, you are a special individual for sure. So he's going to be tough on a big bike. And let's see if the checker flag flies. Nope, it is the white flag. I didn't mess that up. I thought we might have one more lap. The celebration lap now for the number 32. He's 16 seconds out front of Wood. Landon Gordon is third, and the championship squarely his now with 1-4-1 scores, all tied up with 6 points with Wood.
So just now over 18 minutes into this race, the victory lap, kind of, if you will. As you said, a lot of room to play with there, and you can see he feels the pressure has been relinquished. You can see that he's just feeling this one out, trying to take it on home, take it back to California, and of course, more importantly, back to his mantle and his trophy case.
Absolutely. This one's going to feel good. He has virtually come out of nowhere. I've watched him by going to some of the races out in California, and he's progressed every time I've seen him. And, man, this is a huge jump in speed for Olaf. His dad would probably tell you different. He goes, man, I see this kid. We ride all the time. Speed is there. But when you don't see him for a few months, this is pretty impressive.
Well, a lot of heart, desire, determination. It all comes to fruition here for these youngsters. Each and every one of them working to get here.
Had to earn it, man. Had to earn it on this tough racetrack. Had to battle Tiger Wood. Had to battle Landon Gordon. Papani goes down. He was in the hunt as well. So the Super Mini titles are going to be split today between Papani and Olaf. Papani gets one in the morning. Olaf gets one in the evening. See you back at the ranch next year. We'll square off again.
Well, definitely, we said leading into this final moto, the Super Mini 2, we want to leave you wanting more. And I got to say, this final championship moto of 2022 has been one that is going to leave us wanting more as the youngster from California rounds the final turn here at the Amateur National Championship. One final drive, and checker flag belongs to Liam Aloff here at this 41st annual running of the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championships at Loretta Lynn's. Liam Aloff taking it to the top. Tiger Wood in second, Landon Gordon in third. Jeremy Papani should finish up in the number 4 spot with Gavin Betts in fifth. We're still waiting on the rest of the field to check in. A 25-second lead for the 32 machine when he headed into the final lap of racing there. Over the rest of the field, 32 seconds at the checkers for Tiger Wood, back into the number 2 spot now. Landon Gordon set to check in the number 3 spot to gain that Moto bronze. And already on the podium with his bike and ready for his celebrations, Liam Aloff, a national champion, your final one to be crowned here in 2022. Gordon does check in. Papani, Gavin Betts, Nathan Abbott in 6th, Will Kanigher in 7th, Cade Johnson in 8th, Jaden Searles in 9th, Wyatt Bass in 10th place position. As far as the overall goes, again, Moto medals go gold, silver, and bronze to Aloff, Wood, and Gordon. As far as the overall is concerned, that's exactly the way they'll finish for the overall. Our top 5 riders, they get the top 5 overall positions. Will Kanigher finishing 7th in that final moto will get 6th in the overall. Cade Johnson 7th overall. Nathan Abbott 8th. Jaden Searles 9th. And Wyatt Bass will be 10th overall whenever they head to the awards ceremony. But again, Aloff, Wood, and Gordon, the top 5 are the top 5, hands down. So pretty impressive consistency, even though they're you see a 1-4-1, a 3-1-2, a 4-2-3, a 2-3-4. Those guys staying very consistent in that top 4, top 5, and that's what you got to do. And 2 wins for the championship for Alof there. We'll be heading down to the podium for one final podium speech. Guys, it's been a wonderful time. Thanks for everything. Appreciate it. And 25 years we wrap up here at the Dude Ranch. For myself, I think this marks for me my 20 from the first time that I got here. So it's been a golden one, no doubt about it. Thanks for everything. So party on, Wayne. We're heading down to the podium with Jason Wygant.
All right, thanks. I actually owe this whole shot award. My battery died on my mic. So going back to the previous class, let's have a Stasic whole shot award to Dane Pappas. Yep. How'd you pull that one?
I got a good jump, and I just held it wide.
That's it. Who do you want to thank, Dane?
I want to thank my mom and dad, Sue My K, DBK, Pro Taper, Mika Metals, DT1 Filters, MX Clinic, and everybody else that I forgot. Thank you.
Dane Pappas with your Stasic whole shot. That goes back to our previous division. Thank you, Dane. I'm looking for third place now in the Super Mini class that just wrapped. This would be Landon Gordon. Third place in a whole shot for Landon Gordon. There you go. Stasic whole shot award and a third, Landon Gordon. Well, I know you want them all. Take me through that moto, how it ended up being a third.
Yeah, I got off to a good start, and I got hot, and my body wouldn't let me go anymore.
All right. Pushed it to the limits. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the Lord for keeping me safe, my whole family, Kawasaki, Team Green, Dunlop, Pro Circuit, Monster, 100%, Alpine Star, Ethica, Grindstone, Jacob Hayes, everybody else that's in my corner, thank you.
Let's hear it for him. Landon Gordon, third place. And it was an unbelievable winner-take-all battle. Somebody's got to win it. Somebody's got to finish second. In this case, second place is going to go to Tiger Wood. It came down to late crash. I'm sure he had one more charge in him. Maybe you'll see that next year. Let's hand out a silver to Tiger Wood. Well, those winner-take-all battles have got to be stressful. I'm sure you left it all out there on the racetrack. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it didn't quite go to plan, but honestly, it was such a good race. I got out to the lead, made a good pass on Landon. Without there, I had it under control. Then, man, me and Lynn went at it for the championship. Unfortunately, he got around me. He's riding so good. And then he actually went down. I couldn't quite comprehend it quick enough and accidentally ran into him. Sorry about that. But, yeah, then I got stuck there for a bit. But, yeah, it was a super fun race. Man, it's hot out here. They did an awesome job on the track. Last moto was gnarly. Heat's hot. And, yeah, congrats to Liam for the championship. He rode great. So did Gordon and Trapani. It was fun battling with them and had a super fun weekend.
Yep. All right, who do you want to thank? That was great.
Man, I'd like to thank everybody in my corner. We put in heaps of hard work this last 6 months getting ready for this race. Yeah, Colleen, Little B, Big B, Jacob, everybody at MTF for all their hard work. Prepping me to be here to fight for this championship. I got on the podium each moto, so I'm pumped about that. I've never done that before. But yeah, Max from TLD for this new sick gear. Super breathable out here, and yeah, I appreciate all the TLD guys for that. Fatty Connection, the suspension was handling great out there. Gas and Lynx, FMF, the bike was fast. Got off to some great starts, and Dunlop for hooking up all around that whole track. 100% for keeping my vision clear. Alpine Stars for the sick boots, and Mom and Dad and my sisters for just everything that they've done for me. They've sacrificed a lot. We're obviously from Australia, so yeah, it's been a lot to get over here, and glad that we could contend for this championship. Didn't quite get it done this year, but we'll be back next year.
You know it. All right, let's hear it for Thomas Tiger Wood. And one more gold to hand out, one more #1 plate to hand out, and what a way to cap it, to have a winner-take-all one-on-one duel in the final moto of the week. Let's bring our new champion up, and I mean new, jumping into the scene this year, showing he can run with the established players and taking the title. Let's bring our champion up. I think the 6 Super Mini Motos were the best on average battles. We saw 3-4 guys going at it. And this man comes out on top in the last moto. He had to win it, and he does win it. Liam Aloff. So you blew our minds when you said this is only your second trip to Loretta's and you've won a Super Mini title?
Yeah, it feels good to win. I just put myself in an okay position, and I had to win, so I just tried my hardest and went out and won.
Take me through, there was a crash fest there at the end. I couldn't even figure out what was going on. Tell me about that.
Yeah, my foot was on the rear brake, and it kind of lifted, and as soon as I hit the rut, I stomped on it on accident and just tipped over. And then I got lucky enough, I was in kind of a blind spot, and Tiger hit me, and he crashed too, so I was lucky enough to stay in the lead. But yeah, it was an overall good race, got in the lead early, or halfway through, and then just put some laps in.
Unbelievable. Who do you want to thank for this?
Oh, I thank Mom, Dad, my whole family, Rides Unlimited, Rocky Mountain ATV MC, Dunlop, 7 Bell Scott, Pro Taper, Source, Monster, Lynx, FMF, Hinson, Rhino Power, Motorex, Bell, DT1, VP, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
Great to have a new player on the scene in this Super Mini division with the title. Let's hand over the final AMA National Championship plate of the year from Super Mini. Let's hear it for Liam Aloff. And we have done it. I believe it's 108 motos. We started at 7:30 on Tuesday. We end it at 4:30 on a Saturday. We're still not done. We had about half of our closing ceremonies earlier, and the other classes that race today will have closing ceremonies coming up a little later this afternoon in the arena. Let's have one more champagne celebration. What do you think? There you go. Liam Aloff, have at it. Celebrate. What a great year it was here at the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Championship. Yeah, there you go. Liam Aloff. And his dad takes it. Former pro. Big hug between son and dad. That's a massive one, getting it done in Super Mini. We've had so much fun bringing you the action all week right here at the ranch and on RacerTV.com. Big thanks to our apprentices coming up and working with us. Dean Dias helping call some of the motos. And, of course, our main announcing team, Mikey Waynes, Rodney Tomlin, Megawatt, Matt Watson, Kevin Kelly, and myself, Jason Wygant. Thanks for joining us here in 2022. If you're here at the ranch, we'll have some more closing ceremonies coming up. If you're watching on Racer TV, we thank you so much for joining us. The 41st Annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Championship. See you next year.